At the birthday soir, I am aware that the childhood companion, the one who grew up alongside me, will not come. I also know that she went to celebrate a birthday with the one who descended from the heavens. Yet, I refrain from calling her to inquire why she did not arrive, for I understand that someone who cannot be awaited during the day is unlikely to appear on a rainy day. At this moment, I stand at the entrance of the hotel, my gaze weaving through the ebb and flow of the bustling crowd. With bated breath, I await the very next moment when she shall emerge from some hidden corner. With a smile, he said to me, "I apologize for my tardiness. Happy birthday." Yet it seems that heaven is urging me not to wait any longer, as a gentle drizzle gradually begins to fall from the night sky. The last flicker of hope in my eyes has been utterly extinguished by this unexpected downpour. Those who cannot wait for a sunny day, how could they possibly wait for a rainy one? The beloved by Qingmei, whom I have awaited with great longing, is my childhood companion, with whom I shared innocent days and grew up together. When we played house as children, she declared her intention to marry me. Since kindergarten, she has been by my side, an immensely significant presence in my life. I believe that by Qingmei is the most precious gift bestowed upon me by the heavens, which is why I learned to cherish her with utmost care from a young age. I shall reserve the only remaining candies for her, bravely standing by her side when classmates isolate her, holding her hand tightly to weather the storm together. The memories we share are countless, and even after the rain has ceased, our stories remain endless. A year prior to the pivotal examination, I confessed my feelings to Bai Qingmei. Her response at that moment still lingers in my ears. "Fool, how can you be distracted now? I still wish to attend the same university as you." Her words were imbued with concern, neither a rejection nor an acceptance, resembling a promise made to the future. I envisioned that having shared our elementary, middle, and high school years together, we would naturally pursue our university education side by side. Yet, reality is seldom so straightforward. Bai Qingmei, now a university student, is no longer the little girl who once clamored for sweets. She no longer relies on my tender care. Wanqing appeared by her side. They both belonged to the fine arts department, shared similar interests, and felt an undeniable sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Is it truly, as the rumors suggest, that the childhood companion ultimately cannot rival the one who descends from the heavens? On a rainy day, I went to fetch Bai Qingmei, but I first encountered Wanqing. This fellow audaciously proclaimed his dominion over me. I saw through his ruse at a glance. It was merely an attempt to provoke me into action. Then he deceitfully approached Bai Qingmei, masquerading as a victim, in an attempt to drive a wedge between her and me. I merely alluded to bygone memories, leaving Wanqing at a loss for words. Yet despite this, I still faced defeat. The following day, Wanqing hurried to report to Bai Qingmei, alleging that I had issued personal threats against him, claiming he would retaliate if I did not distance myself from her. The brilliance of this deception lies in its selective interpretation. I did indeed utter those words, but when divorced from their original context, they become prone to misinterpretation. What Wanqing said to provoke me was utterly outrageous, capable of inciting an explosive fury within anyone. I valiantly restrained myself from falling into the trap, yet in the face of Qingmei's skepticism, I ultimately lost my composure. After all, love is inherently difficult to restrain. A discord arose between the two individuals, and their conversation ended on an unpleasant note. At that moment, I felt as if my heart had been brutally pierced by a knife. Indeed, it is often those we hold dear who inflict the deepest wounds. What bamboo horse cannot triumph over a sudden descent? At this moment, I finally comprehend that this is but a fallacy. How could the childhood companion of many years fail to surpass a sudden newcomer? What truly compelled my childhood companion to concede was the profound affection I harbored for him. After a period of time, this conflict resembled a stone cast into the surface of a lake. Though it stirred ripples, I believed it would eventually return to tranquility. The two greeted each other as usual, tacitly refraining from mentioning the unpleasant incident, as if everything had returned to the way it once was. I intend to confess my feelings once more. This birthday celebration presents the perfect opportunity. Coincidentally, this day also happens to be Wanqing's birthday. Until tonight, I firmly believed that I would not be defeated. Since elementary school, every year on my birthday, I have received gifts from Bai Qingmei along with a heartfelt wish of happy birthday. Yet, The reality is exceedingly harsh. The girl with whom I grew up ultimately did not arrive this evening. The meticulously arranged bouquet of roses in the private room can no longer await the arrival of its mistress. Has she arrived? Xiao Yin inquired, gently patting her shoulder from behind. I have not arrived, nor will I. I shall proceed to slice the cake now. Taking a deep breath, I feign nonchalance and say, I shall cut you a generous piece. It is rather peculiar that Bai Ningbing did not attend Fang Yuan's birthday celebration. What on earth is happening? I returned to the private room, where most of the attendees tonight were close friends and old classmates, much like Xiao Yan. Many people have inquired, why hasn't the white goddess arrived? She didn't even attend her boyfriend's birthday celebration. She has matters to attend to. Let's indulge in cake first. In response to the inquiries of an old classmate, I find myself a loss for words. Especially the words boyfriend shattered the persistence I have upheld all this time into fragments. Originally, the jealousy born of an undefined relationship is nothing short of farce. Disappointment and exhaustion inundate you like a relentless tide. Yet with so many people present, I can only force a smile. Old classmates have all noticed that something is amiss with my condition. In the past, I radiated a vibrant and cheerful aura, enveloping those around me in a refreshing breeze reminiscent of spring. Yet now, it resembles a soulless puppet, utterly devoid of vitality. After the cake was divided, I lingered in contemplation, gazing at the vibrant bouquet of roses. With deliberate slowness, I extended my hand, gently brushing against the crimson petals. This bouquet, which has borne the weight of my affections for many years. Even as I prepare to conclude this chapter of love, I yearn to choose a graceful and dignified way to do so. I carefully dismantled the bouquet of white ice flowers, presenting it as a token of gratitude to an old classmate who had come to attend the birthday celebration. As for the bond between myself and the white ice, whether it is that of childhood companions or childhood friends, I find myself devoid of the desire to linger on such contemplations at this moment. Originally, I anticipated the exchange of a heartfelt I do for a bouquet of roses, yet ultimately, all I received were repeated expressions of gratitude, which is truly disheartening. The meal has concluded. The cake has been devoured, yet the torrential rain outside continues unabated. Many of my old classmates are planning to return home, so I thoughtfully arranged for taxis to take them, bidding each one farewell as they departed. The last to depart was Xiao Yan. The vehicle has arrived. Let us embark. I shall assist him in opening the car door. I have something to ask you. Join me in the car. After speaking, Xiao Yan swiftly entered the rear seat. I offered no response, quietly assisting him in closing the car door. As the music came to an end and the crowd dispersed, I sat alone in solitude upon the steps at the entrance. The bouquet of roses in the private room now lies as nothing more than an empty shell. All has vanished. I have not messaged by Ningbing again, nor have I called to inquire why she did not come, for I am utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Having sat for an extended period on the steps, I rose and ventured into the torrential downpour. The fervent passion that has burned in my heart for many years has been ruthlessly extinguished by this relentless downpour. I wandered in the rain for an extended period. Upon returning home, I mechanically tidied up a little, then collapsed into slumber. This night, I did not dream of Bai Ningbing as I usually do. That lengthy journey homeward has left me utterly exhausted. A yuan, awaken. I slowly open my eyes, only to be drawn back into this disheartening reality that binds us all. The immense sense of disparity left me momentarily stunned. Mother usually does not enter the room to wake me on weekends. Her presence undoubtedly signifies something important. Ningbing came to find you early in the morning. Are you still asleep? Hurry and get up. Upon hearing the name by Ningbing from my mother's lips, the joy I once felt has dissipated, leaving only disappointment and a sigh within my heart. Wang Min, witnessing her son's sluggish demeanor, felt a deep sense of disappointment and urgency, prompting her to hasten my actions without delay. As I emerged from the bathroom, having completed my ablutions, I found a room graced by the presence of an elegant figure. Draped in a flowing white gown, Bai Ningbing captivates with a beauty that leaves one breathless. She is the cherished childhood sweetheart I have adored for many years. She was gazing at the photograph on the bedside table. In the image, both individuals were clad in their school uniforms, standing closely together. As the saying goes, those involved are often oblivious, while the bystanders see clearly. Upon closer inspection, she realized that I had not been looking at the camera when the picture was taken, but rather gazing at her with deep affection. The tenderness of light is palpable even through photographs and frames. A large hand suddenly reached out, taking away the photograph. Is there something you need? I placed the photo face down on the computer desk, unwilling for Bai Ningbing to witness the affectionate expression I bore for her. After a moment, a clear and melodious voice resonated from behind me. I was delayed by something last night and could not make it to your birthday celebration. This is your birthday gift. Bai Ningbing approached and placed a beautifully wrapped box beside the mouse, within easy reach. Upon seeing this present, I couldn't help but recall the bouquet of roses from last night. At this moment, they may no longer be vibrant, perhaps beginning to wither. Let me unwrap it and see if it meets my expectations. In the face of her urging, I remained unmoved. There was no need. A birthday gift holds significance only when received on the day itself. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ningbing's gaze dimmed instantly. It is only natural for you to be upset with me, Fang Yuan. I can make amends. What do you desire? I am not angry, nor do I seek compensation. I fix my gaze upon Bai Ningbing's beautiful eyes, no longer feeling the previous flutter of emotions, nor did I shy away. Though remnants of the tumult brought on by last night's sudden downpour lingered within me, one must always look forward. You did not lie. It is not anger that I feel, but a profound disappointment. Bai Ningbing also held my gaze, her eyes deep and tranquil, indeed showing no signs of anger. Yet, she sensed that something was amiss within me. In truth, I had prepared a gift for you last night, but you did not come. That gift has since lost its significance. Neither of us has given a gift. We owe nothing to each other. You may take it back. I have no habit of reclaiming gifts. Bai Ningbing slightly lowered her gaze. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her. Here, for the first time, she faced rejection, and it is unlikely to be the last. As you wish. I ceased to utter a word, nor did I dare to unveil the gift, allowing it to rest quietly upon the table. The room succumbed to an enveloping silence. After a considerable pause, Bai Ningbing finally spoke. On Thursday, you mentioned that Hetien wished for my company to venture out. The weather today appears rather splendid. Upon hearing these words, the once flawless plan surged forth in my mind. I envisioned a scenario where I successfully confessed my feelings at a birthday celebration last night. Today, we embark on our first date as a couple. A newly opened dessert shop in the northern part of the city beckons us, and the reviews are splendid. Bai Ningbing, who has a penchant for sweets, will surely delight in this choice. Later in the afternoon, we plan to visit an art exhibition, which, as an art student, she will undoubtedly find captivating. In that moment, I naively ponder the possibilities ahead. Two individuals, hand in hand, stroll through the long corridors of the art exhibition. I long to convey to her that she is my Mona Lisa. However, this splendid plan was prematurely curtailed, as neither the roses nor I could await the arrival of Bai Ningbing. Only the relentless downpour kept me company. My fingers incessantly danced. Continuing to strike the keys, I coldly remarked, I had intended to take you to a splendid dessert shop, but alas, the birthday banquet has drained my finances entirely. I find myself utterly penniless now, and must abandon the idea for the time being. Another day, perhaps, when I'm better off. I fell silent. This is not merely a matter of money. The version of myself, filled with affection for you, has long been cast aside in the rain-soaked shadows of last night. In what capacity do you wish for me to purchase you dessert? As a friend? That notion feels unbearably inadequate to me. At that moment, Wang Min called out, "Ah Yuan, you child, why don't you come in if you're short on cash? The money has already been transferred to you. Take Ningbing out and enjoy yourselves. Don't spend all your time cooped up at home. Get out and explore a bit." Wang Min appeared eager to usher us both out. "Mother, I have yet to have breakfast. Go eat outside. Nothing outside compares to your cooking. Stop being cheeky. You must return before noon. Spend some quality time with Ningbing." And thus, you were unceremoniously sent on your way. As the rain cleared and the sun emerged, the fresh air enveloped the surroundings, which should have uplifted one's spirits. Yet for me, it incessantly served as a reminder. Last night, on that desolate rainy evening when one awaited the beloved in vain, did you not mention your hunger? Let us first indulge in breakfast, suggested by Ningbing. The two of them strolled along the streets, freshly washed by the rain. and deftly turned into an old yet tidy noodle shop. The elderly proprietress, upon seeing them, wore a beaming smile. "You two young ones. It has been quite some time since I last visited. Could you please bring me a bowl of spinach and egg noodles? What would you like to eat?" Bai Ningbing turned to inquire. "Did you not always express your fondness for the minced meat and mushroom noodles here?" I replied softly. "Indulgence inevitably leads to monotony." "Indeed. Then, please bring me a bowl of beef noodles." "Certainly. Please wait a moment, dear guests." The proprietress of a noodle shop greeted you with exceptional warmth. Before long, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were placed before us. The portions of egg and beef were quite generous, indicating that the proprietress was likely operating at a loss. At that moment, Bai Ningbing's phone on the table lit up, the screen displaying a new message, interrupting the tranquility of the morning. I noticed the contact was saved as Wanqing. Bai Ningbing glanced at the message and promptly responded. Clearly, they were engaged in a discussion, one that would not conclude in a short while. This not only allowed the delicious, steaming noodles before us to gradually cool, but also squandered the moments I cherished in her company. Perhaps Bai Ningbing had already grown accustomed to my presence. As the proprietress remarked, a decade ago, 2 children came together. 10 years later, in their prime, they remain unchanged. In this realm, I am akin to a fable, rich in philosophy, yet vivid and engaging. A book that Bai Ningbing has perused for many years, familiar with its profound truths. Conversely, Wanqing resembles a whimsical comic. Each page turned unveils new delights. Merely picking up a new book necessitates the relinquishment of another. It is only when Bai Ningbing completes her comic that she may come to realize that fables possess a more profound charm. Alas, that particular collection of fables has already been claimed by another. For those who dwell in fortune yet remain oblivious to its value, fate shall ensure their loss. At this moment, Bai Ningbing cannot even fathom the existence of someone comparable to herself, and the woman who understands the value of my affections replaces her in the cherished recesses of my heart. Only then will she comprehend how profoundly significant I am to her. Much like the saying that likens the beauty of Luoyang flowers to brocade. Yet alas, I arrived when spring had not graced the land, and Bai Ningbing represents the love I would not hesitate to offer. When I long for you, my dear, you depart. After finishing our breakfast, Bai Ningbing wished to take the initiative to settle the bill, but I firmly declined her offer. Eventually, the proprietress intervened, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what is this trifling sum of 10 or 20 yuan? Why should I be so formal with you? You must come often. Seeing both of you reminds me of my mischievous son studying away." As we exited the noodle shop, the two of us walked side by side along the street, a thoroughfare that felt all too familiar. Amidst the ebb and flow of countless passers-by, amidst the bustling clamor, I find myself enveloped in an unusual silence. In times past, when confronted with Bai Ningbing, I possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of words. Yet now, I lack the inclination to share my thoughts. I refrained from inquiring about her recent conversation with Wanqing, nor did I feel compelled to initiate any dialogue. Human beings are prone to fatigue, and this sudden tranquility has rendered Bai Ningbing quite disconcerted. Passing by a flower shop, she paused at the entrance, furrowing her brow slightly as she inquired, "Has the stationery bookstore closed down?" I too came to a halt, gazing at this newly opened flower shop, a hint of nostalgia flickering in my eyes. This space once housed a stationery bookstore, where Bai Ningbing and I often visited to purchase pencils and erasers. If she happened to drop her eraser and could not find it, I would willingly offer her half of mine. Even then, in my youth, I grasped the essence of consolation. She would take the other half of my eraser, clumsily sketching 2 stick figures holding hands upon it. That scene remains indelibly etched in my memory. A month ago, the stationery bookstore shuttered its doors. The elderly proprietor, now advanced in years, with his children residing abroad, had leased the premises to the current flower shop owner. People change, and stores are no exception. I uttered the latter part of my statement softly, almost inaudibly. Beside me, Bai Ningbing did not catch my words clearly. "So it is. How do you know so much about this?" I inquired of the proprietor. I refrained from confessing to Bai Ningbing that I had once purchased a stunning bouquet of roses here. I am poised to confess my feelings to her during the celebration of my birthday. While casually passing by, I stumbled upon a stationery store that had shuttered its doors, only to discover a new flower shop had opened nearby. Initially, I was overwhelmed with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how much had changed. However, I soon resolved to reserve the bouquet for my confession at this very shop, convinced that it was a serendipitous twist of fate. From a different perspective, the cherished memories associated with the old stationery store have now transformed into vibrant blossoms. What could be more fitting than to declare my affections with roses from this establishment? Alas, on the night of my birthday, Bai Ningbing attended another celebration. The bouquet, cultivated from precious memories, ultimately did not find its intended recipient. I chose not to linger any longer and stepped forward on my path. The closure of the stationery store seemed to have cast a shadow over Bai Ningbing's spirits, as she spoke little along the way. Unbeknownst to her, she had missed out on a bouquet of roses, my heartfelt confession, and so much more. As if to compound the unfortunate events, the dessert shop I had mentioned earlier displayed a sign indicating it was closed for the day. A few patrons outside voiced their grievances, suggesting the establishment was indeed well regarded for its confections. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Ningbing's exquisite features, for it is hard to believe that this usually aloof and regal lady harbored a distinct fondness for sweets. Do you have classes tomorrow? You could come by yourself. I have already sent you the location. You gazed intently at the firmly shut doors of the shop for quite some time. Whispering softly, I said, "Let us go." At this moment, I fulfilled my final promise to Bai Ningbing. On Thursday, I indeed arranged to go shopping with her today, mentioning a new dessert shop and inquiring if she wished to indulge in its offerings. Yet, Bai Ningbing was unable to uphold her commitment to me. As we retraced our steps along the path we had taken, the significance of this moment was profoundly altered. Just as the difference between ascending from 0 to 99 and descending from 99 back to 0, my gaze no longer lingers on Bai Ningbing as it once did. Instead, I find myself observing the shops lining the streets. I discover that the familiar old stores from my memories have either been renovated beyond recognition or changed hands, leaving only a scant few to remain. It appears that everything has been transformed imperceptibly over time, and by the moment I realize it, returning to the past has become an impossibility. Such is the nature of things, and so it is with people as well. Bai Ningbing's home is situated diagonally across from mine. As I return home, I pause on my steps and address her. Bai Ningbing offers a slight smile before nodding in acknowledgement. In the past, I would have never employed such a formal farewell. I would merely say goodbye or see you tomorrow, rather than uttering the words, "I am home now." She watches me as I gradually retreat, then retrieves her keys to unlock her door. That figure soon vanishes from my sight. For reasons unknown, a surge of impulse arises within Bai Ningbing, compelling her to chase after me. Yet the two had just parted ways. What could one achieve by pursuing? After a moment's hesitation, she too turned away, her brow etched with sorrow. The affection that had once become second nature was gradually fading. Subconsciously, she sensed a twinge of unease. Yet it was only when she truly learned to cherish that it would be too late. Upon returning home, I found myself seated at the computer desk. A heart burdened with exhaustion renders the once tireless overachiever utterly devoid of the strength even to lift a finger. Weariness envelopes me, a mere slumber shall suffice to restore my spirit. I whisper to myself. My entire being resembles a solitary and helpless creature collapsing upon the bed, nursing the wounds of my soul in quiet solitude. It is of no consequence the wise among the beasts do not stumble twice into the same pitfall. There will come a day when the wounds of imitation will heal. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing has returned home. Upon seeing her daughter back so early, Xiao Suyun expressed her surprise. "Didn't Xiao Yuan invite you to go shopping? Why are you back so soon?" Bai Ningbing vaguely responded to her mother's inquiry and ascended the stairs. Bai's father, sipping tea on the sofa, adjusted his teacup and exchanged a glance with his wife. The years of tacit understanding between the couple allowed them to faintly sense the discord between their daughter and Yu. Bai Haiming and Xiao Siyun initially wished to refrain from excessive interference, however. It now seems prudent to find an appropriate moment to inquire about their daughter's situation. They feel compelled to offer these two young individuals some guidance in matters of the heart, as it is a parental duty. Bai Ningbing returned to her room, rummaging through the album with meticulous care, and at last discovered the photograph that had been placed on her bedside table. In the photograph, the youthful version of myself lacks the suave charm that I possess today. With a hint of naivety, I cannot help but steal a glance at the person beside me, whose gaze is brimming with heartfelt affection. In that fleeting moment, I inadvertently caught the eye of my beloved, just as the photographer pressed the shutter, immortalizing the scene as the most exquisite testament. At that instant, the melodious ring of a voice call resonated in the air. A sense of inexplicable anticipation welled up within by Ningbing. Yet, the call was from a female classmate with whom she shared a pleasant rapport. Her hopeful expectation swiftly transformed into disappointment. The classmate extended an invitation to attend an art exhibition together that afternoon, to which by Ningbing acquiesced, considering it a means to refresh her spirits. Little did she know, this art exhibition would etch an indelible memory in her heart. As the afternoon approached, I rose from my slumber, feeling rather drowsy. Xiaoyan urged me to join him for a game of basketball, but I had no desire to go. Upon arriving at your doorstep, the doorbell began to ring incessantly. Left with no choice, I opened the door to find my good friend clad in his athletic attire. "Quick, change your clothes," he insisted. Reluctantly, I was dragged outside by Xiaoyan. "Do you wish to meet beautiful women?" "My friend, I am a student at a normal university. With just a word from you, I can procure numerous contact details of lovely ladies." Xiaoyan, with a smile, draped his arm around my shoulder. "You understand me, don't you?" I did not comprehend anything at all. It simply seems unusual that my good friend remained single until now. Xiaoyan pretended to be oblivious. In truth, after I'd sent him off to his car that night, he could not shake off his concern and quietly returned. He witnessed his good friend standing alone in the pouring rain, desolate, akin to an abandoned puppy. Previously, when I had a quarrel with Bai Ningbing, I invited Xiaoyan out for a drink. In a drunken state, I confided many of my inner thoughts, including matters concerning Wang Tong. Thus, Xiaoyan could probably surmise what was amiss. No need for that. Very well then. The two brothers arrived at their usual haunt. In the gymnasium, a few individuals scattered about were shooting hoops and dribbling the ball, many of whom were familiar faces. With a call from Xiaoyan, everyone responded in kind. They quickly formed two teams through a draw. "This is not fair, you're on the same team as Fang Yuan. How shall we proceed? The card was drawn by you. Can you truly place the blame upon me?" With a beaming smile, Xiaoyan responded. As the match commenced, I weaved through my opponents with the swiftness of a gale, launching an unrelenting offensive. The intensity escalated, and my formidable performance instantly transformed the atmosphere of the game. Everyone became earnest in their approach, giving their utmost effort. Xiaoyan observed me, drenched in sweat yet undeterred, and offered a slight smile, understanding that some emotions simply require an outlet for release. After the conclusion of the match, we were all thoroughly exhausted. I procured a dozen bottles of mineral water to foster camaraderie among us, and the others accepted with gratitude. He picked up the water and drank it in large gulps. "Do you have something on your mind? You are playing so fiercely, even blocking my shots. I won't hold any of that against you, but how could you possibly buy room temperature bottled water? This is simply intolerable. Drinking ice water after exercising is detrimental to one's health," I remarked with a calm demeanor. "You are the epitome of a warm-hearted man. Have you never heard that saying? A warm-hearted man often finds himself relegated to the role of a backup." Xiaoyan approached, imparting his words with a hint of profundity. "Fang Yuan, you speak the truth. Being excessively kind to others can sometimes lead to one's kindness being unappreciated. Allow me to fetch you a bottle of ice water." This exchange took place at the entrance of the art exhibition. Bai Ningbing first encountered her female classmate who had arranged the meeting. Upon entering the venue, she unexpectedly ran into Wang Tong. Clad in a crisp white shirt, he possessed striking features and exuded the distinctive aura of an art student, appearing refreshingly clean and polished. Wang Tong approached her with swift strides, greeting her with a glimmer of infatuation and yearning in his eyes. "I truly did not expect to encounter you here." He feigned the appearance of a chance meeting. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's heart was still laden with sorrow. "You seem rather unhappy. Has something troubled you?" Bai Ningbing gently shook her head, offering no response. Wang Tong ceased his inquiries and instead remarked, "I have been here for a little while now. Upon encountering several exquisite paintings, it is evident that you would undoubtedly appreciate them. Since fate has brought us together, Let's take a leisurely stroll. Indeed, before Bai Ningbing could utter a word, the girl who had invited her readily responded on her behalf. This way, please. The paintings are over here. The young woman, Xing, deliberately slowed her pace, intent on allowing Bai Ningbing and Wang Tong to walk side by side. Wang Tong initiated a conversation. Ningbing, I particularly cherished the birthday gift you bestowed upon me. Wang Tong was acutely aware of how to provide emotional value to others. When someone presents a gift, sincere praise serves as the most fitting response. As long as you like it, Bai Ningbing replied somewhat distractedly. Wang Tong had thoroughly prepared for this art exhibition and engaged in conversation with Bai Ningbing with eloquence. As he spoke, the frown that had initially creased Bai Ningbing's brow gradually relaxed, and she began to immerse herself in the artistic ambience. The two wandered among the canvases, fervently exchanging insights and inspirations drawn from the artworks. At that moment, a gathering of people around a particular painting captured Bai Ningbing's attention. Chapter 5. The stranger Ling Mo was already aware of the existence of an unusual painting over there, yet he was reluctant to let Jiang Wanqing see it. However, he could not think of any excuse to obstruct her. As Jiang Wanqing approached, she beheld its true form. In the gallery filled with oil paintings, there hung a solitary sketch that seemed utterly out of place. The artwork was divided into two scenes. In the upper half, a young boy and girl stood face to face amidst a sea of gently swaying flowers. The boy plucked a single blossom from the countless flowers around him and offered it to the girl, evoking a sense of profound exclusivity. In the lower half, the boy had matured into an adult, yet the floral expanse remained unchanged. However, the little girl was no longer there. A simple vacuity could stir the soul. The hasty strokes of the painting resembled blurred memories, washed away by the passage of time. Technically, this piece fell far short compared to the oil paintings surrounding it. Yet it silently narrated a poignant story to those who beheld it. A sense of regret and melancholy enveloped the hearts of the spectators. Jiang Wanqing gazed silently at the artwork, and Ling Mo, standing beside her, could tell by her expression that her thoughts were drifting to that scoundrel. Alas, this art exhibition had proven to be a colossal blunder. After a long pause, he tentatively remarked, Wanqing, there are still several paintings left to see. It is not worth forsaking an entire forest for a single tree. Ling Mo was delighted to hear her response, ready to resume their previous conversation. However, after viewing the sketch, Jiang Wanqing found little interest in continuing. After glancing at two more oil paintings, she declared her intention to leave. Ling Mo accompanied her out of the exhibition hall. Wanqing, it's only 3 o'clock. Why don't we return to the studio at school and bring our earlier inspiration to fruition? Otherwise, it may slip away with time. Chu Yi had just awoken, barely able to catch up on the missed lunch before being dragged out by Lu Hao. After their intense battle, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Come on, brother, let me treat you to a meal. A few days ago, I discovered a delightful barbecue restaurant while on a date with my girlfriend. We might still have to queue if we go now. You're treating me to a meal? Chu Yi asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. Ever since Lu Hao started dating, he had been devoid of spare funds. It must be said that romance truly drains one's finances. A day out for the couple, excluding breakfast, would encompass lunch, dinner, a movie, and a reservation at a decent hotel. Gifts, the expenses could easily soar to 700 or 800. And that was a conservative estimate. While his girlfriend loved him for who he was, creating surprises and evoking emotions invariably required money. The emptiness of Lu Hao's pockets, despite his substantial living allowance, was telling. He had even borrowed money from Chu Yi before. What does your expression mean? Isn't it perfectly normal for me to treat you to a meal? That was quite typical before university. Well, I'm not one to prioritize romance over friendship. Today, my wallet is at your disposal. Is that acceptable? However, do spend sparingly. My girlfriend recently gifted me a pair of shoes, and I must. Realizing his blunder too late, Lu Hao quickly fell silent. What a disaster. He had intended to treat his friend to a delightful meal to lift his spirits. I never anticipated that my careless words, spoken without thought, would inadvertently stab my brother's heart. It is not entirely Lu Hao's fault. Those in the throes of love often speak sweetly, oblivious to the impact of their words. In that moment, he was at a loss for how to comfort Chu Yi. While sharing a drink with a brother is no trouble, uttering sentimental phrases is somewhat challenging. Chu Yi fell into silence, a shadow of melancholy passing through his deep-set eyes, and he sighed. At least his brother was doing relatively well, wasn't he? He tried to console himself with this meager comfort. Having gone to the trouble of treating me to a meal, I certainly intended to take full advantage. Ensuring he felt the pinch. Observing Chu Yi's forced smile, Lu Hao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Go ahead, take what you want. If the money falls short, I'll just sell a kidney. Apologies to my girlfriend. Your gift will have to wait until next month." In truth, Chu Yi planned to cover the bill himself. Suddenly, Lu Hao squinted, his gaze fixed ahead as if witnessing something astonishing. Among those approaching side by side was a woman clad in a flowing white dress. Her beauty and poise strikingly exceptional. Recognition would be impossible to misplace. She was none other than Jiang Wanqing, the childhood sweetheart for whom his good friend had waited in vain the previous night. How had they, once innocent companions, found themselves in such a predicament? Jiang Wanqing was out with another man on a weekend, and from a distance, they appeared to share an amiable rapport. Was that Ling Mo? Had Jiang Wanqing's involvement with him caused friction with his good friend? Chu Yi surely recognized her as well. Lu Hao suddenly grasped a troubling detail. After entering university, weekends spent playing ball or cruising with friends had been common, but now, reflecting on it, the implications were chilling. This pair of childhood friends had become estranged. No wonder it was all becoming clear. Lu Hao's suspicions were confirmed. Their bond had frayed significantly due to Ling Mo. He turned to look at his brother, whose expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze as unfathomable as an ancient well. Jiang Wanqing, too, spotted Chu Yi from afar, and a wave of panic surged within her. Instinctively, she distanced herself from Ling Mo, halting her steps as she prepared to call out the name she had uttered countless times before. Yet, in this moment, the words felt insurmountable. The reality was jarring and unexpected. What transpired next was beyond Lu Hao's expectations. Chu Yi walked past Jiang Wanqing without a moment's pause. As if they were strangers, she turned to look back, but he was already walking further away. "Wanqing, wasn't he that Chu Yi? Why didn't he greet you?" Ling Mo, the insidious interloper, casually shifted all blame onto Chu Yi with seemingly innocuous words. Translated. His statement insinuated, "How rude of him not to acknowledge you while passing by, especially since you are acquainted." In contrast, he positioned himself as the more courteous option. While Ling Mo feigned concern, he secretly reveled in the unfolding drama, for it appeared the plan from the previous night had succeeded. Their relationship now teetered on the brink of collapse. Under the guise of a close friend, he invited Jiang Wanqing to his birthday celebration on the same day. Deliberately advancing the starting time created an illusion for Jiang Wanqing. She could first pay a visit to him, make a brief appearance, and then still make it to Chu Yi's birthday celebration. After several requests, Jiang Wanqing acquiesced to the invitation. Ling Mo also invited classmates, particularly those girls who shared a close bond with Jiang Wanqing, and he had generously arranged for everything. That evening, the atmosphere of the gathering was delightful, meticulously orchestrated by Ling Mo. Consequently, anyone wishing to depart would appear rather out of place. After presenting her gift, Jiang Wanqing lingered for a short while before stating she had other matters to attend to and decided to leave. Her classmates urged her to stay, insisting that everyone was present and encouraging her to remain a little longer. After all, Ling Mo's cake had yet to be cut. One ought to partake in the cake before leaving a birthday celebration, wouldn't one? Caught in the dilemma of her peers' entreaties, Jiang Wanqing ultimately consented to stay until the cake was served before taking her leave. Chapter 6. Those you do not cherish will be cherished by others. Ling Mo found himself nearly in fits of laughter. "Ah, Chu Yi. This is hardly my fault. Perhaps this is what is known as the audacity of the favored." He had observed Jiang Wanqing's hesitation just moments before. When faced with choices, an individual often weighs the potential gains and losses, contemplating the consequences of their decisions. Clearly, Jiang Wanqing believed that arriving fashionably late to Chu Yi's birthday gathering would not incite his anger. This was the source of her confidence, perhaps unbeknownst to her, yet engraved in her subconscious. The naivete of proactive affection is indeed quite cheap. Ling Mo acknowledged that his manipulations were somewhat inhumane. But a fly does not alight on an uncracked egg. Jiang Wanqing simply resonated with him on a deeper level. To put it more eloquently, they shared common interests and topics of conversation. Conversely, one might say that Chu Yi could not provide her with such a sense of novelty. During their previous discussions in the art studio, had she not been utterly captivated? Time had flown by in the blink of an eye. Moreover, if she truly cherished Chu Yi above all else, not even the most fervent supplication would persuade her to kneel in his favor. Ling Mo regarded the notions of childhood sweethearts and innocent affection as mere relics of a bygone era, akin to discarded scraps of paper in the art studio's waste bin. The truth remains, when one is enveloped in love, they often lack discernment. Excessive affection, when taken for granted, becomes as commonplace as air. It is precious, indeed. Yet one breathes so naturally that its value is overlooked, until one finds themselves in a suffocating situation. Only then do they grasp the true joy of inhalation. Every time Ling Mo witnessed Chu Yi's misfortunes, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Was it not worth celebrating when someone more handsome than oneself falters? Moreover, the reason for Ling Mo's previous girlfriend's departure was succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: tired and fated. As he pondered, a nefarious scheme began to take shape in the mind of this green tea prince. Some strategies may be old, yet their effectiveness is what matters. I'm not heading to the art studio anymore, Ling Mo. You return to school first. Inspiration gleaned from the art exhibition had been extinguished by their fleeting encounter. All that lingered in Jiang Wanqing's mind was that hastily drawn sketch. In truth, she no longer required inspiration. Her brief brush with Chu Yi felt akin to passing a stranger by, serving as the most exquisite continuation of that sketch. Wanqing, you appear troubled. Allow me to accompany you. Chu Yi lived near Tianhai University and did not reside on campus. No need. Very well, do take care on your way. Ling Mo was concerned that lingering too long might provoke Jiang Wanqing's aversion. Though he yearned to learn of her home, he restrained himself, opting for a more patient approach. The exhibition permitted photography. I captured numerous images. I shall send them to you tonight. This was his customary tactic, using art as a pretext to engage Jiang Wanqing in conversation. Farewell, MM. After Ling Mo departed, Jiang Wanqing glanced back, the throng of people obscuring his figure. She returned to the familiar street, standing before Chu Yi's residence, poised to ring the doorbell. As Chu Yi headed towards the commercial street, it was impossible for her to return home faster than he could. This meant that the empty house would not have anyone to open the door for her. Meanwhile, Lu Hao remained silent, uncertain of what to say. They had passed the barbecue restaurant without pausing. Last night, Jiang Wanqing did not attend your birthday gathering, and you mentioned she had prior commitments. What was truly going on? After a few seconds, Chu Yi finally spoke. She went to a birthday party, but it wasn't mine. Not Chu Yi's. Whose then? Was it that Ling Mo? At this thought, even Lu Hao fell into silence. The way Chu Yi cherished Jiang Wanqing was evident to all their old classmates. During high school, Lu Hao was aware that several female classmates harbored secret affections for his good friend, yet none dared to confess until graduation. It was clear to everyone that Chu Yi's heart belonged solely to Jiang Wanqing, and any confession would undoubtedly result in rejection. Better to harbor a secret crush than face rejection, was it not? How could their relationship transform so rapidly upon entering university? Lu Hao recalled the words of Guajie echoing in the gym, casually sipping room-temperature mineral water. A warm-hearted man follows behind. He suddenly felt a surge of anger, a rage that seemed unending. To hell with it. Typically, brothers would advocate for reconciliation rather than division, but Lu Hao found himself unable to utter such words. His good friend was not meant for someone unworthy, someone unappealing. Why should he allow her to trample on his feelings? Lu Hao smiled disdainfully. Jiang Wanqing, just wait and see how you will regret this. You abandon a childhood friend who has stood by you for so many years, only to seek fleeting encounters. There is no shortage of such transient flings. One here, another there, the streets are filled with them. As long as you are willing to greet someone. Who isn't just a stranger waiting to be known, brimming with novelty. In this world, you may feel a spark for many, but there is only one childhood companion. One soulmate. Once the novelty of your new encounters fades, will he still accept your flaws and remain by your side for decades? Can you guarantee that? Perhaps not. With these thoughts, Lu Hao chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. It is the childhood friend who loses the companion, not the other way around. What is there to lament? If there is to be sadness or sorrow, it should not be for his brother, but rather for Jiang Wanqing. Chu Yi, having loved someone for so long without achieving the desired outcome, must surely be weary. Do not worry, brother. I shall find you someone who loves you as much as you love them. Lu Hao pulled out his phone and opened the chat with his girlfriend. Darling, are there any single beauties left in your dorm? Lu Hao, do you think it's appropriate to say such things to your girlfriend? The reply came with a series of knife emojis. Lin Yajing, in her dormitory, received her boyfriend's message, expecting another sweet sentiment. She was taken aback to find him inquiring about single beauties in her dorm. Even a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Oh no. I was too hasty and didn't clarify the situation. Darling, I meant to ask if you could help introduce a girlfriend for my good friend. I absolutely did not mean anything else, I promise. Is your best friend single? Lin Yajing felt uncomfortable upon reading this message. Why would her boyfriend inquire about her best friend's relationship status? Could it be a FAOD for ulterior motives? Send me a picture and some information about your friend. Lu Hao requested, oblivious to his girlfriend's unease. He raised his hand and captured a candid profile shot of Chu Yi. With his striking features, Chu Yi's profile was nothing short of perfection. Having just played basketball, his slightly tousled hair only enhanced his masculine allure. A top scholar from Tianhai University, Lu Hao quipped, "Tell your best friend, once this opportunity passes, there won't be another." The photo was sent, yet it vanished into the void. "Sweetheart, what did your best friend, your roommate, say?" Lu Hao urged, genuinely invested in his friend's happiness. The reply came back succinctly, "Beauty filter? No filter, absolutely authentic," Lu Hao retorted, snapping another photo for comparison. How could such a handsome man still be available? Heartbroken, Lu Hao typed 2 words, feeling they fell short of capturing his sentiment. He revised it. How many beautiful souls love foolishly, and how many fools fail to cherish? This sentiment, with a slight gender reversal, held true. Perhaps it was the allure of easily attainable things that rendered them less valued. "I'll ask them," came Lin Yajing's reply. "All right, thank you, darling." Such is the sweetness of those in love. In the dormitory, a beautiful girl practiced yoga on a mat, her form graceful and poised. "Qingmei, do you want a boyfriend? This handsome guy is a top scholar. Surely you find him appealing? Stop teasing, I'm busy. Don't bring me joy with online pictures." The girl doing yoga glanced at the screen. Indeed, the young man was dashing and charming, radiating a unique charisma from his recent workout. Yet, she knew Lin Yajing too well. If she readily agreed, she would only tease, "You say you're not lovesick? Sleep early tonight. You may dream of him." She had fallen for such tricks many times before. To her surprise, this time it was genuine. Lin Yajing quickly shared the photo in the dorm group, tagging Chu Yi's name and university, Tianhai University. Instantly, notifications chimed from phones throughout the dorm. Another girl, engrossed in a drama, quickly inquired, "Sister, is this for real? This handsome guy is my boyfriend's good friend. You must introduce me." "Uft, as long as he's handsome, he catches your fancy." Qingmei shot back. How could a best friend share such a picture in the group? This time, she was not joking. The girls who were not in the dorm chimed in, urging Lin Yajing's boyfriend to arrange a dinner so they could meet Chu Yi. Lu Hao received a message from his girlfriend. The girls were already discussing what dresses to wear. "Let's set a time for everyone to dine together." He replied with an okay sticker. He stroked his chin, reflecting that after today's basketball game, it wasn't the right time to meet. In a couple of days, he would coax his good friend out for a social gathering. "Jiang Wanqing, I am curious to see how you will fare when other beauties vie for your attention. Will you still be able to engage so leisurely with another man? Perhaps you will regret your choices." 2 taciturn men had long forgotten the barbecue restaurant. Having wandered in circles, Lu Hao insisted on treating Chu Yi to a fine meal, but Chu Yi, aware of the financial burdens of romance, declined. He argued that having come this far, it was better to return home for a meal. Lu Hao, sensing that Chu Yi perhaps needed solitude, refrained from pressing him further. Instead, he stopped by a convenience store to purchase a few bottles of chilled beer to take back home, a small comfort for a restful night. Chu Yi waved goodbye, their unspoken understanding lingering in the air. As the clock struck 5:30, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an elongated shadow. Chu Yi opened a can of beer, the sharp and bitter taste being the only sensation he could grasp. He finally comprehended why people tolerate the harshness of alcohol. There exist sorrows far more profound. In comparison, the bitterness of the drink paled into insignificance. Upon returning home, he found his parents still absent, likely spending the night at his grandparents' house. After taking a shower, he allowed the cold water to wash over him. Emerging from the bathroom, he chose not to open the refrigerator to soothe his hunger. Instead, he retrieved a bucket of instant noodles from the cupboard. During his senior year, in a bid to focus on his studies, he had lived at school despite being a day student. Those had been the busiest days of his life, often studying late into the night. After returning to the dormitory, hunger would sometimes drive him to consume a bucket of instant noodles before brushing his teeth and retiring for the night. Years passed, yet he still cherished those moments. Occasionally indulging in instant noodles, the aroma would transport him back to those exhausting yet fulfilling evenings. In her warm and tidy room, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. The graceful Jiang Wanqing held her phone, contemplating sending a message to Chu Yi. "Have you returned? She typed, only to delete the words, feeling that whatever she might say seemed inadequate and lackluster. In the past, she would message Chu Yi without a second thought, expressing whatever came to mind. Now, she found herself hesitating and weighing her words. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Suyin tapped on the door and entered. Xiao Qing, I spoke with Aunt Lu. She had matters to attend to at her family's home today, leaving Xiao Yi alone at home. You should invite him over for dinner. Chapter 7. Fearing inconvenience, it has been quite some time since this child last dined at our home. In high school, she used to visit frequently. The meal is already prepared. You should go quickly, lest it cool down, Xiao Suyun advised her daughter. Whether intentional or not, Xiao Suyun did not allow Jiang Wanqing to make a phone call or send a message. Instead, she encouraged her to go in person. Indeed, her mother's words were like a timely rain for Jiang Wanqing. She desperately needed a reason, whether trivial or substantial, to meet Chu Yi. When one finds themselves requiring justification to see another, it is likely a sign of past missteps, a reflection of their own lack of courage. Jiang Wanqing stepped out of her home. The path she traversed, less than a minute long, had been walked for 20 years. From childhood to adulthood, each time she rang Chu Yi's doorbell, she felt a surge of anticipation akin to spring shoots breaking through the soil. This time, however, she was engulfed in trepidation. As she pressed the doorbell, the seconds stretched interminably. Inside, the kettle was boiling. With a beep, it reached the desired temperature and automatically shut off. The instant noodles had long been unwrapped. Chu Yi poured the boiling water over them, submerging the seasoning and noodles. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. All that was needed was to close the lid and wait a few minutes. He watched the white steam rising, lost in thought, pondering who knows what. Perhaps he was reminiscing about their senior year, or perhaps his mind was occupied with other matters. The sudden ringing of the doorbell shattered the reverie, dragging him back to reality. Are my parents back? Shouldn't they have used their keys to enter? Lu Hao? Chu Yi approached the door, puzzled, only to be greeted by a vision in a white dress, exquisite and ethereal. The evening sun bathed her in a golden glow, rendering her appearance dreamlike. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing bore no difference from the memories he cherished, beautiful and radiant, an unparalleled presence. Yet, Chu Yi felt no joy, only an increasing bitterness. How cruel life can be. The torrential downpour that had extinguished his affection for the one before him now ironically allowed him to see Jiang Wanqing 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. In the past, such a day would have filled him with dreams of contentment, a day without regrets. Is it truly as others say? The more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes, and once one ceases to seek, it appears unbidden? Upon entering university, he often found himself waiting quietly outside the art studio. The waiting was the most tormenting aspect, yet the moment he glimpsed Jiang Wanqing made it worthwhile. You might think him foolish, but love is blind, irrational, and driven by an insatiable desire to see the beloved. Since Jiang Wanqing shared a class with Ling Mo, opportunities for interaction naturally arose, compelling him to be by her side the moment class ended. He needed to assert his claim through his actions. Once, he would seek her out. Now, the little boy, disheartened, found that he could encounter the little girl without the anguish of waiting. How ironic it all was. It appears that everything Chu Yi had previously done has been utterly dismissed. In truth, it had long been negated, had it not? It all began on a certain Sunday when he invited Jiang Wanqing to go shopping, and she expressed her desire to visit the art studio instead. It stemmed from Jiang Wanqing's unwavering belief in Ling Mo rather than in him. Yesterday's birthday gathering was merely a culmination of the myriad changes that had transpired. As the evening breeze wafted through the air, the two stood not far apart. Chu Yi caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Jiang Wanqing. A scent so familiar. After opening the door, he turned back to the living room, where the instant noodles on the table were becoming soft and mushy. The two sat in the living room, one rendered speechless, his heart weary, while the other yearned to speak yet was at a loss for words. In the absence of Lu Wei to mediate, these childhood friends found themselves with nothing to say. This afternoon, where did you and Lu Hao go to have fun? Just a casual stroll. Chu Yi stirred the noodles with a fork, realizing he had misjudged the time. They required a bit more soaking. He responded nonchalantly, and silence enveloped the room once again. This silence was indeed heart-wrenching. When we met, I intended to greet you. Why did you leave so quickly? Jiang Wanqing spoke again, attempting to alleviate the oppressive quiet. Chu Yi replied indifferently. Did you not tell me not to trouble Ling Mo? I saw you two engrossed in conversation and refrained from interrupting, lest it be inconvenient for you. For a moment, Jiang Wanqing found herself unable to refute his words. They seemed right, yet profoundly wrong. Her heart felt as if pierced by a deep thorn. It is not about inconvenience, she murmured softly. Would you like some noodles? Chu Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on her, subtly issuing an unspoken dismissal. He was aware that Jiang Wanqing did not enjoy instant noodles. If she did not wish to eat noodles, then there was little left to discuss. It was best for her to leave. However, having loved Jiang Wanqing for so long, she could no longer discern his kind words from the unkind. She perceived it merely as an ordinary exchange. She shook her head slightly but took the noodles from in front of Chu Yi instead. Eat fewer instant noodles. They are not good for your health. My mother asked me to invite you over for dinner. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Chu Yi's hand paused mid-reach for the noodles. And Xiao. Lu Wei was not a full-time housewife, while Xiao Siyun was. In his youth, Chu Yi had received ample care from Xiao Siyun and had enjoyed many of her meals. Xiao Siyun once wished to become Chu Yi's godmother, for the well-mannered young boy was truly endearing. The bond between their families was strong. However, Lu Wei had declined, partly because she could not bear to part with her treasured son, and partly because she reasoned it would be better not to have a godmother, lest their future kinship become tangled. Who could simultaneously be a godmother and a mother-in-law? Xiao Siyun had looked at the little boy playing with building blocks alongside her daughter and had conceded. Regardless, in Chu Yi's memories, Aunt Xiao had always been very fond of him. He sighed and picked up his keys. Let us go? All right. Lock the door. The two walked together down this path, one so intimately familiar to them both. Jiang Wanqing gazed at Chu Yi beside her, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her, as if all her worries had been whisked away by the gentle breeze. Upon entering the house, she called for someone. Chu Yi politely called out, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Xiao. The resemblance between the mother and daughter was striking, with Xiao Siyun exuding a mature and intellectual aura shaped by the passage of time. Xiao Yi, why haven't you visited your aunt lately? I prepared your favorite dishes tonight, so do eat well, she invited warmly. Please, take a seat. All right, Chu Yi replied, his gaze falling upon a table laden with an array of dishes. The braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, and dry pot chicken wings were among his favorites. Jiang Wanqing was quite fond of having Chu Yi over for meals, as his presence allowed him to enjoy a drink without his wife raising any objections, a clear manifestation of a husband under his wife's thumb. This time, he had even prepared a wine glass for Chu Yi. Come, let us share a couple of drinks, shall we? Jiang Wanqing poured the wine himself, believing that a man ought to indulge in a bit of liquor, as it would benefit his future work and social interactions. Fortunately, Chu Yi also required this glass of potent liquor. After a toast, he downed it in one go, as if a fiery dragon had surged from his throat to his stomach. Don't lead the boy astray, Xiao Siyun frowned. Xiao Yi, ignore your uncle. If you don't wish to drink, then don't. Do you hear me? Jiang Wanqing observed Chu Yi consuming the spicy liquor without flinching, aware, as someone with experience, that the young man harbored burdensome thoughts. What on earth was troubling these two children? Chapter 8. Rediscovering Self-Love. Aunt Xiao. It's all right. I have grown up, occasionally. I need a drink. Chu Yi proactively sought to alleviate Jiang Wanqing's burden, expressing his desire for a couple of glasses. Whether it be beer or the painfully bitter spirit, he simply craved a drink. After all, one cannot drown their sorrows in the wine poured by their uncle while simultaneously basking in Aunt Xiao's affection, can they? That would render him the very image of what he despises most. Xiao Siyun's thoughts were redirected by Chu Yi's perspective. Indeed, the polite and well-behaved little boy who once called her Aunt Xiao has transformed into a university student taller than she. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, reminiscent of the days spent caring for little boys and girls. Xiao Siyun had initially wished for a son, yet fate bestowed upon her a daughter, Jiang Wanqing. Thus, when her dear friend and confidant, Lu Wei, requested her assistance in looking after a boy of the same age as her daughter, she felt no burden. She was prepared for the inevitable rambunctiousness, for her own daughter had tested her patience to the limit with her cries and tantrums. When Lu Wei brought the young Chu Yi, the boy held his mother's hand, quietly presenting himself as a well-mannered child. This is your Aunt Xiao. Do you remember her? Go ahead, greet Aunt Xiao, Lu Wei encouraged. Little Chu Yi, with his innocent and tender voice, greeted her with a soft, Aunt Xiao. Good boy. Let Aunt Xiao give you a hug. The boy did not resist, willingly opening his arms to be embraced. And Chu Yi. Xiao Siyun found a semblance of fulfillment for her dream of having a son. Son, Mommy has some matters to attend to. Today, you will stay with Aunt Xiao. You must listen to her, understood? Mommy will come back to take you home in the evening. The boy, though reluctant, nodded in agreement, watching Lu Wei depart with longing eyes. Xiao Suyin patted his head, realizing that the child was not as unruly as she had anticipated. Do not cry. Aunt will take you to find your sister to play. You both must get along. Aunt, Dad says that a man shouldn't cry easily. So I want to cry. Despite watching his mother leave, his brave facade was pitifully transparent. When the boy and girl met, both were adorably shy. Yet, they appeared to connect effortlessly, soon engrossed in building blocks together. By afternoon, as Xiao Suyun observed the heartwarming scene of the two children playing, she noticed her daughter was neither crying nor causing a commotion. The presence of another child had surprisingly afforded her some reprieve. Little Chu Yi was easy to manage. He communicated his needs clearly. If he desired water but could not locate the cup, he would come to Xiao Suyun for help. After quenching his thirst, he would express his gratitude. Such politeness was endearing. Xiao Suyun prepared some sliced apples for them and instructed them to wash their hands. The little girl promptly helped herself, while the boy not only ate but also remembered Xiao Suyun. Aunt, you should also eat. Little Chu Yi extended a pristine piece of apple towards her, melting her heart. Being a parent often brings fulfillment in fleeting moments. However, instead of experiencing this joy through her daughter, Xiao Suyun found it through her close friend's son. She felt that assisting her dear friend in caring for her son was an undeniably wise choice. Time passed swiftly, and in the evening, Lu Wei arrived to take her son home. The little girl inquired of the boy, "Will you come again tomorrow? I have many toys to share with you." Fearful that he might not return, she gifted him a small teddy bear, pleading, "You must come back tomorrow." Xiao Chuyi looked to his mother, who nodded in affirmation. He replied, "I will come again tomorrow." "Goodbye, Aunt Xiao." "Goodbye." Xiao Suyun gently patted the boy's head. The following day, the boy brought an even larger cat plush for the girl. She was enamored, exclaiming, "Mom, look," and boasted about it for quite some time. Every little detail was etched in Xiao Suyun's memory. How had they transformed into this? As someone who has experienced similar situations, she sensed something unusual in their interactions. For instance, upon arriving, Chu Yi greeted her and clinked glasses with his uncle, yet he did not exchange a single word with her daughter. This was not their previous dynamic. He not only refrained from speaking but also avoided making eye contact with her. They sat at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, indicating his deliberate attempt to distance himself from her daughter. If she hadn't initiated conversation, he likely would not have joined them for dinner. Xiao Siyun turned her gaze toward Jiang Wanqing, contemplating the discord between the two children. If there were misunderstandings, it was likely her daughter who was at fault. This was not a matter of favoritism. After all, how could someone who shares their last piece of candy with their daughter truly be in the wrong? Even as they grow older, there is no necessity for them to learn the art of drinking. Moreover, in Auntie's eyes, you shall always remain a child. Xiao Yi, have you encountered anything troubling lately? Xiao Siyun offered him chicken wings, the tenderest portions of steamed base, and braised pork ribs. She did not subscribe to the notion that the child who cries is the one deserving of treats. The rewards should rightfully go to those who are well-behaved and considerate, not to those who throw tantrums. Thank you, Aunt Xiao. I haven't experienced anything upsetting recently. Chu Yi replied calmly, though a hint of loneliness lingered in his tone. Despite not being her biological child, Xiao Suyin felt a pang of sympathy. A little girl who had played with him for an extended period suddenly became captivated by a boy who piqued her interest more. You may have fought for her attention. You may have tried to hold on. When you find yourself in conflict with the boy she finds more appealing, and she no longer trusts you, you realize you have lost completely. If you resort to tearfully seeking parental intervention, you have truly suffered a total defeat, sacrificing your last shred of dignity and grace. It bears no difference from throwing a tantrum on the ground. What you truly ought to do is turn away and learn to love yourself anew. It has been a long time since anyone accompanied Uncle for a drink. Tonight, let us indulge in a few more cups. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi proactively seized the bottle, pouring a drink for Jiang Wanqing before serving himself. Jiang Wanqing had been forbidden from drinking by Xiao Suyun for half a month and yearned to revel in the experience. As another small cup of potent liquor slid down his throat, the fiery sensation surged once more. However, Chu Yi remained remarkably lucid. If one were to liken his inner turmoil to a searing iron, this drink would merely stoke its flames. Father, excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Jiang Wanqing's gaze upon him elicited a sense of embarrassment. Alas, daughters grow up too quickly. It is uncertain whether she fears her father overindulging or if she is more concerned about me persuading Chu Yi to drink excessively. That remains to be examined. Jiang Wanqing initially intended to coax Chu Yi into a pleasantly tipsy state, his eyes becoming hazy. Once intoxicated, all secrets would inevitably spill forth. There was no need for such lingering hesitation. Yet, if Chu Yi were to truly become inebriated, revealing all that lay concealed, it would likely bring dismay to everyone present. Chapter 9. Is the moon the same, but are the people different? After dinner, as night fell, Xiao Suyan brought forth a fruit platter. Xiao Yi, indulge in some fruit after your meal. All right. The warmth of hospitality was palpable in this moment. Chu Yi, having consumed several glasses of potent liquor with haste, was already feeling the effects. Yet, leaving immediately after dinner would be rather impolite. Thus, he resolved to linger for another 10 minutes before returning home. With a wooden skewer, Chu Yi selected a piece of cantaloupe from the platter. The rich flavors of the dishes and the bitterness of the alcohol were harmonized by the sweetness of the fruit. Jiang Wanqing, engrossed in his newspaper, savored the fruit with delight. The television in the living room displayed a popular drama, casting a warm glow over the seemingly mundane evening, which was nonetheless imbued with tenderness. His uncle was open-minded and amiable, a stark contrast to the archetypal stern father. His aunt, gentle as water, epitomized the qualities of an excellent mother. Growing up in such a nurturing environment, Jiang Wanqing was certainly not deprived of affection. For someone born into abundance, it is often challenging to appreciate the value of love, as what others deem precious may appear commonplace to her. Days of happiness flowed seamlessly, a given rather than a luxury. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's father, due to work commitments, frequently traveled to subsidiaries of the headquarters, with one absence lasting 14 months. Now, having ascended in position, he no longer had to roam extensively, granting him a newfound appreciation for the seemingly ordinary life. What would you like to watch? Jiang Wanqing observed Chu Yi's vacant gaze and, assuming he was bored, softly inquired. Reaching for the remote to change the channel. Let us stick to the news for Uncle, she decided, yielding to the host. Though they occupied the same sofa, the terminology Chu Yi employed created an undeniable distance, marking him as the guest. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting shadow of sorrow graced Jiang Wanqing's exquisite features. She sensed an invisible barrier between them, intangible yet palpably real. Strangely, Chu Yi's words and actions were impeccably guarded. She felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if conversing with someone once intimately close, now separated by a pane of glass. A rising panic brewed within her, a fear of irrevocably losing something precious. Yet, it was all right. The novelty that Ling Mo would bring her the following day would temporarily overshadow many feelings, until regret would set in. After lingering for a few more minutes, Chu Yi bid farewell to Xiao Suyan and Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Yi, do come over for dinner more often. Just tell your aunt what you wish to eat. Thank you, aunt. I will be leaving now. Chu Yi gazed at the gentle Xiao Yi, his emotions complex. Would he ever be able to visit and dine with them as he did during high school? It seemed unlikely. Jiang Wanqing also stood, seemingly wishing to see him off. The minute-long journey ended just across the street. What was there to send him off for? That tempestuous day, he had walked 8 kilometers home alone from the hotel. As he stepped out the door, the cool night breeze greeted him. The intoxication from several swift and hasty cups of white liquor reached its peak. He intended to tell Jiang Wanqing that there was no need for her to see him off. Yet in a moment of daze, he found himself recalling scenes from the past. On a certain night during high school, he too had dined at Jiang Wanqing's home. After the meal, the girl clad in her school uniform had accompanied him through the illuminated streets, under the glow of street lamps, for quite some time. Years later, as he succumbed to drunkenness, he once again beheld the girl who harbored feelings solely for him. Chu Yi longed to return to that bygone era, to embrace her in an everlasting hug. Alas, he was not intoxicated enough. The gentle, cool breeze conjured dreamlike illusions, yet it also roused him from his reverie. Suddenly, he grasped the profound meaning behind the words he had read. Year after year, the flowers may appear the same, yet the people change with each passing year. People are different. It seemed there was a more sorrowful interpretation to this truth. This is sufficient. I can return by myself. Chu Yi found himself speaking, though he could not discern to whom he was addressing, whether it was that girl or the exquisite and elegant Jiang Wanqing before him. Having uttered his words, he turned and departed. Jiang Wanqing gazed at his receding figure, instinctively calling his name, Chu Yi. The distant silhouette paused beneath the streetlight. Just as she was about to say something, when the sound of her parents' idle chatter drifted from inside the house. The words at the tip of her tongue transformed into a simple, "Get some rest." Chu Yi offered no reply, walking alone past one street lamp after another. People often muse about if only, yet fate had already presented its opportunities, which had simply slipped away. As time flowed on, these moments turned into regrets. If tonight, Jiang Wanqing had chosen to pursue him, to grasp Chu Yi's hand, perhaps replacing her words of get some rest with something less ordinary, would the outcome have been different? Perhaps those few cups of white liquor, along with the evening breeze that brought visions to Chu Yi, were the chances fate had bestowed upon Jiang Wanqing. But opportunities are fleeting. Chu Yi had already arrived home. Jiang Wanqing watched as his figure grew more distant until he vanished from her sight. The wind transformed into a silent solitude that enveloped her. Upon returning to the living room, she found her father, who had been sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, was nowhere to be seen, leaving only her mother behind. Xiaoqing, have you had a quarrel with Xiao Yi? Don't try to fool me. During dinner, he didn't call your name even once. Usually, he calls you Wanqing repeatedly, to the point that your father feels a twinge of jealousy. Jiang Wanqing was at a loss for words with her mother. The living room was silent except for the sound of the television. Xiao Suyin sighed softly and reverted to her usual gentle demeanor. My dear, I am not biased toward Xiao Yi. On the contrary, it is precisely because you are my biological daughter that I share these thoughts with you. Xiao Yi is a good boy. I do not wish to see any rift between you two. Reflect on it well. Xiao Suyun's words weighed heavily on Jiang Wanqing's heart. She ascended the stairs, retreating to her room, and submerged herself in a tub filled with water. As she shed her snow-white gown, her slender, perfect figure was veiled in a mist of water, revealing only her elegantly swan-like neck. The warm water nourished her skin, smooth as jade, with a hint of rosy hue that alleviated her physical fatigue, yet it did little to ease the weariness within her heart. Jiang Wanqing recalled her mother's words spoken in the living room. She reflected on the entirety of her day, particularly her conversation with Chu Yi, yearning to rediscover the familiar warmth of her own spirit. However, no matter how many times she revisited her memories, she could not hear Chu Yi's voice. The only sound that lingered in her mind was Ling Mo calling her name at the art exhibition. Yet, this thought brought her no joy. The warm water gradually cooled. After her bath, her phone illuminated on the bed. Jiang Wanqing picked it up to unlock it. It was Ling Mo, sending numerous photos from today's exhibition. He had even selected one as a conversation starter. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanqing felt despondent, unable to recapture the delightful camaraderie they had shared at the exhibition. After responding briefly, she wished to conclude the conversation. Ling Mo, well-versed in the art of subtlety, suggested, since you're tired, it would be wise to rest early. Let us continue our conversation at the studio tomorrow. Good night. His thoughtful and understanding nature was evident. Upon seeing the words good night, a flicker of remembrance sparked within her, prompting her to open the chat with Chu Yi. Chapter 10. Shen Weiying meticulously scrutinized each line of their conversation. Aside from last night, Chu Yi had consistently sent her good night messages, often accompanied by an endearing emoji. Such affection was rare. Wanqing, I have reserved box 302 at Nanyue Hotel for our meeting. I have a surprise for you upon your arrival. Shall I come to fetch you? As her fingertips glided across the screen, time seemed to rewind. Before long, she stumbled upon last month's chat records. Jiang Wanqing suddenly realized that her exchanges with Chu Yi paled in comparison to those with Ling Mo. She clicked on the input box, eager to articulate something. To augment the scant dialogue and mask a truth she was reluctant to confront. Are you asleep? The brief message vanished into silence, as if cast into an abyss. No response came. Jiang Wanqing waited and waited, hoping for Chu Yi's reply and a good night wish. Until 11:59. She rationalized that it was normal for Chu Yi to retire early after drinking with his father. She found an excuse to quell the tumult within her heart. Good night. She sent her message just as a new day was dawning. Typically asleep by 11, she found herself restless, tossing and turning, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Jiang Wanqing dreamt of her elementary school days. A new student had joined her class, a talented artist with whom she effortlessly connected. The new student suggested, since we get along so well, why don't you abandon him and be my deskmate? Jiang Wanqing turned to find the boy standing at the doorway, silent and watchful. The jarring sound of her alarm clock jolted Jiang Wanqing from this unsettling dream, beads of sweat dotting her pale forehead. The latter part of her dream was too nebulous. She could not discern whether she had chosen the new student or Chu Yi. She picked up her phone, only to find that Chu Yi had not replied to any of her messages. Last night, Chu Yi had gone to bed early. Succumbing to sleep under the influence of alcohol, oblivious to his parents' return home at 10:30. This morning, however, he was met with his mother's incessant nagging about his consumption of instant noodles. The remnants of yesterday's meal had been discovered by her. Not even in sleep was he free from her admonitions. Chu Yi mused that even at 30, his mother would likely still disapprove of his noodle indulgence, citing health concerns. After completing his morning routine, he slung a bag over his shoulder and declared he was off to class. The university campus was bustling with life. Joggers ran past. Students headed to the cafeteria, and others made their way to their early morning lectures. Friends and classmates walked in groups. As Chu Yi strolled along the main thoroughfare of the campus, he glanced at his phone and noticed Jiang Wanqing's goodnight message. After a moment's contemplation, he tucked the device back into his pocket. In truth, he had no pressing classes that morning and did not need to wait outside the studio for anyone. His aimless wanderings belied a deeper purpose. Within this expansive campus, he still had a destination. 6 months prior, Chu Yi had been wounded by Ling Mo's slander and Jiang Wanqing's mistrust, leaving him with a heart in tatters. He yearned for a fresh environment. Thus he perused the school's club directory. Regrettably, the most sought-after clubs were no longer accepting new members. Just as the green Plum had forsaken him, so too did everyone else. By a twist of fate, he eventually became a member of the literature club, which consisted of merely 3 individuals. The club's activity room transformed into his sanctuary. Chu Yi consistently lingered until late, ensuring he would not encounter Jiang Wanqing on that familiar street. After reconciling with Jiang Wanqing, he frequently visited the literature club, waiting to escort her after her classes. The classroom of the literature club encapsulated Chu Yi's journey from sorrow to joy. As the weekend drew to a close, he returned disheartened, having failed to execute a confession plan that awaited the leading lady. A torrential night rain brought clarity to his reality. Neither the quarrel with Jiang Wanqing 6 months prior nor the birthday celebration 2 days ago had chosen him. The childhood friend was no match for the unexpected. Upon reopening the door to the literature club, Chu Yi experienced an almost ethereal sensation. The activity room was adorned with warmth, books were meticulously arranged, and the floor was immaculate. Each of the 3 tables featured a vase, blooming with pristine gardenias. Seated by the window was a woman of regal elegance and captivating charm. The wind tousled her silky hair as she casually tucked it behind her ear. Every movement was enchanting, exuding a sense of maturity and intellect. The mysterious and alluring black gown could not conceal her graceful, perfect figure. "Good morning, Senior Shun." Chu Yi greeted, not merely in awe of her beauty, but rather possessed by an inexplicable feeling. He likened himself to a cargo ship navigating through tumultuous seas. Having found refuge in the literature club, while she resembled a luxurious liner, devoid of destination, merely resting in this safe haven. Chu Yi could not articulate why he felt this way. Perhaps it was the kinship of being lost souls? "Good morning, Junior." Shen Yueying's enchanting eyes turned toward him. Perhaps due to his status as a junior, the 2 senior members of the club showed him great kindness. He felt embraced as one of their own since joining the literature club, where the atmosphere was harmonious. As Chu Yi approached his designated spot, he was astonished to find a static capacitive keyboard on the table, a piece that could easily cost over 1,000. Beside it lay a classic foreign literary masterpiece. "How do you like it?" "The keyboard is a gift from me, and the book is from your senior Shun. Does this mean I treat you better than the others?" While Chu Yi was lost in reverie over the items on the table, Ning Mingyao gracefully entered from outside, quietly approaching him. Chu Yi instinctively distanced himself from this youthful and delicate beauty, for Ning Mingyao embodied the essence of a first love. Initially, he was beguiled by her stunning appearance until he read her 2 published youth novels, which left him emotionally battered. Despite her vivacious beauty, the narratives within her books rendered sleepless nights. "Sister Ning, why have you gifted me such an expensive keyboard? Is it a birthday present? Wasn't the day before yesterday your birthday? Did you perhaps fill in the wrong information on the membership form? Our literary society has always upheld this tradition. On Friday, Sister Shen even bought a cake for you. We waited all day, yet you never arrived. Consequently, we could only consume part of it and took the remainder back for our roommates. Junior, if I end up gaining weight, you shall bear the responsibility," Ning Mingyao remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "I apologize." Chu Yi's tone was earnest, especially upon hearing that Ning Mingyao had waited for him for quite some time. The experience of waiting for someone is truly arduous. "It's all right. I shall direct my grievances towards your sister Shun. I had intended to call you, but she insisted. You typically come on Fridays, and such matters require an element of surprise." Chu Yi was taken aback by Sister Shun's meticulous thoughtfulness, yet regrettably, It all came to naught for him. Chapter 11. The protagonist of Chu Yi Jr. Once you start using the keyboard I gifted you, there will be no room for laziness. Hurry up and update your novel. It has been quite a while since the last update. Ning Mingyao's words caught Chu Yi off guard. The three members of the literary society were all receiving royalties. Chu Yi had been serializing a novel about childhood sweethearts on a website. Writing a novel. It is not daunting if your imagination soars, nor if your talent shines brightly. What is most concerning is when the author draws inspiration from personal experiences. Before the hiatus, his work had ascended the rankings. The book lacked fervent kisses but instead offered a hazy, bittersweet essence, perfectly capturing the feelings of budding romance during one's school years. Readers eagerly anticipated that the protagonist would eventually find love in college. However, Chu Yi found himself unable to put pen to paper, indefinitely pausing his updates. Senior, I have been devoid of inspiration lately. Junior, could it be that the readers have struck a chord? In the comments section of the suspended updates, a highly upvoted response read, "It seems the author has been defeated by unforeseen circumstances and cannot continue. Impossible. I've just been overwhelmed with too many matters." Chu Yi opened the packaging of the keyboard. "Senior, this keyboard is quite nice. I like it." Beside him, Qin Weiing observed his vague remarks but remained composed. "That's good. I have a class soon. Please water those green plants." "All right." After chatting briefly with Qin Weiing, Ning Mingyao departed. Chu Yi finished watering the plants and returned to his seat. He retrieved his laptop, preparing to write. He sat for a long while, yet not a single word emerged, wasting the investment of over 1,000 yuan on the keyboard. In the activity room of the club, only the sound of Qin Weiing turning pages broke the silence, while the curtains danced with the breeze. This was how they typically coexisted, like two ships anchored in a sheltered harbor, gently swaying with the water's surface. A gust of wind swept through, lifting a blank sheet of paper from Chu Yi's desk, causing it to flutter down beneath Qin Weiing's swaying skirt. She set aside her book to retrieve it. Upon seeing the paper, she discovered a graceful and elegant woman sketched upon it. For Jiang Wanqing's sake, Chu Yi had even forsaken his beloved piano, sneaking away to learn painting. Yet, he truly possessed no talent for art. Merely mastering the fundamentals proved challenging, let alone attempting oil painting. This sketch represented the pinnacle of his artistic endeavor thus far. "Junior, is she the heroine of your book?" Qin Weiing's melodious voice prompted Chu Yi to fall silent. He recalled the girl in a school uniform he had glimpsed in a drunken haze the previous night. The protagonist of his story, it should indeed be her. Yes, but also not. "Senior Shun, if someone has accompanied you for a long time, and then one day you encounter someone with whom you share mutual interests and excitement, conversing effortlessly, whom would you choose? Is this the conclusion of your book?" Qin Weiing gently rephrased her inquiry. "Perhaps." Chu Yi gazed out the window, feigning nonchalance. "I would choose the one who has accompanied me for an eternity, for the allure of novelty inevitably fades with the passage of time. Junior, would you be so kind as to create a painting akin to this? Consider it a token of gratitude for the birthday gift." Chu Yi offered a wry smile. "Senior Shun, my skills are rather insufficient. Confidence is essential in life. One must embrace it." Recalling how the seniors had awaited him all day, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Qin Weiing need not put on airs. She could simply sit by the window and read as she always did. Chu Yi opted for a profile view of her. Reminiscent of the scene he encountered upon entering the literary society, he began to sketch. In the creative process, the more one pursues perfection, the more one becomes ensnared by the very notion of it. It is far better to follow one's instincts, to observe with the eyes, and to be guided by the heart. Qin Weiing was not acting on a whim. She felt it inappropriate to inquire about the woman depicted on the paper, for it evidently touched upon Chu Yi's sorrow. Thus, she suggested a return gift, redirecting his attention from the figure in the painting. The haunting nightmare lingered in Jiang Wanqing's mind. She yearned to see Chu Yi. After changing out of her nightgown and freshening up, the mirror reflected a strikingly beautiful woman, cold yet ethereal. With classes scheduled for the morning, she arrived early at Chu Yi's doorstep. Lu Wei heard the doorbell and came to answer it. Just as Lu Wei was attentive to Jiang Wanqing, so too was Xiao Siyun to Chu Yi. "Xiao Qing, have you had breakfast?" Lu Wei remarked, gazing at the picturesque Jiang Wanqing, lamenting the joys of youth. She regretted her earlier admonitions directed at her son. Clearly, the young lady had made an effort in her appearance. This was evident in the details, such as her exquisite hairstyle, which must have taken considerable time to achieve, adding an air of classical elegance to her presence. "Aunt Lu, I am here to see Chu Yi." "Ah, he left for school half an hour ago." This news dimmed the radiance in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Then, I shall return this evening. Aunt Lu, I have class, so I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Lu Wei, Jiang Wanqing strolled down the street alone. She recalled the solitary figure of Chu Yi as he departed the previous night, a vision of loneliness and desolation. At this moment, she too savored the bitterness of that solitude. Chu Yi. No one responded to her call. In times past, when Chu Yi strived to maintain their childhood bond, he would accompany Jiang Wanqing to school on mornings when she had classes, regardless of the early hour. He did so merely to walk beside her along that memory-laden path. On sunny days, the gentle sunlight would grace the road. She would call out his name, and Chu Yi would smile, asking, "What is it?" No matter how many times Jiang Wanqing called for him, he always answered, providing her with a sense of comfort. Now, that familiar presence was absent. Was it truly to evade his mother's nagging that Chu Yi had gone to school so early? Perhaps not entirely. Chapter 12. The Rainbound Individual in the Literary Society. Chu Yi devoted 2 hours to sketching a portrait of Shen Yueying. In the drawing, a mature and intelligent beauty is seated by the window, engrossed in her book. The gentle breeze tousles her dark tresses and flutters the pages of her book. Her graceful figure and flawless profile are illuminated by the morning light streaming through the window, creating a stunning backdrop that accentuates her extraordinary beauty. Chu Yi employed his somewhat unrefined techniques of light and shadow, yet fortunately managed to master them successfully. Upon receiving the sketch, Shen Yueying gazed at it quietly for an extended period. Receiving a portrait crafted by another is a remarkably enchanting experience. The artwork is exquisite. I shall cherish this gift dearly. Senior, please do not overpraise me. Chu Yi stepped to the water cooler to fill a cup. Regarding the control of light, shadow, and texture, he had merely scratched the surface. The beauty of the piece is primarily attributed to its subject. The charm lies in her allure. While he captured her form, he realized he could not convey the innate nobility that Shen Yueying exuded. Such grace is not something that arises from an ordinary upbringing. Judging by her attire, demeanor, and field of study, it is evident that Shen Yueying hails from a wealthy family. She is pursuing a degree in management at Tianhai University, poised to become a future female executive. It is inconceivable that someone of her stature has not encountered superior works of art, leading Chu Yi to feel a rare sense of unworthiness when she complimented him. This portrait is a gift intended for me. Its worth is determined solely by my perspective. Perhaps, in your eyes as the artist, it lacks perfection, yet in my eyes, it is uniquely mine, irreplaceable. That suffices. Shen Yueying's melodious voice carried no hint of insincerity. Chu Yi was taken aback that his humble artistic skills could garner admiration. Even his instructor had criticized his lack of talent. He moved to the window, where a gentle breeze caressed his face. From this vantage point, he could see groups of students returning to their dormitories after class. Senior Shen, I apologize for making you wait so long last Friday. Shen Yueying pressed down a corner of the sketch paper with a book to prevent it from being whisked away by the wind, then turned her gaze toward Chu Yi. She sensed that he was particularly concerned about this matter, to the point of obsession. He had mentioned it to Ming Yao once, and now he brought it up again. You need not be so troubled. I shall be here reading every Friday. Junior, did you perhaps forget something after drawing my portrait? She offered gently. Previously, on Mondays when he had no classes, Chu Yi would arrive at the Literary Society by 8 in the morning and depart punctually at 11:30. His routine was so consistent that Shen Yueying had memorized it. However, now, nearly noon had passed, and he had yet to leave. What else could Chu Yi be doing? Most likely, he was simply waiting for Jiang Wanqing to finish her class in the art department. I have not forgotten. Rather, some matters no longer require my attention. I am free now. A leaf floated lazily past the window. Chu Yi extended his hand to catch it, the intricate veins clearly visible. From the moment it fell from the tree, its fate was sealed. Withering, dissolving, it transformed into spring mud. No matter how vibrantly green it once was. Those days are but a memory now. Junior, why are you still here today? Quite unusual. Since that's the case, let us head to the cafeteria together. Ning Mingyao returned from class and spotted a sketch partially pinned down by a book. That's quite a good drawing. Beware, Junior. The senior is not one to be trifled with. No wonder he usually vanished by this time. Yet today he lingered. It turned out he was delayed by the task of sketching for you, Senior Shun. What about my share? Chu Yi's head throbbed, given his drawing skills. That sketch had consumed considerable effort. It wasn't that he couldn't draw again in one day, but rather he couldn't produce a work of the same caliber. When compared, it would be as if a mute were suffering in silence. The junior, who stands at over 6 feet, is being pressed by the senior, who is a mere 5'7". Ning, can I finish your drawing tomorrow? I currently lack inspiration. Dream Yao, don't be too hard on the junior. He may be fatigued. Tomorrow works just as well. Xin Yueying interjected, providing a timely reprieve. Indeed, only you, Senior Shun, are so considerate. Ning Mingyao teased. Yueying, are you my good friend or his? Your loyalty seems rather lopsided. You're being too soft-hearted. Chu Yi found some understanding for his senior, Ning. Having gifted a keyboard worth over 1,000, he received no acknowledgement in return, while someone who merely gifted a book was rewarded. It felt rather inequitable to anyone. Chu Yi chuckled helplessly and fetched a cup of warm water for her from the water cooler. Ning Mingyao was indeed kind to Chu Yi. She provided him an easy way out. Senior, I have a class tomorrow morning. I can sketch for you in the afternoon instead. Just to clarify, I lack any artistic talent. If you expect a masterpiece worth thousands, you must be prepared for disappointment. It cannot be inferior to Senior Shin's work. I will do my utmost. Chu Yi increasingly felt that the literary society was his sanctuary. This was not about the value of gifts. He could afford a keyboard worth 1,000 with his manuscript fees. A keyboard costing 100 would suffice as well. What was rare was that, while waiting in vain for someone, he turned around only to discover that someone was, in fact, waiting for him. That feeling was akin to a ship adrift at sea encountering a guiding light. Just as Xin Yueying was about to speak, her phone lit up. The messages she received dimmed her mood. It was astonishing that a woman as mature and charming as she was remained unpursued. Chu Yi was oblivious to these matters. Having promised to comfort Ning Mingyao the following day, he planned to head home for dinner. After all, he had no classes in the afternoon and wouldn't need to return to school. Upon arriving at the familiar street, home was in sight. During dinner, Lu Wei informed Chu Yi that Jiang Wanqing had visited that morning. He merely nodded, finding that the food had lost its flavor. How ironic it is that after being battered and bruised, he has experienced both despondency and despair. Perhaps amidst that torrential rainstorm, his tears mingled with the downpour. He relinquished his pursuit of unattainable people and things, only to find them drawing closer to him. In the afternoon, Chu Yi remained where he was. He now had the liberty to command his time as he pleased. He opened his computer to delve into his specialized coursework, ensuring he also attended to higher mathematics and English. The raindrops tapped incessantly against the window, creating a symphony of sound. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 5 in the afternoon. The rhythmic patter of rain reminded him of the long-neglected upright piano in the living room. He rose and made his way there. As he lifted the piano lid, his long, slender fingers caressed the keys. This was, indeed, his true passion. The gentle sound of rain outside stirred a multitude of memories within Chu Yi. Soon, the room was filled with the soft, melodious strains of the piano. The duet of rain and music transformed the droplets into tears of melancholy. Chu Yi played 3 pieces before pausing, having poured all his emotions into the melodies. At school, Jiang Wanqing had endured a full day of classes. Finally, the bell rang to signal the end. The alternating flow of specialized and general education courses had left the students mentally and physically exhausted. However, her path home was obstructed by the torrential downpour. Scanning the crowded corridors of the teaching building, she found no trace of that familiar figure. With her bright eyes cast downwards, she cared not for the intensity of the rain, but rather for the absence of Chu Yi. The mist encounters in the morning and evening revealed an undeniable truth. Chu Yi was avoiding her. Beside her, Ling Mo, upon noticing Chu Yi's absence, felt a surge of delight. Did this mean he could share an umbrella with Jiang Wanqing? The relentless rain showed no signs of abating, and returning home drenched would surely invite illness. What a fortuitous opportunity. Wanqing, let me escort you home, he offered, raising the umbrella in his hand as a gesture. Chapter 13. Lu Exin. Just as he secretly reveled in his triumph, the gentle and serene Lu Exin, with an uncommon cold expression, remarked, "There's no need. Someone will come to pick her up shortly. Ling, you should be eager to assist others. Many in the class are awaiting your help." Lu Exin, the fraternal twin sister of Chu Yi's good friend Lu Hao, had once affectionately called him Brother Chu Yi during their childhood. Generally, her mild disposition made it difficult for her to speak harshly to anyone, but this did not apply to Ling Mo. It was evident to the discerning that Ling Mo harbored intentions towards Jiang Wanqing. Who was he, a sudden intruder, to disrupt the bond forged over years of childhood friendship? Consequently, Lu Exin had always maintained a wary disposition towards Ling Mo, intent on safeguarding Chu Yi's interests. Yet, She could not impede the budding exchanges between the two in their artistic pursuits. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, while observers perceive the truth. At times, she overheard Ling Mo casually addressing Jiang Wanqing by her name without the formality of a surname, witnessing the closeness and ease of their conversations. Just as men understand men, women possess a similar insight into one another. This dynamic was perilous, indicative of an interest in one another, perhaps even a budding affection. Lu Xian found herself powerless to intervene. She often mused, if only Brother Chu Yi could paint, Ling Mo would be irrelevant. The divergence in their academic disciplines had afforded Ling Mo an opportunity. A flicker of anger flashed in Ling Mo's eyes. He was consumed by both ire and jealousy. He resented Lu Xian for meddling and envied the multitude of supporters Chu Yi had. Even in his absence, Ling Mo felt overshadowed by him. Is that so? I am eager to discover whom Lu Xian speaks of. Ling Mo maintained a facade of composure. Aware that Chu Yi was currently embroiled in a dispute with Jiang Wanqing regarding a birthday gathering, he was unlikely to appear. Nevertheless, it meant he could still escort Jiang Wanqing home, for the rain showed no signs of abating soon. Lu Xian fell silent, retrieving her phone to send a message to her elder brother, Lu Hao, who was far away at Tianhai Normal University. As Jiang Wanqing observed Lu Xian texting, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her, yearning for Chu Yi to emerge from the rain, umbrella in hand, just as he often did. Lu Hao replied promptly with an okay. The sound of piano keys being played on a rainy day was akin to a rich cup of black coffee, growing increasingly bitter. Just as the melody reached its zenith, the room was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. Chu Yi sighed and answered, "What is it? Are you free? Could you bring an umbrella for my sister? She says the rain is quite heavy and won't cease anytime soon. It wouldn't be good for her to catch a cold. Her brother, cannot reach her in time. Please go on my behalf, after all. She used to call you brother more sweetly than she did me." Conversations among good friends are seldom circumspect. They get straight to the point. Chu Yi gazed out the window. Dusk was approaching, and the rain continued to fall incessantly, darkening the sky. "All right. Tell Lu Xian I will arrive shortly." "Good, that settles it." Lu Hao efficiently ended the call and swiftly messaged his sister. "Chu Yi said he is on his way to pick you up now." Lu Xian received this message, and her worries about the downpour dissipated, leaving her heart at ease. Ling Mo, observing her composed demeanor, silently questioned in his mind, "Is Chu Yi truly coming? That seems unlikely. If he were to come, he would have arrived earlier, not now." Yet, Chu Yi indeed would come, but not as Jiang Wanqing's childhood friend. Rather, he would arrive as Lu Xian's elder brother, Chu Yi. Meanwhile, the students trapped in the classroom were making phone calls, reaching out to roommates and friends. Those fortunate enough to have companions who would bring them umbrellas walked away confidently, their heads held high, under the envious gazes of those without protection from the rain. Jiang Wanqing watched them depart one by one, a wave of loneliness washing over her. She suddenly realized how precious it was to have someone waiting for you with an umbrella amidst the crowd on a rainy day. The sound of the rain awakened her yearning for Chu Yi, a longing exponentially stronger than what she felt after waking from a nightmare that morning. Chu Yi, while searching for an umbrella, was noticed by Lu Wei. "Son, are you going to pick up Xiaoqing? The rain is quite heavy. Don't take a folding umbrella. Take these two long-handled umbrellas instead. You and Xiaoqing can share one to keep your clothes dry." He didn't offer any explanation as he accepted the two umbrellas and set out. A little over 10 minutes later, Chu Yi appeared through the curtain of rain, his black umbrella in hand, coming into Lu Xian's view. He stood tall and imposing, reminiscent of a valiant knight. Most people from the classroom had already left. Yet Lu Xian felt that Chu Yi's arrival was perfectly timed. "I told you someone would come to fetch her. You needn't worry," she reassured Ling Mo. Ling Mo wore a grim expression. Chu Yi handed the long black umbrella to Lu Xian, but she promptly passed it to Jiang Wanqing, affirming her earlier statement to Ling Mo. "In that case, Wanqing, I shall take my leave now." Before departing, Ling Mo couldn't resist calling out Jiang Wanqing's name in front of Chu Yi. How vexing. It seemed their conflict was not yet deep enough. Chu Yi ignored him. After Ling Mo left, Lu Xian realized that Chu Yi had brought only 2 umbrellas for 3 people. After exchanging a glance with Chu Yi, whose eyes were as clear as a tranquil pool, Lu Xian hastily averted her gaze. "I should call classmates in our class to bring an umbrella. You all go ahead." "No, your brother specifically called me to come and fetch you. The umbrella is quite large, 2 people can share it. Come on. Aren't you staying at school?" Chu Yi's words carried a brotherly tone. There was no escaping it. Lu Xian had called him Brother Chu Yi since elementary school, and even in middle school. Yet, she hadn't addressed him that way since entering high school. This brought to mind Lu Hao's remark, "A girl can't stay too long. A sister has an expiration date. When young, you call him brother. But as you grow up, you stop." Chu Yi felt the weight of this truth deeply, having lost his sister. Chu Yi's casual remarks left Lu Xian flustered. "You want to share an umbrella with me?" Her beautiful face flushed, and her delicate ears turned crimson. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing Chu Yi's words, felt an entirely opposite sentiment to that of Lu Xian. She was certainly aware that Chu Yi had always regarded Lu Xian as a sister, devoid of any romantic sentiments. Yet, the mere thought of Chu Yi sharing an umbrella with another woman caused her heart to ache profoundly, akin to dividing a rainbow-hued candy in half for someone else. "Here, Lu Xian, you may use this umbrella," Jiang Wanqing remarked. Although Lu Xian felt a twinge of reluctance, she also deemed it appropriate. Who was unaware of Chu Yi's affection for Jiang Wanqing? "You can manage on your own." Chu Yi firmly declined to assist her. This scene was far beyond Lu Xian's expectations, leading her to question whether she had misheard. Jiang Wanqing's delicate, fair hand holding the umbrella fell limply. She had assumed that Chu Yi was merely upset, akin to their previous disagreement. "Come now, have you forgotten what you called me in our childhood? Your brother is offering you an umbrella, and you refuse? Enough." Lu Xian's face flushed like a blooming peach blossom. She no longer wished to refer to Chu Yi as her brother, nor did she desire to remain his sister. Yet, the realization came too late. Chapter 14 Farewell. Brother Chu Yi. The chasm between Jiang Wanqing and Chu Yi was palpable, even to Lu Xing. Yet, the situation remained inexplicably unresolved. With another black umbrella bestowed upon Jiang Wanqing, what justification remained for one to huddle beneath another's shelter? Occasionally, what may seem trivial to one may be a sign of indulgence from another. It is only when the other party withdraws their willingness that one realizes the rarity of seemingly inconsequential matters. Lu Xing had little time for contemplation, as Chu Yi had already unfurled the umbrella, standing poised between the eaves and the rain. A single step forward would allow Chu Yi to whisk her away from the torrential downpour, returning them to the warmth of home or the comfort of the dormitory. No longer languishing in the teaching building, eagerly awaiting respite. If one were to ask whom Lu Xing envied most, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Wanqing. On rainy days, regardless of whether he had classes or not, Chu Yi consistently came to the school to escort Jiang Wanqing home. Of course, Lu Xing too could receive an umbrella. Yet witnessing Jiang Wanqing and Chu Yi share a single umbrella, weathering the storm together, filled her with a deep-seated envy that she dared not express, concealing her emotions meticulously. Now, what she had only dared to fantasize about was unfolding before her eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat incredulous. In a moment of hesitation, Chu Yi let out a sigh. The obedient and understanding little sister, who once greeted him as Brother Chu Yi, now refused to share an umbrella with him. The disparity was staggering. As he sighed, he finally grasped the reason behind his best friend's daily lamentations. An empathetic understanding washed over him. "Come quickly, we cannot wait for the rain to cease." Chu Yi's urging sounded like a herald of happiness to Lu Xing. She dismissed her concerns. Even Jiang Wanqing's presence faded into insignificance. For it was Brother Chu Yang calling her. With resolve, Lu Xing stepped out of the teaching building and into the shelter of the black umbrella. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella's top, creating a symphony of sounds. Sharing an umbrella on a rainy day is a curious sensation. The rainwater isolates those beneath its canopy from the outside world, and the limited space necessitates close proximity. If mutual feelings are present, an atmosphere of subtle intimacy will inevitably blossom, surpassing the allure of a Ferris wheel suspended in midair. Lu Xing caught a whiff of Chu Yi's scent, reminiscent of steady pine resin, instilling a profound sense of calm within her. She dared not glance at him. Her heart raced, and her lovely face flushed slightly. Her gaze fell upon the fingers of his hand, gripping the umbrella, a hand well suited for playing the piano. Lu Xing silently wished for the rain to linger a little longer and for the person beside her to walk a bit slower. However, in stark contrast to her inner turmoil, Chu Yi appeared somewhat melancholic. The once youthful sister had blossomed into a graceful and poised young woman. Yet she no longer called him Brother Chu Yi. Did growing up inevitably lead to such transformations? Jiang Wanqing had changed, and so had Lu Xing. Even the exchange of words had become a rarity. What, then, is the essence of growing up? The girl who once held him in her heart now harbored more than just him within her thoughts. The sister who had once called him brother Chu Yi had grown distant, her silence now a chasm between them. Love and familial bonds dissipate like the wind. An umbrella may shield one from the rain outside, yet it cannot protect against the tempest within the heart. Jiang Wanqing walked alone beneath the expansive umbrella, feeling the tumult of the storm despite its ample coverage. She observed Chu Yi and Lu Exquisite navigating the rain together, seemingly leaning on one another for support. It dawned on her that the sense of security Chu Yi had once provided stemmed from a deeper understanding. Observers often possess a clarity that eludes the participants. His tall, upright figure stood firm against the gusts, ensuring that the rain did not intrude upon the sanctuary of the umbrella. Yet, the umbrella he held was not evenly balanced. It tilted towards Lu Exquisite, a manifestation of love's embodiment. However, Chu Yi did not harbor affection for Lu Exquisite. Each intricate detail was a remnant of the years spent shielding Jiang Wanqing from the downpour of life. It was the vestiges of a love long extinguished, leaving traces in this world. In the past, during heavy rains, he would not carry an extra umbrella, allowing himself to stroll in the rain with the girl he cherished. He was meticulous, fearful that even a drop would dampen Jiang Wanqing. Whichever way the wind blew, he would position himself accordingly, striving to create as much space as possible under the umbrella for the girl in her school uniform, a true protector against the elements. Yet now, the girl at his side was no longer the same. These actions had become habitual. He still inclined the umbrella towards those nearby. What is the greatest regret in life? Is it unrequited love? An incomplete story? Perhaps it is neither. The deepest sorrow lies in having someone wonderful, someone who has cherished you for an eternity. Yet they were meant to be yours. You need only reach out to embrace them. No, he has already extended his hand. No further initiative is required on your part. A simple affirmation of willingness suffices. Yet, his only flaw is that he was too easily attainable, readily accessible, rendering the boy, whose eyes were filled with you, seemingly cheap. One day, you encounter a boy with whom you share even greater interests. Overwhelmed by the novelty, you abandon him, following the new companion. You subconsciously believe he will wait for you. A brief departure seems inconsequential. In weighing the pros and cons, you leave without a backward glance. However, that boy, whose heart was filled with you, is passionate, not foolish. He is human, capable of hurt, sorrow, and despair. After your departure, even if he lavished all his love upon you, rendered weak and immobile, many girls will pass by him. The world is full of discerning girls, many of whom are exceptional. They will uncover the tarnished gem, gently polishing it with tenderness, offering him warmth he never experienced with you. By the time you realize that the boy, who once saw only you, is indeed better, it may be too late. He has found someone to love him. Thus, all that was meant for you has transformed into someone else's possession. The boy's thoughtfulness, bravery, charm, courage, sense of security, responsibility, and diligence are now no longer connected to you. In the long journey of life ahead, one may never encounter a boy who accompanied you for over a decade. His eyes filled with affection for you. What you believe to be merely a missed connection is, in truth, a lost opportunity for a life filled with happiness and fulfillment. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing's heart feels desolate, as though a significant part of it has been stolen away. A fleeting thought crosses her mind to discard the umbrella, seeking to replace Lu Xinqing's presence. The school gate and the girls' dormitory are not aligned on the same path. At the second intersection, the figures of Chu Yi and Lu Xinqing veer to the left, while Jiang Wanqing continues straight ahead. On this rainy day, the dormitory matron permits boyfriends to escort their girlfriends to the entrance of the dormitory, unlike the usual practice where they must halt at the main gate. Chu Yi naturally follows the flow of people, attracting the glances of numerous girls along the way. Today, he wears a collared shirt that accentuates his broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing tall and poised, complemented by his strikingly handsome visage, which instantly captivates many admirers. Lu Xinqing has never perceived the distance between the classroom and the dormitory as so brief. In the blink of an eye, she arrives. As she steps out from beneath the umbrella into the dormitory building, the comforting scent of Chu Yi dissipates, leaving her longing for every moment spent sheltered together. Now comes the time to bid farewell. To Lu Xinqing, this has been a rendezvous amidst the rain. All right, my task is complete. Can you call me brother Chu Yi like before? I haven't heard it since high school, Chu Yi remarks, feigning nonchalance. His request is not driven by vanity, but rather a desire to affirm that certain feelings remain unchanged even as one matures. Jiang Wanqing has already provided her answer. The gentle and serene Lu Xinqin resembles a blooming jasmine flower, subtly reminiscent of the little sister she once was. Upon hearing Chu Yi's request, her ears flush with crimson. Noticing the bustling dormitory, Chu Yi does not press further. Just kidding. Hurry back to your dormitory. I shall take my leave. He turns to depart. Lu Xinqin watches him fade into the curtain of rain. Goodbye, brother Chu Yi. Chapter 15. Let us conclude here with no one left to care for. Chu Yi quickened his pace. He emerged from the girls' dormitory and walked along the main thoroughfare of the campus towards the gate. In the hazy drizzle, he spotted a delicate figure, ethereal and dreamlike, standing beneath an umbrella. What are you doing standing here? Waiting for you to go home together. Jiang Wanqing's gentle voice pierced through the rain, softening in the mist. Chu Yi remained non-committal, moving forward in silence. On this rainy day, with an umbrella in hand, he did not require anyone to wait for him. Had this sentiment been expressed 2 nights prior, the scene would have been entirely different. Alas, it was too late now. Jiang Wanqing walked to his left, yet despite their proximity, the 2 umbrellas could not bridge the growing distance between them. Chu Yi remained silent, the sound of the rain creating a barrier between them. Jiang Wanqing's lightly furrowed brow remained unrelieved. Shall we visit that dessert shop you mentioned tomorrow? I have classes in the morning and matters to attend to in the afternoon. You may go by yourself. I have already shared the location with you. Chu Yi spoke the truth. He indeed had a full schedule in the morning. In the afternoon, he was to paint a portrait for Senior Ning. A gesture of gratitude for the costly keyboard. The question of whether one has time is inherently subjective. People invariably prioritize what they deem important. In days gone by, Chu Yi would have insisted on accompanying her regardless. Yet, what would such an act yield? He had placed Jiang Wanqing at the forefront of his thoughts. But had she reciprocated by placing him first? It seemed not. Otherwise, that rainy night would not have found him waiting in vain. The conversation, which had been so painstakingly initiated, abruptly concluded. Jiang Wanqing hesitated, yearning to engage Chu Yi in dialogue, even if it were merely to comment on the heavy rain. After the good night she sent the previous evening, he had not replied. The means of connecting across the vastness of the world had become ineffective for them. Conversation was a shared endeavor, and without it, only the most primal and effective form of communication remained, face-to-face interaction. If they met yet remained silent, it would be akin to standing before a stranger. Once, there had been an endless stream of words. Now, silence enveloped them. Jiang Wanqing belatedly recognized the growing estrangement that had crept between them. While Chu Yi endeavored to mend their connection, any pause revealed the rift in stark relief. The topic she raised was even one he had suggested, the dessert shop. One individual cannot simultaneously engage in the lives of 2 others. Jiang Wanqing spent her leisure time discussing art with Ling Mo, visiting studios and exhibitions. Thus, she could not truly grasp the essence of Chu Yi's life. For instance, he had joined a literature club, a detail she remained unaware of. He had penned a novel featuring the 2 of them. And on weekends when he could not reach her, he paid to learn painting. The bouquet of roses, unwrapped at the birthday banquet, remained a mystery to her. Reflecting on those youthful days, the girl in her school uniform had been acutely aware of what books Chu Yi cherished, whether he was feeling joyful, and the reasons behind his discontent. During high school, they would stroll through shopping districts during holidays, and there had never been an awkward silence between the boy and the girl. They strolled from one end of the street to the other, engaging in conversations about their studies and the troubles they had recently encountered. They confided in each other and offered mutual support. The 2 who did not reside on campus would return home together on their bicycles after evening classes, exchanging good-night wishes before drifting off to sleep. In those moments, whenever Chu Yi sent a message, Jiang Wanqing would invariably respond, their hearts in perfect sync. When did they start to grow distant? Perhaps it began after entering university, with Ling Mo appearing by Jiang Wanqing's side. Due to his major, Chu Yi could no longer be her desk mate, unable to accompany her every moment as in high school. Jiang Wanqing and Ling Mo found common ground in art, their conversations becoming increasingly harmonious. It was apt to describe them as soulmates. Gradually, Jiang Wanqing's time began to tilt towards Ling Mo, in stark contrast to her relationship with Chu Yi. She faded from Chu Yi's life, leaving little room for conversation. To gain something, one must first lose something. Once, their topics of discussion were as plentiful as raindrops falling from the sky. Rain could pour for an entire day, but it could not last for over a decade. Since you're busy, I'll bring you some tomorrow. Jiang Wanqing, unwilling to let the conversation dwindle, continued. There's no need to trouble yourself. Besides, my taste has changed recently. I no longer enjoy desserts. Trouble. This polite remark was the first time Chu Yi had spoken such words to her. She felt as though, despite his physical presence, he was as distant as the ends of the earth. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. As they conversed, they found themselves back on a street once so familiar. You can keep the umbrella. There's no need to return it to my house after the rain stops. Chu Yi continued walking home without pause. The two identical umbrellas on the street diverged, leaving one behind, which appeared even more desolate. Jiang Wanqing gazed in the direction Chu Yi had departed, feeling abandoned, an overwhelming sadness swelling within her. In truth, it was she who had cast Chu Yi aside on that dark, rainy night. Perhaps the umbrella was not meant for Jiang Wanqing, but rather for the girl in a school uniform from days gone by. Let us part ways here. Lu Xin returned to the dormitory. The other girls had all been somewhat drenched, except for her. Some had seen Chu Yi personally escort her back, igniting the flames of gossip. Isn't that handsome guy pursuing Jiang Wanqing? Why did he personally bring you back today? Chu Yi often waited for Jiang Wanqing outside the art department. His striking looks leaving a lasting impression on the girls. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing chose Ling Mo, and he, defeated, has turned his attention to you? A few comments from her roommates sent Lu Xion's previously joyful spirits plummeting. The other three girls persisted, eager to uncover the truth. He is my brother. Upon hearing this, the girls felt an inkling that something was amiss, yet they could not quite articulate it. Lu Xian, do you think Jiang is choosing Ling Mo, or your brother? I believe your brother is much more handsome than Ling Mo and quite considerate. However, Jiang seems to connect better with Ling Mo. After all, among this cohort of the fine arts department, only these two possess exceptional painting skills. The girls are not blind. They clearly understand that Ling Mo has feelings for Jiang Wanqing. As for Chu Yi, it is even more apparent. His gaze, filled with tenderness when he looks at Jiang Wanqing, could melt anyone's heart. The girls in the class are all gossiping about this matter. Chu Yi won by an overwhelming majority. Lu Xian showed no interest in discussing the topic, merely stating, if she doesn't choose my brother, it is her loss. The three girls exchanged glances, for it was the first time they had heard Lu Xian speak with such unwavering conviction. In truth, only those who have witnessed how that young boy once cherished that young girl can truly appreciate the profundity of this statement. Chapter 16. The chocolate sister Lu Xian was well protected by Chu Yi, her chiffon dress remaining untouched by the rain, akin to a blooming, serene jasmine flower. Her roommates, drenched, were occupied with showers and changing clothes, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Lu Xian unlocked her phone. Brother, what transpired between Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing? As Lu Hao dined with his girlfriend in the cafeteria, he noticed the message, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Lin Yali, seated beside him, sensed a change in her boyfriend's demeanor and inquired, is your sister still trapped in the teaching building by the rain? No, it is not the rain that holds her captive. Rather, it is someone else. He would explain later. Lin Yali nodded, understanding that she should not add to his distress. Lu Hao refrained from responding to his sister immediately. The matter at hand was intricate and could not be elucidated amidst the clamor of the cafeteria. Only after escorting Lin Yali back to her dormitory and finding a tranquil spot did he message Lu Xian. Their story was long yet brief, to put it simply. Chu Yi had been deeply hurt and no longer loved her. Lu Xian stared at her brother's reply, momentarily lost in disbelief. Before she could inquire further, another message arrived from Lu Hao. He empathized with Chu Yi, feeling the weight of his frustration. Do you recall that birthday banquet? We, as old classmates, remarked on Jiang Wanqing's absence, and your brother's explanation was that she had an urgent matter to attend to. Later, he confided in me that her so-called urgent matter was attending someone else's birthday celebration. The following day, Chu Yi and I spotted her walking alongside that boy in the street, engaged in animated conversation. Your brother said nothing, merely passing her by like a stranger. In that moment, I thought he should have confronted her or vocally disputed her actions. It was only when I returned to my dorm and lay on my bed that I realized this was indeed the wisest course of action. Those who wish to leave cannot be retained, while those who wish to stay cannot be forced away. Had Chu Yi confronted Jiang Wanqing in the street, he would have ultimately found himself in a more disheveled state. What position would he have to question her? He was not her boyfriend, merely a childhood friend. She could easily dismiss him as just a playmate. Thus, Chu Yi would have appeared pitifully devoted, the object of ridicule to those around him. The more disheveled he became, the more triumphant that boy named Ling Mo would feel. Preserving one's dignity is the best outcome. However, I believe his calmness stems from the fact that the former Chu Yi perished in that torrential downpour on Saturday night. The rain that evening was far heavier than it is now. Chu Yi arranged for us all to be driven home or back to school. I felt uneasy, turning back midway only to find him walking home alone, drenched and lost in thought, as I watched helplessly, like a pitiful child abandoned by the world. He seeks solace that I am unable to provide. There exists but one person capable of comforting him, yet that individual has not arrived. Do you believe this is the end? Approximately 6 months ago, Chu Yi summoned me for a drink, yearning for intoxication. In his drunken stupor, he lamented about my supposed distrust in him. I listened patiently, gathering the fragments of his grievances. It appeared that he had quarreled with Ling Mo, and Jiang Wanqing did not side with him. What sort of absurdity is this? It is not merely a disagreement. Even if Chu Yi had severely beaten that fellow, Jiang Wanqing would still commend him for it. Anyone can criticize Chu Yi, but she, Jiang Wanqing, is exempt from such reproach. After so many years of camaraderie, how could she not support him? Why yet another when she has only recently met that scoundrel? What right does he have to triumph? I cannot fathom why all childhood companions seem to fall short against sudden affections. If Jiang Wanqing's lack of belief in Chu Yi during their dispute constituted a betrayal of the spirit, then her absence from his birthday celebration half a year later signifies a betrayal of action. I wonder, amongst the lovers of the world, who can withstand such circumstances? Perhaps Chu Yi was indeed at fault. His fault lay in being overly proactive, in loving Jiang Wanqing too deeply. He has humbled himself to the ground, reduced to dust, which is why she takes him for granted, so readily discarding him for a new interest. Lu Hao sent a lengthy message, feeling somewhat relieved. Yet, soon after, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Would his sister feel pity for her brother Chu Yi upon reading this? Alas, she surely would. He found himself reminiscing about carefree days, where his adorable sister was his constant companion, following him wherever he went. In those times, the internet was not yet widespread. On weekends, when Lu Hao visited Chu Yi's home to read the latest printed comics, Lu Xin would tag along, reluctant to part from her beloved brother. Yet shy in demeanor, clutching at Lu Hao's clothing. Dealing with little girls was Chu Yi's forte. He gifted her the delightful chocolate balls his mother had bought him as a formal introduction. The little girl, shyly accepting his kindness, uttered, "Thank you, Brother Chu Yi." Only boys from single-child families comprehend the profound impact of such words. It was a decisive moment. He truly began to regard Lu Xin as a sister. As time passed, Lu Xin grew less timid around Chu Yi, greeting him as Brother Chu Yi upon their encounters. Lu Hao began to feel disgruntled. "She is my sister. You already have another little girl as a companion. A sister is a sister. She is different." How is she different? She simply is. At that age, Chu Yi could not articulate the reason. He was bewildered and naive. Eventually, an event transpired that rendered Lu Hao incapable of feeling jealousy towards Chu Yi any longer. Chapter 17. Chocolate Sister 2. They frolicked in the small park near their home. Dogs that bark do not bite. Those that bite do not bark. Suddenly, a stray dog lunged at them. The medium-sized dog posed a considerable threat to the children as it charged toward the seemingly frail Lu Xin. Startled, Lu Xion's face turned pale, rendering her motionless. In her moment of panic, she called for her brother. Yet, it was Chu Yi who instinctively stepped forward. He pushed Lu Xin aside, only to be seized by the stray dog, which clamped down on his arm and brought him to the ground. A park cleaner, witnessing the commotion from a distance, shouted loudly, "Get away, beast!" While rushing over with a broom. Passers-by joined in to assist. The stray dog was swiftly dealt with. In a flurry, they transported Chu Yi to the hospital for treatment and vaccinations. His arm was in a grievous state, excruciatingly painful. Once a bright and sunny individual, he now felt lethargic and despondent. Lu Wei had spent years managing her son's outings, striving to alleviate her lingering fears. As time passed and cells regenerated, the scars on his arm gradually faded, becoming nearly imperceptible. Nonetheless, upon closer inspection, traces remained. Whenever Lu Hao recalled this incident, he could only sigh. Lu Xin did not call him Brother Chu Yi for naught. In that moment of peril, Chu Yi proved to be more reliable than Lu Hao, his own brother. As Lu Xin reached the age of budding affection, she realized her feelings for Chu Yi transcended the bounds of sibling love. What girl would shy away and feel her heart race at the sight of her brother? Thus, she relinquished the endearing title of Brother Chu Yi, yearning to redefine her role in his heart. This change was precisely why Chu Yi remarked that Lu Xin had ceased to call him brother upon maturing. Contrarily, their bond did not grow distant. Rather, she had fallen in love with him. Alas, it was too late. To Chu Yi, she remained the little sister he had once fiercely protected. The position of beloved had already been firmly claimed by Jiang Wanqing. By chance, Lu Hao discovered his sister's affection for Chu Yi. Unlike other brothers-in-law who might react with anger, he felt no such ire. After all, Chu Yi had proven capable of safeguarding his sister well. Lu Hao felt a twinge of inadequacy. Besides, it was better for his sister to be cherished by someone familiar than to be deceived by a stranger. Marrying someone nearby meant they could meet daily. A simple bike ride away, unlike others who saw their partners only once a year. Countless times, Lu Hao hinted at his feelings to his close friend. Yet the answers he received were always the same, not lovers, but siblings. He felt a deep sense of helplessness, unable to alter the situation. After all, it was Lu Xin who first addressed him as Brother Chu Yi. Was it not natural for others to see her as a sister? They had strayed from the right path from the very beginning. What should have been a promising start had resulted in a dismal outcome. If only she had used a different title, what difference would it have made for Jiang Wanqing? With her brother as an ally, could Chu Yi truly escape her grasp? If all else failed, he could simply intoxicate him and send him to her bed. However, if he viewed her as a sister, that was an entirely different matter. Lu Hao conveyed the answer he received from Chu Yi to his sister, Lu Xin. Upon hearing it, she remained silent, as still as a wilting flower. The following day, Lu Hao noticed his sister's red-rimmed eyes, a testament to her tears. He remarked, "Sister, perhaps it would be best for you to let go, lest you both cease to be siblings." Lu Xin remained silent for a considerable time, not yielding to the notion of giving up. Instead, she declared, "If he is happy, then I am happy." Lu Hao sighed. His sister possessed many admirable qualities. She was gentle, considerate, and well-educated. Yet her stubbornness was tenfold more intense than his own. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway her. Even with the truth laid bare before her, she could not relinquish her love for Chu Yi. She could not bear the thought of merely being siblings. Of course, he would find happiness. What about her? From that moment onward, Lu Xion's communication with Chu Yi dwindled. Concealing a love as fervent as a blazing fire proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, she found herself, as she did today, obstructing Ling Mo from approaching Jiang Wanqing. How disheartening. Lu Xian observed a long string of messages from Lu Hao, her heart aching in sympathy for Chu Yi, especially upon seeing the photograph he sent. In the night rain, a solitary figure stood drenched, the sorrow upon him impervious to the relentless downpour. Gently, Lu Xian touched the screen, her tears blurring her vision. The brother she yearned for, Chu Yi, had been so profoundly wounded by Jiang Wanqing. She hadn't even had the chance to express her love. Lu Xian could not comprehend how Ling Mo could be so exceptional that Jiang Wanqing would heartlessly abandon someone who had been by her side for over a decade. That night, when Jiang Wanqing did not show up, Lu Xian fleetingly wondered if she had gone to Ling Mo's birthday celebration. The thought was quickly dismissed as absurd. Perhaps there was some urgent matter at her home, or perhaps she was preparing an intimate birthday gathering for just the two of them. After the birthday party, Jiang Wanqing would wait at home for him, ready to share a world of two, unveiling a gift she had long prepared and whispering sweet nothings, culminating in an impassioned kiss. Yet, the outcome was starkly different. Suddenly, Lu Xian understood why, at the conclusion of the gathering, Chu Yi had chosen to present roses to everyone, because Jiang Wanqing had not attended. She regretted not speaking more with Chu Yi earlier, nor acquiescing to his request to call him Brother Chu Yi. Love. Jiang Wanqing had already left him emotionally scarred. He sought solace from her, only to be met with rejection. Lu Xian no longer cared about her standing in Chu Yi's heart. All she desired was to be by his side during this arduous time, even if it meant embracing the role of a sister. Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence in response to his messages, Lu Hao thought to himself, "This is not good. Sister, please do not act impulsively, confess your feelings, or seek out Jiang Wanqing. We must proceed with caution." "Brother, I wish to see him now." "Very well, I shall help you find a reason." Lu Hao refrained from voicing his previous admonitions. After a prolonged wait, the opportunity for her younger sister has finally arrived, and it is imperative to seize it with both hands. In truth, Lu Xian had not contemplated much. She was acutely aware that Chu Yi was undoubtedly in distress and in need of companionship. The circumstances corroborated this notion. Otherwise, why would Chu Yi venture to the literary society so early in the morning? As Lu Xian responded to messages, she was already en route. Chu Yi had brought her back from the rain, and now she was stepping into it once more for his sake. Regardless of whether Lu Hao would assist her in concocting a pretext for their meeting, she was resolute in her decision to go. If the reason of affection and desire to see him was insufficient, she would approach him as a sister. After all, Lu Xian harbored no ulterior motives. Nor did she revel in the misfortune of their eventual separation. Her sole desire was to quietly accompany Chu Yi through this sorrowful period, embodying the most unadulterated form of love. Chapter 18. Chocolate Sister 3. This evening was destined to be solitary for Chu Yang. Lu Xian did not call him Brother Chu Yi even once, and his parents had temporarily left him to his own devices. Upon returning home, Chu Yi discovered that his father had also come back from work. "Dad," he greeted, "are you picking up Xiaoqing from school?" Chu Yi chose silence. Realizing that if he spoke, his father would undoubtedly probe further, so he preferred to remain mute. "Son, your mother and I are going out for dinner tonight. You can stay home and manage on your own. You can either cook or order takeout. I'll transfer you some money." Chu Yi was taken aback, but quickly recalled that today marked his parents' wedding anniversary. "Dad, I still have money," he replied. Hearing this, Chu Ting pondered that it had been quite a while since his son had asked him for living expenses. Had his mother given it to him? Or was it his own savings? Curiosity mingled with a sense of nostalgia as he reflected on how, during his son's childhood, he had often been preoccupied with work and unable to spend quality time with him. Now that he had settled down and his income was steadily increasing, it seemed his son no longer required his financial support, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling of paternal love that had nowhere to go. Lu Wei emerged from her room, clearly having put considerable thought into her attire, even donning high heels. Time had enhanced her grace, rendering her no less captivating than Xiao Suyun. "Xiao Yi, do you think I look beautiful in this outfit tonight?" Chu Yi felt as if he could forego dinner entirely, as the affectionate exchange was more than enough sustenance. Was his mother truly inquiring about his opinion? It was evident she was asking his father indirectly, feeling shy to approach the subject directly. He quickly exchanged glances with his father. "Very beautiful," Chu Ting affirmed. Lu Wei's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "Behave at home tonight, and tomorrow I will prepare a delicious meal for you. If you find yourself feeling lonely, you can visit Aunt Xiao. She will surely keep you company." Chu Yi could only respond with a meek, "Okay," as he saw his parents off. As their car departed from the garage, its taillights fading into the distance, he was left alone in the house, the rain outside beginning to lessen. Chu Yi felt no inclination to do anything, nor any desire to move. As dusk descended, he did not bother to turn on the lights, instead sinking into the darkness on the sofa. His phone illuminated, casting one of the few sources of light into the room, reflecting off his deep-set eyes, creating a scattered glow. "Lu Hao, I've had a quarrel with my girlfriend. Come drink with me." "What quarrel?" Chu Yi felt weary, but still mustered the strength to offer some psychological comfort to his good friend. The affectionate exchanges from his parents had left him a bit pained. He truly did not wish to engage with the term girlfriend in any context. "It's complicated. I'm already at your doorstep, not leaving until I'm drunk." The doorbell chimed, confirming the authenticity of the message. Lu Hao had come to ensure he completed his sister's mission personally. Chu Yi rose from the sofa and walked to the door, only to find not only Lu Hao but also Lu Xian, whom he had just seen earlier. The moisture from the rainy day had dampened a strand of her hair, adding an enchanting allure to her presence, making her even more endearing. However, Chu Yi frowned, recalling how he had ensured she did not get wet while escorting her back to the dormitory. As the heavens darkened, the lights remained unlit, enveloping the room in an inky blackness. Conserving energy does not necessitate such extremes. Lu Hao, noticing Chu Yi's gaze fixated on his sister, preemptively spoke up, concerned that he might inquire about Lu Xian's unexpected presence. Typically, during their solitary drinking sessions, they would deliberately avoid her company. Now, her sudden inclusion seemed discordant. Being a solitary individual, the absence of lights was inconsequential. With his parents away for the evening, there was no need to venture out. A light drizzle fell outside, and the few cans of beer he had received from Chu Yi remained untouched. Chu Yi pressed the light switch, illuminating the previously dark room, a welcome change. Lu Hao contemplated seizing this opportunity to procure a few bottles of white liquor to intoxicate his good friend, perhaps even leading him to his sister's bed. The conditions were favorable. The weather, a rainy night. The location, home, where the comfort of a familial bed surpassed that of a hotel. And the company, only Chu Yi was present. With no adults around, he boldly entered and plopped down on the sofa, a place he had frequented countless times, feeling at home. "Have you eaten?" Chu Yi inquired. To his surprise, Lu Hao shamelessly replied, "I haven't eaten, and your sister Lu Xin is still hungry. Chu Yi was rendered speechless, as if Lu Hao were not her brother. Fine, I'll prepare something for you both. He turned and headed to the kitchen. Typically, the two men would drown their concerns in quiet drinking, but with Lu Xin present, how could she be allowed to partake in alcohol? After all, Chu Yi was reluctant to let her. What had prompted Lu Hao to bring Lu Xin along this time? Could it be that his conflicts with his girlfriend were somehow related to her? Questions flooded Chu Yi's mind, but he could not fathom that Lu Xin had orchestrated this encounter merely to see him. Nevertheless, if Lu Xin had not come tonight, Chu Yi would truly be alone, abandoned by his parents on their outing. Jiang Wanqing was no longer the person she once was, and it was increasingly difficult for her to appear when he needed her most. Chu Yi anticipated spending several hours in the unlit room, submerged in solitude. He opened the refrigerator, finding it stocked with ample ingredients. A cursory glance confirmed tonight's menu: pork rib corn soup, stir-fried onion with tenderloin, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and greens. Brother Chu Yi, let me help you. Lu Xion's voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see her standing close by, too near, prompting an instinctive urge to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. What is it, Brother Chu Yi? Lu Xion's gentle call dispelled any notion of it being a mere figment of his imagination. Indeed, the crowded dormitory had made her hesitant to call out earlier. She still cherished her brother. She had not changed. Not everyone transforms as they grow older. A long-lost joy began to blossom within Chu Yi's heart. Why don't you sit outside? I'll handle things here, he smiled. It's getting late. Having an extra pair of hands would hasten the process. Lu Xin softly replied as she removed an apron hanging on a wall hook and donned it. Her gentle and serene demeanor has transformed into a more graceful and dignified presence, exuding the essence of a devoted wife. Brother Chu Yi, please help me tie my apron. She bestowed upon Chu Yi a delicate and elegant silhouette. The slender waist, akin to a willow, was adorned with two straps, reminiscent of a pristine jasmine blossom, yearning to be adorned with a beautiful silk ribbon. Brother Chu Yi, please hurry. Chapter 19. Unintentional ambiguity, just lend me a hand, will you? Today, you are the guest, understood? Chu Yi helplessly assisted Lu Xin in tying her apron. The warmth of his fingertips inadvertently grazed her soft waist through the fabric, causing her to shiver slightly, as if a delicate current coursed through her, leaving her tingling. Oblivious to the subtle tension, he proceeded to wash the rice. The kitchen was spacious enough that the two of them cooking together did not feel cramped. Rather, it exuded a cozy warmth. Observing Lu Xion's adept culinary skills, Chu Yi couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how fortunate his brother was to have such a wonderful sister. It was no wonder that Lu Hao had claimed he could not cook. It seemed his sister was more than capable, sparing him the effort. He pondered who was fortunate enough to win Lu Xion's affection. From what he knew of her, she was gentle as water, understanding, and naturally beautiful. After marriage, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Brother Chu Yi, we are out of salt. Her soft voice interrupted his thoughts. I remember there are 2 packets in the upper cabinet, he replied, pausing his task and stepping closer to her. The salt was just above her head in the cabinet. He opened it and retrieved a packet. To an onlooker from outside, the scene would appear exceedingly intimate, akin to a cinematic moment where the male lead assists the female lead in reaching for a book high on a library shelf, little different from a wall slam. Lu Xian felt an overwhelming closeness to her beloved, enveloped entirely in Chu Yi's presence. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Just a step closer, and their lips could meet. Chu Yi had not initially considered the implications, but upon seeing the faint blush that crept onto Lu Xian's lovely face, he became acutely aware of how close and ambiguous their proximity was. He quickly stepped back, creating distance. Even biological siblings maintained a certain decorum, let alone himself. Oh, I apologize. I didn't notice, he stammered. Lu Xian took the salt from his hand, opened the package, and poured it into the container. It's all right, she replied. Her cheeks still flushed, the rosy hue lingering for quite some time. In truth, even if Chu Yi had inadvertently cornered Lu Xian in the kitchen, she would have simply closed her eyes, awaiting his kiss, surrendering herself completely. Alas, the petals of affection had intentions, but the stream flowed indifferently. Lu Xian lacked the courage to act. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yi had indeed been so close. A gentle lean forward would have brought their lips together. She feared that such a kiss might plunge their relationship into uncertainty. Thus, she let the moment slip away, watching it fade before her eyes. Sometimes, caring too deeply can be a burden. Once Lu Xian became familiar with the layout of the kitchen, Chu Yi was assigned to guard the pork and corn soup. She wanted to prepare a meal for him. Lu Hao quietly leaned against the kitchen door, refraining from disturbing the two within. Perhaps this was the life his sister desired, spending day after day with Chu Yi, living like an ordinary family. Observing the harmonious scene, Lu Hao took out his phone and captured the moment in a photograph. Upon a cursory glance, one might mistake the two for a newlywed couple, perfectly embodying the ideal spouses often depicted in television dramas, both exceptionally attractive. He pondered for a moment and captioned the photo. A harmonious pairing makes work feel lighter. Subsequently, he discreetly obscured the two individuals along with their parents before sharing it on his social media. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems likely that someone will find it difficult to sleep tonight. Jiang Wanqing, what emotions might you experience upon seeing this post? Before long, an old classmate inquired directly. Are Lu Xian and Chu Yi together? Lu Hao replied, I merely visited a good friend's home for a meal. This response was artfully crafted, subtly avoiding any mention of Lu Xian, leaving ample room for speculation. In the kitchen, Chu Yi was lost in thought, gazing at the gently simmering pork and corn soup. The heat had been reduced to a low flame, preventing any overflow. Brother Chu Yi, what are you pondering? Lu Xian asked, as the aroma of the various dishes enveloped the room, adding a rich fragrance to the air. I am contemplating the freshness of this soup. It's nearly ready. I shall let you have the first taste. Chu Yi spoke to Lu Xian with a brotherly affection. He washed a bowl and spoon, serving only a small portion for her to try, cautioning her, be careful, it's hot. Lu Xian, aware that he was not speaking the whole truth, chose not to press further. After all, the melancholy reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. Brother Chu Yi, everything will gradually improve. Until then, I shall be by your side. She ladled a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before tasting. It was delightful, she thought to herself. How wonderful it would be to remain in this moment, sharing each ordinary day with this man, nurturing one another through life as trials. This fleeting happiness filled Lu Xian with boundless hope for the future. Jiang Wanqing, how could you so easily cast aside that which I desire so deeply? You will surely come to regret it. Switching to a different spoon, Lu Xian filled another spoonful of the fragrant broth, blowing on it gently before offering it to Chu Yi. She was so careful that even the possibility of an indirect kiss was rendered unlikely. Brother Chu Yi, you should also try it. It's truly delicious. Is it? Chu Yi mused, as one who prepares soup instinctively tastes to gauge its seasoning, a step he deemed essential. He sipped the broth she offered. Just the right balance of saltiness. Be sure to have more later. Don't let your brother have the best of it. He jested, turning off the heat before washing the dishes, then ladling the soup from the pot. Without hesitation, Lu Xian showed no disdain for the spoon he had used. With 3 dishes and a soup, their collaborative efforts soon adorned the dining table. Lu Hao hurriedly washed his hands, ready to eat, appearing nothing like someone embroiled in a disagreement with his girlfriend. In the past, Chu Yi would have noticed such nuances, but now he lacked the energy to do so. He retrieved a few cans of beer from the refrigerator, while Lu Xian served both him and Lu Hao a bowl of warm soup. How thoughtful of my sister. Isn't it? Lu Hao proclaimed with pride. In a moment of tenderness, I found myself pondering in the kitchen about who would be fortunate enough to take her home as his bride. Lu Xing's gesture of picking up her chopsticks faltered, as if the deepest secrets of her heart had been unveiled. Lu Hao. He began to doubt whether his friend had suffered not only emotional wounds, but also a blow to his intellect. What I mean is, this beauty is indeed remarkable. How could you dare to claim that she is lovely yet not meant for you? If you have the courage to speak up, then like a butterfly, she may willingly embrace you. Perhaps tonight she might even keep you warm. Why wallow in sorrow over another woman here? Securing a marriage certificate could even grant you academic credits, and next year you could celebrate a full moon banquet. Let that woman regret her choices to the end of her days. Lu Hao's thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Little did Lu Wei know that on this rainy night, a girl would go to great lengths to find an excuse to meet, simply to prepare a meal for her son. She hoped he would not feel so lonely, so heartbroken, or so despondent. Chapter 20. A heart aflutter once one savors a warm bowl of soup. Indulging in a frosty beer becomes an impossibility. This is a subtle testament to Lu Xian's quiet concern. Hence, she opted to serve the two of them a bowl of soup first, rather than a plate of rice. As Chu Yi gazed at the spread of 3 dishes and a soup before them, a twinge of guilt washed over him. After all, who was the guest here? Aside from the soup he had prepared himself, the remaining dishes were all crafted by Lu Xian's deft hands. He pushed the rib and corn soup towards Lu Xian. While young ladies may not always favor ribs, the likelihood of them refusing the succulent corn infused with broth was slim. Tender and delectable, it was not only delightful, but also low in calories. Of course, this insight stemmed from a certain girl clad in a school uniform, thus lacking broader validity. Lu Xin observed these tender gestures with keen interest. Come on, what conflict have you stirred up with your girlfriend this time? Lu Hao took a sip of soup and slowly replied, with the holiday approaching, I had initially planned a trip with her. However, the price surge for hotels, flights, and various expenses has exceeded my financial means. It seems the trip may not come to fruition. Lu Hao spoke the truth. This was indeed a matter between him and Lin Yali. So it was a financial issue. Chu Yi heaved a sigh of relief for his brother. As long as there were no rifts in their relationship, that was what mattered. Money, after all, was something he possessed. His novel had once graced the charts and earned him a substantial sum in royalties, though it had since been indefinitely suspended. And others claimed that his childhood friend could not rival a sudden arrival. He had basked in glory at one time. How much do you need? Chu Yi pulled out his phone, ready to transfer funds. What do I need your money for? I'm not in a romantic relationship with you. It's Lin Yali I'm dating. She's the one accompanying me on this trip. If I can't cover the travel expenses, she will. Otherwise, we might as well enjoy a holiday locally, Lu Hao replied. Chu Yi, it's time for you to reconsider this mindset. Solely giving without receiving may not yield the desired results. It can make one appear as if they are merely a burden, cheapening their worth. For instance, in this trip, her money is valid, while mine is not. To make someone indispensable, they must invest something in the relationship. Otherwise, things without cost are seldom cherished. You should understand this better than I do. This was wisdom Lu Hao had gleaned from Chu Yi. One cannot solely give to a partner, ultimately. It could lead to an empty endeavor. Such was the case with childhood sweethearts, let alone those who fell in love at first sight. One must love with principles and boundaries. While loving a partner, do not forget to love oneself. Brother, Lu Xin interjected, seeking to halt his words. She believed that loving someone purely was not wrong. The fault lay with those who failed to appreciate the love bestowed upon them. Lu Hao shrugged, imparting lessons he had learned from his good friend, insisting there was nothing to conceal. I'm not helping her. I'm helping you. Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, managing to utter a feeble retort. The reality was already set in motion, leaving him unable to counter. Do not overthink. The world is vast, yet the most significant thing is a hearty meal. Since entering university, I have not savored the dishes prepared by my sister in quite some time. Cherish it well. Indeed, let us strive for a clean plate initiative. Lu Hao remarked, it seems all those years spent honing your comprehension skills were in vain. How did you manage to gain admission to Tianhai University? You failed to grasp the subtext. Clean plate? If you marry her, you can relish her cooking every day. He huffily took a bite of corn. Lu Hao understood that his good friend had treated Lu Xin as a sister for so many years. Altering that perception would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, Lu Hao found the corn delightful and devoured several pieces. Subsequently, Chu Yi piled the remaining 2 pieces of corn into Lu Xin's bowl. What do you mean by that? Lu Hao replied, I'm merely concerned that you might devour it all, leaving Lu Xin with nothing. Upon glancing at the remnants on his plate, Lu Hao realized he had practically consumed all the corn from the pot. Grumbling, he switched to other dishes. It was not that Chu Yi was stingy. The clay pot had its limitations, and the corn was voluminous, leaving little room. The essence of the pork and corn soup lay in the corn itself, which offered a rich broth while retaining its inherent sweetness. Lu Xin gazed at the corn in her bowl, torn between joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that her beloved personally served her food, while the sorrow arose from being treated as a sister instead of a romantic interest. Yet, irrespective of the circumstances, the corn remained undeniably sweet. What about you? You surely did not spend your 5-day holiday at home, did you? Lu Hao's eyes were fixed on the dish of stir-fried pork with onions. Chu Yi was accustomed to planning. Naturally, he had arrangements for the upcoming 5-day holiday. Even his parents were likely to travel. Left alone at home would be rather dull. However, it seemed that this plan might no longer be necessary. He intended to confess his feelings and travel by plane with Jiang Wanqing to a scenic spot in another province, renowned for its vast sea of flowers. A kaleidoscope of colors would bloom, and it was difficult to imagine the sheer happiness of holding his beloved's hand while strolling amidst such beauty. Every sweet word spoken to her would be backed by a multitude of blossoms, and within that expansive floral sea, the most exquisite flower would be right by his side. If he could embark on this journey as planned, it would undoubtedly create cherished memories. Yet, from the moment Jiang Wanqing chose to attend Ling Mo's birthday gathering, this plan lost its significance. What was initially envisioned as a trip now seemed preferable to remain at home, avoiding the crowds. However, staying confined at home was not ideal. One should explore the magnificent landscapes of our motherland, the mighty rivers and towering mountains. A visit to the boundless sea could also be invigorating, as such experiences broaden one's horizons and allow many matters to be put into perspective. Lu Hao quickly saw through Chu Yi's excuse. What crowds? Quite the opposite. He was utterly lonely. It seemed he yearned to vacation with Jiang Wanqing, yet she could not even attend his birthday gathering. So how could she possibly accompany him on a trip? If companionship is desired, one should simply express that, I happen to have a potential candidate in mind. Lu Hao's words made Lu Exine anxious, fearing that Chu Yi might decline. Yet, the mere thought of the slightest possibility that Chu Yi might agree to accompany her on a journey stirred an uncontrollable yearning within her heart. Do not regard me as a mere child, she mused, as Chu Yi feigned indifference. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to focus on your own romantic endeavors, lest you seek me out again for solace and drink. Nonetheless, you are indeed correct. I ought to behold the splendid landscapes of my homeland. Lu Xian's hopeful anticipation was extinguished by a single remark from Chu Yi. Such is the nature of love. Every word and action from that special someone resonates deeply within, evoking joy and sorrow, happiness and anguish alike. Lu Hao felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. This audacious attempt had proven fruitless. Indeed, haste makes waste. His younger sister's desire for a loving union still had a long road ahead. Chapter 21. The silent longing takes shape after dinner. Lu Xian took the initiative to wash the dishes. What a jest it would be for Chu Yi to allow her to do so. He gently pressed his hands on her fragrant shoulders, urging her to sit on the sofa. Be a good girl and stay here. You are not allowed in the kitchen. Facing Chu Yi's somewhat forceful tone, Lu Xian did not feel displeased. Instead, a warm sensation blossomed within her heart. Lu Hao observed his sister's obedient demeanor before Chu Yi, reminiscent of her clinginess in childhood. A hint of jealousy stirred within the big man. Alas, who would have thought that the vinegar of a decade ago remains as pungent as ever? After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, it was already 9 o'clock. This dinner had completely surpassed Chu Yi's expectations. He had initially intended to make a hasty meal of it, but instead, they had enjoyed a feast of 3 courses and soup. As the rain outside subsided, Lu Hao remarked, "It's getting late. We should take our leave and come back for dinner another day." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's bright eyes brimmed with a tinge of reluctance. Time seemed to have flown by, and it felt as though she was about to depart just moments after arriving. They barely had the chance to exchange a few words. Yes, given her current status, staying until this hour was already a limit. Ultimately, she had to leave, unless one day, she was no longer his sister but his beloved, perhaps even his wife, allowing her to hold his hand forever without parting. "I'll help you hail a cab." "No need. I've booked one on my phone." "It will arrive shortly," Lu Hao replied, even letting out a burp. Not bad. This trip was worthwhile. The food was better than the cafeteria. Chu Yi accompanied the siblings to the door. The rain had ceased, and a ride-hailing car with its brake lights illuminated was waiting. The timing was perfect. "Goodbye, Brother Chu Yi." "Goodbye. Do message me when you arrive," he replied. "Sure," Lu Xian answered softly. Lu Hao casually remarked, "With me as her brother. What is there to worry about?" "Indeed," Chu Yi chuckled helplessly. "A good brother can still feel a twinge of jealousy at times. Just like in elementary school, and still now. Next time, let us drink again. Farewell." Lu Hao opened the car door, signaling for his sister to enter first. Lu Xian cast a lingering glance at Chu Yi before settling into the back seat. The night breeze stirred her long, flowing hair, and her silent longing took on a tangible form. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yi felt something was amiss, though he could not articulate what was lacking. The car soon started, merging onto the main road and gradually disappearing from sight. As the tide receded, the rocks lay bare. After their departure, the house was left in solitude once more. At times, one can endure loneliness indefinitely, provided they are not immersed in the bustle of life. The company of Lu Xian and Lu Hao only intensified his solitude, eroding his shattered heart like concentrated sulfuric acid. In the car, Lu Hao was engrossed in a message from his girlfriend, grinning foolishly. Lin Yali had written, "If you don't have enough money, that's all right. I will cover half." Half. Such a melodious phrase. It signifies that the other truly wishes to nurture this love together and persist in it steadfastly. He promptly sent a sweet and endearing emoji, and the conversation lingered on for quite some time. Suddenly, he realized that his younger sister was still seated beside him. It was puzzling how he had the audacity to feel jealous of Chu Yi. Lu Hao offered a few words of comfort to the silent Lu Xin. Sister, rest assured. Jiang Wanqing and your brother Chu Yi are unlikely to have any future together. To treat a childhood companion so dismissively for the sake of a fleeting novelty is quite disheartening. They are still in college. Once they enter society without Ling Mo, there will be Lin Mo, Wang Mo, and Zhao Mo. Is Chu Yi expected to indulge her time and again? That is simply implausible. What was once the most precious and rare aspect of their relationship has been irrevocably lost. That aspect is known as a steadfast choice. If they cannot make a resolute choice for one another, then discussions of romance, marriage, and family become moot. It is uncertain whether Jiang Wanqing truly fails to appreciate what she has or simply cannot learn the art of fidelity. As an observer of this pair of childhood sweethearts, Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for how they have reached this point. After all, childhood companions embody a yearning for love in the hearts of many. Now, this ideal is crumbling before his very eyes. Chu Yi's situation serves as a reminder that even years of companionship do not guarantee a journey to the altar. What of those who experience love at first sight like himself? Will they not grow weary of one another once the initial fervor wanes? The thought is chilling. Brother, do you think there will come a day when Chu Yi will fall in love with me? Lu Xin asked softly. How could he not? It's as if you were saying my sister pales in comparison to Jiang Wanqing, he replied. Over the years, Chu Yi has invested so much in Jiang Wanqing, while she has reciprocated so little. He resembles a person on the verge of dying of thirst in a desert. If only you could love him, allowing him to experience the warmth of affection from another. This parched soul, akin to one nearing death in the desert, would earnestly plead for a sip of water. Under normal circumstances, the joy derived from being loved is rated at 10. However, with Chu Yi, that sense of happiness could soar to 100 or even beyond. Every small gesture of warmth and care from you would be magnified in his heart. Such is the plight of a love-starved child. When Lu Hao pursued Lin Yali, he read extensively about the intricacies of love, applying many techniques he learned. Thus, when Lu Xin inquired, he readily provided an array of explanations. However, the literature suggested that such methods could swiftly lead one into another's heart. Yet, Lu Xin had already occupied a place in Chu Yi's heart, albeit as a sister. Faced with such a convoluted situation, Lu Hao was at a loss for what to do. Did Chu Yi perceive his younger sister's companionship as familial love or romantic affection? Perhaps it leaned more towards familial love. Truly, one misstep leads to another. If a confession were to occur, Lu Hao could assert with absolute certainty that Chu Yi would unequivocally reject Lu Xin, leaving their relationship worse off than it is now. Alas, patience is essential. Lu Hao checked the previous post he made about the harmonious pairing of men and women, remarking that it was not an arduous task. The abundance of likes and comments is astonishing. Old classmates gather, one more conspicuous than the other, engaging in gossip, pursuing inquiries, and even tagging Jiang Wanqing. The atmosphere is practically electrified. Amidst this flurry of likes, conspicuously absent is Jiang Wanqing's endorsement. Has she seen this? Surely she must have. Yet, it matters not. In due time, these old acquaintances will reach out to her. Have you broken up with Chu Yi? Is this not a more profound emotional blow? Many of the alumni presume the two are already together. Otherwise, at Chu Yi's birthday gathering, no one would dare to question. Why did you not attend your boyfriend's birthday celebration? Lu Hao deliberately allows this situation to fester among friends. If someone were to inquire of Chu Yi, is Lu Xin now your girlfriend? It would serve his purpose splendidly, through the voices of others. He aims to convey that the name Lu Xin can indeed be associated with the term girlfriend. The more inquiries, the better. With each repetition, the impression deepens. The identity of the younger sister will gradually waver. The line between illusion and reality draws ever closer. Chapter 22. The love that gradually fades away. Jiang Wanqing truly lacked the inclination to peruse her social media feed. Ever since Chu Yi had calmly declined her invitation to go out together the following day amidst the rain, she had been engulfed in a haze of distraction. It seemed to her that Chu Yi was not merely upset, but had transformed into someone unfamiliar. At the dining table, both Xiao Siyun and Zhang Haiming discerned their daughter's heavy heart. Xiao Siyun also became increasingly anxious, sensing that the matter between the two was not merely a trivial quarrel. Conversely, Zhang Haiming dismissed her concerns. What was the big deal? Even couples experienced their share of disagreements and arguments. These two children had grown up together, their bond profoundly deep. In time, They would surely find a way to reconcile and return to their usual closeness. To be candid, Chu Yi was Jiang Wanqing's ideal son-in-law. First, the families shared a good rapport. Second, Chu Yi excelled academically, and both his appearance and character were satisfactory to both him and his wife. There were no flaws to be found. Moreover, Jiang Wanqing had observed for years how well Chu Yi treated his daughter. Third, just as Lu Hao had suggested, his daughter would inevitably marry one day. Jiang Wanqing had no desire to see his cherished daughter whisked away by some unworthy scoundrel to a distant place, with only the occasional holiday visit. Why should that be? His daughter was his pride and joy, raised with care and devotion. Yet, Chu Yi's home was conveniently located just across the street, a mere minute away. Even with eyes closed, one could find their way. Once married, his daughter could return home whenever she wished, perhaps even continue living there, thus maintaining a harmonious and blissful family life. Every aspect aligned perfectly with the expectations of this devoted father. Therefore, Jiang Wanqing felt that Chu Yi and his daughter were indeed a match made in heaven, destined to be together. It was rare to find a father-in-law who did not burden his son-in-law, but rather treated him with kindness. The last time Chu Yi had dined at their home, Jiang Wanqing had even set aside his authoritative demeanor to pour a drink for him, only to be promptly halted by Xiao Suyun. "Mom, I'm full." Jiang Wanqing placed her utensils down, her appetite diminished in the face of the lavish spread before her. She turned and descended the stairs, leaving the couple alone. Sighing softly, Xiao Suyun remarked, "Alas, honey, let the children find their own fortunes. Do not fret so much." Jiang Wanqing reassured her. Their companionship since childhood has fostered a strong bond. Small disagreements and frictions are merely fleeting. However, her husband's words did little to alleviate Xiao Suyun's worries. "It's not that I am overthinking, but have you not noticed how, since entering university, these two children are not as close as they once were? Apart from the last time I invited Xiao Yi over, he hasn't visited our home in quite some time. During weekends, I hope Xiao Yi will take our daughter out to strengthen their relationship. Therefore, whenever she goes out, I always inquire about her destination. Initially, she would say she was going to meet Xiao Yi, which brought me comfort, though I worried whether they might cross any boundaries. Yet, that concern was short-lived, as her weekend outings soon transformed into trips to the school's art studio and the like. Seeking Xiao Yi seems to have diminished in importance for my daughter. Occasionally, she mentions, today, Chu Yi invited me for a stroll. On one occasion, Xiao Yi came to our home on a Saturday, only to be met with disappointment. This child has been under my watchful eye as he grew. In his youth, he was well-behaved, understanding, and polite, never crying or throwing a tantrum even when he fell. Yet, the forlorn expression on his face that day is still vividly etched in my memory. An absurd thought crossed my mind. Could it be that my daughter has fallen for someone? Is that why Xiao Yi was hurt so deeply? How could that be? Jiang Wanqing suddenly found even the most delectable dishes difficult to swallow. I hope not. A mother knows her daughter best. Xiao Suyun gazed toward the second floor. My dear daughter, I have said all that I needed to say. Do not stray from the right path. In the room, Jiang Wanqing's white skirt still bore the marks of rain. The large black umbrella was rendered ineffective as the wind blew droplets inside. She shed her long dress and sank into the bathtub, the warm water dispelling the chill. The mist enveloped her slender, jade-like figure. Visions of Chu Yi and Lu Exquisite sharing an umbrella flooded her mind. They were so close, with the young man tilting the umbrella toward the girl, his tall frame shielding her from the rain. Every detail was impeccable, as if Lu Exquisite were the one he cherished above all else. Jiang Wanqing finally understood the source of that pervasive sense of security. It was not the umbrella itself, but the person holding it for her. Viewing Chu Yi's affection from a distance, she felt no joy. The love that was uniquely hers was gradually slipping away. By the time she realized this, it had already vanished without a trace. Outside the bathroom, on the soft bed in her bedroom, her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from others, including one from Ling Imo. They had attended a full day of classes, half of which were general subjects, and the other half focused on their art major. The topics for conversation were endless, ranging from assignments to the oil painting techniques demonstrated by a visiting professor, far more sophisticated than the shading techniques Chu Yi had used in his morning sketch. With their similar perspectives on art, conversing was effortless for them. The remaining messages came from her high school female classmates with whom she shared a good rapport, all probing for insights. Among them were girls who harbored secret affections for Chu Yi, and thus they understood the intimacy shared by the childhood sweethearts that was so profound it left no room for others. These girls, from the moment they fell for Chu Yi, were destined for disappointment, with no hope of even a fraction of victory, relegated to silently offering their blessings. Yet now, someone informs her that those once envied childhood sweethearts did not end up together after all. In truth, she could attempt to deliver the love letter she had pinned to the boy she admired. Yet you have misjudged, leaving a profound regret in the wake of youth. No one can accept such an outcome. They would rather be defeated by childhood sweethearts who grew up together than miss out in cowardice. After Jiang Wanqing emerged from the bathroom, she noticed her phone illuminated with notifications. Upon picking it up, a sense of unease began to well within her heart. Classmates subtly inquired about the situation surrounding Lu Hao's recent social media post, while others bluntly asked, "Have you broken up with Chu Yi?" A barrage of unclear comments struck her like arrows. Following the cues, she opened her social media space. What met her gaze was a striking post by Lu Hao accompanied by a photograph. The caption read, "With a man and a woman working together. The task feels less burdensome." In the image, Chu Yi was intently engaged in preparing ingredients, his sharply defined profile captured in focus. Meanwhile, Lu Exquisite appeared as a dutiful wife, both beautiful and gentle. Particularly notable was the tenderness in her gaze directed at Chu Yi, as soft as flowing water. The two exuded harmony, resembling an exceptionally affectionate newlywed couple. What seemed to be a simple daily record bore an uncanny resemblance to a declaration of love. Chapter 23. Fate has a sense of humor in the photograph. A kitchen is captured, alongside a young man whose profile is partially visible due to the angle. Everything feels strikingly familiar, yet it is accompanied by the gentle presence of Lu Exquisite. Jiang Wanqing gazes at the image in a daze, her heart surging with a profound sense of estrangement. It feels as though a treasured possession, unique and solely hers, is being taken away by another. The person clad in an apron standing beside Chu Yi, preparing a meal, should have been her. Now, however, she finds herself supplanted by Lu Exquisite. The tender and virtuous woman in the photograph gazes at Chu Yi with an affection that stirs turmoil within Jiang Wanqing's heart. A voice within urges her to rush to Chu Yi's home, to uncover the truth, to reclaim her cherished possession from Lu Exquisite's grasp. As Jiang Wanqing prepares to open her wardrobe to change out of her pajamas, she realizes that she no longer possesses a valid reason to seek out Chu Yi. The moment this thought arises, she becomes acutely aware of how estranged she has become from him. In the dormitory, the girls have long since forgotten the discomfort of being drenched in the heavy rain earlier that evening and are now relishing the joys of university life. They indulge in watching dramas and snacking, occasionally teasing each other. "If you eat my snacks, you'll end up so overweight that you won't find a boyfriend." Compared to the elusive notion of a boyfriend, the immediate pleasure of snacks feels far more tangible. Lu Exquisite steps out, capturing the attention of her three roommates. Gu Qiuyan inquires, "Beautiful lady, are you back from a date?" Date. Lu Exquisite never imagined that this term would one day be applicable to her. The mere mention of those two words evokes memories of her near-wall slam experience in the kitchen, diminishing her confidence. No. Can you envision the blushing visage of a gentle beauty? A shy countenance that utterly betrays her to her roommates. Come on, confess. You are the most beautiful among us. At least let us know who has plucked this exquisite flower from our midst, shall you? With a full schedule tonight, everyone is exhausted. All the library slots are booked solid. Previously, when she ventured out at night, it was either to the library or to stroll the playground with her. Wait, what about your hair tie? That exquisite satin one. Don't tell me you lost it. Once reminded, her roommates noticed Lu Exquisite's long hair cascading freely, enhancing her softness. The dormitory falls silent for a few seconds. It is nearly impossible for a girl to misplace a hair tie unless she has given it away. Given it to a man. Who? Lu Exquisite chooses to ignore her roommates. Her gentle nature leaves her ill-equipped for such cunning rebuttals or explanations. Moreover, she indeed has given it away. With the truth exposed by her roommates, how can she retaliate? In this context, silence becomes consent. Gu Qiuyan persists, "Come on. Spill the beans. Let your love nourish those of us who cannot savor the richness of meat. Who was it that whisked you away? Just a hint, please." Lu Exquisite blushed, yet remained tight-lipped. Gu Qiuyan, feeling helpless, resumed her face mask and drama binge. The other two beauties sighed in lament for the absence of gossip. Lu Exquisite quietly approached the balcony of her dormitory and opened a chat window with Chu Yi. Initially, she intended to convey her well-being through text. After several moments of hesitation, she opted for a voice call. The closer she drew, the harder it became to conceal her affection and longing. Lu Exquisite feared that one day, Chu Yi would uncover her feelings, jeopardizing even their sibling-like bond. She wished to hide it, yet yearned to hear the voice of her beloved at that very moment. Beep. Chu Yi was engaged in some final household chores. Lu Wei had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Today marked his parents' wedding anniversary, and as their son, he wished for nothing to mar his mother's joy. Upon receiving Lu Exion's call, he felt a surge of happiness. It seemed she genuinely valued his concerns. Besides her biological brother Lu Hao, there was a place for him, Chu Yi, in her heart. He answered promptly. Are you back at the dormitory? Lu Exion listened as his voice, imbued with care, flowed through the phone. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. No wonder her roommate in love could converse with her boyfriend for hours on end. It was a delightful sensation. She wished this call could last indefinitely. Chu Yi Gidge, what's wrong? Nothing. If Chu Yi could see Lu Exion's current expression, he would not believe her words. The doorbell rang, echoing from one phone to another. Now that you're back at the dorm, I can rest easy. Get some sleep. I have someone at my door. Okay. Goodbye. Lu Exion summoned her courage to make the call, only to be interrupted by the doorbell. There was so much left unsaid. The phone screen dimmed and then went dark. At such a late hour, who would visit Chu Yi's home? Perhaps it was only her, Jiang Wanqing. Eavesdropping. Yu Qiuyan caught wind of Lu Exion referring to Chu Yi as Gidge. She was 99% certain that the person on the other end was the one her best friend cherished. The social media post was not as Lu Exion had claimed, lost. It was likely a gift for Chu Yi. But why did her dear friend seem so disheartened after the call, standing alone on the balcony for such a long time? Fate certainly has a penchant for jest. After hanging up, Chu Yi opened the door and encountered the very person he once longed to see but now wished to avoid, Jiang Wanqing. She appeared as if she had just bathed, her skin luminous as snow. Yet, instead of wearing pajamas, she donned an elegant white gown. Her hair was elegantly styled, exuding a breathtaking grace. To call her a fairy arriving under the cover of night would not be an exaggeration. Yet, Chu Yi remained unmoved. His heart belonged to the girl who was wholly devoted to him, despite her not possessing the ethereal beauty of the one before him. Here, Jiang Wanqing said, extending a black umbrella she held. She truly could not conceive of any excuse to meet Chu Yi, to the extent that she took out the umbrella he had gifted her. In truth, she had no desire for this umbrella. Did receiving an umbrella from him imply that during future rainy days, he would no longer come to fetch her as he once did? Chu Yi furrowed his brows. Did I not mention that this umbrella was a gift for you? There is no need to return it. Jiang Wanqing fell silent. Her gaze drifted past Chu Yi, peering into the house. It was eerily quiet inside, devoid of any other voices. Lu Exion must have already departed. Upon receiving this news, her anxious heart found a modicum of solace. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, Chu Yi came to a realization. He would no longer impose anything upon Jiang Wanqing. This umbrella originally belonged to him. If you do not want it, I shall take it back. He retrieved the black umbrella from her hands and turned to re-enter the house. Wait, Chu Yi, walk with me for a while, just like before, if you would be so kind. Chapter 24. Jiang Wanqing's regret. Lu Exion's subtle thoughts. Jiang Wanqing's voice, once cold and distant, now resonated with a poignant plea. Yet, Chu Yi did not turn around. He merely uttered, I am weary, as he retreated into the room, leaving her alone in the rain. A few droplets fell upon Jiang Wanqing's exquisite visage. The rain commenced once more, and this time, she bore no umbrella, nor would anyone come to her aid with one. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and fear surged within her. The Chu Yi would never have denied her requests. He would have eagerly invited her to wander through the familiar streets. But now, Jiang Wanqing felt an insurmountable distance. As if even when Chu Yi stood before her, he was infinitely far away. The thought of losing him, the boy who had grown alongside her, flooded her mind. And her heart raced with a panic that spread like wild grass. It felt as though a blade was slicing through her heart, rendering her breathless. Humanity often learns to cherish only after the loss. Alas, it was already too late. The gentle rain, like fine silk, drenched her elegant white dress. Upon witnessing her daughter's distress, Xiao Suyun felt a profound ache in her heart. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found herself devoid of the will to bathe or change. Notifications from Ling Mo continued to ping on her phone, but they failed to capture Jiang Wanqing's attention. On her way back, memories of her university days flooded her mind, all the moments when Chu Yi had tirelessly sought her out, waiting for her after class in the art department, or inviting her to a pre-research dessert shop on weekends. Yet, she realized she had done nothing in return. A heavy sense of guilt weighed down on her, making it difficult to breathe. She attempted to send Chu Yi a good-night message, but it vanished into the void, unanswered. Meanwhile, Ling Mo found the situation perplexing. It seemed that Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing were at odds. At a time when she needed comfort, why was she ignoring the messages from her close friend? Something was amiss. To prolong the night and stir up more chaos, he concocted a plan. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuyin could no longer bear to see her best friend lingering on the balcony, lost in her own sorrow, especially with the rain starting again. Was she not concerned about catching a cold? She approached Lu Xian. Is there something you wish to share? You need not keep it bottled up. However, Lu Xian's affection for Chu Yi remained her most deeply guarded secret. Even with her closest friend, she hesitated to speak, gently shaking her head to indicate that all was well, that she required no consolation. Gu Qiuyin was bewildered. Lu Xian's gentle and considerate nature was a rarity, akin to the esteemed women of Jiangnan revered by scholars. How could the one she adored possibly not reciprocate her feelings? Chu Yi, her brother? Was their relationship truly fraternal? Yet, the surnames did not align. She was left in a state of confusion. Keeping busy served as the best distraction. Chu Yi was diligently reviewing the group project due the following day. As the team leader, he was responsible for presenting it as well. A closer inspection of the room revealed several empty beer cans littering the space. Alas, the beer lacked potency. It was insufficient to intoxicate. It was approximately 10:30 when Lu Wei and Chu Ting returned home. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Wei, ever the respectful mother, always knocks before entering. Xiao Yi, is this hair tie left behind by Xiao Qing, or did she gift it to you, and you carelessly misplaced it? The significance of a girl gifting a hair tie to a boy is not to be underestimated. Upon spotting the exquisite satin hair tie on the sofa, her heart brimmed with joy. No girl would forget such an item in another's home. Akin to glasses, the sensation varies immensely when worn or left behind. How could one possibly forget? This implies that the hair tie was purposefully left by the future daughter-in-law. What stage have these two children reached? Upon seeing the beautiful satin hair tie in his mother's hands, Chu Yi suddenly comprehended why he felt something was amiss when Lu Xian entered the car. His long hair fluttered in the breeze. It turned out he had left the hair tie at home. Mom, this isn't hers. It belongs to Lu Xian. As he spoke, he retrieved the lovely accessory from his mother's grasp. Lu Xian. Lu Wei's tone softened, tinged with surprise. Her impression of Lu Xian was second only to Jiang Wanqing, especially since her son had once defended Lu Xian from an attack by a stray dog. So, the hair tie was left behind as, were those siblings coming over for dinner tonight? Did Xiao Qing not come? Chu Yi was unprepared for this question from his mother and paused for a moment. She came by later. Son, tell me, do you prefer Xiao Qing or Lu Xian? Mom, what are you thinking? I regard Lu Xian as a sister. And Xiao Qing? After pursuing her for so many years, she ought to have agreed to be your girlfriend by now. Lu Wei had to lay everything bare to prevent her son from becoming ensnared in a dilemma. However, Chu Yi was not Jiang Wanqing. He was acutely aware of his own feelings. It is precisely this clarity that often leads to the deepest wounds for the lovesick. His silence instilled worry in Lu Wei. What's wrong? Mom, please don't concern yourself with these matters. Silly child, what are you saying? Your lifelong happiness is something I cannot ignore. Mom, Chu Yi called out to Lu Wei. Whether son or daughter, they are flesh of her flesh. Sometimes, hearts are inextricably linked. Lu Wei sensed her son's profound distress. All right, I want to pry. Just remember to rest early and avoid staying up late. Chu Yi responded softly. Unable to shake her concern, Lu Wei decided to call Xiao Su Yun. Initially, she had thought that her son and Xiao Qing would solidify their relationship in their parents' absence, but it appeared that things had not unfolded as she had anticipated. Chu Yi returned to his computer desk, gazing at the exquisite hair accessory in his hand. He snapped a photo and sent it to the contact labeled sister. Are you asleep? Your hair tie was left at my house. I'll return it to you tomorrow. Lu Xian's class schedule mirrored that of Jiang Wanqing. She had classes the next day. The reason for Chu Yi's statement was that Lu Xian had been away for quite some time. Surely, she must have realized that she had left her hair tie at his residence. Why had she not sent a message? Was she reluctant to trouble him? After her bath, Lu Xian donned a set of exceedingly modest and loose-fitting pajamas, yet they could not conceal her elegant, elongated silhouette. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her right shoulder in a captivating manner. She declined Gu Qiuyin's invitation to binge-watch a series together, preparing instead for slumber. However, the doorbell on her phone occupied her thoughts. Why had Jiang Wanqing come to Chu Yi's home at such a late hour? Might something transpire between them? Lu Xian felt the ominous onset of insomnia. Her phone, set to silent, vibrated twice. The screen illuminated. Chu Yi, image, have you gone to sleep? The message from Chu Yi undoubtedly brought her joy. Upon unlocking her phone, she immediately spotted the hair tie she had purposely left behind. Clearly, she had long since devised a narrative to ensure that the hair tie remained in Chu Yi's possession. Chapter 25. Tears in the Dream. The secret of the young girl. Brother Chu Yi, I possess many such hair ties. There is no need for you to make a special trip to deliver them to me. When I find some spare time, I shall retrieve them. Until then, let it remain in your possession. Chu Yi observed that the chat interface indicated Lu Xian was still typing, yet the subsequent message did not materialize. Lu Xian composed the words in the text box. Brother Chu Yi, could you personally assist me in tying my hair when the time comes? However, she lacked the courage to send this message. Silently, she erased the text and instead forwarded a carefully prepared photograph. In the drawer lay an assortment of hair ties. Upon seeing the photo, Chu Yi understood that Lu Xian truly did not lack for this particular hair tie. He replied, "All right, I shall keep it for you. After all, Lu how often comes to find me. I can conveniently hand it over to him then." Ultimately, it was Chu Yi's reluctance to revisit the art department that lingered in his heart, a place he knew well yet felt was not meant for him. Unrequited love is a most romantic yet arduous solo performance. A mere promise or gesture from the beloved is as sweet as the finest confectionery. Lu Xian was acutely aware that this was nothing more than self-deception. Chu Yi's agreement to safeguard her hair tie did not equate to accepting it, nor did it signify his willingness to become her boyfriend. Nevertheless, she found herself content. Lu Xian thought, since various obstacles prevent her from being by Chu Yi's side, she would leave a piece of herself with him. This way, each time he glimpsed this token, he would remember her. As Lu Xian indulged in her daydreams, Chu Yi sent another message. I shall not disturb you further. Good night. She gazed at the words good night, and an indescribable joy welled within her. Good night, Brother Chu Yi. The act of exchanging good nights with the one she cherished was a long-anticipated moment, now effortlessly realized. She could not help but nurture greater hopes for the future. With such a promising beginning, might her affections reach Chu Yi's heart? Surely, they would. Chu Yi's simple farewell dispelled all of Lu Xian's negative emotions. Mere moments ago, she had been troubled by her rival, Jiang Wanqing, making sleep elusive. Now, her anxious heart was soothed by happiness. After concluding his conversation with Lu Xian, Chu Yi shifted his gaze to the satin hair tie in his hand. Exquisite and beautiful. Complemented by its soft hues, it effortlessly evoked memories of its gentle owner. Chu Yi placed the hair tie in the bottom drawer, where a thick album also resided. In the past, he would open this drawer and peruse the album for a while before reluctantly putting it down. This time, however, he did not reach for the album. The inky night enveloped the city, transforming its bustling vibrancy into a serene stillness. Chu Yi sat before his computer, uncertain of what to pursue next. The group project had reached its conclusion, and after returning from the literature club, he had immersed himself in a sea of knowledge. Yet, his efficiency seemed less than satisfactory. Love at first sight often leads to heart-wrenching separations, while the tender affection of childhood sweethearts can dissolve into utter despair, the pain of which cuts deeply into one's very core. Chu Yi felt as though the early chapters of his life had been rendered meaningless, leaving him in utter desolation. He rose and stepped to the window, yearning to glimpse something beyond his sorrow. However, the current sky was shrouded in clouds, concealing any stars. In that pitch-black night, it was uncertain whether Chu Yi was simply fatigued or unwilling to contemplate further. Eventually, he succumbed to a heavy slumber. In his dreams, he found himself back in the private room where his birthday celebration had taken place. The bouquet of vibrant roses, symbols of love, remained untouched, awaiting their destined recipient. The room seemed to have been cleared, leaving only him and another figure. Chu Yi gazed at the slender girl before him, clad in a white school uniform. A moment of reverie washed over him. Her flawless visage resembled a snow lotus, delicately poised between youth and beauty. The simplistic blue and white uniform could only be described as modest, hardly comparable to the elegance of a flowing white gown. Yet, in Chu Yi's heart, she was the epitome of beauty. The girl gently accepted the bouquet, her movements tender and reverent. Her smile surpassed the allure of the roses, radiant and breathtaking. She inhaled the fragrance of the flowers, and then looked up at Chu Yi. Are you going to leave me, Chu Yi? His throat constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless before he finally responded, I am not leaving you. Indeed, the girl moved closer, and Chu Yi inhaled the familiar scent that lingered in his memories. It was reminiscent of their high school days, cycling home together. When her bicycle had broken down, she would wrap her arms around his waist, resting against his broadening back. Chu Yi slowed his pace, wishing for that moment to linger just a little longer. She chose not to unveil his unspoken feelings, for she too had transgressed. Her own bicycle had not been broken. That fragrance transcended time and space, weaving its way into his dream. She tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In front of his close friends, Lu Xin and Jiang Wanqing, he had never wept. Yet, here in this dream, before the girl, he found himself shedding tears. Chu Yi, do not be sad, do not cry, she said, enveloping him with the bouquet, as if to convey, the flowers are yours, and so am I. You shall find happiness. I have a secret to share with you. The dream began to fragment, and Chu Yi could not discern her final words. He desperately reached for her hand, but it slipped away. The morning sun poured through the window, illuminating the room. The occupant of the bed awoke, yet it felt as though he had plummeted from paradise into a hellish abyss. Chu Yi sat on the edge of the bed, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was the sound of Lu Wei knocking at the door that pulled him from his stifling despair. Like a mechanical being, he proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. The millet porridge did not meet his expectations. Noticing her son had only consumed a bowl, Lu Wei refrained from offering more. No, mother, your porridge is delightful. I simply lack an appetite today. Despite the turmoil within Chu Yi, he remained considerate of Lu Wei's feelings. After all, the woman who loves him most in the world is his mother. Mom, I have class in the morning. I must leave now. Aren't you waiting for Xiaoqing? She came to see you yesterday morning and may come today as well, Lu Wei remarked. Chu Yi offered no response, grasping his backpack and departing. Observing her son's unusual behavior, Lu Wei lost her appetite for breakfast. What on earth is wrong with these two children? Last night, Lu Wei had called Xiao Suyun but received no useful information. Xiaoqing was unwilling to speak, and her own son was equally reticent. There was no way to gain insight. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Chu Yi swiped his face at the turnstile and entered the grand campus gates. The university grounds were awash with the vibrant spirit of youth. Towering trees flanked the main thoroughfare, their lush canopies filtering the morning light, while a gentle breeze caressed his face. Perhaps this is one reason why people yearn for such a university campus. However, an unexpected figure suddenly shattered the harmonious atmosphere. He stood before Chu Yi, smiling smugly, exuding the demeanor of a victor. Chu Yi maintained a stoic expression, refusing to evade, and continued his forward march. Yet, Ling Mo pressed his advantage, stepping directly into Chu Yi's path, adopting a confrontational stance. He scoffed derisively. Tsk, is this not the once-spirited childhood friend? Chapter 26. The malicious Ling Mo. Chu Yi regarded Ling Mo, who had taken it upon himself to obstruct his path and provoke him, and coldly remarked, "Do you not grasp a fundamental principle? Do not block the way." A flicker of anger crossed Ling Mo's face. How dare he call him a dog? Yet, he refrained from exploding in rage, for his purpose today was to incite Chu Yi's ire, subsequently portraying himself as the victim. To lose one's temper now would be to sacrifice a greater strategy for a momentary frustration. Chu Yi, do you know what Wanqing gifted me for my birthday? A set of imported oil paints. I adore them. What about you? What did she bestow upon you? Care to share? Perhaps her gift for you, her childhood companion, is even more extravagant. Oh, it seems she was too pressed for time to attend your birthday gathering. My memory fails me. Chu Yi's gaze was profound, imbued with a sharp glimmer. Why the silence? Or are you so incensed that you wish to strike me? Here I stand before you, free for the taking. And I shall not retaliate. Should you be as timid as a mouse, that is another matter. Ling Mo, emboldened by his petty triumphs, leaned in closer. He sought to provoke Chu Yi into losing his composure, envisioning a public spectacle of humiliation where he would be beaten in broad daylight on the school's main thoroughfare. How perfect! Such an incident would tarnish the school's reputation if it were to circulate online. Once the word spread, the only consequence for Chu Yi would be expulsion. Years of education would be rendered null, leaving an indelible stain on his life. After Chu Yi's expulsion, Ling Mo would be free to pursue Jiang Wanqing openly, unencumbered by any obstacles. Ling Mo's cunning was beyond mere depth. It could only be described as malicious. Observing that Chu Yi remained unfazed, he escalated his taunts. Was it not just 6 months ago that you boasted about your childhood bond with Wanqing, that you would never succumb to me? Is this the extent of your prowess? It appears I have triumphed. A kindred spirit like myself, sharing interests and conversations with Wanqing, surely surpasses your antiquated tales. Chu Yi, let me enlighten you. One lives in the present, not in the past. Do not regale me with tales of your idyllic yesterdays. The past is ultimately bygone. What do you have to compare with me? I admit, it was I who conspired with classmates to keep her from attending your birthday gathering. However, even with 1,000 schemes, I could not act if she chose not to come. Evidently, you, her childhood companion, hold less significance in her heart than you presume. Ling Mo's words struck at the core, revealing his audacious and infuriating demeanor. I will reveal everything to you, yet what can you possibly do to me? If you possess the courage, act upon it. I see you are not her childhood friend. Rather, you are but a sycophant. Henceforth, spare me the incessant proclamations of your childhood bond. You are a failure. Chu Yi's fists clenched quietly, yet reason reigned supreme in his mind. To strike him would be to fall into a trap, risking expulsion. Yet to depart in such a manner would forever leave him at a disadvantage. This is intolerable. As for the path of debate, it has become a dead end. Facts triumph over eloquence. It must be acknowledged that Ling Mo's scheme is both insidious and ruthless. Before Chu Yi lie only two paths: to become a defeated hound, with its spine shattered, slinking away in disgrace, reduced in stature whenever he encounters Ling Mo, stripped of his dignity, or to succumb to madness, falling prey to his machinations. In the bustling thoroughfare, he could unleash his fury, resorting to violence to teach him a lesson, only to find himself expelled from Tianhai University, leading to the ruin of his life. The scene at this moment resembles the dual knights drinking from the same spring in a game of chess. Chapter 27. The affection of the senior, yet in such a moment of despair, he heard someone calling his name. The voice was irresistibly charming and sounded familiar, though the manner of address was unlike any he had encountered before. Upon turning to investigate the source, he found Qingmei had appeared behind him, her presence a delightful surprise. Today, she was adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding grace and allure in equal measure. Her noble demeanor made him feel unworthy, as if he could never aspire to her level. Her beauty was breathtaking, captivating all who beheld her. Just as Chu Yi was about to speak, Qingmei stepped closer and linked her arm with his, enveloping him in an intoxicating fragrance. "Do you have classes this morning?" she inquired simply. Yet her intimate tone transformed the nature of their relationship in the ears of onlookers. "Yes," Chu Yi replied, gazing at the enchanting beauty so near him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, amidst the turmoil, there was an inexplicable sense of calm. As they conversed, Qingmei continued to guide him forward, and unexpectedly, Ling Mo stepped aside, allowing them passage. All the arrogance and pride he had exhibited moments prior vanished in the instant Qingmei intertwined her arm with Chu Yi's. He dared not maintain his gaze upon her, flustered and evasive, lacking the courage to meet her eyes. A goddess like her was simply beyond his reach, not only captivating in beauty, but also hailing from an affluent family. The innate nobility she projected was unmistakable, and her name had long since become renowned throughout Tianhai University. How infuriating! Why was his fortune so favorable? As if it were not enough to have a stunningly aloof childhood friend, he now found himself entangled with a paragon of beauty. Ling Mo ground his teeth in frustration. What he had intended as a means to break Chu Yi had instead led to his own emotional unraveling. He struck a nearby lamppost in frustration, wincing at the pain. "Chu Yi, don't think you'll have it easy. I have my ways." Jealousy had driven him to madness. After walking a distance with her arm linked to Chu Yi's, Qingmei discreetly released him. Chu Yi had no doubts about her affections. It seemed the senior had pieced together the humiliating circumstances surrounding him from various subtle hints within the club's classroom. How much had she overheard of his conversations with Ling Mo? The thought filled him with bitterness, yet he felt a deeper sense of gratitude. In his most desperate hour, she had lowered herself to rescue him. Qingmei had not merely grasped his arm, she had clutched his dignity. Having spent over half a year in the literature society, he often felt that both seniors treated him well. If he were to compare, Ning Shui was somewhat more favorable. However, now it appeared otherwise. Senior anticipating his words, Qingmei interjected, shifting the topic. "Junior, don't forget the promise you made to Mingyo after class. She was still talking about your painting last night." "Indeed. I will make time this afternoon," he replied as they reached a fork in the road, their destinations diverging. "That is well. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Qingmei did not inquire further. On this serene morning, it seemed as though fate had orchestrated her arrival amidst Chu Yi's most tumultuous moments. Subsequently, she departed as gently as a whisper in the breeze. "Farewell, senior." Chu Yi watched her leave, yet his mind lingered on the vivid scenes of their earlier encounter. To be honest, he felt somewhat dazed. "Thank you, senior." Throughout the morning, Chu Yi was engaged in a full schedule of classes, 2 extensive public lectures followed by 2 significant specialized courses. During the specialized class, he, as the group leader, took to the stage to present and elucidate their group project. He spoke with poise, responding to inquiries with clarity and coherence. Afterward, he attended a session of advanced mathematics, finally completing the day's academic endeavors. Chu Yi had not forgotten his promise to his esteemed senior Ning to create a sketch for her, ensuring it surpassed the one he had drawn for Shin. He did not regard his art as being worthy of a keyboard valued at over 1,000. Thus, while en route to the literature club, he procured 3 servings of afternoon tea. Such is the nature of a giving personality, often neglecting oneself, yet holding the kindness shown to others in profound remembrance, even amplifying it. Chapter 28. Shen Yueying's Troubles. Chu Yi gently pushed open the door to the club activity room, revealing a familiar and enchanting scene. On this refreshing and pleasant afternoon, Shen Yueying sat by the window, though she appeared somewhat weary. She placed her book on the table and gazed out at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, allowing the mischievous breeze to flutter through the pages of her book and tousle her hair. The tranquility of the afternoon made Chu Yi feel as though the events of the morning were but a dream, drifting through his mind like the wind, elusive and intangible, leaving behind only a sensation that was both felt and unseen. In the activity room, another beautiful figure graced the space with her presence. Her demeanor radiated a lovely charm, reminiscent of a first love. She outshone even the lilies housed in a vase. Imagine ascending the stairs towards the tormenting calculus class on the 5th floor, only to encounter a senior descending, books cradled in her arms. As you brushed past one another, time seemed to slow. After missing her, you would inevitably turn back. Yet all you could catch was the fleeting glimpse of her retreating silhouette. "Senior, would you care for afternoon tea?" Chu Yi inquired, raising 3 exquisite paper bags towards Ning Mingyao, each containing a delicate box. How rare for a junior to be so thoughtful and eager to please his senior, Ning Mingyao remarked, preoccupied with her worries about a new book. Chu Yi's offering of afternoon tea arrived just in time for her. "Is there one for me?" Shen Yueying's alluring lips curved into a smile. "Of course. I thought you were solely preoccupied with your senior, Ning," Chu Yi retorted, unfazed by Shen Yueying's playful banter. It was only natural for a mature and knowledgeable senior to tease a younger junior from time to time. The afternoon tea was beautifully packaged, featuring a cup of Ceylon black tea alongside visually appealing and delectable pastries and cookies, truly worthy of their price. The 2 seniors had often taken care of him. Perhaps it was more accurate to say they had indulged him with numerous delightful treats. Hence, there was no need for them to be overly polite with their junior now, as they savored the afternoon tea, adding vibrant hues to a typically mundane afternoon. This scene had likely unfolded countless times within the club activity room, yet the previous generations of seniors had graduated and ventured into the vast ocean of society, leaving behind the remnants of their camaraderie. After finishing the afternoon tea, Ning Mingyao urged Chu Yi to fulfill the promise he made the previous day. He retrieved his designated paper and pencil from his desk and handed a pristine white lily from the vase to Ning Mingyao. "Senior, hold on to this." Indeed, the very sight was a feast for the eyes. Beautiful flowers and even more beautiful people. Chu Yi felt confident that he could create a captivating piece of art. Observing, shaping, and composing, the process flowed seamlessly. Perhaps it was due to his good spirits today, for he found himself painting with remarkable ease. A gentle stroke of the eraser on the shaded areas birthed light upon the canvas. The activity room remained quiet, save for the occasional buzzing of Shen Yueying's phone as it received messages. Later, as she received more messages, she decided to silence her phone notifications. Over an hour passed, and on the blank canvas appeared a beautiful figure, gently inhaling the fragrance of blossoms. The beauty was indescribable, and Ning Mingyao was quite pleased with her painting. Shen Yueying set aside her book, signaling for her dear friend to show her the artwork. "It's not inferior to yours," she remarked. Ning Mingyao often teased Chu Yi, saying, "Junior, do not show favoritism. Just because Senior Shun is beautiful, do not be biased towards her." Thus, by coincidence, Chu Yi had painted a piece for Shen Yueying yesterday, which left a small knot of unease in Ning Mingyao's heart. After all, she had always been the one who treated this junior best, only to find that he seemed to favor her best friend more. Anyone would feel a twinge of imbalance in their heart. Shen Yueying examined the painting closely and realized that the technical skill was comparable to her own, yet the essence was distinct. This piece emphasized the beauty of the subject, while hers conveyed a sense of solitude. During Shen Yueying's appraisal of the artwork, Ning Mingyao noticed an intriguing message on her best friend's phone. "Yueying, are you free for dinner tonight? A handsome guy is inviting you. I don't want to go. Chu Yi replied, returning the painting to Ning Mingyao. There is something amiss here. Previously, whenever someone pursued you, you would block them without hesitation. All these messages must be from him, right? The relationship is different now. Ex-boyfriend? Reconciliation? Ning Mingyao, a seasoned author of 2 youth literature novels, could not help but let her profession seep into her words. Stop overthinking, Chu Yi said as she took a sip of her unfinished red tea. He is just a friend of mine. Then why don't you want to go? Ning Mingyao asked, puzzled. His grandfather and my grandfather shared a deep bond. The two families have a good relationship. In high school, he often visited my home with his parents, and we grew familiar and became friends. Reflecting back, it was orchestrated by our parents. Later, he went abroad for studies and occasionally sent emails. Recently, his father fell ill, compelling him to return and take over the family business. Is he pursuing you? Ning Mingyao posed the key question. Yes, Chu Yi replied with a tone of resignation. Did you ever feel a spark for him, even a little? No. Then just decline him directly, Ning Mingyao advised. He probably isn't worth it. If he truly liked you, would he have left to study abroad? Now, my best friend is transformed from a naive high school girl into an alluring woman. He likely wishes to pursue her. Such good fortune is rare. I made my rejection clear. He insists that one cannot know if they are compatible without spending time together and refuses to give up. His parents and elders are very fond of him and are trying to matchmake us, to the point that I had to move out. He probably wants to play the daring woman attracts the persistent man game, using the guise of friendship to inch closer. Ning Mingyao stated incisively, it's quite simple, really. Just tell him that you have plans to dine with your boyfriend in the evening and that you are unavailable. To pursue a woman who is already in a relationship is an immoral act. He will undoubtedly retreat in the face of such a challenge. If he persists stubbornly, you need not concern yourself with any semblance of friendship. Given your looks, isn't it quite normal for you to have a boyfriend? The junior, Chu Yi, was tidying up his belongings. Typically, he refrained from engaging in such discussions. If you were to develop feelings for a girl, would you abandon her to study abroad? Chu Yi's actions of organizing his sketch paper and pencils momentarily paused as he seemed to contemplate something. However, he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. I would always stand by her. Ning Mingyao received the answer she desired, yet remained oblivious to the sorrow reflected in Chu Yi's eyes. You heard the junior's response, right? Chu Yi set down her cup of Ceylon black tea. Considering that Ning Mingyao's words held some merit, recently she had been rather vexed by her parents' and elders' well-meaning advice. Even her grandfather, who typically doted on her, frequently called to say, Xiao Feng is quite a good boy. You should consider dating him. If you marry, it will provide mutual support in your future careers. Her grandfather's numerous reassurances stemmed from his concern for her. Indeed, a marriage between the heirs of the Xin group and the Yang group could be deemed a match made in heaven, a formidable alliance. Yet, she was utterly weary of such business arrangements. Her parents were living examples of this discontent, leading a life that was outwardly harmonious, yet internally estranged. During her childhood, they were perpetually busy, and the person who spent the most time with her was the hired nanny. Once she reached adulthood, her parents ceased to pretend, no longer even residing together. This untenable situation must inevitably come to an end. It was high time for a resolution. I apologize, but I must decline this evening. I have dinner plans with my boyfriend. Chapter 29. The temporary boyfriend Qingmei initially believed that sending this message would provide both parties with a dignified means of retreat. However, just 2 minutes later, a message from Yang Feng arrived. Wei, may I meet this rival of mine? Considering our years of friendship, at the very least. Allow me to lose with clarity. Or is this merely an excuse to reject my advances? I inquired with Andy, and she was unaware of your relationship status. If that is the case, I shall not concede. Your refusal is but a test. Grant me a chance, will you? I am confident I can bring you happiness. Of course, if you truly have a boyfriend, I will wish you both well. Tonight at 6. I'll be waiting for you and your boyfriend at Xiaoshui, Xiang'an Yujinji. Surely the man you cherish must possess the courage to attend such an affair. Yang Feng appeared steadfast in his belief that Chu Yi was single. This confidence stemmed from the support of her elders. Ning Mingyao had never encountered such a persistent and formidable suitor. His prowess lay in his ability to effortlessly deflect any fierce attempts, all while pursuing his own objectives. Ultimately, his aim remained unchanged, to dine with her best friend. Such cunning. If you are so deeply affectionate, why did you choose to study abroad in the first place? Chu Yi mused, her brow furrowed. a hint of melancholy mingling with her allure. The situation was gradually veering off course and becoming increasingly complicated. Do not worry. If he wishes to meet your boyfriend, simply bring him along for a proper introduction, Ning Mingyao advised. Are you suggesting? Conversations among the astute are always effortless. Shen Yueying's captivating eyes turned towards Chu Yi. Our club has a handsome gentleman, does it not? What? Do you doubt that the junior cannot hold his own? I believe he is more than adequate. Junior, it is your time to shine. Tonight, assist your senior sister Shen by playing the role of a temporary boyfriend. Let us thwart some of these relentless pursuers effectively. If you succeed, I shall reward you. Ning Mingyao approached Chu Yi's table and sat across from him, leaning forward slightly. Or is it that your rival is a wealthy heir, and you lack confidence in surpassing him? I have faith in you. Her mature and graceful visage drew nearer. Senior sister, you are too close? Chu Yi found himself leaning back slightly. Ning Mingyao relished this reaction from him. If Senior Shun requires assistance, I will gladly oblige, considering it a repayment for this morning. Moreover, in such matters, the identity of the opponent is sometimes inconsequential. What truly matters is which side Senior Shun will stand on. Ning Mingyao was puzzled. What do you mean by repayment for this morning? Is there some secret between you and my best friend that I am unaware of? She did not believe that to be the case. She clearly remembered that Chu Yi had been in the club for over half a year. His temperament was commendable, polite, and he remained within boundaries. In her eyes, there was never a hint of that fervent emotion. Occasionally, she would tease the extraordinarily handsome junior, a sensation akin to unearthing treasure. When Chu Yi addressed her as senior, her spirits soared. She spoke with conviction. Do you have a girlfriend? No. A loser. But one can still garner some experience, can't one? If Chu Yi were the victor in the game of love, he wouldn't have joined the literary society. Sometimes, destiny is remarkably whimsical. Shen Yueying had not anticipated that, earlier in the morning, she would stand up for this junior. Within a single day, she found herself confronting a similar dilemma. Was it fortunate or unfortunate? She had never been one to dwell on such matters. Thus, she decided to rely on her junior. I should be the one thanking you, senior. Chu Yi gently shook his head. The performance was set to commence at 6, but prior to that, preparations were necessary. Junior, follow me. Shen Yueying alleviated her immediate concerns, a captivating smile gracing her alluring face. All right. Chu Yi swiftly gathered his painting tools and departed the club alongside her. They walked side by side across the campus. Chu Yi was exceptionally handsome, his posture upright. Shen Yueying exuded boundless charm, radiating maturity and intellect. To outsiders, they appeared to be a perfect match. Shen Yueying conveyed several essential instructions before reassuring him. Junior, do not feel any pressure. Just show up and leave the rest to me. Understood. The pair arrived at the campus parking lot. Shen Yueying's vehicle was a luxurious red sports car. From the emblem on the front to the elegant lines of the body and the gleaming paint, it spoke volumes to onlookers. Priceless, Chu Yi was unfazed. He had long suspected that his senior hailed from an extraordinary family background. One could infer so much from her demeanor, attire, and mannerisms. He opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. A subtle fragrance wafted through the interior. After exiting the campus at a leisurely pace, the vehicle headed towards the commercial center of the city. Upon entering a branded menswear store with Shen Yueying, Chu Yi finally understood what she meant by preparations. Hello, welcome. A beautiful sales associate approached them. How may I assist you? Please feel free to ask. Shen Yueying waved the associate away, opting to personally select clothing for Chu Yi. Her taste was indisputable. She chose a classic combination of a white shirt and black trousers, formal yet youthful. Try these on. Chu Yi took the two selected garments and made his way to the fitting room. A minute later, the fitting room door swung open. Dressed in the white shirt, Chu Yi appeared both simple and elegant. He exuded a newfound steadiness, embodying a reassuring masculine presence, coupled with his handsome visage. He captivated the attention of the waiting sales associate. Shen Yueying extended her delicate hand, meticulously adjusting his collar. Chu Yi instinctively leaned back. Senior, a temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Adjusting your collar is a girlfriend's duty. We ought to exhibit a closer intimacy, should we not? Furthermore, call me by my name. When I link my arm with yours later, do not be as stiff as you were this morning. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to give ourselves away. The alluring words carried a playful undertone. I shall do my utmost. After adjusting Chu Yi's collar, Shen Yueying took a moment to assess him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Quite pleasing indeed. Please pack the clothes from the fitting room as well. Shen Yueying handed the attendant a bank card for payment. She was aware that Chu Yi was someone who cherished the past. Very well. It was the first time a girl of his age was selecting clothes for him, purchasing garments on his behalf. A peculiar sensation stirred within Chu Yi. Could this be the essence of interaction between lovers? Exiting the store, time was of the essence. Shen Yueying led her temporary boyfriend towards Eugene, a rather upscale restaurant. Upon alighting from the car, Shen Yueying immediately linked her arm with Chu Yi's. Noticing his rigidity, she gently said, "Do not be anxious. Do not mind. Tonight, you are my boyfriend, and I am your girlfriend, not merely a senior." Under Shen Yueying's implicit guidance, Chu Yi felt considerably more at ease. Inside the private room, a dapper gentleman clad in a sharp suit patiently awaited. The table was set for only two. Clearly, there were but two possibilities in his mind. Either Shen Yueying would not arrive, or if she did, she would come alone. As for the boyfriend, he had personally inquired with the elders of the Shen family and received a definitive response: none, impossible. Just as he began to believe that Shen Yueying would not show up tonight, the door to the private room was pushed open by the attendant, revealing a pair of intimately linked individuals. Chapter 30. Shen Yueying's thoughtful boyfriend, Chu Yi Yangfeng, had always been confident in his physical appearance. However, upon seeing the man with Shen Yueying, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. Chu Yi, employing an unknown method, found a way to embody the role of a devoted boyfriend during the short journey from the entrance to the private room. His gaze lingered on Shen Yueying, and his deep, expressive eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. Yangfeng felt a lump in his throat. The pair's compatibility made him question the response he had received from Shen's family elders. Could it be that Shen Yueying had indeed taken a boyfriend, keeping it a secret from her family? He was unwilling to accept this. After all, he believed he should be the one closest to her, enjoying the best of their relationship. Throughout his years abroad, he had encountered countless beautiful women, yet none could compare to Shen Yueying. Moreover, without her by his side, he doubted his ability to shoulder his father's responsibilities. With his father ailing, his scheming uncles were poised to seize control. Without the backing of the Shen group, it would be challenging for him to contend with those cunning relatives. While his heart roared with frustration, he maintained a composed exterior. Shen Yueying introduced Chu Yi, saying, "Darling, this is Yangfeng, our friend who invited us to dinner." She then turned to Yangfeng, adding, "My boyfriend, Chu Yi." The distinction was clear. "Hello." Chu Yi extended his hand gracefully, his demeanor exuding confidence that subtly overshadowed his opponent. "Hello," Yangfeng replied, feigning a smile as he shook Chu Yi's hand. Chu Yi remained completely at ease, as if he were indeed Shen Yueying's genuine boyfriend, here to meet an unyielding rival. He thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Shen Yueying to sit, embodying the role of a caring partner. In truth, Shen Yueying was perplexed by how quickly Chu Yi had transformed from her junior into a competent boyfriend. Just moments ago, he had been a student. Now, he seemed to have fully embraced his new role. The tenderness in his gestures and gaze was unmistakable. "Yueying mentioned you returned from abroad not long ago. It is only fitting that we, as hosts, treat you to a welcome dinner," Chu Yi remarked as he took a seat, noticing the absence of his own utensils without a hint of annoyance. Yueying, you dare to assume the role of host?" Yangfeng mused to himself, recalling that he had not heard of any notable figures with the surname Chu in Tianhai City. A person of no consequence dared to act grandly before him. "May I inquire in which industry you are making your mark, Brother Chu?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yueying's heart sank. In her mind, Yangfeng should not have been this way. Was this the hidden side of him, attempting to undermine Chu Yi's confidence with his privileged background? Shen Yueying refused to stand idly by. A temporary boyfriend was still a boyfriend. Just as she was about to speak, a warm hand grasped her delicate wrist beneath the table, only to release it almost instantly. Chu Yi offered her a reassuring glance. "Currently, Yueying and I are still enjoying our wonderful university days, so discussions of grand achievements are premature," he replied, leaving Yangfeng feeling as though he had bitten into a bitter pill. He inquired of Chu Yi about his identity and wealth. The latter responded, "My girlfriend is Shen Yueying." Chu Yi summoned the waiter for the private room, requesting an additional set of cutlery before placing their orders. Uncertain of Shen Yueying's culinary preferences, and unable to inquire further, he could only proceed with his choices. Yangfeng, whether intentionally or not, selected an extravagant bottle of Romany wine. Coupled with the already substantial prices of the dishes, the expense of this meal far exceeded what an ordinary university student could afford. A flicker of concern appeared in Shun Yueying's beautiful eyes. She had not anticipated needing to ask Chu Yi for money upon their arrival. Given the change in circumstances, she was now searching for a plausible excuse to cover the bill. Yang Feng, with a mix of indifference and intent, reveled in this extravagant lifestyle abroad where such opulence was commonplace. However, he was also curious to witness the scene of Chu Yi allowing his girlfriend to pay. Typically, this would not matter, but in this context, any man would find it difficult to hold his head high. No woman wishes to see her boyfriend dependent on her financially. It indirectly plants a thorn in their relationship. Chu Yi remained unfazed, steadfast like a fisherman at his post. He would not speak on matters he was uncertain of. Having declared his intent to treat, he would certainly be able to afford it. The wine, purchasable with money, paled in comparison to his dignity. Had Shun, the senior, not supported him that morning, Chu Yi could scarcely imagine his own embarrassment. Once the dishes were served, the atmosphere became less charged with tension. As the waiter presented the bottle of red wine and uncorked it, the crimson liquid was poured into the elegant glasses. Let us not indulge too much. A mere taste will suffice. We still have a movie to catch after dinner, Chu Yi said, his voice imbued with tenderness. In Yang Feng's eyes, Shen Yueying was always a regal rose, beautiful yet thorny. Such a woman is destined to be unrestrained. She is enchanting in her beauty, allure, romance, and freedom. Why attempt to control her? It is better to indulge her, he inwardly mocked. Following this, Yang Feng found little to smile about. I shall only have this glass. My dear, you must not overindulge either. If you wish to drink, we can do so at home after the movie, Shen Yueying said, her tone dripping with allure. I cannot drink much, as I need to drive you home later, Chu Yi replied with a smile. The two exuded affection and sweetness. Yang Feng attempted to steer the conversation toward the recent collaboration between their family's enterprises, hoping to silence Chu Yi. As the prospective heir, Shen Yueying was somewhat aware of her family's affairs, but she had no desire to discuss them. I do not plan to take over the family business just yet. After graduation, I intend to pursue further studies at a superior business school. This dinner is a gathering of friends, not business associates, she stated. Yang Feng forced a wry smile. Yueying, seeing you and brother Chu so in love, it makes me wonder what might have been had I not gone abroad. Shen Yueying furrowed her brow and interrupted him. This meal profoundly reshaped her perception of Yang Feng. Previously, he had exhibited a demeanor of grace and propriety. Now, however, he seemed to resort to various underhanded tactics, akin to a mercenary trader. Had he changed after going abroad, or was this his true self all along? Yang Feng, I have never harbored any affection for you. Please refrain from uttering words that might mislead my boyfriend. In light of our long-standing friendship, you expressed a desire to meet him, and I have facilitated that encounter. At this moment, Shen Yueying shed her flirtatious tone, embodying the essence of a queen, decisively concluding the matter at hand. Yang Feng, having failed to achieve his aims, had intended to leverage emotional appeals, only to be met with Shen Yueying's unexpected fervor. Yet, he had his own way to respond. Brother Chu, please do not take offense. One inevitably becomes sentimental after indulging in drink. It was my folly. I wish you both happiness, and do take good care of Yueying. Chapter 31. The feeling of being chosen firmly. Yang Feng raised his goblet, signaling a toast. Chu Yi smiled and replied, this is only my duty. It is only natural for a boyfriend to treat his girlfriend well. I have no ulterior motives regarding Shen Yueying's money. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Yang? A cold sweat broke out on Yang Feng's back, as if he had been completely seen through. He had underestimated the man before him. Indeed, Shen Yueying's partner was not as simple as he appeared. The two goblets clinked together, producing a crisp sound, and the red wine within swayed gently. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Shen Yueying's expression softened slightly. The objective of the evening had been achieved. However, Chu Yi sensed that Yang Feng would not concede so easily. His words were merely a temporary strategy. This only reinforced his belief that Yang Feng's interest in Shen Yueying was driven by ulterior motives. Like her? Who wouldn't be captivated by a woman of such unmatched elegance as senior sister? Men may not understand women, but surely they understand each other. Yang Feng downed the modest amount of red wine in his glass in one go, while Chu Yi set his aside. From that moment onward, Yang Feng appeared genuinely resigned. He proactively initiated discussions about foreign cultures and even recommended several travel destinations. Brother Chu, if you have the chance, why not take your girlfriend on a trip? Chu Yi turned to seek his girlfriend's opinion. The holiday is approaching. Where would you like to go for vacation? Darling, how about the seaside? All right. It's all up to you. I'll check the travel guides once we return. In just a few exchanges, Chu Yi and Shun Yuang reached a consensus, resembling a couple deeply in love. Yet, this envisioned journey existed only in that moment, destined never to materialize, much like the trip Chu Yi had initially planned. Yang Feng's earlier skepticism had dissipated. On the surface, they clinked glasses and laughed, while secretly plotting to drive the couple apart. After all, Shen Yuang was reluctant to inform her family about her relationship, which would likely mean their disapproval. Let you enjoy yourself for a while. The atmosphere of this welcoming banquet fluctuated, though the latter half was notably harmonious. Yang Feng played the role of a magnanimous well-wisher, genuinely wishing them well. When it came time to settle the bill, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Just as Shun Yuang reached for her bank card, Chu Yi casually paid the bill as if the exquisite wine from the renowned vineyard were inconsequential. In this contest of men, Yang Feng had not secured a single victory. Chu Yi could not lose. He had already tasted defeat. Having indulged in wine, Shun Yuang could not drive. She handed the keys of her red sports car to Chu Yi. Inside the vehicle, the ambient lighting created a somewhat intimate atmosphere, especially since Shen Yuang had resolved her recent worries and had indulged in a few more glasses of red wine. While she was not intoxicated, her allure was undeniable, radiating a captivating charm with every movement. Her delicate features bore a hint of rosy glow, particularly her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with a mesmerizing light. Yet, this was not the most enticing aspect. This evening, Shun Yuang elegantly gathered her long, dark tresses, exposing her exquisite, porcelain neck to the cool air. She was alluring yet refined, enchanting without being overly extravagant. Hadn't they just agreed to drink less? Upon witnessing her captivating demeanor, Chu Yi presumed she was somewhat intoxicated. However, as soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him. The performance had concluded, and he held no authority to concern himself with her state. I am not drunk, she replied. Chu Yi, would you care to accompany me to a movie? Even though Chu Yi averted his gaze, her beguiling voice still penetrated his ears, akin to a feather gliding softly across his skin, eliciting both delight and a tingle of discomfort. Senior, where do you reside? I shall escort you home. Chu Yi refrained from responding. Among the two senior girls in their club, each exuded maturity and intelligence. He could barely withstand Ning Mengyao's teasing, but in the presence of Shun Yuang, he felt utterly outmatched. Noticing Chu Yi's reluctance to meet her eyes, she deftly shifted the topic. Shun Yuang found this amusing, a radiant smile illuminating her face. With her slender, fair fingers, she tapped the central console a few times, bringing up the navigation system. As Chu Yi prepared to drive, she fastened her seatbelt, remaining quietly unobtrusive. As they exited the main road, passers-by caught sight of Shun Yuang seated in the passenger seat, a vision of ethereal beauty. Chu Yi couldn't help but envy her, marveling at the luxurious sports car and the breathtakingly stunning girl beside him, a veritable winner in life. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had been aware, he would not have felt any sense of vanity. All of this was but a fleeting illusion, like vibrant bubbles that burst in an instant. The extravagant car did not belong to him, nor did the enchanting senior girl. Chu Yi merely wore the temporary label of a boyfriend. As they waited at a traffic light, during the final moments of the red signal, Chu Yi suddenly turned to Shun Yuang and expressed, "Thank you, senior." Shun Yuang was perplexed by his words. She vaguely sensed that this gratitude did not pertain to the events of the morning, for they had already balanced the scales. But what was he truly referring to? For the first time, she found herself unable to decipher the thoughts of this junior. In truth, Chu Yi was alluding to the role of a temporary boyfriend. This intricate game of social maneuvering had granted him a long-desired sensation, the feeling of being chosen. Even if it was a fade, Shen Yuang had resolutely opted for him over Yang Feng, especially when she passionately defended him against Yang Feng's assertions. His wounded heart found temporary solace in this affirmation. The car glided through one traffic light after another as Shun Yuang occasionally engaged Chu Yi in conversation. After a span of 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a modest two-story apartment with an attached garage. Chu Yi had envisioned that this future female executive would reside in an upscale community, perhaps a villa, but he was taken aback by this reality. Shen Yuang produced another set of keys and pressed a button from afar, causing the garage door to rise automatically. Chu Yi carefully maneuvered the luxurious vehicle into the garage, which seemed unworthy of its grandeur. "You may drive this car home later," she suggested. A mature and beautiful senior naturally knows how to care for others, yet regrettably, Chu Yi felt ill-equipped to accept such generosity. Driving this car home, Lu Wei might wonder if her precious son has been taken under someone's wing. Moreover, the family garage is already occupied by his father's beloved vehicle. Would it be prudent to leave this multi-million-dollar supercar on the roadside? Sleep eludes him. No need. I shall take a taxi instead. After parking the car, Chu Yi turned off the ignition and handed the keys back to Shen Yueying. As he unfastened his seatbelt, Shen Yueying leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Chu Yi, for your performance tonight, I would award you 99 points. The remaining point is deducted due to your lack of romantic sensibility." The alluring whisper beside him stirred his senses. It was still early, and my temporary boyfriend. If you don't mind, why not come in for a cup of tea before you depart? With that, Shen Yueying settled back into the passenger seat. As she opened the car door to exit, the garage door began to descend slowly, leaving Chu Yi with no avenue of retreat. He could only follow her through the inner door into the two-story apartment. Chapter 32. The perfect boyfriend. Chu Yi gazed at the slender and graceful figure ahead, swaying with elegance. However, he felt no flutter of desire at the invitation from Shen Yueying to sit inside. It was akin to a friend assisting you with a task and then accompanying you home. One cannot simply allow the friend to leave without offering them a drink, lest it appear ungrateful. As they passed through the garage door, the warm hues of the living room came into view, inviting and immaculate. It was evident that the female host had devoted considerable effort to curate her belongings. Strangely, Chu Yi could almost envision the scene of his senior, Shen, sitting quietly on the sofa with a cup of coffee, enveloped in solitude. The overly warm ambience of the small apartment seemed to amplify a sense of loneliness. "Make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink?" Shen Yueying inquired. The exquisite Romanicani wine had not gone to waste. After a few glasses, Shen exhibited an enchanting allure, more intoxicating than the wine itself. "Just plain water," Chu Yi replied, feeling at ease as he settled onto the sofa, his eyes surveying the layout of the first floor. Curiosity is a universal trait. Why not embrace it openly? This would at least prevent any semblance of awkwardness. In a corner of the living room stood a grand upright piano, its meticulously polished black surface reflecting a hint of light, as if silently beckoning. The elegantly curved logo whispered of its quality. "Care to give it a try?" Shen Yueying offered, preparing a cup of tea for him rather than merely pouring some water in a perfunctory manner. "Is that all right?" This proposal left Chu Yi uncertain. Those who cherish their pianos often hesitated to let others touch their prized instruments. "Of course. Tonight, you are my temporary boyfriend. How could I refuse such a modest request?" The apartment's soundproofing was impeccable, alleviating any concerns about disturbing the neighbors. Gracefully seated on the sofa, Shen's beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation. The term shy was not applicable to Chu Yi, since the hostess had granted him permission to use the piano. He felt compelled to explore the instrument worth hundreds of thousands. Lifting the piano lid, Chu Yi's long and strong fingers danced lightly across the black and white keys. He played a few simple notes, discovering that the sound was incomparable to that of the piano at home. Once he absorbed the essence of the instrument, his fingers began to flow in a continuous rhythm. While humans can deceive, music remains an honest expression. A melancholic melody emerged, each note reminiscent of raindrops falling in a downpour. Through the music, Shen Yueying seemed to perceive a different side of Chu Yi. She felt that the boy in a white shirt before the black piano should not merely embody such sorrow. Thus, she approached him and settled beside him. When the interlude of the piece came to a halt, her flawless hands gracefully leapt onto the keys. Chu Yi turned to glance at her. An impromptu duet unfolded. The piano transformed into a bridge of souls, allowing them to communicate without words, understanding one another through the melody. Shen Yueying's participation infused the piece with a sense of hope, akin to a rainbow emerging amidst the rain. As the final note lingered in the air, a flawless conclusion was achieved. Shen Yueying never anticipated that Chu Yi not only possessed artistic talent, but also excelled at the piano. She spoke of the necessity to learn how to heal oneself through music. With that, her flawless jade-like hands resumed their dance across the black and white keys. In that moment, her piano playing exuded an air of noble elegance. The soothing and relaxing melody flowed forth, resonating throughout the cozy abode. Chu Yi listened quietly, his heart stirred by gentle ripples. Perhaps, at this moment, the wounds of his heart were being mended by the music. The two of them sat harmoniously on the piano bench, one playing while the other listened, creating a scene so harmonious that no one could deny they appeared as a loving couple if captured in a photograph. If Yang Feng were to witness this intimate scene, he would likely be consumed by jealousy. Senior, whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future will undoubtedly be very fortunate. Are you indirectly suggesting that you are quite content at present? Chu Yi surprisingly did not shy away from Shun Yueying's playful banter, responding directly, indeed. Today, he had acquired many things previously unattainable, the care of others, the choices of others. After finishing their piano session, they settled on the sofa to enjoy tea. Much like their days in the literature club, silence lingered without awkwardness. Perhaps it was due to the loneliness of living alone. But Shun Yueying felt a sense of reassurance in Chu Yi's presence at his home. As for her guard, she knew Chu Yi harbored no unseemly intentions. The clock hanging on the wall ticked away slowly, and recognizing the solitude of two unmarried individuals, Chu Yi felt it best not to overstay his welcome. Senior, I shall take my leave now. The ride-hailing service is about to arrive. The peak hour for middle-aged men supplementing their income as part-time drivers was at 9 o'clock, making it easy to secure a ride. Let me see you off, Shun Yueying replied, as if Chu Yi were indeed her boyfriend. This small apartment opened directly onto the street. Standing in the cool night breeze, they checked their phones, which indicated that the ride was only a few hundred meters away. Senior, let me guess, Chu Yi, you desire some rewards typical between a boyfriend and girlfriend, don't you? You might say, as per our agreement, I am still your boyfriend. Her alluring voice carried a hint of flirtation. Chu Yi offered a wry smile. Was the mature and composed senior always this unflappable in the presence of younger males? You misunderstand. What I meant was that after consuming half a bottle of red wine, it is unwise to shower too soon. He had already caught sight of the vehicle's license plate in the distance, seemingly signaling the arrival of his ride. Shun Yueying too was taken aback, reflecting on how Chu Yi had exerted himself to assist her today, lavishly spending a considerable sum on their meal. Was there such a thing as unreciprocated generosity in this world? It seemed unlikely. Chu Yi must have intended to gain something from her in return. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not ask for a parting embrace before departing, but instead left her with a caring reminder. It had been a long time since Shun Yueying experienced such warmth and concern, akin to the gentle sun of spring, free of any impurities. Chu Yi, tonight you deserve a perfect score. The ride-hailing vehicle gradually came to a stop before them. Chu Yi offered no response to Shun Yueying's evaluation, merely uttering, "Goodbye, Senior Shun. Well, see you tomorrow." A temporary boyfriend, indeed, is but a temporary boyfriend. According to their agreement, the relationship would dissolve automatically past midnight. Seated in the passenger seat, Chu Yi observed through the rearview mirror as the elegant and alluring woman gradually distanced herself from him. Ah, the youth is quite fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend, mused the driver. Driving can be a rather monotonous endeavor, prompting many drivers to engage their passengers in conversation. She is my senior. Your senior? That holds little significance. Do not hesitate. Pursue what you desire. Regret only follows those who wait too long. Chu Yi detected a hint of nostalgia in the driver's tone, suggesting he too bore stories of his own. Wishing to avoid such discussions, he deftly redirected the conversation, inquiring about the driver's recent earnings. The driver, however, lamented his woes instead. Chu Yi then recalled the moment Shun Yueying defended him before Yang Feng. Ultimately, he had won a battle, although the war he yearned to triumph in had already elapsed 6 months ago. Chapter 33. The intersection of love and sorrow. As Chu Yi alighted from the vehicle, the driver imparted a few encouraging words. Do not fear pursuing the girl you fancy. Muster your courage. For the flowers that are ripe for the picking should be gathered without hesitation. Chu Yi reciprocated with wishes for the driver to prosper and swiftly repay his debts. Upon returning home, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lu Wei and Chu Ting were nestled closely together in the living room, engrossed in a television show. It was during these moments, when their son was absent, that this affectionate couple enjoyed their private space. Chu Yi pondered whether he should consider moving out to avoid interrupting his parents' joyful moments together. Dad, Mom. Lu Wei noticed her son, who was dressed impeccably, a stark contrast to his recent demeanor. Shun Yueying's discerning eye for fashion had certainly not gone unnoticed. In that instant, Chu Yi appeared dashing and charismatic, particularly with the collar of his white shirt, meticulously arranged by his girlfriend, standing perfectly crisp. Little Li, have you returned from a date? Lu Wei inquired, her tone light. You look far more handsome in that outfit than your father did at your age. Chu Ting had no objections to his wife's observation, seeing in his son a reflection of his own youthful allure. Moreover, with a mother as stunning as Lu Wei, it was only natural for their son to surpass expectations. No, a friend assisted me this morning. I only returned now as she needed my help this afternoon. Of course, Lu Wei affirmed, though she was unable to discern the identity of the her son referenced. Otherwise, she would not have remained so composed. Have you eaten? Mom, please relax. I've already had a meal. Little Li, Xiao Qing came looking for you earlier. As he unbuttoned one cuff of his shirt, Chu Yi ascended the stairs, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond, as if he had merely heard an inconsequential remark. Are you not going to visit Aunt Xiao? It's too late. I don't wish to disturb them. Chu Yi's tall figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, his voice lingering behind. Lu Wei sighed softly, recognizing that her son was offering an excuse. Too late. It's not even 9:30. During high school weekends, he would still be watching television at Aunt Xiao's house at this hour. What could possibly compel him to refrain from spending even a moment longer there? In the past, when she went to fetch her son, the delightful and charming little girl would always express her reluctance to see him leave. Yet now, as they grew up together, they seemed to drift farther apart. Both she and Xiao Suyun felt a twinge of heartache. Nevertheless, Lu Wei understood that the children had come of age, harboring their own thoughts and desires. Excessively intervening in their relationship could yield counterproductive results. Moreover, as a mother, she knew her son well. Even if this precious bond of childhood sweethearts faced challenges, he would not be the one at fault. That considerate and polite little boy had long ago understood the significance of sharing his only candy with the girl he cherished. Such a person would not commit any irreparable mistakes in this relationship, as he was already adept at providing tender care. After a few moments of solitude in his room, Chu Yi proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. The once pleasant mood was shattered by an inadvertent remark from his mother. Beneath the shower, the warm water failed to wash away the desolation that enveloped his heart. After a considerable time, he emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp. Seated at his computer desk, he found himself devoid of any desire to engage in gaming, aimlessly clicking on desktop icons with no purpose. Ultimately, he chose to power down the device, extinguishing the light to embrace sleep. In the pitch-black room, his phone by the pillow suddenly illuminated, casting a few beams of light into the darkness. Chu Yi picked it up and unlocked the screen. The message contained merely 2 words, "Good night." It was not from Jiang Wanqing, but rather from an unexpected sender, Shen Yueying. This message, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, ignited a myriad of shimmering stars within him. Chu Yi recalled that since the afternoon, even until he boarded the rideshare back home, Shen Yueying had not referred to him as her junior. He also remembered her words regarding a temporary boyfriend, not a faux one. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. She had gently assisted him in adjusting his collar at the clothing store, invited him to sit upon returning from Eugene, and even when he requested plain water, she brewed tea for him instead. She allowed him to play the piano that belonged solely to her, and even performed a solo for him. Such treatment was typically reserved for a boyfriend. Chu Yi stared blankly at his phone screen, feeling as if he had searched for her through countless avenues, only to find her in a dimly lit corner. The affection he had sought for many years, which Jiang Wanqing had denied him, was unexpectedly bestowed upon him by another. Perhaps even fate deemed his plight too sorrowful, gifting him a fleeting romance akin to fireworks, beautiful yet ephemeral, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chu Yi had briefly tasted the sweetness of being loved, but was this truly love, or merely a lament? Those who have witnessed the light find it excruciating to endure the darkness. Just like this tender and considerate good-night message, which, in reality, was Shen Yueying's farewell to him as her temporary boyfriend, a breakup message. From tomorrow onward, their relationship would revert to that of senior and junior. Shen Yueying would no longer gently assist him with his collar or proactively invite him to the cinema. Some things are simply like that. Once missed, they are forever lost. If only in the parking lot of Eugene, Shen Yueying had said, "Chu Yi, would you accompany me to watch a movie?" And he had responded affirmatively. Then she would have linked her arm with his as they entered the theater, sitting side by side. Regardless of whether it was a comedy, a romance, or a horror film, she would have stayed with him until the end. Alas, it was too late now. After a long silence, Chu Yi replied to Shen Yueying, "Good night." He penned the final period for this dreamlike day with his own hand. Closing his eyes, he reflected upon this mirage-like love. He had not realized its arrival, and he could not retain it as it departed. Perhaps it had never truly arrived, but was merely a refracted illusion, a mirage seen before one succumbs to thirst in the desert of love. Chapter 34. The old trick again. The night for a solitary soul stretches infinitely, as if dawn shall never arrive. In the depths of loneliness, Past joys and present regrets are magnified, relentlessly tormenting the heart. Chu Yi found himself unaware of when slumber overtook him, with the quality of his rest being utterly dismal. Yet, the morning's biological clock compelled him to awaken at the usual hour. He suddenly comprehended why some seek solace in intoxication, while alcohol may not soothe the heart. It grants the reprieve of sleep, liberating one from the clutches of a restless night. Today, yet again, his schedule was filled to the brim. Chu Yi had no choice but to rise and prepare himself. After breakfast, he departed half an hour earlier than usual. As he passed by Tianhai High School, he caught sight of students clad in blue and white uniforms. This attire was familiar to him, having donned it for 3 years. His hurried steps gradually slowed, eventually halting. He could not move any further. Even though he could only glimpse a corner of the campus and a few figures, the flood of memories surged forth uncontrollably. Certain moments, once deemed ordinary, now felt poignant. High school life, mundane and monotonous, was brightened by the presence of a certain girl, adding vibrant hues to the drab days. He had naively wished for graduation and entry into university, believing it would bring ease. Little did he know, university life was no less burdensome. And that girl had departed from his life. Chu Yi profoundly longed to return to the past, yet this high school campus no longer held a place for him. The girl in the distance, adorned in a blue and white uniform, tied into a high ponytail, could never be the cherished one of his memories. Once precious recollections had transformed into heart-wrenching poison. He dared not linger, hastily departing. Jiang Wanqing also had classes today. Once again, she arrived at Chu Yi's home on a sunlit morning, ringing the doorbell. A few rays of morning light enveloped her, melting away her chilly demeanor, leaving only the ethereal beauty and elegance of a fairy. Since high school, her wardrobe had been graced with numerous exquisite white dresses, the reason for which she could scarcely recall. Much like the time in elementary school when a young boy would gift her rare fruit candies each week. Growing up, she developed a penchant for sweets, yet she had forgotten whether it was the boy she liked or merely the desserts. Lu Wei opened the door, providing the same answer as the day before. Xiao Yi had already gone to school. Jiang Wanqing politely bid farewell, knowing well that Chu Yi was evading her, just as he had 6 months prior. This familiar street, laden with countless memories, had seemingly transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Chu Yi would no longer cross the street to seek her out. A mere 100 meters now felt exceedingly distant. It was astonishing and extravagant to realize how fortunate one could be to see a person. As Jiang Wanqing passed by Tianhai High School, she paused for a moment. Little did she know, she stood in the very spot where Chu Yi had lingered not long ago, arriving at the vibrant, bustling university campus filled with the spirit of youth. She walked through the bustling crowd, yet felt a profound emptiness within. In the art classroom, most of the class had already gathered. "Good morning, Wanqing," she greeted absent-mindedly. Ling Mo, noticing her detached demeanor, felt an inexplicable joy. As it seemed the discord between them was escalating, nearing the brink of collapse. It was time to stoke the flames further. Ling Mo's expression grew hesitant, his speech faltering, feigning a troubled demeanor. "There's something I wish to discuss with you. Wanqing, yesterday I happened to encounter your friend. He appeared quite perturbed about your attendance at my birthday gathering, expressing a series of vehement remarks. I apologize, but did you two argue because of me? Perhaps you should take this gift back. It might placate him." Ling Mo produced a set of imported oil paints, feigning concern as he offered it to her. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, Jiang Wanqing momentarily lost herself in thought. The discomfort she had felt half a year prior, when her social circle was interfered with, had vanished. In fact, she felt a flicker of joy at the thought of Chu Yi's anger, as it indicated that he cared about her. Indifference breeds no ire. Regarding the birthday gathering, she owed Chu Yi an explanation. In mere seconds, a multitude of thoughts cascaded through Jiang Wanqing's mind. The subconscious fear of losing someone spurred her to make a decision she had previously hesitated to take. With a few minutes until class commenced and the teacher yet to arrive, many classmates in the art room were drawn to the unfolding situation. Ling Mo spoke openly, his voice devoid of any pretense, allowing everyone to overhear. Whispers and furtive glances emerged like wild grass breaking through the earth. They could likely discern the identity of the friend Ling Mo spoke of, considering that Chu Yi had once frequented the art department daily to wait for Jiang Wanqing. Tall and handsome, he was impossible to forget. Upon hearing the murmurs of his classmates, Ling Mo's confidence swelled. If he didn't have to act, he would be unable to suppress his grin. There is a saying, only those who wrong you are aware of your grievances. It was almost unbearable to witness. Should there ever be a title for the most insidious male, Ling Mo would undoubtedly deserve it. He spewed half-truths, distorting reality, portraying himself as the victim while masquerading as the virtuous one, when in fact, he was the most malevolent of all. His aim was to elicit feelings of guilt and indebtedness from others to achieve his ends. Is that charming young man truly such a person? Someone mused. He seems different. He hasn't graced our art department in days. Could it be Jiang has chosen Ling Mo over him? After all, Ling Mo and Jiang are so close in class, sharing common interests and seeing each other daily. Might that handsome young man, in a fit of wounded pride, have sought out Ling Mo to berate him? It's possible. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. What nonsense is this? How could someone so charming engage in such shameless acts, disregarding even the last semblance of dignity? Most of the girls from the fine arts department hold a profound impression of Chu Yi, which is why some have stepped forward to defend him. Lu Exquisite quietly observes, remaining silent. Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, her immediate thought was that her brother Chu Yi could never commit such disgraceful acts. There was no need for any defense. Even if he were to be criticized, it would be justified. Ling Mo, I apologize on his behalf. This matter should have remained between us, and you should not have been drawn into it. I will speak with Chu Yi and provide him with an explanation. Such incidents will not occur again. As for this gift, please keep it. Chapter 35. Qingmei versus younger sister Wanqing. It would be best if you took it back. Ling Mo feigned a wounded expression, forcing out a smile as he placed the imported oil paints on Jiang Wanqing's desk before departing. He portrayed a picture of utter grievance and pitiable despair. Yet, Jiang Wanqing's reaction caused a heaviness to settle in Ling Mo's heart. What did she mean by our affairs? Was his plan too hastily conceived, a case of wanting to rush things? Or had the rift with Chu Yi made her realize just how significant he truly was? Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as she brought this matter up with Chu Yi, he would emerge victorious. When a woman advocates for another man, notions of right and wrong become inconsequential. Sometimes, one's allegiance takes precedence. Ling Mo began to envision the chaotic scene of their quarrel, in which he would play the role of a caring confidant, offering solace. It was a flawless scheme, perhaps allowing him to shed the guise of a mere friend. Yet, amidst his whimsical fantasies, the image of Chu Yi entwined with Chu Yi, departing hand in hand, invaded his thoughts. In an instant, all his earlier smugness evaporated without a trace. For someone like Chu Yi, an unattainable goddess, the prospect of any connection seemed utterly futile. How infuriating. What right did that fellow have? The chatter ceased abruptly as the art teacher entered the classroom. The gossip-loving students pondered a singular question. Whom would Jiang Wanqing ultimately choose? The handsome gentleman who frequently awaited her after class, or the close confidant Ling Mo? It seemed a rather difficult choice. The morning's classes passed by unnoticed. The good news was that it was time for lunch. The bad news was that there were still afternoon classes ahead. Students began to pack their belongings and made their way to the cafeteria. Ling Mo had initially wished to accompany Jiang Wanqing to the dining hall, but after some consideration, he decided to employ a strategy of feigned victimhood, realizing that he should not approach her at this juncture. The cafeteria at Tianhai University was a treasure trove of delectable and reasonably priced dishes, offering a splendid variety far superior to that of outside establishments. Its spacious and well-lit environment added to its appeal. The male students cast sidelong glances toward two tables in particular, for the beautiful girls of the art department were seated there. A glance revealed a dazzling array of distinct styles. Jiang Wanqing and Lu Xinyu stood out markedly. In stark contrast to their loquacious classmates, the two were particularly serene. Wanqing, do you prefer Ling Mo or the handsome guy who often waits for you after class? A girl unable to suppress her curiosity mischievously inquired. Instantly, the conversations of the other girls fell silent. Evidently, they too were eager to discover the answer. That handsome guy who waits for you after class. Could he possibly be your boyfriend? With that, the gossip reached a new level of intensity. If that gentleman were indeed her boyfriend, then the rapport between Ling Mo and Jiang Wanqing would complicate matters even further. The dynamics among the three appeared to be anything but simple. When Jiang Wanqing heard her classmate inquire whether Chu Yi was her boyfriend, a subtle sensation reverberated within her heart. For reasons unknown, she recalled the taste of a fruit candy from her elementary school days. Choose whom you like. If you fancy to, select the second. For if your affection for the first were genuine, you would not be drawn to the second. This approach would be fair to all parties involved. Lu Exquisite set down her chopsticks and gazed at Jiang Wanqing, her words leaving the classmates in a greater state of confusion. Usually gentle and serene, Lu Xian's tone seemed to carry an underlying implication. The delicate feeling within Jiang Wanqing was shattered by the words of her former friend. What do you wish to convey? The gazes of the two young women met. The other girls were taken aback. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? The autumn breeze rustled. Hadn't these two always shared a cordial relationship? The girl who had posed the question hesitated to speak further. Jiang Wanqing, stop deceiving yourself. Are you merely good friends with Ling Mo? Do you not feel joy when discussing art with him? He offers you a freshness that Chu Yi cannot, does he not? You may deceive yourself, but you cannot fool us outsiders. In the past, you permitted only one peer to address you without a surname affectionately. Now, there is another. I have observed your interactions with Ling Mo closely. Why must you delude yourself? Choose him if that is your desire. Before you refute, consult your heart. Lu Xian, rarely angry, felt aggrieved that Jiang Wanqing's choices had caused harm to her beloved Chu Yi. In just a few sentences, she ruthlessly tore apart Jiang Wanqing's final defenses. I hold no romantic feelings for Ling Mo. Spare me the excuses you use to mask your true feelings. I do not care for them. I only care for Chu Yi. Deceive yourself as you wish, but do not regret it. Lu Xian departed with her tray. The bond she once shared with Jiang Wanqing now reduced to ashes. Yet, as she herself stated, she did not care. At the table, the remaining female classmates hastened their eating. This matter had escalated beyond mere gossip, evolving into a genuine emotional conflict. After Lu Xian left, Jiang Wanqing lost her appetite. First, consult my heart. The fond memories felt like frames of an old film, flickering vividly in her mind. She recalled them with clarity. However, this film seemed to stutter since entering university. Was she truly enamored by the novelty Ling Mo offered? As this question surfaced, the long chat logs on her messaging app surged uncontrollably in her mind, contrasting sharply with the scattered exchanges from another individual. This is not how it is. Jiang Wanqing's heart grew frantic, a desperate urge to counter Lu Xian's words overwhelming her. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lu Xian thought of her Chu Yi. She opened her phone and accessed Chu Yi's space. The most recent post was from half a year ago, depicting a sunset that painted the sky in hues of crimson. It was beautiful, exquisite. However, this did not deter Lu Xian. Her slender, delicate fingers continued to glide down, eventually locating the photograph of Chu Yi at the summit, poised beside the monument. In the image, he was drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute and profound, exuding vitality. What captivated Lu Xian most was the smile of triumph etched upon his face, a sight that never failed to enchant her, no matter how many times she beheld it. Chu Yi, are you at school? She could not resist sending him a message. To Chu Yi's surprise, he received Lu Xian's text. Since that fateful evening, he sensed that his once affectionate sister, who had clung to him with tenderness, had returned. For him in this moment, it was a source of solace for the soul. Yes, he replied. Lu Xian surmised that Chu Yi still had classes that afternoon, which is why he lingered on campus. Where are you? I wish to see you. Unfortunately, Lu Xian lacked the courage to send that exact phrase, opting instead to phrase it as, I will come find you. What is it? I shall visit you at the girls' dormitory. Chu Yi, just tell me where you are. To run towards the one you love is never too far. As long as there exists a clearly defined destination. The small grassy slope west of the football field. I will arrive shortly. Chapter 36. Love and Waiting. Tianhai University is not lacking in funds. Its landscaping is exquisite. Aside from the ornamental lawns, there are several terraced grassy areas designed for student recreation. These spots are shaded by trees above and adorned with lush green grass below, complemented by a gentle breeze. Merely sitting here induces a sense of relaxation for both body and mind. This place is colloquially known as the Lover's Slope of Tianhai University. As evening descends, couples often appear in pairs, hand in hand, nestled together on the soft grass, dreaming of the future and cherishing the hope of growing old together. However, life's unpredictability may ultimately separate these couples due to a multitude of worldly concerns. But in this fleeting moment on the grass, at least they are content and in love. The reasons for couples parting ways are countless: financial constraints, studying abroad, unsatisfactory life circumstances, differing values, and the allure of novelty. Yet, the factors that fortify their bond are few. Perhaps this is why love is easily found, yet enduring companionship is challenging. It is worth pondering that even childhood sweethearts like Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing are not immune to fate's whims, let alone those who fall in love at first sight. Upon discovering this picturesque spot, Chu Yi had contemplated bringing Jiang Wanqing here to share a simple moment as an ordinary couple. Regrettably, such a plan never materialized. While he sat here in a state of mental repose, he had fantasized about proposing to Jiang Wanqing after graduation, envisioning a life together filled with marriage and children, growing old side by side. At that time, he had murmured to himself, if only this were to be, no one on earth could be happier than I. In retrospect, such thoughts seemed like a grand farce. The chat interface pinged with Lu Exion's response, I'll be there soon. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yi had unconsciously cultivated a habit of waiting for Jiang Wanqing to finish her class, waiting for her to reciprocate his affections. As Lu Exion approached, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, her message, I'll be there soon, illuminated certain truths for him. What purpose does waiting serve? Those who truly wish to see you do not require you to wait. In fact, they would rather not keep you waiting at all, fearing that prolonged waiting might lead to boredom or unhappiness. The breeze beneath the trees dispersed the regret in Chu Yi's heart for not having brought Jiang Wanqing here. He was unsure how long he had been lost in thought when a gentle figure entered his line of sight. Chu Yi recognized Anton, Lu Xion's mother, as a woman nurtured by the waterways of Jiangnan, who had married into Tianhai City. It was evident that Lu Xion had inherited her mother's gentle grace and natural beauty. The words used to describe women from the Jiangnan region, serene, elegant, and graceful, fit her perfectly. As she approached, her beauty became increasingly apparent, a picturesque vision amidst the landscape. He marveled internally, that shy little sister has grown up. As Lu Xion reached his side, Chu Yi noticed she was carrying a convenience store bag. From its depths, her delicate, gleaming hands retrieved a chilled bottle of lemon-flavored soda, which she offered to him. How did you know I liked this? As Lu Xinxi sat beside her beloved Chu Yi, she was unfazed by her dress, a delicate skirt. When he twisted open the bottle cap and tilted his head back to drink, she surreptitiously admired the well-defined contours of his profile. She longed to gaze at him, yet dared not linger too long. After he finished a sip of lemon soda and turned his gaze towards her, she instinctively averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of shyness. Are you troubled? He inquired, to which Lu Xion subtly shook her head. It was merely the realization that it had been ages since they had conversed face-to-face like this. Has Lu Hao neglected his dear sister since he started dating? Chu Yi probed, knowing that Lu Xion usually sought him out only when she needed something. Little did he know, these were merely excuses. Her true desire was simply to see him. The more Chu Yi pondered, the more plausible it became. In recent nights, Lu Hao had not called him online, likely lost in the throes of romance. Observing his older brother being swept away by another woman was a natural cause for discontent. Do not fret, once you find love, Lu Hao will surely experience the emotions you currently endure. I assure you, he will feel tenfold the sorrow. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, far away at Tianhai Normal University, was holding hands with his girlfriend when he suddenly sneezed. Who spoke ill of me? Knowing his close friend well, Chu Yi understood that Lu Hao could be possessive even over his own feelings, let alone Lu Xion's suitor. It was likely he would have a candid talk with his future brother-in-law. Chu Yi, what about you? Lu Xion unexpectedly questioned. He was taken aback by her inquiry. Of course, I wish for your happiness. As long as you are content, it matters not to me. A kind soul, drenched by the rain, would think to offer shelter to others. He genuinely hoped Lu Xion would not suffer the same heartbreak he had endured in love. Lu Xion was not surprised by Chu Yi's response, for he had always been this way, selflessly wishing for her well-being. Even in perilous moments, he would unfailingly step forward without hesitation. This had been true in their childhood, and even as they grew older, despite her occasional reluctance to call him brother, he continued to see her as his dear sister. Chu Yi, Lu Xion hesitated, contemplating whether she had someone she cherished. Yes, that person is right before me, she mused inwardly. No, she feared that he might discern her true feelings. Lowering her eyelashes as she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag. Chu Yi, where would you like to go during the holidays? I wish to see the sea. What about you? My mother wants me to return to accompany my grandparents. That sounds lovely. Chu Yi recalled Lu Hao mentioning a recent desire to travel with his girlfriend and pondered whether he had enough funds. If Lu Hao is ever too busy or bored, he can come find me. I shall take you shopping and treat you to delicious food. Do not forget, I am also your brother. Listening to Chu Yi's comforting words, Lu Xion felt no joy. She did not wish to be merely his sister. She yearned to be his girlfriend or even his wife. With such proximity, who would willingly settle for siblinghood? Well, I hope you won't find me bothersome, Chu Yi. How could I? Two individuals sat upon the gentle, grassy slope, engaged in a conversation that felt anything but tedious. In a state of relaxation, Chu Yi began to stifle a yawn. The previous night, he had tossed and turned until the early hours, only managing to drift into slumber with great difficulty. This morning, he had attentively attended several demanding classes. Fatigue and weariness washed over him like a tide. Lu Xin observed this with concern, her heart aching for him. It was evident that he had not rested well the night before. Who, besides Jiang Wanqing, could cause Chu Yi such insomnia? After all, the bond of childhood sweethearts forged over many years is not easily forgotten. Brother Chu Yi, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Lu Xin suggested, adjusting her skirt. With her delicate, snow-white hand, she gently patted her thigh, signaling to Chu Yi that he could lay his head there. Chu Yi was taken aback by Lu Xion's offer of a lap pillow. Yet, upon reflection, it was in her nature to be so tender and considerate. Chapter 37. The love of Lu Xion. Had it been before the age of 10, Chu Yi would have undoubtedly reclined without hesitation. In those days, we were merely children, unencumbered by societal norms. Now, Lu Xion has blossomed into a striking beauty. There exists a distinction between genders. Even as siblings, such intimate gestures seem inappropriate. I shall rest here for a while. Sleeping on the grass would be uncomfortable. Lu Xion extended her arms, encircling Chu Yi's arm, guiding him to lie down using the gentle slope of the tiered lawn. He felt enveloped in warmth, inhaling the fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. It was akin to reclining in flowing spring waters or amidst a sea of blossoms. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xion placed a delicate, white finger against his lips, signaling for silence. Brother Chu Yi, over the years, you have done so much for me, and I have kept each act in my heart. Yet, I have not been able to reciprocate. This time, consider it a gesture of gratitude from your sister. Brother Chu Yi, sleep now, and do not overthink. When the time comes, I will wake you. Her hand gently caressed his hair with utmost tenderness. In just a few words, she transformed what might appear as romantic intimacy into the bond of sibling affection. This was the only way she could express her love for Chu Yi. Lu Xion. I have never sought anything in return from you. There is no need for you to feel burdened. Since the day you acknowledged me as your brother, this has been my duty. I understand. Brother Chu Yi, apart from our parents, there is no one in this world who deserves your selfless devotion. Promise me that you will learn to cherish yourself, all right? Moreover, you are only allowed to spoil your sister, not the other way around. That makes no sense. In that moment, Chu Yi found himself at a loss for words. The norm is that kindness is reciprocated. Silence enveloped them as Lu Xion tenderly wiped away the tears caused by his yawning, her touch softer than a gentle breeze. Wake me in 10 minutes. All right. The scent of gardenias emanating from Lu Xion lingered at the tip of his nose, both delightful and reassuring. As the gentle breeze caressed his face, the weight of his eyelids, heavy as lead, slowly succumbed to slumber. He truly was exhausted. Apart from the night, he had drunkenly fallen asleep, dreaming of a girl in a school uniform. The remaining nights had been unbearable. Thus, he had intended to lay down momentarily to placate Lu Xion's feelings of indebtedness, but ultimately succumbed to sleep. Lu Xion sensed Chu Yi's breathing becoming steady and rhythmic. Softly calling out, "Brother Chu Yi?" There was no response. He had fallen asleep. The one he had longed for day and night lay peacefully before him, within reach. An illusion washed over Lu Xion. For this moment, Chu Yi belonged solely to her. She reached out her delicate hand to gently smooth the furrowed brow of his tightly knit brows. If I had not called you brother when we first met, would you have seen me as a childhood companion like Jiang Wanqing? Oh, dear brother Chu Yi, how I long to return to the moment when I first encountered you. Perhaps then I would not be suffering as I do now, and you would not have been so deeply wounded by Jiang Wanqing. Brother Chu Yi, cease your affections for she does not truly cherish you. Come, love me instead, will you? I shall love you for a lifetime. This gentle yet tempestuous-hearted woman softly bestows a kiss upon her beloved's face. The slumbering Chu Yi remains oblivious to Lu Xing's confession, unaware that someone has pressed their lips upon him. This may perhaps become an eternal secret. At Tianhai University, there exists a rumor. Those who ascend lovers slope together will find happiness. In this moment, to the passers-by, Lu Xing and Chu Yi appear as a pair of affectionate lovers. The young man rests his head upon his girlfriend's lap, relishing her tender warmth, while the young woman gazes lovingly at her sleeping partner, silently waiting. The white hem of her dress sprawls upon the grass, resembling a blooming gardenia. Brother Chu Yi, awaken. A melodious voice rouses Chu Yi from his dreams. He slowly opens his eyes, and before him is the gentle and beautiful visage of Lu Xing. This slumber has rejuvenated Chu Yi, refreshing his spirit. Alas, how unfortunate that I have dozed off without realizing it. How long have I slept? As Chu Yi rises, Lu Xing's heart fills with disappointment. That fleeting moment was far too brief for someone who loves so dearly. There are merely 30 minutes left until class begins. 30 minutes. Have I truly slept for an hour? Are my legs numb? You should have awakened me sooner. Do not be so hard on yourself. Chu Yi chides himself. It is quite all right. I can sit for a while longer. If Brother Chu Yi has class, you may go ahead. There is still time. I cannot simply leave you here alone. Chu Yi understands the discomfort of numbness, akin to countless ants crawling and biting. It is indeed unpleasant. Yet Lu Xing remains unfazed. For pain is relative. If enduring such discomfort could grant her those precious moments again, she would willingly suffer indefinitely. After approximately 10 minutes, she declares that they may depart. The two walk side by side away from the place known as Lover's Slope. As they approach class, the campus paths are bustling with students. The eyes of the young men are drawn to Lu Xing, who stands beside Chu Yi. A woman who has found happiness exudes an elevated grace. Brother Chu Yi, does that promise you made still hold true? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Whenever you find yourself bored, come seek me. I shall take you shopping and treat you to delightful meals. And if you have any troubles, remember to confide in me. As for that knee pillow, you may indulge in it as many times as you wish. Should Lu Hao be present, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of jealousy, yet would certainly give a thumbs up. Indeed, if only it had been this way sooner, what need would there have been for Jiang Wanqing? Love is not a mere game. It is a battle. Only those who are brave and sincere deserve to emerge victorious in this struggle. Cowardice is synonymous with defeat. Having spoken, Lu Xing departed towards the art classroom, leaving behind a graceful silhouette for Chu Yi, who watched her vanish amidst the bustling crowd. Years of ingrained perceptions led Chu Yi to mistakenly equate love with familial affection, entirely neglecting the notion that Lu Xing harbored feelings for him. He merely assumed that Lu Hao's romantic entanglements had caused her to feel neglected, compelling him to seek solace in self-blame. However, his misunderstanding was profoundly misguided. From their childhood, when Chu Yi bravely shielded Lu Xing from an attacking stray dog, paralyzing her with fear, he had already established a bond that transcended mere brotherhood. On that fateful day, when she called out for an older brother, it was Chu Yi who answered, embodying the essence of a prince from a fairy tale. Every girl dreams of being rescued by a hero, and likewise, every boy aspires to become the savior of the world. Chapter 38. The essence of love. As the holiday approaches, a multitude of classes crowd together. The afternoon is filled with back-to-back lectures. Chu Yi finds no monotony in it, attentively absorbing every word. He organizes his books and stationery, placing them into his gray backpack, reflecting on the bustling day that has finally drawn to a close. Little does he know, a formidable challenge awaits him. Upon exiting the grand gates of Tianhai University, a custom-made luxury business sedan stands quietly nearby. It's worth several times greater than the red sports car owned by Qingmei. Students speculate about the remarkable figure seated within. Two bodyguards, clad in suits, position themselves before Chu Yi. Mr. Chu, someone wishes to meet you. Please follow me. Their cold, mechanical tone lacks any semblance of warmth. Chu Yi's mind races as he eliminates possibilities from his social circle. Last night, he sensed that Yang Feng was merely playing a game, unwilling to relinquish matters so easily. It is astonishing that just a day later, this intuition proves accurate. Chu Yi deduces the identity of the individual seeking him out and confidently strides with the bodyguards toward the elongated luxury vehicle. Please, one bodyguard opens the car door. Once inside, Chu Yi recognizes the man from television and newspapers. His surname is Shen Juanhao, a renowned titan of the business world. The middle-aged man exudes an oppressive aura, a byproduct of his long-standing dominance. As the bodyguard shuts the door, the lavishly adorned, spacious interior becomes stifling with tension. Instilled with good manners, Chu Yi feels compelled to greet him, as is customary for a junior. Uncle Shen, good day. Yet, Shen Juanhao continues to peruse the documents before him, offering no response. Chu Yi comprehends the underlying significance. This is a calculated show of authority, deliberately leaving him in silence. The multi-million-dollar luxury sedan glides forward with an almost seamless motion. Unperturbed, Chu Yi shifts his gaze to the window. As a native of Tianhai City, he discerns that the car is heading towards the elevated ring road. It appears this conversation will not conclude anytime soon. Upon reaching the overpass, the distant sea comes into view. Chu Yi understands Shen Juanhao's demeanor towards him. The relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law often resembles that of adversaries. Absent the constraints of law, this business magnate might very well consider sinking him into the ocean, binding him to a boulder. After investing countless efforts into nurturing his cherished daughter, the sudden intrusion of an unknown youth whisking her away would be intolerable to anyone. It is not merely Shen Yueying, a girl of privilege, who would face such distress. Even a common father grappling with the news of his daughter dating would likely drown his sorrows in drink. If given the chance, fathers would undoubtedly wish to confront the suitor, declaring, "That boy is no good. I've already spoken to him." Deep down, every father knows he cannot accompany his daughter throughout her life. Thus, he seeks a trustworthy man to entrust her to, someone who, in his absence, would shield her from life's storms. Once parents depart, one is left in this world like a drifting reed, untethered. Only with mutual support and care can a husband and wife navigate life's journey together. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of love, to walk hand in hand with one's beloved towards the inevitable end, confronting death together. With a lifetime of cherished memories, one can alleviate the fear of mortality. After perusing the document, Shen Juanhao scrutinized Chu Yi, who maintained a demeanor of calm composure, neither servile nor arrogant. "How long have you known my daughter?" His inquiry drew Chu Yi back from his wandering thoughts. "Uncle Shen, I met Weiying 6 months ago at the Literary Society. She is the future heir of the Shen Group," he replied. "It seems you disapprove of our union." Chu Yi spoke candidly, in the presence of such a business magnate. Flattery was futile. Despite immense pressure, he resolved not to appear weak. By steadfastly demonstrating his commitment to their relationship, he believed he could navigate this challenging encounter. The rest would depend on his senior's intervention. "On what grounds do you intend to marry my daughter? Setting aside other matters, you could never afford this car in your lifetime." Shen Juanhao's tone was neither boastful nor confrontational, merely stating facts with an unsettling calm. Such declarations cut deeper than sharp blades. A man's career is his backbone, and wealth is his courage. This statement struck at the very core. Chu Yi had long understood a fundamental truth. It matters not whether others respect you. What is essential is to have self-respect. If one cannot hold oneself in esteem, then hope is lost. Uncle Shen, no one can definitively judge what has yet to transpire. While a beautiful love may require financial support, it cannot be solely founded upon money. I possess both the confidence and the capability to provide Yueying with a happy life. I kindly ask for some time to prove myself. Every young person believes in their boundless potential, often unaware of the world's vastness. Shen Juanhao remained unmoved. Neither I nor Yueying's mother approves of our daughter associating with someone from a different social standing. With 2 sentences, he rendered a verdict. His unwavering decisiveness revealed the legendary character of this figure. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Yueying does not give up, neither will Chu Yi. He found this encounter far more exhausting than facing Yang Feng. The next move of this business titan, would it be coercion or temptation? He contemplated various possibilities in anticipation, while a sense of disparity loomed in his mind, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Shen Juanhao dismissed Chu Yi's vow, changing the subject. He seemed to possess an acute understanding of human nature. "You are not from the same world. Inevitably, you will part ways. Affection can never outweigh social compatibility. I have only one daughter, and I do not wish for you to jeopardize the bond between us. I would become the villain in her eyes. Moreover, human nature often rebels. The more I intervene, the harder it will be for you to separate. It is better to let reality teach you a lesson. However, certain matters are unequivocal boundaries that one must not traverse. Is that clear?" Upon receiving intelligence from Yang Feng last night, Shen Juanhao dispatched individuals to investigate. They discovered that after Chu Yi returned his daughter home, he lingered in that modest apartment for a full half-hour before emerging. Such a scenario is unprecedented. In simpler terms, the elderly father is growing anxious. The reason Shen Juanhao has refrained from taking action against Chu Yi lies in another layer of preparation. His daughter is intent on pursuing further studies at a prestigious business school abroad, is she not? This simplifies matters considerably. Of course, Chu Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing him acquiesce, Shen Juanhao's tone softened slightly as he picked up his phone to call his daughter. In the Literary Society, Shen Yueying and Ning Mingyao were present. Ning Mingyao was awaiting Chu Yi, eager to inquire about the previous day's events. As for Shen Yueying, it was uncertain if she was waiting for someone, yet she had been there for quite some time. From the blazing sun at noon to the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the windows of the literary society. You mentioned that the junior can play the piano. Is it melodious? Ning Mingyao incessantly probed her dear friend. The two enchanting beauties, each with their own allure, created a veritable visual feast. It is indeed melodious. No sooner had she spoken than Shun Yueying's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Father. Chapter 39. Have you been wronged? The distinctions between the titles father and dad are immediately apparent, revealing the degree of intimacy. Shen Juanhao cannot be deemed a competent father. His marriage to Lin Shuyan was a union of convenience, a mere business arrangement that culminated in the birth of Shun Yueying. Initially, the couple managed to coexist, both sharing the understanding that career aspirations superseded romantic inclinations. However, as time elapsed, the absence of love in their marriage inevitably led to tragedy. Shen Juanhao, a man of formidable presence, was matched by Lin Shuyan, a resolute businesswoman in her own right. Their relationship, marked by excessive ambition on both sides, resembled a catastrophic collision of celestial bodies, resulting in ceaseless arguments and prolonged periods of silence. Yet, the repercussions of divorce loomed large, threatening significant financial losses. Consequently, Shen Juanhao began to neglect his home life, finding solace in his professional triumphs that compensated for his marital failures. Lin Shuyan, equally accomplished, refused to relinquish her flourishing career for the sake of this dismal union. Thus, during Shun Yueying's childhood, her father was often absent, returning home infrequently, while her mother remained perpetually occupied. At times, Shen Yueying would wait for hours, only to find her mother had not returned by nightfall. Undoubtedly, she emerged as the foremost victim of this commercial marriage. The individual who spent the most time with Shun Yueying was a nanny, who, despite her compassion, had her own life and children to tend to. Once she had saved enough money while working for the Shen family, she resigned and returned home. In that moment, Shen Yueying felt utterly abandoned by the world, her small figure dwarfed by the vastness of their grand home. Through her suffering, she began to cultivate resilience. By the time Shen Yueying reached adulthood, her father finally thought to fulfill his obligations and responsibilities, but it was already too late. Upon seeing the caller ID, she felt no stirrings of emotion in her beautiful eyes. Ning Mingyao, seated beside her, fell silent. Father, what is it? Shall you? Come have dinner with your father tonight. I will send someone to pick you up. No, I am dining at school, came her indifferent voice from the other end of the line. The magnate of the business world sighed, then added, Chu Yi will be there too. At the mention of this name, Shun Yueying's brow furrowed, and her heart raced. Her father seeking out Chu Yi could not bode well. The rapid dissemination of this news undoubtedly involved Yang Feng. I would like him to take the call. Seated across from Shun Juanhao, Chu Yi witnessed the transformation of a man from a figure of authority to that of a father. During the phone call, the imposing demeanor that usually accompanied Shun Juanhao dissipated entirely, replaced by a gentler tone. As Chu Yi took the call and raised it to his ear, he instinctively almost referred to her as senior, but fortunately, he refrained. The tone on the other end differed from before, no longer devoid of emotion. Shen Yueying's voice, always melodious and pleasing, now conveyed an undertone of concern. Have you been wronged? No. Uncle Shen merely wished to chat for a moment and inquire about when we first met. Chu Yi refrained from mentioning how Shen Juanhao had belittled him. Yet he could not deceive Shen Yueying. She was all too familiar with her father's domineering nature. It is utterly impossible to solely concern oneself with when I first met Chu Yi. Suppression is inevitable. I shall arrive shortly, rest assured. Chu Yi paused momentarily. He had already heard the same words for the second time today. Both Shen Yueying and Lu Xian had actively rushed towards him. Indeed, Chu Yi returned the phone to Shen Juanhao. A brief exchange occurred between father and daughter. Shen Yueying inquired about the location to expedite her arrival. Shen Juanhao had made a reservation at the Nanju Hotel. Chu Yi understood that this establishment is considered the pinnacle of luxury in Tianhai City. Given their current position, traveling to Nanju Hotel would require traversing nearly half the city. Such a diversion, rather than a straightforward route, was merely an attempt to convey to himself that he and my daughter inhabit entirely different worlds. After hanging up the phone, Shen Juanhao found himself re-evaluating Chu Yi. He had only uttered the boy's name, yet his daughter had hurried over in a state of anxiety. Just how significant was this scoundrel in his daughter's heart? For the first time in his life, Shen Juanhao felt a pang of jealousy, though he would never admit it. The car remained silent, for all that needed to be said had been expressed. Half an hour later, the luxurious business sedan, worth tens of millions, came to a steady halt at the entrance of Nanju Grand Hotel. Shen Juanhao and Chu Yi exited the vehicle one after the other. As the door swung open, Chu Yi immediately caught sight of an extraordinarily charming figure. Shen Yueying had arrived even before them. She strode over, linking her arm with Chu Yi's. The familiar fragrance wafted once more to his senses. "Father, if you wish to meet Chu Yi, you could simply tell me," she remarked. "There is no need for you to seek him out personally." Chu Yi felt a moment of disorientation. The belittlement and suppression he had encountered in the car seemed trivial compared to this. It was as if his senior had always stood by him. Yesterday morning was one instance. Today was no different. "Now that you have a boyfriend, it is naturally my duty as a father to ensure everything is in order. Let us enter first," Shen Juanhao suggested, discreetly flipping a page in his mind. The interior of Nanju Hotel did not exude opulence in a garish manner, but leaned towards a classical elegance, luxurious yet understated. The vases adorning the hall were worth millions, not to mention the other decor. The welcoming staff were meticulously chosen beauties, clad in kipeos, a delight to behold. The general manager personally greeted Shen Juanhao and escorted Chu Yi and his party to the finest private room on the top floor, where the ocean view was splendid. Shen Yueying chose a seat right next to Chu Yi, making Shen Juanhao appear somewhat isolated. Waitstaff entered in succession, and soon a lavish array of meticulously prepared dishes filled the table. Shen Yueying served Chu Yi, seemingly aware of the slight he had just endured, eager to make amends. "Darling, do try this and see if it suits your palate," she said sweetly. Shen Juanhao's presence allowed Chu Yi to reclaim the role of a temporary boyfriend, reigniting what should have concluded with a simple goodnight message. Jiang Wanqing could never have anticipated that in just a few short days, fate would take such a turn. In a sense, the relationship between Chu Yi and Shen Yueying, including meeting the parents, had transpired in less than 2 days. Shen Juanhao could no longer tolerate the situation and suddenly thought that binding this insufferable brat to a stone and sinking him to the depths of the sea would be the most prudent choice. "Xiaoya, it is time for you to move back home. I'll return once Mom comes back," she replied. Chu Yi observed the charming smile on Shen Yueying's face gradually fade away. As for familial matters, he, as a temporary boyfriend, was both oblivious and unable to intervene. These words left Shen Juanhao at a loss for words. He and Lin Shuyan were, in legal terms, husband and wife, yet they had long been separated. The thought of his wife, whom he had not seen in ages, surprisingly stirred a sense of longing within him. Perhaps a phone call to have your mother join us would transform this meal into a family gathering. Chapter 40. A White Cloud in the Night, Family Banquet. Such evocative words stirred emotions within Shen Yueying. Yet, setting aside the fact that her parents' relationship had long since fractured, even if her mother would attend the banquet for the sake of her daughter, she could not disregard Chu Yi's feelings. Just her father alone placed immense pressure on Chu Yi. The thought of her mother adding to that burden was too painful to contemplate. Perhaps it was for the best. "As long as you are present, Mother will not come." Her words made Shen Juanhao realize he was a complete failure. Before Shen Yueying, he was not the formidable titan commanding the business world. He was merely a father. In the splendid prime of his life, he amassed immense wealth and achieved remarkable success in his career, yet his family lay in ruins. A true victor in life possesses not only a thriving career, but also a beautiful family, a beacon among countless homes, waiting for the weary to return to their loved ones. And now, his wife shunned him, and his daughter remained distant. Though the disintegration of their marital bond stemmed from both Shen Juanhao and Lin Shuyan, it ultimately amounted to a disarray that could not be altered. Today, Chu Yi encountered myriad facets of this legendary figure that were starkly different: his overwhelming dominance, the guilt of paternal affection, and now, a semblance of pity. Chu Yi perceived the relationships within this affluent family as exceedingly intricate, far beyond the reach of ordinary households. Indeed, every family has its own struggles, and wealth does not exempt one from such tribulations. For reasons unknown, he found himself once again favored by Shen Yueying. Were Chu Yi absent, she would undoubtedly have attempted to call her mother. "Eat more," she urged. Shen Yueying refrained from prolonging the conversation with her father to avoid neglecting him, attending to Chu Yi as if they were enamored lovers. "Shall we go watch a movie after dinner?" Chu Yi recalled this was the second time Shen Yueying had posed the question. He had not taken her seriously the last time. What genre do you wish to see? I will book the tickets shortly. This is something you, as my boyfriend, ought to consider." In their exchange, Chu Yi once more felt that mirage-like affection enveloping him, a parched soul yearning for sustenance. Surely, the experience of a senior in love must not differ much from the present. What should have been an interrogation of Chu Yi turned into a protective cocoon spun by Shen Yueying, as Shun Juanhao failed to exert any pressure upon him. If anything could be deemed pressure, it would be the piercing gaze of his father. "Dad, what do you think of Chu Yi?" Shen Yueying inquired. After such a hard-won address of father from his daughter, could Shun Juanhao possibly deny it? "Not bad," he begrudgingly replied, though in his heart he believed the disparity in their family backgrounds was too great for them to be deemed compatible. Had it not been for Chu Yi being belittled just half an hour prior, he might have genuinely believed it. Shen Yueying's captivating eyes cast a glance at Chu Yi, who immediately understood her unspoken words. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Shen." From this moment forth, even if Shun Juanhao remained opposed, he tacitly acknowledged the identity of his daughter's boyfriend and would no longer attempt to matchmake Yang Feng and Shen Yueying. "Xiaoya, regarding your previous intention to study at a prestigious business school abroad, I will arrange everything for you. After all, you are the heir to the Shen Group, and gaining experience outside would be a commendable choice." Shen Yueying was taken aback by her father's sudden change of heart on an issue he had staunchly opposed in the past. Was it because she had called him dad? Or was there another reason? Chu Yi comprehended that this was Shun Juanhao's challenge, an attempt to dismantle his relationship with Shun Yueying through the passage of time and distance. With his studies at Tianhai University unfinished, he could not accompany his girlfriend abroad. To bind his senior with the name of love, preventing her from pursuing her ideal life, would be an act of profound selfishness, rendering him unworthy of being her partner. Alas, this tactic was utterly ineffective against him, the temporary boyfriend. A sense of melancholy washed over Chu Yi. Indeed, his senior was in her final year at Tianhai University. In the near future, within the literary society that served as a refuge, that luxurious cruise ship would sail toward new destinations, leaving him, a weathered cargo ship, to watch over it. Gradually eroded by the sea breeze, rusting, and ultimately sinking. On a certain sunny afternoon, when he pushed open the door of the club activity room, he would only find curtains swaying in the wind, devoid of life. The familiar scenes would no longer unfold. In times of despair, no one would extend a hand to rescue him from his plight. Yet, despite it all, Chu Yi felt genuinely happy for Shen Yueying. He often noticed her engrossed in reading numerous books on the subject, so it was evident that attending a better business school was a long-held aspiration of hers. The life plan she had set for herself would undoubtedly not waver due to her temporary boyfriend. The trajectories of Chu Yi and Shen Yueying resembled intersecting lines, their lives converging at a point defined by different angles, perhaps harboring beautiful memories. They would linger there for a brief moment before diverging, never to return. The dinner was neither too long nor too short. Afterward, as her boyfriend, he accompanied Shen Yueying to see Shen Juanhao off. "Xiaoya, your father hopes you will reconsider moving back home," he said. "My current living situation is not inferior to that of our home." The response from his daughter left the old man in utter helplessness. Once the luxurious car worth millions vanished into the flow of traffic, Chu Yi finally relaxed. He turned to the elegant and noble Shen Yueying, whose enchanting visage was now shadowed by clouds of worry. The charming smile she once wore had completely faded. Chu Yi understood that she had not wished to attend this dinner. Upon learning that he would be present, she had come without hesitation, even arriving before him. "It's still early. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" he asked. "All right," she replied. As the city lights began to twinkle, the two meandered aimlessly through the bustling commercial district. The red sports car lay abandoned in the parking lot of the South Pearl Hotel. "Your father shared some words with you." Shen Yueying shattered the silence. Chu Yi, unwilling to deceive her, opted for the least unpleasant response. He remarked, "You and I inhabit different worlds. Do not take these words to heart. My father is indeed domineering and forceful. I am not so fragile. I can dismiss it after hearing." Chu Yi continued, "May I borrow your phone?" Assuming Shen Yueying's phone was low on battery and she needed to make a call, he swiftly unlocked his device and handed it to her. Shen Yueying did use his phone to make a call, but it was merely to her own number, where she saved a new contact. "Should my father seek you out privately again, please call me immediately." "Okay." As they passed a shop along the street, Chu Yi asked Shen Yueying to wait momentarily. Watching him queue at the counter, she gradually drifted into thought. The fractured remnants of her family background remained an eternal scar in her heart. When Shun Juanhao mentioned the family banquet this evening, a flurry of emotions surged within her, rendering her unable to smile. After a considerable time, Chu Yi returned with a fluffy white cloud of cotton candy. "Senior, the book mentioned that when one is sorrowful, indulging in something sweet can alleviate the sadness." Shen Yueying gazed at the fluffy confection in her hands. never having anticipated that Chu Yi would wait so long in the crowded throng just to lift her spirits. The feeling of being cared for was like the sun shining upon snow, melting away the negative emotions that had taken residence in her heart. She tore open the transparent packaging, her enticing red lips taking a delicate bite. The fine strands of sugar dissolved upon contact, transforming into sweetness. On the bustling street, a captivating and mature goddess held the fluffy cotton candy. While the scene was undeniably beautiful, it bore an element of contradiction. Yet, Chu Yi cared little for such notions. He felt that passing by the cotton candy shop at that moment was a twist of fate. Thus, he pushed the door open and purchased one for himself. Qingmei, too, did not concern herself with the cost of the cotton candy or whether it was childish. She valued the warmth of being cared for. It was delightful. With a radiant smile, Qingmei illuminated her surroundings, captivating the onlookers. Meanwhile, in their hearts, they lamented, questioning why this young man could win the affection of such a noble and alluring beauty with nothing more than a cotton candy. Tears of frustration welled up silently. Seeing her smile, Chu Yi refrained from probing into her unhappiness. To question her sorrow would be akin to tearing open a scabbed wound. If he were truly Shun Yueying's beloved, he might possess the right to do so. Yet, he was merely a temporary boyfriend. Although they had rekindled their connection for various reasons, it remained limited in duration. Shun Yueying's phone chimed, yet she did not glance at it, savoring the fluffy cotton candy. The sweetness seemed to seep deep into her heart. Ning Mingyao had always believed her good friend did not regard Chu Yi with the same affection as she did. However, just yesterday, her dear friend not only invited the junior into her home, but also allowed him to play the piano. In that two-story apartment. Apart from myself visiting her on weekends to keep her company, no one else has ever set foot inside. One evening, Shun Yueying hurriedly left school, prompting Ning Mingyao to inquire whether the matter had been resolved. However, her message went unanswered. As Shun Yueying strolled alongside Chu Yi, they arrived at the bund. The shimmering surface of the water mirrored the dazzling lights of the towering buildings on either side, creating a dreamlike spectacle. How beautiful, Chu Yi remarked. Are you referring to the scenery or the people? Shun Yueying's mood had already been uplifted, evident in her entranced tone. Both are beautiful, Chu Yi objectively replied. You've improved since last night, now capable of sweet talk. They gazed at the water, adorned with vibrant clouds at sunset, quietly savoring the moment. The throngs of people ebbed and flowed, lives intersecting briefly. At that moment, no couple could complement each other better than they did. Even in the future, when Shun Yueying pursues her dreams abroad and encounters a myriad of cultural landscapes, she will not forget the resplendent glow of the river tonight. Nor will she forget that on a pitch-black night, someone gifted her a white cloud. Chu Yi pondered the passage of time. The movie tickets he had booked had already been checked in, and it was too late to arrive now. Yet, it mattered little. The night view before them was perhaps as captivating as any film. After all, a movie tells someone else's story, while life narrates one's own tale. Chapter 41. A date. The two of them admired the scenery for quite some time. Suddenly, the brilliant reflections on the water's surface rippled. The night air was cool, causing Shun Yueying's skirt to sway, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. Senior, we should head back, Chu Yi reminded her. Just give me 2 more minutes. Shun Yueying turned to him, smiling. Noticing her evident enjoyment of the evening, Chu Yi chose to remain silent. The long night stretched ahead. There was no need to be stingy with these fleeting moments. Those 2 minutes passed swiftly. They retraced their steps. And the atmosphere was entirely different from when Shun Yueying had been troubled. Now, with Chu Yi's concern dispelling her gloom, their aimless stroll transformed into a date. A girl and a boy together, traversing bustling streets, witnessing enchanting sights. Most importantly, the boy brought joy to the girl. What else could this be but a date? Shun Yueying felt it deeply, though she chose not to voice it. Upon arriving at the Nanju Grand Hotel, Chu Yi intended to conclude the evening with his temporary role as boyfriend and call for a taxi home. However, Shun Yueying stopped him. Ride with me. I'll give you a lift. Senior, my home is in the opposite direction. It would take twice as long to go back and forth. I don't mind. You've accompanied me for quite a while, so consider it a return favor. As Shun Yueying pressed the electronic key, the lights of a red sports car illuminated the parking space. Moreover, she personally opened the passenger door, her shimmering eyes looking at Chu Yi, clearly inviting him to join her. In this scenario, to refuse further would be pretentious. After all, he had already ridden with her the night before. He swiftly settled into the passenger seat, the enchanting fragrance in the car evoking the phrase, charming car and beautiful woman. This bustling metropolis was alive even at night, with traffic flowing smoothly. Fortunately, there were no jams. Various scenes receded in the rearview mirror, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at a familiar street. As Chu Yi stepped out of the car, Qingmei said to him, "Chu Yi, I had a wonderful time tonight." "Thank you, Senior." "All right, see you tomorrow." Qingmei interrupted, seemingly concerned about dampening the mood, just as he had when he declined her invitation to the movies yesterday. "See you tomorrow." Chu Yi did not delay her any further, nodding before shutting the car door. He watched as the vehicle gradually disappeared from view, the familiar street once again falling silent. Chu Yi turned and walked home, taking out his keys to unlock the door, thinking that his parents must have finished dinner by this time. To his surprise, in the living room, besides his mother, there was another figure deeply etched in his memory, Jiang Wanqing. She wore an elegant white gown, resembling a fairy untouched by the mundane world. "Chu Yi," she said, her cold voice laced with longing. During this period, the boy who had grown up alongside her, traversing the many years of their shared past, had been persistently evading her. On the familiar streets, she found herself enveloped in solitude. She missed him dearly. The words spoken by Lu Exquisite during lunch at the cafeteria filled Jiang Wanqing with unease. She had always been aware of Lu Exquisite's affections for Chu Yi. The reason she had refrained from addressing it was that Jiang Wanqing was certain that, in Chu Yi's heart, Lu Exquisite merely held the status of a younger sister. Yet, with Chu Yi's return, who was he spending the evening with? Lu Exquisite, perhaps? The mere thought of them strolling together sent pangs of heartache through her. Chapter 42, he inquired of the young girl. If it were in the past, Chu Yi would return home to find Jiang Wanqing waiting for him, undoubtedly filled with an indescribable sense of joy. However, now, he gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, feeling no elation, but rather an unutterable bitterness. Chu Yi wished to ignore it, yet Lu Wei did not afford him that opportunity, rising to pull him over. "Xiaoqing has been waiting for you for quite some time. You two should have a good talk." With that, she left the living room, granting space to the childhood sweethearts, Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing. Chu Yi was unable to fathom the purpose behind Jiang Wanqing's visit, nor did he wish to speculate. He was weary. He could not discern when he had begun to lose sight of her heart. They sat on separate sofas, facing one another. The atmosphere was hushed, as if memories were cascading through the air. Ultimately, it was Jiang Wanqing who broke the silence. "Chu Yi, I intend to apply for a transfer to another class." She noted that there was no change in his expression, no curiosity or desire to inquire further. The Chu Yi of yore would have surely asked why she wished to change classes. A hint of sorrow flickered in her bright eyes. "I truly did not mean to miss your birthday gathering. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall not refuse." Today, Ling Yimo also returned the birthday gift I had given him that day. I was indeed in the wrong regarding this matter. "Enough," Chu Yi interjected suddenly. "If you have come to me burdened with guilt regarding him, I believe there is nothing left to discuss between us. Jiang Wanqing, I shall say this once more, certain matters are not as you perceive them. Your decision to change classes or your relationship with Ling Yimo. Those are your choices. There is no need to discuss them with me." At this juncture, Chu Yi did not wish to say more. All that needed to be expressed had already been articulated 6 months prior. Jiang Wanqing refused to reclaim that birthday gift. He had not even touched it. The wrapping remained intact. Finally, that night, Chu Yi returned to his room and, for the first time, picked it up. "You can take this back." As he unceremoniously returned the meticulously prepared present, Jiang Wanqing's eyes reddened. She lacked the courage to even touch the gift. To reclaim it would signify that something had truly severed. Having exhausted his words, Chu Yi turned and ascended the stairs. In that moment, Jiang Wanqing was no longer the ethereal figure she once was. Tears glimmered in her bright eyes. Ignoring her fears, she reached out to grasp his hand, terrified that if she released it, the one who had accompanied her for so many years would vanish, and they would drift apart, becoming the most familiar of strangers. "Chu Yi, I did not come to you burdened by guilt for Ling Yimo. I fear your indifference, your avoidance, your unwillingness to see me. Can we return to how we once were, please?" Tears slipped from her eyes, falling onto the back of Chu Yi's hand, their warmth palpable. Chu Yi did not turn back. The bright lights of the living room could not illuminate the emotions etched upon his face. "Do not dwell on the past, for you are no longer the person you once were." He released Jiang Wanqing's hand and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Lu Wei, hearing the commotion, felt a sense of unease. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the sight of Jiang Wanqing, her eyes swollen from tears. "Xiaoqing, you." "Aunt Lu. I must take my leave." Jiang Wanqing, not wishing for Lu Wei to witness her tears, hastily wiped her face. Yet, once outside, her vision blurred with tears that fell upon the street, a place laden with countless memories. The beauty of bygone days now stood in stark contrast to the agony of the present. Jiang Wanqing could scarcely fathom a future where a sudden woman usurped her place, holding the hand of the man she once loved, strolling together down this very street. The mere thought of it brought an excruciating pain that pierced her very soul. Chu Yi, do not leave me. The unfolding events had far surpassed Lu Wei's expectations. Jiang Wanqing left in tears. Chu Yi remained a recluse behind closed doors, and a gift lay unopened on the coffee table. Hadn't her son's birthday already passed? Why did the present remain untouched? She sighed softly and placed the gift into a cabinet for safekeeping. Chu Yi's room was shrouded in darkness. He sat silently on the edge of his bed, voiceless. No one could discern the tempest of emotions within him. Pain. Surely, there must be pain. Unlike a computer, one cannot simply delete expired memories with the press of a button. Jiang Wanqing's plea to return to the past was akin to igniting a fuse on a bomb. Countless memories of yesteryears surged uncontrollably in his mind. The cicada song from that sweltering summer seemed to echo in his ears, where he and she once sought refuge beneath the old locust tree. He asked the young girl, "Will you always be by my side?" She replied, "Chu Yi, why have you become so sentimental? We had a pact, did we not? Fear not, I shall not leave you." The girl drew closer, producing a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. That summer was both scorching and beautiful. When winter arrived, Chu Yi would personally wrap the scarf around her neck, concluding with a compliment, "It looks lovely." The girl's face would flush, dazzling Chu Yi with her youthful radiance. Through the years they walked hand in hand. As long as they were together, they feared neither the cold nor the heat. The phone blinked incessantly, its owner oblivious, as if transformed into a statue, buried within the depths of this prolonged night. Chu Yi remained ensnared in memories, unable to sleep throughout the night. Heartache, fatigue, every sensation vanished with the dawn. When one experiences profound suffering, the mind activates a protective mechanism, dulling emotions. He numbly exited his room and spotted his mother in the kitchen, a sight that brought him considerable solace. The person who loved him most in the world was right there beside him. Mom. Lu Wei, troubled by the events of the previous night, felt a deep concern. She wished to inquire but found herself at a loss for words. Her son had grown, possessing his own thoughts. Why not rest a little longer? Breakfast will take some time. You went to bed early last night. Chu Yi, still in a daze, washed his hands absent-mindedly, assisting Lu Wei in the kitchen. The congee was nearly ready. All that remained was to fry a few eggs and warm 3 cups of milk, and the breakfast would be complete. Lu Wei was not oblivious to her son's deceit. The light yet nourishing breakfast was soon placed on the table, enhanced by Chu Yi's presence. The atmosphere among the 3 family members was harmonious. After sipping a bowl of congee, Chu Ting inquired slowly, "Son, who brought you home last night?" Caught off guard by his father's question, Chu Yi surmised that he had been seen disembarking from an expensive vehicle through the window on the 2nd floor. Now that his son had reached adulthood, Chu Ting was relatively lenient, seldom intervening in his affairs. However, a few days prior, he had transferred living expenses to Chu Yi, which the latter had declined. The 2 incidents, when connected, warranted contemplation. "A senior from our club," Chu Yi added, noticing the inquisitive glint in his father's eyes. "She is about to study abroad." Upon hearing this, Chu Ting felt relieved. The impoverished seldom pursue the wealthy. Although his own family was not destitute, his years of hard work had earned him a senior position back at the company headquarters. Everything is relative. Children casually driving multi-million-dollar cars inevitably belong to families of immense financial capacity. Chu Ting did not perceive his son as inferior or unworthy. On the contrary, he believed Chu Yi to be exceptional, with commendable character, academic performance, and athletic ability. Nevertheless, marriage involves more than just 2 individuals. It encompasses the union of families. An unequal marital path is fraught with challenges, and Chu Ting wished for his son to avoid such hardships. "The holidays are approaching, and your mother and I plan to travel. Xiaoyi, will you stay home or accompany us?" Chu Ting asked. "Dad, I have other plans. You 2 go ahead. Don't worry about me," replied Chu Yi. The bond between his parents had not waned with time. Rather, it had grown stronger. Chu Yi did not wish to be a third wheel. In truth, he intended to move out after graduation. Once he departed from this immensely familiar street, it would be challenging for the 2 to meet again. Perhaps they might encounter one another in some corner of the city, only to pass by without a word. That long-standing affection would gradually fade away in the sands of time. As long as one refrains from unearthing it, it ceases to exist. Alas, upon the shifting sands, no blossoms of love shall flourish. Last night, while Chu Yi conversed with Jiang Wanqing, Chu Ting was in the study on the second floor. Unaware of the circumstances, he assumed his son intended to take Jiang Wanqing on a trip during the holiday, hence his lack of insistence. Chu Ting believed his son was fortunate to have a companion in a little girl throughout his growth, a quintessential childhood sweetheart, as people often say. Whether in the eyes of Xiao Suyun, Lu Wei, or Jiang Haiming, the romance and eventual marriage of these two children seemed only natural. It would be a pity if such childhood bonds did not culminate in fruition. With this thought, he transferred a substantial sum of money to his son, sufficient for Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing to indulge in an extravagant getaway. News within university circles typically spread swiftly. Within 2 hours of Jiang Wanqing submitting her class transfer request, her other classmates were already aware of it. Last night, she felt a profound heartache. Paradoxically, this excruciating pain prevented her from succumbing to despair. Can a love that has endured for 2 decades truly be relinquished in a matter of days? No, it cannot. She is convinced that there remains an opportunity to return to the past with Chu Yi. No matter the obstacles, she will not relent. Regarding the words spoken by Lu Xian in the cafeteria, her application to transfer to another class serves as her response. For the sake of Chu Yi, Jiang Wanqing forsook all her friends made during her university years, including Ling Mo. She is determined to adapt to a new environment, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Upon returning from the holiday, she will be assigned to another class within the same major. During the 2 morning classes, Jiang Wanqing absorbed none of the lectures. On a pristine sheet of drawing paper, she meticulously illustrated a scene from her memories. The painting depicted a boy in a blue and white school uniform riding a bicycle, with a girl sitting on the back seat, her arms wrapped around his waist. She leaned gently against his back, a smile of happiness gracing her lips. It was a scene reminiscent of her and Chu Yi returning home from high school. On that day, she had claimed her bicycle was broken, though it was not. She found herself lost in nostalgia as the class bell rang, prompting her classmates to flock to the cafeteria. Only Ling Mo remained behind. He was perplexed. It was evident that this was merely a ploy, yet Jiang Wanqing appeared disinterested. Surely, she and Chu Yi had quarreled. However, the situation unfolded in a manner Ling Mo had not anticipated. Jiang Wanqing was transferring to another class? All his efforts had seemingly crumbled in an instant. Wanqing, why do you wish to change classes? Is Chu Yi pressuring you? What right does he have to interfere with your studies? Don't listen to him. We have such a wonderful rapport. I cannot bear to part with you. Ling Mo, true to his manipulative nature, effortlessly cast Chu Yi in a negative light while portraying himself as the devoted suitor. Chu Yi did not coerce me. It is my voluntary decision to switch classes. He simply does not want me to grow too close to you. Ling Mo nearly choked on his words. A kindred spirit is rare, and once she transfers, she will no longer find anyone like me who resonates with her in art. Chu Yi is utterly ignorant of the world of fine arts. Jiang Wanqing gazed at the boy in her painting and declared, if I must choose between art and him, I would rather never touch art again in this lifetime. Ling Mo could hardly believe these words had escaped Jiang Wanqing's lips. Her passion for painting surpassed even her affection for him. At times, he found it unbearable to spend extended periods in the studio, yet Jiang Wanqing thrived there. Now, she claimed she could forsake her greatest passion for Chu Yi. Ling Mo had once believed he possessed the advantageous position. Dismantling their childhood bond was merely a matter of time. Now, he recognized the folly of his assumptions. The true advantage lay with Chu Yi. Once Chu Yi departed from her life, she would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Ling Mo realized he could never enter Jiang Wanqing's heart, for it was already occupied. His charm, acquired through the art of painting, dissipated like smoke at a mere breath. Utterly incomparable to true love. At this moment, Ling Mo comprehended the profound bond of childhood sweethearts as articulated by Chu Yi. Those who have not endured such experiences cannot fathom the weight of that emotion. Even if he were to instigate discord and feign victimhood, he would ultimately find himself utterly defeated. He could not accept this outcome. Suddenly, Ling Mo recalled the scene of Sun Yuing entwining her arm with Chu Yi's, which made him laugh bitterly in his fury. Jiang Wanqing, I harbor feelings for you, yet you are so callous towards me. Just wait. If I cannot attain happiness, you shall not find it either. At this juncture, it matters not to reveal this to you. Chapter 43. When happiness transforms into tears. Chu Yi had not sought me out for trouble. Rather, I had intentionally flaunted before him that you attended my birthday gathering and bestowed upon me a gift. How I shudder to think of the anguish he must have felt at that moment. Returning the gift was merely a pitiful tactic to elicit sympathy. As I anticipated, you must have mentioned this affair to him. Ling Mo chuckled, a grin both triumphant and sinister. Each of his words shattered Jiang Wanqing's perception. The facade of a good friend she had once maintained disintegrated entirely. The venomous villain, in his frantic state, revealed his true form. Jiang Wanqing's complexion turned pale as she retorted, "You wish to insult me? Jiang Wanqing, I admit to being sordid and despicable, but the one who has harmed Chu Yi is not I, but you. By the way, allow me to impart a piece of news. When I confronted Chu Yi, a woman stood by his side, offering him support. Her beauty and poise are hardly inferior to yours. Sooner or later, she will usurp your place in his heart. Initially, I was envious of Chu Yi's romantic fortunes. Now, I fervently hope he and that woman share a lifetime of happiness. Ling Mo is not Chu Yi. He is narrow-minded and cannot bear to see the light. Although Chu Yi himself is unhappy, he wishes for his dear brother and sister to find joy. This despicable man, Ling Mo, cannot tolerate the happiness of others if he cannot attain it himself. Thus, in his failure, he would harm 800 to injure himself 1,000 times over, revealing his insidious plans solely to vex Jiang Wanqing. I must also extend my gratitude to Chu Yi. He has shielded you so well that you have forgotten the treachery of the human heart. Do you believe that everyone in this world is like him? Jiang Wanqing, you shall not find happiness. Ling Mo expressed all he wished to convey, casting a scornful glance at the heartbroken Jiang Wanqing before turning on his heel and departing. In the vast art classroom, Jiang Wanqing was left all alone. Ling Mo's vehement words had unveiled a bloody truth. Her heart felt as if it were being carved with a knife, a pain so profound it rendered her breathless. It turns out, I have long misunderstood Chu Yi. That boy, who once loved her more than he loved himself, lay wounded, scarred by her actions. Throughout the lengthy years spent hand in hand with Chu Yi, Jiang Wanqing had scarcely shed a tear. Yet within the span of 2 short days, she found herself repeating that sorrowful history. Tears once again blurred her vision, and she gradually lost sight of the boy who had ridden his bicycle to escort her home. Jiang Wanqing reached out, attempting to caress the image of Chu Yi within the painting, choking on her apologies. Yet some things remain irreparable, and uttering "I'm sorry" bears no significance. The messages she had sent during this time received no response from Chu Yi, as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean. Once, 2 hearts that were intimately connected now lay a world apart. As tears streamed down her face, there would be no one to gently wipe them away, no comforting embrace to heal her wounds. That boy, who had grown up alongside her and loved her deeply, had been lost to her. The thought struck her like a dagger to the heart. Jiang Wanqing could no longer concern herself with anything. Her paintbrushes, pigments, and books were all forsaken in the classroom. She yearned to return to the familiar streets to see Chu Yi. The wind carried away fragments of her tears, as past happiness transformed into sorrow. When she stood at the door of Chu Yi's home and pressed the doorbell, she anticipated the appearance of the figure who had accompanied her for 2 decades. Yet, her hopes were dashed. No one came to answer the door. Lu Wei was not at home, and Chu Yi, having spent the night awake, was now deep in slumber. A single door separated this pair of childhood friends, who had grown up together in innocent camaraderie. In the afternoon, Jiang Wanqing recalled that Chu Yi had a class. She arrived quietly outside the designated classroom, where she could faintly hear the teacher's voice, interspersed with many obscure and difficult terminologies. Crossing disciplines felt like traversing mountains. Jiang Wanqing could not grasp their meanings. Was Chu Yi ever waiting for her in the art classroom, feeling the same? Once, she had urged him, saying it was unnecessary to wait for her after class, as they could meet later at home. Chu Yi, however, had replied, "Waiting for others is a dull affair, except for you." Such a seemingly ordinary statement only revealed its true value to Jiang Wanqing today. In this rapidly changing world, the greatest happiness lies in having someone who is willing to wait for you. They are present in moments of joy and sorrow alike. Life ahead is fraught with uncertainties, yet having someone to walk alongside you through even the most arduous paths, through storms and thunder, renders the journey bearable. They would hold your hand and say, "Fear not, for I am here." Now, however, that person who once waited for her after class had been deeply hurt by her. Jiang Wanqing felt Chu Yi's sentiments. Listening to the convoluted jargon, every second felt interminable. Yet, the thought of Chu Yi waiting at the end of this ordeal sweetened her suffering. After what felt like an eternity, the bell rang, and a throng of youthful, vibrant students poured from the classroom. Their gazes converged upon Jiang Wanqing, captivated by her stunning presence. Such beauty had never graced their class or even the adjacent one. She must belong to another discipline. Who was she seeking? Unable to find Chu Yi in the crowd, Jiang Wanqing approached a female classmate for assistance. Yi, serving as the class vice president, informed her. Chu Yi has taken a leave of absence. As she assessed Jiang Wanqing, Yi seemed to comprehend why Chu Yi maintained a polite distance from the girls in their class. Even if she wished to draw closer, it was a futile endeavor. If she were in Chu Yi's position, she too would be enamored by such an exquisite woman. The hint of redness in Jiang Wanqing's eyes suggested she had wept prior to seeking Chu Yi. Had they quarreled? It seemed likely, otherwise. How could a girlfriend be unaware of her boyfriend's absence? When the anticipated reunion failed to materialize, Jiang Wanqing experienced an unsettling sensation that Chu Yi had vanished entirely from her world. She could neither grasp nor retain him. It became evident that in matters of the heart, if one party ceases to pursue, no amount of searching in the world will bring them back. Tears shimmered in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Perhaps this was a punishment from the heavens, rendering her unable to find the little boy who had accompanied her through her formative years. The greatest distance in the world is not merely the physical separation of distant lands, but rather the fleeting moments when you and he brush past each other in the throngs of humanity, completely unaware. Or perhaps he sees you, yet remains silent. Jiang Wanqing sent a brief message to Chu Yi, containing but 3 simple words: I am sorry. Throughout one's lifetime, a multitude of encounters and missed connections will transpire. Some missed connections may be inconsequential, while others, once lost, result in a lifetime of regret. Jiang Wanqing understood that in her life, Chu Yi would forever hold a singular place. No one could ever love her as deeply as he did, nor would anyone else accompany her through nearly 20 years of summer cicadas and winter snows. She was willing to dedicate her entire life to atone for the pain she had caused Chu Yi. Chapter 44, an Xin Literary Society. Both mature and intellectually captivating senior sisters were present. Ning Mingyao felt that the absence of Chu Yi rendered the activity room somewhat lacking. I sent you a message last night. Why did you take so long to reply? Something seems amiss. Could it be that you went on a date with a junior? Last night, when Shin Haojuan called, Ning Mingyao was right beside her, and she naturally understood that her dear friend had ventured out because of Chu Yi. Shin Huiying closed her book and remarked, I merely had a simple meal to appease my father. Her close friend's expectation of Chu Yi was clear. Junior, you must not show favoritism. Hence, she intentionally concealed the seemingly casual stroll, which was, in fact, a date, to avoid causing trouble for Chu Yi. This secret could be considered a bond between her and Chu Yi. Reflecting on the birthday gift Ning Mingyao had given to Chu Yi, she deemed this expectation quite reasonable. Her friend had bestowed upon Chu Yi a mechanical keyboard worth over 1,000, while she herself had only gifted a book. Should she present another gift under a different pretext? For reasons unknown, Shin Huiying found herself entertaining alternative thoughts. She glanced towards Chu Yi's usual spot, her beautiful eyes tinged with concern. The occupant of that seat, no matter how busy, would typically make an appearance. Yet now, he had not shown up for 2 consecutive days. Had he encountered some trouble? Just a meal, and you reply to my message so late? The weather has been shifting recently. It's warm by day and cold by night. You messaged me at 9:30 saying you just returned home. On such a chilly night, where could you possibly have been? Ning Mingyao wondered suspiciously. I accompanied Chu Yi home. Shin Huiying replied with impeccable grace. Recently, Lu Hao had been utterly engrossed in the bliss of love. After classes, he clung to his soft and sweet girlfriend. Basking in their mutual affection, he was so enraptured that as the vacation approached, he only then recalled he had a younger sister and good friends. He contemplated sending several red envelopes to Lu Xin as a form of compensation. However, Lu Hao understood that his sister was not the type to request money from her brother. He began to feel the difficulty of balancing familial love and romantic affection. Spending time with his girlfriend left little room for concern for his sister. Sister, during this vacation, when you visit Grandma and Grandpa, please send my regards to them. Lu Hao's mother was an only child. Every holiday, she would surely bring her children home. Note that it was not a return to her parental home, but to their home. The Yin family, residing in Jiangnan, was affluent and lacked for nothing. With their financial resources and their daughter's beauty, finding suitors was hardly a challenge. The decision to marry into Tianhai City was made purely out of love. The patriarch of the Yin family told Lu Hao's mother that should she face any grievances in Tianhai City, she was to return home directly. This trip had been planned well in advance with his girlfriend, and Lu Hao could not break his commitment midway. Hence, he could only ask his sister to visit their grandparents on his behalf. Traditionally, both families of only children would have a child. Lu Xin should have carried the Yin surname. An Xin. Just the sound of her name conveys her beauty. Who wouldn't he wish for peace of mind? Yet, Lu Hao's mother, seeking to prevent any rift between the siblings, insisted that they share the same surname despite the opposition. Lu Xin received a message from her brother and replied, I will convey my regards to Grandpa and Grandma on your behalf. Lu Hao wished to express his concern but typed numerous words only to delete them in frustration. It was an undeniable truth that he had neglected his sister for the sake of his girlfriend. Alas, his standing in his sister's heart had now fallen even below that of Chu Yi. A self-inflicted plight, indeed. With a long sigh, he opened the chat window of his good friend, realizing he had not contacted Chu Yi in quite some time. He truly had prioritized romance over friendship. Thus, Lu Hao resolved to treat his good friend to a barbecue before embarking on a trip. Let us go out for drinks. It's on me. In the room, the evening sun streamed through the window. Chu Yi slowly awakened. It is often said that one should not sleep too long during the day, otherwise, upon waking in the evening, one may feel abandoned by the entire world. He felt this sentiment deeply. A sense of loss and loneliness enveloped the room, suffocating him. It felt as if he had traversed an entire era. He charged his dead phone and powered it on. The first thing that caught his eye was a message from Jiang Wanqing. Just 3 short words, yet they carried a multitude of emotions. I'm sorry. Perhaps the wounds ran too deep. Upon reading this message, Chu Yi felt no elation in the unraveling of misunderstandings. He could surmise that Jiang Wanqing had come to grasp certain truths, yet it mattered little now. The human mind is paradoxical. The more one attempts to suppress a thought, the more it proliferates. During this period, Chu Yi frequently dreamt of those beautiful memories from the past, as if he were transported back in time, experiencing it all over again. Yet upon waking, it was all for naught. 2 decades of cherished memories clashed violently with the harshness of reality, creating an unbearable rift within his soul. One half remained in the past, while the other was tethered to the present, struggling to survive. Suddenly, Chu Yi yearned to escape this lonely room, filled with nothing but the fading light of the sunset. Sitting on the beach, gazing at the boundless sea, perhaps he could find some peace. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Hao. Chu Yi refrained from mocking his friend, who had been lost in a state of bliss without sending a single message for days. If Lu Hao could remain so blissfully happy, to the point of forgetting to reach out to his good friend, then Chu Yi would accept it. He glanced at the address Lu Hao had sent and replied, all right, before taking his keys and setting off. At an outdoor barbecue restaurant near Tianhai Normal University, Lu Hao ordered drinks and dishes, waiting for the barbecue to arrive fully. By the time everything was ready, Chu Yi had also arrived. Lu Hao opened a bottle of cold beer for Chu Yi, and they clinked their glasses before taking a hearty swig. As the bitter and invigorating beer slid down his throat, Chu Yi recalled Lu Xin's visit to him that day. How is your relationship with your girlfriend lately? Lu Hao was taken aback. His heartbroken friend had initiated a conversation on this topic. Shouldn't it be something to be avoided like the plague? If Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing were to find happiness together, he would undoubtedly shower Chu Yi with affectionate teasing. After all, who could rival the sweetness of a childhood romance? Lu Hao could vividly envision that scene. His good friend merely smiled indifferently at his display of affection. Yet now, he dared not elaborate, responding vaguely with a simple, it's all right. Chu Yi nodded, showing little appetite for the lavish spread of barbecued delicacies before them. Sipping his drink in silence, he lamented how his friend, preoccupied with romance, had forgotten about him, while he could not help but think of Lu Xin. The brother who once cherished her now seemed to revolve around another woman, undoubtedly causing her heart to ache. Chu Yi's words struck a chord deep within Lu Hao, igniting his feelings of guilt. He forced a few hollow laughs. In the past, he would have confidently reassured Chu Yi, don't worry, I am her real brother. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was grappling with this turmoil, Yili mentioned that she wished to meet Lu Xin after the holiday, insisting that he must come to the rescue at that dinner gathering. Chapter 45, Should I Date My Sister? Lu Hao harbored concerns regarding his sister's potential disdain for his girlfriend. As his good friend aptly remarked, a stranger, a woman, no less, had seized the affection that rightfully belonged to her. It would be a miracle if they could sit down for a meal together amicably. Lu Hao had spent a considerable amount of time with Lin Yali, discovering that their values and personalities aligned harmoniously. He genuinely wished to forge a lasting bond with her. However, his sister remained an insurmountable dilemma. Lu Hao had an inkling that his girlfriend shared similar sentiments. Hence her suggestion to meet, to foster a positive future relationship between sister-in-law and brother-in-law. If his good friend were also present, at the very least, Lu Xian would be more amiable. What do you need me for in this sister-in-law scenario? Chu Yi remarked, having only sipped a couple of ice-cold beers. Yet Lu Hao's words left him feeling inebriated. Are you coming or not? I will come, to prevent you and your girlfriend from ganging up on my sister. He replied resolutely. Chu Yi envisioned Lu Xian sitting alone across from Lu Hao and Lin Yali. Once, her elder brother had cradled her in his arms. Now, he held another woman's hand, introducing her as your future sister-in-law. This thought troubled him deeply. Introducing a girlfriend to his sister seemed deceptively simple, yet it masked the harsh realities beneath. When Lu Hao eventually married, he would first and foremost be a son to their parents, then Lin Yali's husband, a father to his children, and only then would he be recognized as Lu Xian's brother. Such a decline in status would undoubtedly cause her distress. Chu Yi's worries intensified. Hey, don't portray me as the villain who abandons his sister upon gaining a girlfriend. After all, you can't silence me with such a large oyster. Is it possible you've been neglecting Lu Xian lately? She sought me out. What goes around comes around. Just wait until Lu Xian is in a relationship and ignores your calls and messages. You will grasp her current feelings then. Do not come to me in tears. You deserve this. Lu Hao continued to savor his barbecue and sip his beer, entirely unfazed by Chu Yi's concerns. I would prefer my sister to be in a relationship right away, ideally marrying right after graduation. Are you truly her brother? Precisely because I am her brother that I think this way. Lu Hao tucked the empty bottles beneath the table. He understood his sister all too well. Much like their mother, her gentle demeanor belied an unwavering resolve once she made up her mind. Who could rival Chu Yi, who had stood up for her in their youthful ignorance? No one. She was utterly enamored with Chu Yi, and it seemed she could never love another in her lifetime. Thus, when Chu Yi suggested Lu Xian should date, he chuckled. Sure, let her date. It would be delightful to see both my good friend and sister during an outing. Ideally, they should marry soon. Alas, a single, naive utterance of brother Chu Yi had shattered everything. Lu Xian had won Chu Yi's love. But that kind of affection was not what she desired. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you need to borrow money? Chu Yi inquired, puzzled. No, I merely wish to borrow you, along with the household registration booklet. The number of empty bottles littering the ground continues to increase. Those who are fortunate are averse to alcohol, having no desire to indulge in the bitterness of beer. Conversely, the sorrowful yearn for alcohol, seeking solace in the hope of a restful night's sleep. Lu Hao counted the bottles for a considerable time before casting a glance at his desolate and disheartened companion. He mused internally, Jiang Wanqing, oh Jiang Wanqing, you have turned Chu Yi into a mere drunkard. How could you bear to wound him so? Do you wish to drink more? Lu Hao inquired. After a brief pause, Chu Yi replied, yes, observing his friend, who appeared to be in a haze between intoxication and sobriety. Lu Hao seized the moment to broach topics typically left unspoken. My sister is no less remarkable than Jiang Wanqing. Perhaps you should consider giving it a try? Chapter 46, Brother Chu Yi. What must I do for you to love me? The chilling beer flowed down his throat, and Chu Yi found it somewhat difficult to discern his good friend's words. What? Lu Hao had to repeat himself. I said, my sister, Lu Xian, is no less remarkable than your childhood sweetheart. Why not give it a try? Chu Yi. What you truly need is not the bitter chill of beer, which will only deepen your heartache. What you require is a love as warm as sunshine. Someone who cherishes you. Lu Hao's tone wavered between jest and sincerity, making it hard to discern his true intent. Have you been drinking? Don't meddle in matters of the heart. Lu Xian has only just begun to draw close to me as she once did. She stopped calling me Brother Chu Yi since the beginning of her sophomore year, and now, she is finally returning to how things were. You may speak of this in front of me, but do not approach Lu Xian about it. What if she becomes distant and our relationship deteriorates? I will not let this go. Chu Yi's response was anticipated by Lu Hao. He lifted his beer and took a deep swig, suppressing the urge to loudly convey to the wooden figure across from him. The reason she no longer calls you brother is that she does not wish to be your sister. Once the truth is revealed, there truly is no turning back. The timing is not yet ripe. At times, Lu Hao pondered whether Lu Xian's encounter with Chu Yi was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Unrequited love is one of life's most profound regrets. Perhaps it was indeed fortunate. If Chu Yi had not been present to protect her when she was a defenseless little girl, frightened by an attacking stray dog, would the creature have easily sunk its teeth into her throat? The happiness that followed would have been inconceivable. Regardless, Chu Yi had altered Lu Xian's fate. To encounter such a person is indeed a rare stroke of luck, especially considering that he cherished and protected Lu Xian as though she were his own sister. Was it too greedy for Lu Xian to wish to keep him by her side for a lifetime, to grow old together? Or was it that Chu Yi was the hero destined for Lu Xian? If only, in her youthful ignorance, she had not called him Brother Chu Yi at that moment. The world gained a guardian for her, but lost a partner for mutual support. Lu Hao felt a sense of helplessness and melancholy. Why, then, must someone like Chu Yi, who neither coveted nor committed any wrongdoing, yet offered so much, be deprived of happiness? Before falling into the depths of love, Lu Hao had believed the world was a beautiful place. Now, however, he found it to be utterly disheartening. The one you love does not love you back, while those who love you are not the ones you desire. How terribly unfortunate. He raised his beer bottle to clink it against Chu Yi's and drank deeply. The two continued to drink for an extended period. Then, a beautiful woman appeared at the bustling outdoor barbecue restaurant. This happiness had nothing to do with Chu Yi. It was Lu Hao's girlfriend, Lin Yali. Apologies, she insisted on coming to pick me up. The presence of Lu Hao's girlfriend had already broken the unspoken rule of this gathering, as he had not even brought Lu Xian along. For Chu Yi, others' happiness felt like the blazing sun in a desert, burning and unbearable. It's all right, I've had enough to drink. As the words fell, Lin Yali arrived at their location. Yali, this is Chu Yi, my good brother, Lu Hao introduced. Hello. Lin Yali had a recollection of Chu Yi. Previously, Lu Hao had asked her to introduce a few single beauties to him, even sending over some photographs. Lin Yali had assumed that the image was enhanced by a mobile beauty filter. However, upon meeting him today, she discovered that he was far more handsome in person. Particularly striking was his deep, melancholic aura, which unmistakably indicated a heart in sorrow. How could such a dashing gentleman remain unnoticed by the women at Tianhai University? Was it truly necessary for him to seek love from afar at Tianhai Normal University? Lin Yali recalled her boyfriend mentioning that Chu Yi had been hurt by a childhood sweetheart. Curiosity piqued. She found herself longing to meet this elusive figure, whose standards seemed so high. Did it truly hold that saying, even the most handsome faces, if gazed upon long enough, would appear ordinary? Thus, they fail to cherish what is before them. Hello. Chu Yi nodded at her, and then called over the waiter to settle the bill. I'll treat this meal. Lu Hao, seeing Chu Yi scanning to pay, hastily intervened. Whether you pay or I do, it amounts to the same. Chu Yi, undeterred, proceeded to complete the transaction. The gathering of the two friends was drawing to a close. Primarily, it was because Lu Hao's girlfriend had arrived to pick him up, and it would be impolite for him to linger. Let us get together again after your vacation. Enjoy yourself. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively. You should also step out and enjoy life. It pains me to see you so lifeless. All right. Outside the barbecue restaurant, Lu Hao held Lin Yali's hand as they walked towards Tianhai Normal University. It was a short distance, merely a few minutes away. Leaving Chu Yi alone in the cold night breeze, he awaited the arrival of his ride. He gazed at the distant couple, lost in their affectionate exchanges. He couldn't help but ponder, would there come a day when someone would come to fetch a slightly inebriated version of himself under the cover of night? Such an ethereal thought ignited an unquenchable yearning within him. Chu Yi understood that, despite the biting cold of the night wind, Lu Hao was undoubtedly happy at this moment. Upon returning home, darkness enveloped him. His parents had already retired early in preparation for their trip the next day. Chu Yi sighed in relief. It wouldn't he do for his mother to see him reeking of alcohol, although it is advised against showering after drinking. He was too preoccupied with his mood to heed such warnings. If he didn't act swiftly, the effects of the alcohol would gradually fade, and his mind would begin to wander. After showering and drying his hair, as he prepared to turn off the lights and sleep, a video call from Lu Xing came through. After Lu Hao returned home, he had mentioned to her that Chu Yi had been drinking that night. Why not call him to keep him company? A man inebriated is often both physically and emotionally vulnerable. Dialing the number of someone he cherished always carried a hint of nervousness. Lu Xing, with her delicate, fair fingers, selected the video call option. After all, during the forthcoming days of vacation, she would not have the chance to see Chu Yi. Chu Yi answered promptly. The screen changed, revealing a gentle, serene woman. Lu Xing had already bathed, clad in loose, modest sleepwear. Yet, her exquisite figure remained unhidden. Her waist-length hair cascaded like a waterfall, adding an enchanting allure. The ebony strands accentuated her swan-like neck, making it even more enticing. Occasionally, glimpses of her mysterious boudoir could be caught through her phone. To marry such a woman would be an immense fortune. One could easily surmise her gentle and virtuous nature. However, Chu Yi had not contemplated this deeply. Ever since Lu Xing had called him brother, the seed of sisterly affection had taken root in his heart, growing into a tangled tree. Unless one day Lu Xing were to personally confess her feelings or offer a kiss, felling this tree to plant another seed named love. He would remain oblivious to her beauty. Are you still awake? His voice, slightly hoarse and weary from the alcohol, tugged at Lu Xing's heartstrings. In truth, she was also preparing to sleep, for tomorrow she had a flight to her grandmother's house. Brother Chu Yi, please don't drink so much next time. It's just a few bottles of beer. It won't get anyone drunk. Lu Hao would undoubtedly expose his fib without mercy. A brief silence enveloped the call as Lu Xing gazed at the one she cherished, ensnared in the shards of a love that pierced her deeply, leaving her powerless. She longed to reach out to Chu Yi and implore, will you walk with me? Allow me to love you. If she were to voice the fervent love that burned within her, he would never accept a confession from his sister. Instead, it might backfire, perhaps even jeopardizing their ability to comfort each other with a simple phone call in the future. Brother Chu Yi, what must I do for you to love me? Chu Yi remained silent, as memories of Lu Hao's words surfaced, suggesting that after the holiday, Lu Xing should meet his girlfriend. Could she truly accept the brother who had once cherished her now lost to love? It seemed unlikely. As he gazed at Lu Xing on the screen, an uncontrollable thought crossed his mind, to cancel the dinner, postponing the impending pain. Yet, he knew it would eventually arrive. Chu Yi felt a profound sense of disappointment, realizing that he could not entirely shield Lu Xing from the anguish brought by Lu Hao. Perhaps it is in such unavoidable suffering that one gradually matures. Has Lu Hao mentioned his girlfriend to you? Chu Yi intended to prepare Lu Xing for what lay ahead. Yes. He said he wanted me to meet her after the holiday, Lu Xing replied. During his romance, Lu Hao had devoted nearly all his time to Lin Yali. Previously, when he was single, he would occasionally visit her at Tianhai University. You don't need to worry so much about me, brother. If he likes me, then he likes me, Lu Xing reassured him. Chu Yi wished to steer clear of this somber topic. I've heard that the scenery at your grandmother's house is stunning. Remember to send me some photos. The misty rain of Jiangnan, picturesque and poetic. Lu Xing felt a surge of emotion, wishing to take her beloved to explore her other hometown, a place devoid of Jiang Wanqing. However, with Lu Hao absent, she had no excuse to take Chu Yi away. She responded with a sense of loss. After conversing with her for a while, as the night grew late, Chu Yi bid her good night. A melodious good night, reminiscent of spring waters, echoed from across the screen. It was only after ending the video call that Chu Yi pondered a question. What was the purpose of Lu Xian's late-night call? The lingering intoxication dulled his curiosity, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. This night, some sought solace in the embrace of alcohol, while others endured the relentless torment of the long hours. In another bedroom, the dim light of the night lamp cast a feeble glow. A woman lay sleeping, her brow furrowed, fine beads of sweat glistening on her porcelain forehead. Shen Yueying found herself ensnared in a dream, engulfed by a sea of flames, scorched by the blistering heat. The following morning, Chu Yi saw his parents off as they departed for a trip. The once vast home now felt empty, leaving him alone. Yet, he too was on the verge of leaving. He had booked a flight ticket to a southern city, perpetually bathed in spring. It was rumored to be a haven for travelers from all corners of the earth, brimming with poignant love stories and fine spirits. Although Chu Yi had never visited this city, he yearned for it to impart a fresh perspective on life. Half an hour later, he packed his belongings and embarked on his journey to the airport. Almost as soon as he departed, Jiang Wanqing arrived. It seemed as if fate were punishing her, ensuring she would forever miss her chance with Chu Yi. The city was congested during the holiday rush, the ride-sharing driver navigating a stop-and-go maze. With ample time remaining, Chu Yi felt no urgency. He could already glimpse the imposing structure of Tianhai Airport, along with the planes returning home. Soon enough, he would find himself aboard one of those aircraft, soaring toward a new city, ready to encounter new people and experiences. Yet, just as he was lost in these thoughts, his phone in his pocket rang at an inopportune moment. Chapter 47. Illness. Chu Yi gazed at the caller ID displayed on his screen. Shen Yueying. He had not anticipated a call from his senior at this moment. Could it be that Yang Feng was once again pestering her, necessitating his intervention? Apart from that, he could conceive of no other reason. He answered the call, but was met with a voice starkly different from what he was accustomed to. Shen Yueying's voice, once melodious and alluring, now bore the weight of frailty. Dream Yao, I have a fever. Could you come over? Those two simple sentences seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from her. All that remained was the sound of labored breathing. With the onset of their impending trip, receiving this unexpected call compelled Chu Yi to forego his imminent flight to Tianhai Airport and abandon the allure of the southern city, perpetually bathed in spring. He instructed the driver to make a U-turn at the next intersection. He felt a surge of relief that he had not boarded the plane. What if Qingmei had encountered a message indicating the line was disconnected? Would she have had the strength to dial another number? The thought of what could go wrong gnawed at him. Chu Yi maintained the call, yet Qingmei's initial, albeit faint, responses waned until the connection abruptly ceased. Anxiety gripped him. Qingmei, burning with fever, was barely conscious, but her remaining clarity held on to a singular thought. She longed for his swift arrival. Traffic was heavy both to and from the location. Chu Yi could no longer pass each traffic light with composure. After an agonizing wait, he arrived at the two-story apartment. He hastily paid the driver and leapt from the vehicle. "Senior." He rang the doorbell and called out. No response echoed from within the apartment. The silence was heart-wrenching. Impatience surged within him, and he felt an urge to force the door open. However, since purchasing the apartment, Qingmei had replaced the locks with sturdier ones. The security door intended to protect her now stood as an insurmountable barrier. Even with vigorous kicks and attempts to break it down, he found only superficial damage. The door remained steadfast, and he had no idea how long he would have to wait to breach it. Qingmei could not afford to wait. He pulled out his phone, his trembling hand betraying his anxiety, blood seeping from his injured knuckles and staining the screen, causing inadvertent touches. Chu Yi quickly wiped it clean and dialed the enforcement team, explaining the situation. 10 minutes later, several officers arrived with a locksmith who had a prior record. Chu Yi felt a glimmer of hope as he watched the locksmith work with expertise, managing to unlock the sturdy door in less than 5 minutes. Rushing into the house, he surveyed the familiar first floor, but found no sign of Qingmei. Panic drove him to ascend the staircase to the second floor. Finally, he discovered her slender, graceful figure in the bedroom. "Senior, wake up." Qingmei's face bore a sickly flush, and upon sensing someone gently shaking her shoulder, her glistening eyes slowly opened. Gradually focusing on him, with the remnants of her clarity, she recognized him and whispered his name, Chu Yi. "I feel so unwell." Chu Yi had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of her before. The senior, typically dignified and graceful, now carried an undertone of longing for salvation. "I will take you to the hospital immediately." He lifted Qingmei from the bed in a princess carry. Her slender form was light, yet radiated warmth, so intense that it could be felt through the fabric of her clothing. "Hurry." The officer in charge, noticing the dire state of the patient, promptly drove them to the nearest hospital. Upon arriving and exiting the vehicle, Chu Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Little did he know, reaching the hospital did not signify the end of their troubles. As the seasons changed, the flu had taken its toll on many, with numerous patients suffering from high fevers, including very young children ahead of them in line. Qingmei nestled closely against Chu Yi's chest, murmuring, "Chu Yi, I am cold." He could sense her body trembling, even as her forehead burned with fever. The wait in the hospital seemed interminable, and all he could do was hold her tighter, offering feeble comfort while vigilantly ensuring the thermometer remained steady. "Hang in there, senior. It will be our turn soon." The electronic clock in the corridor ticked away seconds, tugging at Chu Yi's heartstrings. While empathy is seldom absolute, he yearned to bear her suffering in her stead. Qingmei had once offered him warmth during his own moments of despair, albeit that warmth stemmed from a nurturing instinct towards a younger colleague rather than romantic affection. Yet, Chu Yi sought to repay her kindness. When the number was finally announced, it felt as though the clouds had parted, revealing the moonlight. He carried Qingmei to the doctor. After examining the thermometer and inquiring about her symptoms, the doctor swiftly diagnosed her with seasonal influenza, prescribed medication, and provided several instructions, which Chu Yi committed to memory. He began to navigate between the billing counter, the pharmacy, and the infusion hall. The doctor had advised against taking medication on an empty stomach, so he inquired with a nurse and located a convenience store adjacent to the inpatient department. There, he purchased bread and milk. Qingmei, lacking spirit, managed to eat half a piece under Chu Yi's gentle coaxing, before taking her medication and undergoing infusion. The fluid slowly dripped from the bottle through the tube into her vein. The infusion hall was rather chilly, so Chu Yi draped his not-so-thick jacket over Qingmei. She leaned against his shoulder, holding his hand, as if he were her sole anchor in this world. A night of fever had stripped away Qingmei's strength and composure, unveiling her fragility before the very person she had once saved in a moment of crisis. Some may ponder, what truly constitutes understanding another person? Is it holding hands? Sharing kisses? Or perhaps savoring every inch of their skin? Yet, none of these experiences could compare to witnessing someone at their most vulnerable. At this moment, She was utterly defenseless, her heart fully exposed to him. The love that resides in the spirit far surpasses that of the flesh in its sincerity and endurance. In the infusion hall, the myriad of human experiences unfolded. Some stood alone, others accompanied by mothers or lovers, each story intertwining in the tapestry of life. Chu Yi gazed at the bag for nearly an hour and a half before summoning the nurse to change it. During the infusion, Jiang Wanqing felt a chill. Drawing her soft, delicate form closer to Chu Yi. "Senior, are you feeling any better?" she inquired softly. He replied, gently placing one hand on her pristine forehead to gauge her temperature. It was no longer as feverish as when she had first arrived at the hospital. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. Jiang Wanqing allowed him to perform these tender gestures filled with concern. Subsequently, Chu Yi remained silent, understanding that she was not in the mood for conversation. The liquid in the bottle dripped slowly, marking the passage of time. The infusion lasted nearly 3 hours, and before they knew it, midday had come and gone. Compared to her prior condition, Jiang Wanqing no longer required his support as they took a taxi home. She still leaned against his shoulder, holding his hand. Perhaps due to the efficacy of the medication, she gradually drifted into slumber. Upon arriving home, Chu Yi did not rouse her. He gently lifted her, exited the car, entered the house, and ascended the stairs. He then laid her down on the large bed in her bedroom, covering her with a blanket. Finally, still feeling a tinge of worry, he checked her forehead once more to ensure her fever had subsided. With a sense of relief, Chu Yi felt both hungry and thirsty. Pain lingered in his palm. Yet upon seeing Jiang Wanqing's once furrowed brow now relaxed, he deemed everything worthwhile. Sitting at the bedside, he pulled out his phone, realizing it was already past 3 in the afternoon. At this hour, he should have been exploring the scenic spots in a southern city known for its eternal spring, perhaps even sharing a drink with like-minded friends. All of these plans had been disrupted by Jiang Wanqing's call. For her sake, he altered his intended course and remained in Tianhai City. Could she possibly offer him a beautiful future? In stark contrast to his own tumultuous experience, many friends on social media were posting pictures from their holiday travels, including Lu Hao, who shared photos of himself at the airport and walking hand in hand with his girlfriend down bustling streets, eager to showcase his happiness to the world. Chu Yi observed his good friend's blissful life with a smile, casually liking the post. After a brief respite, he rose to search the refrigerator downstairs for something to eat. The large fridge was stocked with plenty of options, and he randomly selected a couple of items. After satisfying his hunger, he recalled to boil a kettle of water to fill a thermos, ensuring that Jiang Wanqing would have hot water upon waking. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Jiangnan water town was bathed in a golden hue. Within a grand, antiquated residence nestled by the mountains and water, Lu Exquisite was enjoying a reunion dinner with her mother, grandfather, and grandmother, their atmosphere warm and jovial. The spirited elder began to concern himself with his granddaughter's lifelong prospects. In the family, Lu Exquisite was not merely a granddaughter. She was meant to bear the surname and Xiao Exquisite. "Have you met someone you like at Tianhai University?" the elder inquired, eager to probe his granddaughter's thoughts about a promising young man he had recently encountered. After all, at his age, the arrival of tomorrow or an unexpected event is uncertain. His greatest concern remains his beloved granddaughter. The estate has been bequeathed to her, a grand residence steeped in history and value. While the home is secured, a protector to shield her from life's storms is still absent. Upon hearing this, Lu Exquisite reminisced about her brother Chu Yi, a bittersweet wave of emotions washing over her, 7 parts sweetness, 3 parts sorrow. The thought of her affection for him inevitably brought her joy, and Yui gazed at her daughter, understanding her better than anyone else. If even Lu Hao comprehended the sentiment, how could she, as a mother, remain oblivious? Her daughter harbored deep feelings for that boy who once safeguarded her, an affection that was unrequited. Unfortunately, Chu Yi regarded her merely as a sister. Contemplating her daughter's unfulfilled love, and Yu Yi's mood turned somber. "Should I introduce you to someone, my dear?" "No need, grandfather. I have someone I like," Lu Exquisite replied, her eyelashes casting shadows over her downturned gaze as the sumptuous feast before her lost its appeal. She could declare her love for Chu Yi to the world. Yet confessing her feelings directly to him was a risk she could not afford. Doing so might cost her the sisterly bond they shared. Upon hearing his granddaughter acknowledge her affections, the old gentleman became serious. "I've met that boy. He seems quite admirable. Dad, Xiaohao has recently begun dating." And Yu Yi interjected, sensing her daughter's reluctance to elaborate and deftly redirecting the conversation. She held a favorable view of Chu Yi, noting how whenever he visited the Lu Hao household, Lu Hao often joked about feeling like a mere bonus, while Chu Yi appeared to be the true son. Oh, Xiaohao is dating. Where is this girl from? What is her family background? How much is the betrothal gift? The old gentleman inquired eagerly, envisioning the prospect of a great-grandchild. As one ages, the inevitability of death looms closer. Yet witnessing the continuation of one's lineage can make the concept of death seem less daunting. Dad, they are merely at the dating stage. Marriage is still a distant prospect. Even if Xiaohao were to marry, it would be after graduation at the earliest. Indeed, matters of the heart should not be rushed. Xiao, next time you visit, bring along the boy you fancy for your grandfather to assess, to ensure you do not encounter someone unsuitable. Grandfather, Chu Yi treats me very well. The old gentleman grew increasingly curious about the depth of his precious granddaughter's feelings for Chu Yi. In his eyes, the pursuit of love by a woman was a mere veil to be lifted. How could anyone refuse such a wonderful granddaughter? Meanwhile, Xin Yuing returned from the hospital, having slept for several hours. Upon waking, she found that night had fallen. Seeing her feverish state and lack of appetite, Chu Yi prepared a light, yet nourishing meat porridge. He fed her tenderly as she leaned against the bed. The high fever had receded, and the extreme discomfort had vanished, yet Xin Yuing remained frail. Her once resplendent visage appeared somewhat pale. If she were a regal and enchanting rose in her usual state, now some of her petals had withered. Chu Yi brought a spoonful of perfectly warm porridge to her lips. Xin Yuing parted her red lips slightly, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. One might mistakenly believe that a considerate boyfriend is tending to his ill girlfriend. I have had my fill. The beauty on the bed turned to Chu Yi, her voice slightly feeble. Senior, please eat a bit more so you can recover swiftly. Could you finish the remaining portion? There remained a quarter of a bowl of meat porridge. No matter how little the girl typically consumed, she would surely manage to finish it. Chu Yi scooped another spoonful and offered it to Xin Yuing's lips. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently accepted it. Chapter 48. Transcending memory into eternity. As the porridge in the bowl gradually diminished, Chu Yi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The once dazzling senior sister, renowned for her grace, obediently followed his suggestion to eat more. Yet, he hoped that it was happiness that allowed Xin Yuing to shed her strength, rather than the unbearable pain of illness. For no matter how confident and composed a woman may be, she ultimately softens in the embrace of her beloved. After finishing the porridge, Chu Yi poured a cup of moderately warm water, along with the medication, and handed it to Xin Yuing. She complied without hesitation. Chu Yi, thank you. The tenderness and concern emanating from him provided her with spiritual solace. It felt akin to encountering a warm fire amidst a frigid winter or seeing a lighthouse in a tumultuous sea. Senior sister, you have helped me, so there is no need to say thank you. Chu Yi poured another cup of hot water, aware that a feverish person needed to stay hydrated. He reached out to gently touch the pale forehead of the beautiful sick woman sitting on the bed, and she did not withdraw. Her temperature had returned to normal. During the infusion, she found comfort in the warmth of his hand. Now that the high fever had subsided, her sensations became more acute. As Xin Yuing watched Chu Yi wash the bowl, the lingering warmth of his touch remained on her forehead, reaching deep into her heart. Concerned that she might feel lonely, Chu Yi soon returned to the room. The tacit understanding and habit they cultivated in the literary society allowed them to share the silence without discomfort. Chu Yi sat at the bedside, his gaze unable to linger on the senior sister, who, despite her diminished aura, still radiated elegance and beauty. He began to survey the layout of the bedroom, which was grand yet minimalist and aesthetically pleasing. A young woman's sanctuary had always been a realm untouched by peers of the same age. In fact, he was the only man to have entered this room since Xin Yuing purchased the two-story apartment, and he even found himself seated at her bedside. Xin Yuing reached for the lightweight notebook resting on the bedside table. Chu Yi, would you accompany me to watch a movie? The request was conveyed through the notebook as the screen descended from the wall and the projector powered on. All right, I'll turn off the lights. Chu Yi was more than willing to fulfill the request of the ailing patient. Little did he anticipate that the film they had attempted to watch on 2 previous occasions would finally be realized at this moment. Indeed, life is full of surprises. As the lights dimmed, the only source of illumination was the projector, casting an ambience that was both shadowy and subtly intimate. Xin Yuing leaned closer to Chu Yi, and before the movie began, the stillness in the room allowed them to hear each other's breaths. This was an action blockbuster from Country M, renowned for its popularity. It required a separate payment on a streaming platform to view. Clearly, Xin Yuing was concerned that her company might be dull for Chu Yi. However, Chu Yi was no fool, and he couldn't help but glance at the exquisite woman beside him, whose grace and beauty were impeccable, even in sickness. Was she not satisfied? I quite enjoy this series. That's good, she replied. In the dim light, Chu Yi found Shun Yueying's beautiful eyes even more captivating. He quickly redirected his gaze to the film that was about to commence. The film boasted impressive special effects and a compelling plot. Yet Chu Yi found himself unable to watch it to completion. An hour later, Shun Yueying fell asleep against his shoulder. She had initially intended to stay awake and accompany Chu Yi until the end, but her frail, ailing body, coupled with the sedative properties of the medication, rendered her drowsy. Chu Yi merely felt a gentle weight on his shoulder and turned to find himself captivated by her enchanting visage. Her pale complexion did nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, it evoked a sense of tenderness in him. Earlier in the day, he had cradled her in his arms, consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency, unable to think of anything else. Now, however, a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. "Senior?" he murmured, but Shun Yueying, nestled against him, offered no response. "Sleep well, my dear," he whispered, encouraging her to embrace the comfort of slumber. He gently supported her delicate back, guiding her to lie down, and tucked the blanket around her. As he picked up his notebook to halt the film, silence enveloped the room once more. Ultimately, they had not managed to finish a single movie together. Chu Yi illuminated the bedside lamp, the soft glow only illuminating a small area around the headboard, yet it could not obscure Shun Yueying's beauty. In the dim light, she possessed an air of mystery that drew one's gaze closer. Such a breathtakingly beautiful woman lay peacefully on the bed, within reach, her figure subtly outlined beneath the covers. Yet, Chu Yi felt no stirring desire, only concern. Certain people and moments are like the moonlight outside, beautiful, once casting its glow upon you. Alas, with the dawn, it vanishes. No matter how desperately one clings to it. But it matters not. She will transform into an eternal memory. Chu Yi checked her temperature once more before retreating to another room to fetch a mat and blanket. Upon returning, he prepared a makeshift bed on the floor. His worry persisted. Recalling his own past fevers, which often recurred in the dead of night, he deemed it prudent to sleep on the floor to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Ding dong, the sound of a message from his phone broke the tranquility of the room, startling him momentarily. He refrained from immediately checking his phone, instead glancing at Shun Yueying to ensure she remained undisturbed. Fortunately, she continued to sleep soundly, prompting a sigh of relief from him. After quietly switching his phone to silent mode, he turned his attention to the message from Lu Hao. Lu Hao had evidently enjoyed a day of leisure, indulging in food and drink. Upon returning to the hotel that evening and noticing his brother's likes on social media, he decided to check Chu Yi's profile, only to find no new photos. This isn't right, he thought. They had agreed to split up and each have their own adventures. Why the silence? Was he still at home? Hadn't he said he was going to Spring City? Send me some travel photos. Chu Yi replied, encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. Someone needs me. Lu Hao's heart sank at this revelation. Had Chu Yi reconciled with Jiang Wanqing? What about his own sister? Who? He asked, bewildered. Jiang Wanqing? Chu Yi's deep, contemplative gaze lingered on Lu Hao's message as he simply replied with two words, not her. Indeed. The adage that fate resembles the workings of gears held a profound truth. Had it not been for Jiang Wanqing, Chu Yi would never have joined the literary society. Nor would he have encountered Shun Yueying. The affection and care that Shun Yueying now enjoys were meant solely for Jiang Wanqing, yet she fails to cherish it. In the semi-transparent bathroom of the hotel, Lin Yali emerged, wrapped in a towel. Although she may not rival Lu Exquisite or Jiang Wanqing, she would undoubtedly receive a score of 90. Lu Hao, engrossed in messaging, was preoccupied with his sister's future and failed to notice his girlfriend's advances, only realizing her presence when a pair of soft arms encircled his neck. Chu Yi waited for an extended period, only to find that Lu Hao seemed to have severed all communication, no longer responding to messages. A possibility crossed his mind, prompting him to cease waiting for his good friend's updates. After turning off his phone, he succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. He rose early the next morning to bid farewell to his parents, and after receiving a call from Shun Yueying, he was swept into a whirlwind of activity. Even the most resilient can feel wearied. In his dreams, someone called out his name. He jolted awake, realizing it was Shun Yueying, still in a state of drowsiness, softly beckoning him. The warmth that had previously subsided surged back, becoming fervent in the stillness of the night. Chapter 49. Guardianship. Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes, the sounds of dreams and reality intertwining. In an instant, he was fully awake. It dawned on him that it was not merely a dream, rather, it was his senior. In a daze, calling his name. Chu Yi. He promptly rose from his makeshift bed and approached her bedside. The dim light cast a soft glow, prompting him to swiftly turn on the main light. The scene before him resembled what he had witnessed when he burst into the room that morning. Qingmei lay on the bed, drenched in perspiration, her face bearing a sickly hue of crimson. Strands of hair clung to her forehead, and he could not fathom when her fever had returned with such vengeance. In her torment, she caught a glimpse of the figure swaying before her, mustering all her strength to reach out. "Senior, do not be afraid. I am here." Chu Yi grasped her outstretched hand, offering solace as he gently helped her sit up. A thermos, a cup, and some medicine rested on the bedside table. He poured water, unwrapped the medication, and administered it seamlessly. Qingmei leaned against the bed as he fed her. When he touched her forehead, he was alarmed by its heat. The medication would take time to take effect. He needed a towel for a cold compress. His thoughts raced, and he moved to step out of the room to retrieve a towel and some cold water. However, a delicate, frail hand grasped the hem of his shirt. "Do not go." The vulnerability of Qingmei made Chu Yi feel as if she were glass. If he were to pull away that weak hand, she would plunge into an abyss of helplessness. How had she managed to endure last night in his absence? A surge of compassion welled up within him. He settled at the edge of her bed, cradling her delicate hand within his own. It was burning hot. "Senior, I shall not leave. I merely need to fetch a towel and a basin of cold water. Will you wait for me?" After a gentle reassurance, he released her hand and hurried to the bathroom. Upon his return, he bore a basin filled with water and a damp towel, the entire endeavor taking less than 30 seconds. He urged the medicated Qingmei to lie down and gently applied the wrung-out towel to her feverish forehead. Having completed this task, he took her hand once more, providing her with the emotional support and comfort she desperately needed. "Chu Yi, I am here." It was 3 a.m, the darkest hour before dawn. Yet, within this room, a light shone brightly. A beautiful woman lay afflicted by fever, but amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. Someone held her hand tightly, accompanying her through the long, arduous night. The fevered Qingmei's rationality wavered as she repeatedly called out Chu Yi's name, seeking reassurance. Chu Yi, with unwavering patience and without a hint of annoyance, responded to her every plea. He had never imagined a day would come when he would be so needed. For two souls deprived of affection, this was not a burden. In that moment, Chu Yi was Qingmei's entire world. Not long ago, the fever had returned, and she awoke in a haze. The pitch-black night transformed into a hellish experience, where pain, anxiety, and unease were omnipresent. It was as if thorny vines were entwining her, strangling her spirit. Qingmei's helpless cries echoed like a drowning person's desperate call for salvation. Upon hearing Chu Yi's reassuring words, "Don't be afraid, Senior, I am here," she experienced a sensation akin to the dawn's light piercing through the clouds, heralding the arrival of daybreak. The room filled with the gentle sound of water as Chu Yi repeatedly cooled and wrung out a warm towel. He lost count of how many times he had done this throughout the night. 10 times? 20? Such details became inconsequential. With the medicine taking effect and the cold compresses applied, Qingmei's temperature finally returned to normal, and she succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As Chu Yi rested, he gazed upon her sleep, which was a hauntingly beautiful sight. Strands of damp hair clung to her lovely yet slightly pale visage. He delicately swept aside those few dark locks with his fingertips. In the endless stretch of the night, Chu Yi felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. He refrained from taking out his phone for distraction, choosing instead to silently guard the fragile Qingmei, who could not be more vulnerable. Gradually, he settled into a chair, leaning against the bedside, and fell asleep. The remainder of the night passed peacefully for Qingmei. The boundless inferno that had tormented her in dreams dissipated. When she awoke in the morning, she felt a newfound lightness throughout her body. The impact of a fever, when compared to other ailments, was immense. Once the fever broke, it felt as though heavy shackles had been released. She propped herself up and was startled to see Chu Yi asleep at her bedside. Scenes from the previous night flooded her mind. His comforting words, his unwavering companionship, the warm and cool towels he had provided. Throughout her life, Qingmei had grown accustomed to a chorus of admiration. From high school to university, love letters had poured in, some drawn by her captivating beauty, others by her affluent background. Yet, the man before her appeared to seek neither her looks nor her wealth. Unable to restrain herself, Qingmei reached out, her fingers lightly gliding over Chu Yi's sharply defined features, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. A blanket was gently draped over him, while her enchanting eyes quietly observed the slumbering Chu Yi, lost in thoughts unknown. Chapter 50. Lost and found exhausted from his relentless toil, Chu Yi found himself utterly fatigued. Even in a rather awkward position, sprawled beside the bed. He succumbed to a deep slumber for an extended period. In his dreams, a striking scene unfolded. Jiang discovered that he had spent the night at his daughter's residence. The indignation of a solitary man and woman sharing the same quarters incited a furious reaction from him, leading to the summoning of numerous individuals to ensure his submersion beneath the river's depths. Fortunately, the senior student arrived just in time, pleading fervently on his behalf. A clandestine agreement was reached between father and daughter, though Chu Yi could not discern the specifics of their conversation. The scene shifted abruptly to the airport security checkpoint, where the senior student gazed at him through tears, seemingly uttering something profound. Yet, the words remained inaudible. Ultimately, she stepped into the security area without a backward glance, leaving him uncertain whether her resolve was one of steadfastness or reluctance. It was likely the latter. In the recesses of his subconscious, the nightmare came to an end. As Chu Yi was on the brink of awakening, Qingmei discreetly averted her gaze. The hour had arrived at noon, and the ambient light was rather harsh for someone who had endured a sleepless night. He squinted slightly, momentarily perceiving Qingmei as a blurred figure, as if she were cloaked in a radiant glow. "Senior, are you feeling better? What time is it?" He attempted to stretch, but discovered a soft blanket draped over him. "It's noon," Qingmei expressed, her first words upon his awakening filled with concern for him. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed to penetrate his very soul, warming him from within. Chu Yi was taken aback by the duration of his slumber, realizing he had nearly missed breakfast and was on the verge of skipping lunch. While he could forego food, it was imperative for the patient to eat, especially since the doctor had prescribed a 3-day course of medication that needed to be taken punctually. "I shall prepare lunch now. Please wait a moment." Still groggy, he instinctively reached out to touch the fair forehead of the lovely woman beside him. Their daily companionship had dulled the sense of distance between them. In moments of distress, Qingmei would lean against Chu Yi's shoulder, grasping his hand tightly. And in her times of helplessness, he would be there to lift her into his arms and take her to the hospital. The safety she derived from his broad chest had become an indelible memory. They had nearly reached the intimacy of sharing the same bed. And perhaps the emotional connection was even closer than the physical one, at least for Qingmei. Her once feverish forehead felt cool to the touch now, akin to the finest silk. Strangely, the tips of her ears appeared slightly flushed. Was the fever still lingering? Sensing that her body temperature had returned to normal, Chu Yi stifled a yawn and made his way to the kitchen. This tender yet caring gesture held immense significance. Half an hour later, he returned with a steaming bowl of meat porridge. It was not a matter of laziness on his part. Anyone who has endured a fever understands that eating can be quite the challenge during such times. Even a sumptuous feast would pale in comparison to a simple, easily digestible bowl of porridge. Qingmei had improved significantly, and preparing her own meal was no longer an issue. Nonetheless, she still accepted Chu Yi's offer to feed her. If Qingmei were to witness this, she would surely be taken aback. "Is this truly my formidable senior friend?" Chu Yi mused as he observed Qingmei consume 2 bowls of meat porridge, silently approving her progress. Water and medication were administered without omission. "Chu Yi, I wish to change into a different outfit." After enduring 2 bouts of high fever, Qingmei feels sticky and uncomfortable, her mild obsession with cleanliness making this situation even more unbearable. At this moment, bathing is not an option, so she must simply endure. "Excuse me for a moment. Please call me when you're ready." Chu Yi almost forgets that he is in his senior's private chamber. "Do you need help retrieving some clothes?" "Yes. Just grab any outfit from the second wardrobe." Following her instructions, Chu Yi opens the second wardrobe, revealing an array of loose loungewear, each piece exquisitely crafted and stylish. The sheer abundance dazzles him, but what truly captivates are the 2 lower shelves filled with alluring intimate apparel, mysterious black fabrics adorned with lace. As he selects a top and a pair of trousers, he finds himself in a quandary. Should he take them? Should he not? The fashionable materials feel almost too warm to the touch. It would be utterly inappropriate to inquire, "Senior, do you need a change of lingerie?" Such a tactless question would surely lead to mutual embarrassment. The most prudent course of action is to present the clothing to her nonchalantly. He steadies his breath, and when he grasps the garments, the softness is palpable. When Qingmei sees him return with a complete outfit, a delicate blush graces her breathtaking visage. Chu Yi places the clothes beside the bed and steps outside, gently closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he exhales deeply, retrieving his phone from his pocket to divert his attention. Earlier that morning, Lu Hao had sent him a few scenic photos from their travels together. which were rather pleasing to the eye. Inside the bedroom, Qingmei discards her garments, her long, graceful figure partially concealed. The thought that Chu Yi is just outside the door stirs a peculiar sensation within her, not one of anxiety or fear of him barging in or peeking, but rather a sense of reassurance knowing he is there. This feeling is difficult to articulate. After 2 minutes, she finishes dressing and calls out, "I'm ready." Upon hearing her voice, Chu Yi opens the door and steps in. The beauty before him is clad in a beige loungewear set, the delicate and soft fabric subtly accentuating her enchanting curves. Her hair is elegantly styled, with only a few strands cascading down. She embodies intelligence, allure, and grace, perfect incarnations of these three descriptors. Her complexion has regained some color, no longer appearing as pale as it did the day before. Observing this transformation, Chu Yi feels as if the Shun Yueying he remembers has returned. "Senior, may I use the bathroom for a shower?" "Of course, feel free." Before departing, Chu Yi ensures to take her discarded clothing with him. She hesitates, words lingering on her tongue, yet ultimately chooses silence. Until this day, Shun Yueying had never envisioned the presence of a man in her life, one who would appear in her most vulnerable moments and rescue her from despair, willing to take on tasks like cooking and laundry for her. In the bathroom, Chu Yi remains blissfully unaware of Shun Yueying's thoughts. The warm water cascades from the shower head, easing his fatigue. After showering, he meticulously separates their clothes, placing them in the washing machine, hand-washing those that cannot be machine-washed. Once the laundry is hung to dry, he takes a moment to enjoy the view from the rooftop. The location of this 2-story apartment is exquisite, offering a view of the bustling crowds during holidays. Chu Yi gazed down at the couples holding hands and the strangers brushing past, lost in a reverie. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a melodious voice broke the silence. "What are you looking at?" "Senior, what brings you to the rooftop?" Shun Yueying tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. She had waited in the bedroom for quite some time, but Chu Yi had not returned. Her tentative calls went unanswered. Shun Yueying searched the familiar abode, traversing both the first and second floors, yet she found no trace of Chu Yi. A troubling thought began to take root in her mind. Perhaps Chu Yi had left for some reason. Upon reaching the rooftop and spotting Chu Yi's figure, a wave of relief washed over her, as if something lost had been found once more. It was a false alarm. Chapter 51. Do not lose hope in love. It seems we did not finish watching yesterday's film. Shall we continue? Come on, let us go downstairs. The wind is quite strong on the rooftop. Chu Yi, disregarding the scenery, hurriedly pulled the delicate Shun Yueying along. Having just recovered from a high fever, she resembled a rose sheltered in a greenhouse, too fragile to withstand even the slightest breeze. If she were to catch a chill again, all previous efforts would be in vain. "Senior, you must take care in the coming days," Chu Yi urged, concern lacing his voice. "Rest well. Just because your fever has subsided does not mean you are completely healed." Once back in the bedroom, Chu Yi could not resist admonishing her gently. His tone held a hint of reproach, yet Shun Yueying found no fault in it. He drew the curtains, plunging the room into shadow, while Shun Yueying, using her laptop, lowered the screen on the wall, resuming the action-packed film from last night. Some things may arrive late, but they arrived nonetheless. Now that Shun Yueying's condition had improved, Chu Yi could devote more of his attention to the film, becoming engrossed in its narrative. They had already watched an hour of the 2-hour movie, and the remaining portion consisted of thrilling climaxes. Suddenly, he felt a new warmth and softness resting on his right shoulder. Having grown accustomed to this sensation over the past few days, he assumed Shun Yueying had fallen asleep as she had the night before. Turning his head, he found the enchanting woman beside him still awake, simply nestled quietly against him. Chu Yi could not help but entertain an absurd illusion, the most profound illusion of his life, that she liked him. This fleeting fantasy lasted scarcely a second, perhaps even less. On screen, the protagonist was locked in a fierce battle with the villain. This illusion was as laughable as the notion that the antagonist could triumph over the hero. He had merely appeared at her most vulnerable moment, becoming her support. Once she recovered, she would revert to being the poised and confident senior he admired, much like those passers-by he had observed on the rooftop. Not long after, this woman, who leaned against his shoulder, would venture across the ocean for further studies, and their paths would diverge forever. Deeply saddened, Chu Yi found it hard to believe that happiness would ever grace his life again. Alas, this 2-story apartment lacked surveillance. Otherwise, would he still be able to deny the sight of Shun Yueying searching each room for him? Shun Yueying was acutely aware that her body, having just endured a fever, should not be exposed to the winds on the rooftop. Yet, after scouring every room on both floors, the kitchen, the bathroom, She found no trace of the man who had kept her company through the night. The rooftop became her only beacon of hope. With her weakened body, she climbed the stairs step by step, and upon spotting Chu Yi's figure, she experienced for the first time the feeling of loss and recovery of a false alarm. The hero on screen had vanquished the villain, leading to a blissful resolution in the final minutes. After the credits rolled, Jiang Wanqing chose to play a romantic film, as if to compensate for the previous omissions in one fell swoop. The two occasionally exchanged words, playfully guessing the unfolding plot. The couple watching a movie in the cinema is no different from them. Time slips away in this dimly lit room, and before they know it, it is time for dinner. With Jiang Wanqing able to rise from her bed, Chu Yi decides to relocate their dining to the living room, preparing 3 dishes and a soup from the ingredients in the refrigerator. As Jiang Wanqing observes Chu Yi's busy figure, she inexplicably feels a sense of warmth. Influenced by her family's values, she harbors no longing or anticipation for love and marriage. At times, Jiang Wanqing feels as though Chu Yi is a gift from the heavens. His care, warmth, and thoughtfulness seem to silently reassure her, do not lose hope in love. Just as their simple, yet cozy dinner exemplifies a facet of life after marriage. The promise of future happiness feels as though it has transcended time to stand beside her. "Senior, stop daydreaming," Chu Yi calls out, serving 2 bowls of rice, one for himself and the other placed before her. Regaining her focus, Jiang Wanqing picks up a piece of steamed pork rib with her chopsticks. Accustomed to the exquisite dishes crafted by top chefs, she finds Chu Yi's cooking surprisingly delightful. The highest compliment one can give to a dish is not merely its exquisite flavor, but rather, it evokes the sentiment of tastes like home. This is the pinnacle of a chef's artistry. After purchasing the 2-story apartment, Jiang Wanqing lived alone, transforming the decor into warm tones. Although Chu Yi's modest 3 dishes and soup cannot compare to the creations of 5-star hotel chefs, they alleviate her loneliness and provide a comforting embrace. "How does it taste?" Chu Yi inquires, knowing that his senior, a rare gem, might possess a discerning palate, especially after Shun Juanhao previously chose to dine at the prestigious Ninju Hotel. "It's delicious," Jiang Wanqing affirms. "Really?" "Indeed." Seeing her sincere expression, Chu Yi's anxious heart finally finds solace. Jiang Wanqing finishes 2 bowls of rice along with all the dishes Chu Yi served her, exceeding her usual appetite before falling ill. While she should avoid cold water, she does not retreat to her bedroom, choosing instead to quietly accompany Chu Yi in her own way. After dinner, as night descends, Chu Yi watches Jiang Wanqing take her medication, praying that her fever does not return tonight. If she can avoid a relapse, this illness will have been endured. Leaning against Chu Yi's shoulder after watching the next installment of the romance film, the clock strikes 9. Chu Yi urges her to rest early. In the room, only the faint glow of a nightlight fills the space. Lying in bed, Jiang Wanqing cannot see Chu Yi, and he, on the floor, cannot see her either. Yet, both can feel each other's presence. Chu Yi, Jiang Wanqing turns over, glancing towards the side where he lies. She takes the initiative to break the silence. "What's wrong?" A voice that brings her comfort replies. Chu Yi is still awake, the memory of Jiang Wanqing's feverish state from the previous night vivid in his mind. He tosses and turns, unable to find rest. Could this be considered a sleepless night for a man concerned for a woman? During this holiday, you initially intended to visit the Spring City, did you not? Jiang Wanqing observed Chu Yi repeatedly watching videos from the Spring City shared by netizens on his phone. How could someone as perceptive as her fail to notice? Yet, Chu Yi stubbornly denied it, stating, "No, I originally planned to rest at home. Traveling during the holidays. Everywhere is crowded. It's far better to remain at home. What about you, senior?" His tone, tinged with insincerity, revealed his deception as he redirected the question back to her. "If you weren't unwell, where would you have gone this holiday?" Jiang Wanqing, unaware of his unnatural demeanor, pondered in silence for a moment before replying. "I had planned to visit Yanqing to see my mother." "That's all right. You can always go once you recover," Chu Yi reassured her. The room fell silent once more, and he assumed Jiang Wanqing had drifted off to sleep. However, after approximately 10 minutes, that melodious voice once again pierced the tranquility. "Chu Yi, is it uncomfortable sleeping on the floor?" Chapter 52. The key to the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Jiang Wanqing could hear the sound of her own heartbeat, louder than when she had a fever. After much hesitation, she ultimately could not bear the thought of Chu Yi sleeping on the hard floor. However, uttering that sentence would inevitably alter its meaning, transforming it into an invitation that sparked the imagination. In the dimly lit bedroom, the atmosphere between the two was thick with romantic tension, flourishing like wild grass. At this moment, Shen Yueying was torn between the fear of Chu Yi not coming and the dread of him misinterpreting her intentions. What if he misconstrued her meaning? Chu Yi was at an age full of vigor and passion. It would be impossible for him to be devoid of any thoughts. Yet, he understood that his senior merely wished for him to have a good night's sleep after watching over him tirelessly. To consider it from another angle. Could someone who was unwell genuinely entertain such thoughts? This ambiguous invitation was not the gasoline that ignites dry kindling into flames, but rather a simple expression of care. Chu Yi's voice broke the silence. It's not that uncomfortable. During my senior year, I didn't return home because of the intense studying. The hard bed in the dormitory was bearable. Don't worry about me. You should get some rest. Good night. With his words, Shen Yueying's mixture of 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts anxiety dissipated, akin to a boiling kettle being doused with cold water, returning to calm. Yet, a ripple of disappointment lingered. Subconsciously, she had developed a dependence on Chu Yi, yearning to be closer to him. Good night. Silence enveloped the room once more. Due to the medication she had taken, Shen Yueying soon drifted into a light sleep, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Chu Yi, too, succumbed to slumber, albeit lightly, waking twice throughout the night. In a haze, Shen Yueying sensed a hand brushing her forehead, the reassuring touch so familiar. She recognized it was Chu Yi. The trace of disappointment vanished into the inky darkness of the night, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Morning arrived. Chu Yi woke at 7:30. Sleeping on the floor was far less comfortable than dozing by the bed, and his shoulders ached slightly. Shen Yueying remained lost in her dreams as he placed his hand on her pristine forehead. It was cool to the touch. At that moment, Chu Yi realized that his senior's illness had passed. He gazed at the flawless sleeping beauty before him, feeling that the efforts of the past 2 days and nights were well worth it. After he exited the room, Shen Yueying slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She had already awakened. Chu Yi had brought his morning breakfast routine with him: warm milk, millet porridge, and poached eggs, nutritious yet light. Seated across from him was a captivating woman clad in a black gown, her dark hair elegantly swept up. The senior he remembered had returned. Her delicate features no longer pallid but radiating an enchanting beauty. Yet, she also possessed an innate air of nobility. Chu Yi mused that if he were to tell others at school that such a stunning woman had once yearned for his shoulder, no one would likely believe him. The medication prescribed by the doctor was only left for the midday dose. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, shattering the harmonious and warm atmosphere. Shen Yueying frowned slightly. It was a call from Ning Mingyao. Yueying, I have returned from my hometown. I took the high-speed train at 9:30. Please come to pick me up. Including today. There are still 2 days left of the holiday. Let us stroll around the streets. Suddenly, a phone call shattered the tranquility of life. Chu Yi was not far away and could discern some content from the call. The farewell that had been brewing now found its impetus. Senior's sister had recovered from her illness and no longer required his presence. What other reason remained for him to linger here? After the call ended, he remarked, Since Ning Senior's sister is coming, I too must take my leave. Senior sister, there's another dose of medicine at noon. Do remember to take it. Shen Yueying did not anticipate the separation would come so abruptly, leaving her at a loss. Yet, she could not find an excuse to retain Chu Yi. These 2 days and nights felt like a dream. Now, the dream had dissipated. Shen Yueying felt somewhat dazed. Where do you plan to go next? She inquired softly. To Spring City? No, the plane ticket has expired. I intend to explore Tianhai City for a while and then return home. Chu Yi. Thank you. Their gazes converged, and Chu Yi discerned a different emotion reflected in her autumn-like eyes. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yi, being a person of efficiency, began to pack his belongings. Shen Yueying offered to assist, only to discover that Chu Yi possessed but a single backpack. His entire luggage consisted of the clothes drying on the rooftop and his toiletries. There was no way for her to lend a hand. Chu Yi rolled up the bedding, carrying the blanket and mat back to the adjacent room, leaving no trace of himself in this space. It was as if he had never been there at all. The warm embrace from 2 days ago, watching movies together, the towels that were alternately hot and cold, the unintentional intimacy, the day and night guardianship, all had now turned into mere memories. I will drive you. I happen to need to pick up Mingyao. The high-speed train station and Tianjin City Shopping District are in opposite directions. It's nearly 9 now, and with Ning Senior Sister's train at 9:30, there's no time to spare. Chu Yi secured his backpack zipper, feeling as though he was perpetually out of sync with the senior sister's schedule, just as it had been at the Nanju Hotel. She can wait a bit. Let us go. Shen Yueying retrieved the key to her red sports car from the drawer and made her way to the garage. In a short while, the engine roared to life. Chu Yi gazed at the flow of traffic through the car window and noticed something. Despite their paths rarely aligning, the senior sister always made the effort to see him off. Qingmei did not drive swiftly, taking 20 minutes to reach the Tianjin city shopping district. On some stretches of road, despite their spaciousness, she chose the slowest lane. This gate key will be kept in your custody for the time being. Qingmei produced a key from her bag. You want me to keep it? Chu Yi was taken aback that the senior sister would entrust him with the gate key. One must learn from experience. Qingmei placed the key into his pocket. All right, your senior sister has already called to urge me. It's time to get out. Chu Yi, somewhat dazed, found himself ushered out of the car. The red sports car gradually receded into the distance. He withdrew the key from his pocket, feeling its weighty presence. Attached to it was a crimson cord, which swayed gently in the breeze. The once impenetrable door, which had resisted all attempts to open it, now seemed to yield to him with the possession of this key. A preposterous illusion stirred within Chu Yi once more. An illusion, indeed. When it recurs repeatedly in your heart, it transcends mere illusion. Chu Yi glanced towards the intersection, where the red sports car had long since vanished into the thrumming tide of traffic. He tucked the key away securely and turned to merge with the bustling crowd. Chapter 53. The tragedy of right and wrong. Some say that men are akin to kites, no matter how high they soar. There will always be a string to bring them back. Yet, at this moment, Chu Yi finds himself wandering in the city he has called home for over 20 years. During the holidays, the streets are crowded with throngs of people. After leaving his two-story apartment, he has lost all sense of direction. He meanders past a supermarket, purchasing a few items more out of habit than necessity. He stops at a CAF, orders a latte, and gazes through the glass at the bustling crowd. In days gone by, he would have eagerly returned to familiar streets to meet Jiang Wanqing. Indeed, in the past, she was the string tethering him to earth. Now, that connection has frayed, leaving him with nothing but a solitary freedom. However, they had shared this city for far too long. It seemed that wandering aimlessly would inevitably lead him to reminiscences of yesteryears. Lost in thought, he finds himself at a dessert shop. The young woman handing out flyers at the entrance recognizes him. This is a place he and Jiang Wanqing visited countless times. Hey there, why isn't your girlfriend with you? She asks. We've recently introduced some new items. Would you like to take some back for her? Chu Yi struggles to convey the misunderstanding to the young woman. He is not Jiang Wanqing's boyfriend, nor is she his girlfriend. Why is it so? Even outsiders believe they would make a perfect couple. Yet they could not endure to the end. At that moment, a couple walks in hand, and the young woman turns to greet them warmly. As she prepares to recommend the new offerings to her loyal customer, she realizes Chu Yi has vanished. After happiness shatters, the fragments of memories can wound a person beyond repair. The beauty of what once was now brings forth profound anguish. Just as grapes, through the passage of time, transform into exquisite wine, this pair of childhood friends cannot even allow love to blossom. Chu Yi loses the desire to continue his aimless wandering. He takes out his phone, intending to message Lu Hao to inquire if he wishes to play basketball or grab a drink. It takes him a moment to remember that his dear friend is currently on the path to happiness, too preoccupied to attend to him. Surrounded by the throngs of people, Chu Yi feels an overwhelming sense of loneliness. As dusk falls, he finally begins his journey home. The familiar streets are now adorned with glowing lights. After 3 days apart, he returns to his home, and reflecting upon his recent experiences feels dreamlike. He opens the window to let in fresh air and tidies up the space, neglecting to shower or change clothes. Just as he settles in, the doorbell rings. Jiang Wanqing has spent the past few days in anticipation. Upon seeing the long dormant lights of Chu Yi's home flicker to life, she can no longer suppress her yearning. She longs to see him. When Chu Yi opens the door, he is met with the sight of a woman clad in an elegant white dress, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. The remnants of the evening glow serve as her backdrop. In the presence of such beauty, Chu Yi finds himself at a loss for words. The silence between them is palpable, enough to shatter Jiang Wanqing's heart. Despite the countless cherished memories they share, there is nothing to say. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Wanqing takes the initiative to speak. This is a box of dumplings that my mother asked me to bring you. Jiang Wanqing, holding an exquisite lunchbox, intended to hand it to him. However, Chu Yi did not accept it. I have already dined. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. His frigid tone barely qualified as friendly. Jiang Wanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was keenly aware of everything about him. When he lied, his gaze instinctively drifted to the left. Chu Yi, do you still remember our promise beneath the great banyan tree at the end of the street? We vowed to be together forever. Alas, I have done many things to hurt you. The vibrant evening glow seemed to pale in comparison to the tears shimmering in Jiang Wanqing's eyes at that moment. Your indifference towards me today is all of my own making. I failed to cherish you properly. Jiang Wanqing did not wish to weep in front of Chu Yi, for once the tears fell, it would seem as if they had truly reached an end. She took 2 steps closer and offered the lunchbox into Chu Yi's hands. Do not punish yourself for my mistakes. These dumplings were made by my mother. She has always cared for you. Please take care of yourself. I must return now. Ultimately, Jiang Wanqing departed before her tears could fall. Chu Yi watched her retreating figure, sensing that she had come to grasp some delayed truth. Yet, he felt no joy. He pondered whether another parallel universe's Chu Yi and Jiang Wanqing were also enacting this poignant tale beneath the same radiant evening glow. Or perhaps, in another realm, Jiang Wanqing had never left Chu Yi at all. Was their confession that night and natural progression as they strolled hand in hand through a distant spring city? At this moment, notions of right and wrong seemed inconsequential. For regardless of who was right or wrong, this was an excruciating tragedy. Chu Yi sat quietly on the steps outside his home, gazing at the beautiful sunset. It seemed that each splendid cloud symbolized the beauty of the past. The evening glow was breathtaking, yet fleeting. When he regained his senses, the sky had turned completely dark. The pale streetlights flickered to life. Chu Yi suddenly found himself bewildered by the concept of love. Was it his love for her that brought her to tears, or the regret that followed her departure? Or perhaps it was a combination of both. If she truly loved herself, how could she bear to mar the perfection of nearly 20 years of childhood companionship? Must one destroy something beautiful, allowing a fleeting moment of heartache and regret, to gauge its true worth? Chu Yi felt as though he were lost in another dark night. The phone screen abandoned on the steps illuminated with a faint glow. It was a message from Lu Exquisite, far away in Jiangnan, along with a few scenic photos. There was a simple note: Brother Chu Yi, I will return tomorrow. Chapter 54. The boyfriend Chu Yi gazed upon the series of photographs. The tranquil stream flowed gently, shrouded in a veil of misty rain. In the final image, a captivating beauty, holding an oiled paper umbrella, turned her gaze back, revealing the enchanting essence of a woman from the water towns of Jiangnan. The classical charm and grace were exquisitely portrayed. Chu Yi mused that should this photograph be featured on the local official tourism account, it would undoubtedly achieve great success. Did you enjoy your holiday? He inquired. And a response swiftly followed. Yes. How about you, Brother Chu Yi? At that moment, Chu Yi felt his current disposition was far from joyful. He replied simply, not bad. Lu Exquisite seemed to sense an underlying emotion within his words. Brother Chu Yi, is something bothering you? You can talk to me, you know. Chu Yi, reluctant to burden Lu Exquisite with his sorrow, deflected, there's nothing troubling me, just a bit tired. All right, I need to grab something to eat. See you tomorrow. Lu Exquisite, unwilling to delay his meal, kept her thoughts concise, reduced to 3 words. See you tomorrow. Ning Mingyao had taken up residence at Shen Yueying's home. Both mature and intellectually alluring beauties had already bathed, adorned in elegant nightgowns that showcased their exquisite curves, enough to make one weak at the knees. Ning Mingyao cast a glance at her dear friend's enviable figure. She felt no jealousy. Without comparison, there was no pain. As a woman herself, she found it overwhelming. And if she were a man, she would be utterly captivated by her friend's allure. It was uncertain who ultimately benefited from her charm. Perhaps, as they say, one attracts what one fears. By chance, she stumbled upon a thin jacket in her friend's bedroom, which appeared to bear a masculine style. No, it was unmistakably a man's jacket. This very piece had been the one Chu Yi lent to Shen Yueying when she felt cold during her infusion, only to be forgotten amidst her subsequent labors. Ning Mingyao, clutching this evidence, hurried to confront her dear friend. Yueying, do you have a boyfriend? Who is it? Please tell me you haven't gone that far yet. In the living room, Shen Yueying's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon seeing the jacket in Ning Mingyao's hands, as if she had discovered a hidden treasure. Rising gracefully, she took the jacket from her friend's grasp. Is it strange for me to have a boyfriend? Ning Mingyao was well aware that the number of suitors pursuing her friend was countless, given her striking beauty and affluent background. Having a boyfriend was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the mystery lay in the fact that this boyfriend seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Even she was oblivious to his identity. Really? Who is it? Quick, tell me. Shen Yueying remained composed in the face of her friend's eager questioning, her gaze fixated on the jacket. Clad in her nightgown, she exuded a charm that was both alluring and dignified, her eyes softening with tenderness. Especially as she delicately examined the care label on the collar, there was an air of a noble woman transforming into an intelligent wife. Ning Mingyao could hardly believe her eyes. Is this still the esteemed flower I once knew? However, she seems to find the coat familiar, as if she has seen it somewhere before. Where could it be? The impression lingers, yet the memory eludes her. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qingmei sent several messages to Chu Yi. Are you asleep? The coat is here with me. Remember to come and collect it another day. Surprised by these messages while chatting with Lu Hao after a shower, Chu Yi realized why he had felt a sense of incompleteness upon returning. Now it made sense. He assumed his conversation with the senior would end there. Yet the chat box indicated, the other party is typing. You haven't had a proper rest these past few days. Make sure to sleep early tonight. Yes. You too. Take care of yourself. Their mutual concern traversed the screen. Though their words were few, they sufficed. Qingmei concluded with a simple good night. Chu Yi gazed at the message, perceiving a stark contrast to the first good night she had sent him. That initial message signified the conclusion of their temporary boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, while this latest one conveyed genuine care and well wishes. Before Chu Yi could ponder further, Lu Hao bombarded him with messages. Where are you? Where did you go? Don't forget about dinner tomorrow. Chu Yi replied, I haven't forgotten. He couldn't comprehend why he had to participate in the family gathering. Oh, let it be. He was truly exhausted. On the first night, Qingmei had a fever, and he nearly kept vigil until dawn. On the second night, having learned from experience, he slept lightly, waking twice to check her forehead. Today, he had wandered aimlessly in the city he had known for over 20 years. His body and mind were utterly fatigued. He fell into a deep slumber, forgetting to turn off the light. Yet Qingmei struggled with insomnia. Even with Ning Mingyao beside her, she felt an emptiness within her heart. This sensation was unprecedented. The following day, a rejuvenated Chu Yi awoke in his soft bed. Relishing the comfort of not having to sleep on the floor, he enjoyed a liberating morning. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Hao called to inform him that he and his girlfriend had returned to Tianhai. Chu Yi tidied up and set off. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, he was greeted only by Lu Hao and his girlfriend. Where's Lu Xing? She'll be here shortly. Lu Hao draped an arm around his shoulder, beaming with unmistakable satisfaction, hinting that his holiday had been splendid. 2 minutes later, a graceful and enchanting figure descended from the car. Perhaps it was the influence of her homeland. After spending a few days in the picturesque Jiangnan, her classical charm had grown even more captivating. Many passers-by were spellbound by her presence. Indeed, such a picturesque woman truly existed. Lu Xing spotted Chu Yi in the bustling crowd and her face lit up with a radiant smile. Chu Yi, big brother. Hey, your real brother is still here. Lu Hao began to exhibit signs of jealousy, until Lu Xin called out to him, brother. The air was thick with jealousy. Seizing the moment while his sister was overjoyed to see Chu Yi, he got straight to the point. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Lin Yali. Both Chu Yi and Lu Hao, the two gentlemen, felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the two women be able to get along harmoniously? Taking the initiative, Lin Yali adopted a gracious demeanor. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect Lu Hao to have such a beautiful sister. Lu Xin, with her gentle nature, seldom put others in difficult positions. She scrutinized Lin Yali, pondering if this was indeed the type of girl her brother favored. Hello. Noticing the lack of discord between the two, Lu Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He suggested they take a stroll before dining later. Lin Yali turned to seek Lu Xin's opinion, demonstrating her respect. Lu Xin had no objections. Thus, the scene transformed into Lu Hao and Chu Yi trailing behind, carrying shopping bags, while the two lovely ladies led the way. Lu Hao was responsible for Lin Yali's shopping bag, and Chu Yi took charge of Lu Xin's. It was unclear whether Lu Xin felt sympathy for Chu Yi or if it was something else entirely. After a considerable time shopping, Chu Yi found himself empty-handed. They entered a cosmetics store while the two gentlemen took a seat on a bench outside to rest. Chu Yi glanced at his breathless companion. After just a holiday apart, how is it you've become so feeble? Exhausted after merely half an hour? He added with a hint of concern, take heed. All things should be done in moderation. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Lu Xin and Lin Yali were engaged in their own discussion within the store. You like Chu Yi, don't you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xin's face blossomed like a peach flower. Don't rush to deny it. Your eyes betray you. Throughout our walk, you at least glanced at him 4 times, trying to appear nonchalant. I've observed everything clearly. Rest assured, since you haven't confessed your feelings, I won't take it upon myself to inform him. When you harbor feelings for someone, you must be courageous. Don't wait. If you linger too long, he might just be swept away by someone else one day. Chapter 55. What others have. You should have too. There is a girl in the class who has a fondness for your brother. However, I am merely more proactive than she is. Thus, I emerge victorious, Lin Yali remarked to Lu Xian. To speak rather harshly, it must be quite distressing for her to witness the sweet affection between me and your brother each day. Does she regret not seizing her chance back then? Love is an invaluable treasure. It can bring forth happiness, motivation, and even a fearless disregard for life and death. Such is life. The most precious things are often the hardest to attain. If one desires something, one must strive for it, despite the myriad of obstacles and challenges that may lie ahead. When the moment of happiness finally arrives, all sacrifices will prove worthwhile. The worst outcome pales in comparison to merely watching the one you cherish marry and start a family with another. Be bold. The distance between a girl pursuing a boy is but a thin veil. Of course, a confession is the clarion call of victory. Hasn't Chu Yi just experienced heartbreak? You could accompany him as a supportive girlfriend. Human hearts are tender. Lin Yali incessantly devised plans, clearly eager to bridge the gap between herself and Lu Xian. The female shop assistant, nearby, observed the unfolding drama. Who is she pursuing? Such a beautiful woman still needs to chase after men? Who is fortunate enough for that? Chu Yi and Lu Hao, the two brothers, rested on a bench outside the store, surrounded by men accompanying their wives or girlfriends, fatigued from shopping. Have you felt it? This is an indispensable aspect of romance. Accompanying women on shopping excursions, Lu Hao remarked with resignation. Chu Yi, disinterested, chose to ignore him. Having yet to savor the sweetness of love, he was instead experiencing its bittersweet pangs. After a while, Lu Xian and Lin Yali emerged from the store. Lu Hao naturally took the shopping bags from his girlfriend's hands. Observing from the sidelines, Chu Yi sighed quietly. You could at least lend a hand to your younger sister. You can't even fetch water. Hand them to me, Chu Yi said as he took the 2 paper bags containing body lotion from Lu Xian, their fingertips brushing gently. A peculiar sensation surged within her heart. Soon enough, the sweetness of love arrived, though it was merely Lu Hao's. As they passed by a sneaker store, Lin Yali exclaimed, "Haven't you been eyeing sneakers on shopping websites lately? I'll buy you a pair." At this remark, Lu Hao instinctively leaned in to kiss his girlfriend. Halfway through the action, he awkwardly cleared his throat, suddenly remembering that his sister and his good friend were still present. Steady now, steady. Yet, the uncontrollable smile that crept upon his face betrayed him. He took Lin Yali's hand and entered the store. Chu Yi rubbed the bridge of his nose. He finally understood the saying, single people should keep their distance from couples, lest they be consumed by misfortune. Having tasted the bitterness of love, he now found himself subjected to the pangs of envy. An impulse to return home surged within him. Brother Chu Yi, you've accompanied me for so long, so I shall give you a gift as well. Lu Xian did not want Chu Yi to feel envious of anyone, for in her heart, he was the best. No need, he replied. But Brother Chu Yi, what others have, you should have too. Lu Xian's gentle voice carried a hint of seriousness as she took the initiative to grasp his hand for the first time and led him towards the boutique. Chu Yi sensed a subtle transformation in Lu Xian. The shop was adorned with an array of exquisite shoes, and the price tags steadily escalated. Lu Hao, immersed in the euphoria of love, failed to notice his sister guiding Chu Yi towards the more secluded display cases. Lu Xian, please don't spend excessively. If Chu Yi feels uneasy, he can always gift me something in the future. Chu Yi, wishing not to dampen her spirits, acquiesced, reluctant to disappoint her goodwill. A person of striking beauty often possesses an exquisite taste as well. Soon, she selected a pair of striking black and red sneakers and requested the staff to fetch the appropriate size for Chu Yi to try on. Do you like them? Chu Yi, adhering to his principle of not being a wet blanket, nodded. Lu Xian decisively proceeded to the checkout. Sir, your total is 689 yuan. In truth, there were even pricier options, but Lu Xian feared that Chu Yi might decline them. How much is it? Lu Hao's voice chimed in. Sister, you've never gifted me basketball shoes worth 700 yuan. A metaphorical jar of jealousy shattered. How about you buy me a pair as well? Brother, Yali has already gifted you a pair. She is she, and you are you, Lin Yali interjected diplomatically. Don't mind your brother. He is quite greedy. It's getting late. Let us find a restaurant to dine. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Chu Yi felt no sense of relief. Instead, he perceived the weight of the shoes in the bag. As they exited the store, Lu Hao deliberately slowed his pace. Chu Yi, do not transfer any money to Lu Xian. Our family practices a philosophy of raising me in frugality while indulging her. She is not in need of money. Please refrain from such ungracious actions. El Hao was well aware of his good friend's disposition. He disliked being indebted to others. What kind of gifts does Exquisite appreciate? Chu Yi inquired, only to find his friend regarding him with a meaningful gaze. Choose whatever you wish to give her. The quartet arrived at a bustling restaurant. Both El Hao and Chu Yi were not picky eaters. Thus they entrusted the task of ordering to the two young ladies. The atmosphere was delightful, and El Hao felt a weight lifted from his heart as he observed his sister and girlfriend engaging in lively conversation. Dinner concluded by 7 o'clock, and as the lights illuminated the night, I and Yali decided to return to Tianhai Normal University, for we had classes the following day. Chu Yi, please escort Exquisite home. Of course. As the ride-sharing vehicle arrived, El Hao and Lin Yali clasped hands and boarded. Exquisite stood still, watching them depart. It dawned on Chu Yi that this gathering of relatives had not been entirely successful. Traditionally, the siblings would return to Jiangnan together to visit their grandparents. Now, with an outsider disrupting their familial customs, a sense of melancholy was inevitable. In a few years, they would center their lives around their respective families. By then, Exquisite, as a sister, would need to bring gifts when visiting El Hao's home, transitioning from family to relative. This is often the reason why many elder brothers harbor a sense of rivalry towards their sisters' boyfriends. Perhaps Lu Hao invited him to the gathering for the moment of parting. Yet, he found himself at a loss on how to console Exquisite. For this was an inevitable process that no one possessed the power to alter. Brother Chu Yi, will you accompany me for a while longer? Of course. On the final day of the holiday, the place was bustling with people, a cacophony of voices echoing in every corner. They approached a stall encircled by a crowd, and Chu Yi took Exquisite to join in the excitement. Seeking solace in a crowd was undoubtedly a sound choice. As they drew nearer, they discovered that the stall was selling hairpins, with an elegant matron demonstrating how to style hair with them. Do you wish to purchase one? Chu Yi asked, noticing Exquisite's gaze fixed on the stall. He had been troubled about what gift to present her. Yes, she replied eagerly. Chu Yi stepped to the front of the stall, observing the selection of peachwood hairpins. While there were jade pins available, their quality was rather unimpressive. It seemed none were suitable to be presented as a gift. In his moment of hesitation, Exquisite delicately reached out her slender hand to grasp a gracefully designed peachwood hairpin. Brother Chu Yi, I want this one. Let us pay for it, she urged, fearing he might change his mind. The stall owner approached, presenting a QR code. Seeing her delight, Chu Yi decided to purchase it. My dear, your temperament is truly suited for styling your hair with such pins, the matron remarked. Young man, allow me to demonstrate. The graceful woman stepped behind Exquisite, loosening her hair tie. With her long hair cascading down to her waist, Exquisite appeared breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the attention of the young men present who were accompanying their girlfriends to buy hairpins. They gazed in awe. Yet, the most stunning transformation was yet to come. The matron, skillful in her craft, explained each step as she gathered Exquisite's silky locks. Finally, she inserted the peachwood hairpin at an angle, unveiling Exquisite's beauty in its entirety. While gentle as flowing water, she radiated an air of noble elegance, a true embodiment of ethereal beauty. Suddenly, someone gasped. They had been so entranced that their girlfriend had sharply pinched them in the side. Brother Chu Yi, how do I look? At that moment, Chu Yi could not help but admire her beauty. It suits you perfectly. Exquisite beamed at the compliment from her beloved, her smile enchanting beyond measure. Those nearby were envious of Chu Yi. Was this not the quintessential expression of a woman enhancing her beauty for the one she adored? As they departed the stall, Chu Yi noticed that Exquisite's spirits had lifted considerably. Was she truly so easy to please? The stall was not far from Tianhai University, and the two walked back together. Exquisite shared stories from her holiday with Chu Yi, who listened intently. Brother Chu Yi, will you come to Jiangnan to visit sometime? I should, indeed. Who wouldn't want to witness such picturesque scenery? I'll wait for your arrival. Upon returning to Tianhai University, Exquisite removed the peachwood hairpin, her tresses cascading like spring water. This scene seemed to suspend time itself, her beautiful long hair dancing in the breeze, 3,000 silken strands, and 3,000 threads of affection awaiting her beloved's touch. Chapter 56. The Stinginess of Love. Chu Yi gazed at the gentle and pure silhouette gradually fading into the glow cast by the campus streetlights. Everything began to feel somewhat surreal. His mind involuntarily recalled the image of cascading black hair from moments ago. Suddenly, he remembered something significant. Hairpins should not be given lightly. The implications were particularly profound. In the days that followed, Chu Yi found himself immersed in a whirlwind of classes, spinning like a top, attending lectures, rushing between classrooms, and repeating this cycle endlessly. While the university adhered to a holiday schedule, each course had stipulated hours that must be fulfilled. Classes missed due to holiday breaks would need to be rescheduled after the vacation. Moreover, the end of this holiday signified the arrival of summer. The cicadas chirped in the trees, and the atmosphere grew sweltering. On the positive side, the beautiful women adorned themselves with sunscreen and donned light attire. On the downside, the approaching summer break heralded the impending exam week. A school year was drawing to a close. Chu Yi could not escape the fate of early morning classes, which persisted until noon. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, he resolved to visit the long-neglected club activity room for a brief respite. As he had classes later in the afternoon, he pushed open the door to the activity room. The spot by the window lay empty, the surface of the table awaiting its owner, but a stunning beauty was still present. Sister Ning, are you here to join our club? She inquired. Please fill out this form. Ning Mingyao earnestly produced a sheet of paper. Chu Yi calculated that indeed, it had been quite a while since he last frequented this place. His desk remained pristine, untouched by dust. A single fresh gardenia bloomed in the decorative vase. Someone must have been tending to it, he thought with a hint of guilt. Ahem. I've had quite a few classes lately. How was your holiday, sister? Ning Mingyao did not press the matter further. I returned home for a bit. It felt rather dull. So I spent a couple of days with Sister Shen. She offered him some cookies from her desk. Chu Yi, feeling no need for formality, accepted them, recalling how he had treated her to afternoon tea last time. Hey, Sister Ning, why the sigh? He asked. Nothing much. What about Sister Shen? She has some matters to attend to this afternoon. Junior, you can't be munching on my cookies while thinking of other women, you know. Chu Yi was accustomed to her playful teasing. Occasionally, Sister Ning would flirt with him, seemingly reveling in her charm that made younger boys blush. He had developed an immunity to it by now, not one to simply indulge in cookies. He tidied the activity room after finishing his treat and engaged in conversation with Ning Mingyao about her latest novel. 2 words summarized it: difficult birth. Before long, it was time for afternoon classes. The classroom was somewhat distant, requiring Chu Yi to leave a bit early. As he prepared to depart, Ning Mingyao reminded him, Junior, do come often. Of course, the literature club had served as his refuge for over 6 months. Merely returning to sit there lifted his spirits considerably. The afternoon was not entirely filled with classes, concluding around 4 o'clock when a message arrived on his phone. It was Shen Yueying who invited him to collect his coat and, in a gracious manner, to join her for dinner. It seemed that she was well aware of his class schedule. During the first 3 days of his full timetable, she never disturbed him during the day, only engaging in light conversation as night approached. It was no wonder so many admired the mature and insightful senior. She was exceptionally considerate. Chu Yi recalled that this was the 2nd time Shen Jia had mentioned this matter. 3rd time's the charm, he thought, responding with a simple okay. After all, he needed to retrieve his belongings. Consequently, Chu Yi altered his plans and hailed a cab to the 2-story apartment. The freshly laundered thin coat was neatly folded by a pair of jade-like hands and placed in a bag. The doorbell rang, and the elegant woman inside the residence was momentarily puzzled. Did Chu Yi forget his key? She moved to open the door, only to find that the visitor was not Chu Yi, but Yang Feng. Clad in a suit, he could not mask his despondency. Following his father's severe illness, he found himself at a disadvantage in the power struggle against his uncles. The Yang group was rapidly becoming inhospitable to his branch. With the majority of shares controlled by the elder Yang, the outcome of the conflict mattered little to him. Regardless of who triumphed, it was still his family's bloodline. Competence would determine the victor. He had repeatedly messaged Shen Yueying for assistance. Yueying, considering our years of friendship, could you perhaps speak to Uncle Shen about a project? Shen Yueying furrowed her brow slightly. Yang Feng, I've told you before. In business, I have no authority to intervene with my father's decisions. Although our families have some connections, this is an internal conflict within your family. It would be inappropriate for an outsider to interfere. If you cannot bear the burden of the Yang group, relinquishing it may offer you a form of relief. As Chu Yi stepped out of the cab, he noticed a man standing at the entrance of his senior's residence, engaged in conversation. The figure seemed familiar. Shen Yueying also took note of him. She bypassed Yang Feng and approached Chu Yi's side. Moreover, I do not wish for my boyfriend to feel jealous. Yang Feng, please refrain from contacting me privately in the future. Chu Yi, still adjusting to the situation, found his girlfriend linking her arm with his, the warmth and fragrance enveloping him. Yang Feng watched Shen Yueying with Chu Yi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, followed by a flicker of disdain. After their dinner, he had investigated Chu Yi's background. A person like him would never be deemed a suitable match for Shin Uncle's daughter. You won't be happy for long. You'll surely part ways. I doubt Chu Yi is so petty. In this world, it is inevitable to interact with the opposite sex. To love someone should not mean restricting their personal freedom. Yang Feng's words concealed a hidden trap. If you mind me seeking her out, it shows you are rather petty. No, I am quite possessive when it comes to love. Chu Yi countered. Yang Feng, can you truly tolerate your girlfriend being pursued by another man? He did not relent, labeling Yang Feng's actions as harassment. Yang Feng inhaled deeply, disregarding Chu Yi, and addressed Shen Yueying. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Once he had departed, Chu Yi shifted his tone. Senior, does Yang Feng still harbor hopes? He arrived today seeking assistance from the Shen group. Shen Yueying recounted the entire situation without any concealment. As he entered the apartment, Chu Yi felt a sense of returning once more. The aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air. The dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, a stark contrast to the fare provided by hotels. It was indeed a taste of home-cooked cuisine. It seemed that his senior was also someone adept at managing daily life. He felt as though he had glimpsed the domestic side of his senior. Chapter 57. The night of the meteor shower, the aroma was delightful. Chu Yi had never been one to withhold his appreciation. The enticing scent of the meal was particularly alluring for someone who had endured a long day of classes. Then let's indulge a bit more. I have something I need you to accompany me for later this evening, Shen Yueying said as she released his arm to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. What is it? He inquired. You'll find out soon enough, she replied with a smile. It was somewhat surprising for him that the senior was personally serving the rice. Shen Yueying observed the man before her, his chopsticks moving with eagerness. She recalled the satisfaction on Chu Yi's face when he witnessed her finish an entire bowl of meat porridge during her illness. Senior, Chu Yi began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the doorbell ringing once more. The unexpected sound startled both of them. Could it be Yang Feng returning? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps a close friend? Yet, Meng Yao always messaged her beforehand to inquire if she was home. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yueying set down her chopsticks and went to answer the door. To her astonishment, it was Lin Xueyan. Standing outside was a woman dressed in professional attire. A striking resemblance evident between mother and daughter. Lin Xueyan appeared more mature, exuding an indescribable aura. She was both beautiful and noble, yet intimidating to behold. However, before her daughter, she naturally revealed a gentler side. Xiaoyu, have you had dinner yet? I'm in the midst of it. Lin Xueyan entered the apartment and spotted the figure seated at the dining table. Chu Yi caught snippets of their conversation, and even through observation. The similarities in their demeanor and appearance were unmistakable. Transitioning from sitting to standing, he politely greeted, "Hello, Auntie," in Shen Yueying's plans. She intended to introduce Chu Yi to her mother in due course. However, everything was now in disarray, with no preparation made. When she had previously taken Chu Yi to meet Shin Juanhao, she felt merely anxious. Now, however, a multitude of concerns flooded her mind, including her mother's opinion of Chu Yi and whether she would approve and offer her blessings. Moreover, what kind of pressure would Chu Yi face in front of her family? Countless questions emerged, leaving Shen Yueying overwhelmed. The volcano of her emotions threatened to erupt. She set aside her swirling thoughts, focusing solely on one course of action. Shen Yueying approached him and took his arm. "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Chu Yi." Lin Xueyan's brow furrowed as she scrutinized Chu Yi and asked, "Have you two been living together?" "Auntie, I'm just here for a meal," he replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueyan's expression softened slightly. In this fast-paced era, many relationships flared up only to extinguish overnight. "You young people are rather casual," she remarked. "Yet, I still hope my daughter can remain virtuous until marriage." This was a parental wish born of personal sentiment. After her statement, she turned to Chu Yi, awaiting his response. "I understand," he replied. At the dining table, an additional set of bowls and chopsticks was added, and Lin Xueyan took her seat. The atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Lin Xueyan showed concern for her daughter's recent life, asking detailed questions. Chu Yi remained silent, listening attentively. It appears that the bond between the elder sister and her daughter is significantly stronger than that between a father and daughter. At the very least, there is no awkward silence. During the last dinner gathering, there were several moments of uncomfortable silence. Lin Xueyan observed her daughter serving food to Chu Yi, and the nuances in their glances and the subtle details did not escape her maternal gaze. Initially, She believed her daughter was merely using someone as a shield to avoid marrying the son of the Yang family. However, it now seems that her feelings are genuine. She scrutinized Chu Yi, finding that his appearance was indeed worthy of her daughter. Yet, what her daughter truly required was not mere affection, but a steadfast protector who could shield her from life's tempests. Lin Shuyan began to pose a series of questions to Chu Yi, inquiring about how he met Xin Yueying, how long they had known each other, and what his future plans entailed. Chu Yi maintained a composed demeanor, responding earnestly to each inquiry until Lin Shuyan began to delve into family matters. What does your father do? Mom, we've only just met. Do you really have to make everyone uncomfortable? Xin Yueying, losing her usual poise and confidence, felt a surge of anxiety. She regretted allowing Chu Yi to come today. Xiao Yu, I am not opposed to your relationship. As your mother, it is only natural for me to understand the partner you have chosen. Chu Yi, however, was acutely aware of Lin Shuyan's underlying intent. As a businessman, conducting thorough investigations is a fundamental skill. He did not believe that she was entirely ignorant of his family background. The fact that she mentioned it implied something unspoken. In that moment, Chu Yi truly felt the insurmountable gap between them. The Shun Group, a colossal entity, requires no investigation. It permeates every aspect of life. Some things in this world cannot be achieved merely through effort. One is either born into privilege or they are not. Unless one rides the tides of the era to soar into the skies. Images in Chu Yi's mind began to shatter. The woman who once nestled against his shoulder during illness now seemed impossibly distant, as if they belonged to separate worlds. Even though he was merely pretending to be her boyfriend, he felt an immense pressure from Lin Shuyan's words, a pressure born from a man's pride and the harsh reality. Auntie, I am a local from an ordinary family, a resident of Tianhai City, with a home and a car. Chu Ting holds an executive position in a company, earning a handsome salary that surpasses that of the majority. Yet, in the face of the Shin Group, he is merely an ordinary individual. Executives? Interns? They are all just workers. Lin Shuyan nodded, seemingly confirming her earlier assertion. She was merely seeking to understand and did not oppose their relationship. The atmosphere thereafter remained calm. Yet Chu Yi had grasped the formidable nature of these top-tier businesswomen. Their initial strike could be devastating. If he were indeed Xin Weiying's boyfriend, the pressure would be overwhelming. Feelings of inferiority, helplessness, and indignation would seize his heart and tear it apart. Lin Shuyan fell silent, and Chu Yi understood that there was something to be said between the mother and daughter. However, the sky was already darkening. Aunt, I must take my leave now. Yueying, my dear, have you forgotten that we have a date later? Do not speak without intention. The term my dear left Chu Yi somewhat bewildered. Was the senior attempting to reclaim her dignity? Lin Shuyan was equally unprepared. She indeed had matters to discuss with her daughter, but it appeared that a more opportune moment was required. Since you have plans, I shall not intrude upon your youthful escapades. Xiaoya, I will reside in that old villa for a few days. Chu Yi observed that the senior's parents were exceptionally indulgent towards her. Yet, this indulgence seemed to stem from a sense of indebtedness. He couldn't help but ponder how these parents had wronged their daughter. As Lin Shuyan prepared to depart, Shun Yueying accompanied her to the car, simultaneously sending a message to her father. Upon her return, she brewed a pot of tea, and they settled on the sofa to savor it slowly. The amber tea was initially bitter to the taste, followed by a delightful sweetness. Suddenly, the vibration of a phone signaled a message. Chu Yi instinctively sensed the shift in the atmosphere beside him. The person next to him appeared lost and sorrowful after reading the message. Xin Yueying extinguished her phone screen and said to Chu Yi, "Let us depart." "Where to?" he inquired. "To a beautiful place." As night enveloped the sky, the city lights twinkled like stars. The bustling traffic appeared to be heading homeward. Yet a lone red sports car ventured onto the opposite lane, seemingly fleeing from the vibrancy of the metropolis. Departing from the lively urban landscape, they drove towards the suburbs. Xin Yueying refused to disclose their destination, but Chu Yi found the mystery rather pleasant. The interior of the car was tranquil, as if only the two of them existed in the world. The destination was inconsequential. What mattered was their togetherness. After approximately an hour, the vehicle followed the winding road to a flat mountain summit. A considerable gathering had already formed, with numerous cameras set up, seemingly awaiting a rare spectacle. The moment Chu Yi stepped out of the car, he beheld the resplendent starry sky, a sight absent in the city. He began to comprehend Xin Yueying's choice to bring him here. It was indeed breathtaking. Chu Yi sighed in admiration. Xin Yueying softly remarked, "This is merely the prelude. Tonight, A periodic meteor shower will occur, an event that happens once every 80 years. In one's lifetime, there is but one chance to witness it. According to the official forecast, it will arrive around 10 o'clock. Chu Yi nodded, gazing up at the vast, brilliant cosmos, feeling a profound sense of insignificance. The challenges and setbacks that once seemed monumental paled in comparison to the grandeur of the universe. The weight beneath the starry sky was far from dull. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the horizon, enchanting all who beheld it. The meteor shower had commenced, with one dazzling meteor after another carving their paths across the night, transforming the sky into a magnificent tapestry, akin to the finest work of the heavens. The beauty captivated everyone present. At that moment, a melodious voice emerged. Chu Yi, make a wish. If the shooting star cannot grant your wish, then I shall assist you. Chapter 58. Everlasting joy. The night sky was adorned with an increasing number of brilliant meteors. This extraordinary meteor shower, a spectacle occurring once every 80 years, was truly magnificent. However, Chu Yi's gaze was fixed upon the woman who had once redeemed him. Despite the meteors falling and being missed, she seemed enveloped in a sanctified glow. Beyond her breathtaking beauty, there lingered an air of persistent melancholy. She, too, was gazing at him. My wish is simple. What is it? Chu Yi averted his gaze from her, lifting his eyes to the streaks of shimmering meteors that traversed the sky. Their abundance instilled a belief that wishes made in this moment would surely come to fruition. I hope, Senior, you will be forever happy. Upon hearing this wish, Shen Yueying regarded the man before her with her enchanting, glistening eyes for a considerable time. She then turned her gaze toward the resplendent night sky. It seemed she had received the answer she sought, yet simultaneously, it felt elusive. As she watched the myriad meteors, she silently made a beautiful and simple wish within her heart. The two stood side by side atop the flat mountain peak, reveling in a rare and magnificent vista that would be difficult to encounter again in this lifetime. All worries dissipated like the meteors above. Shen Yueying cast aside the text message from her mother, while Chu Yi remained unconcerned about what tomorrow held. In this moment, they were unbound by any constraints. During their reverie, amidst the crowd of spectators, someone produced a ring and knelt on one knee to propose to their partner. Thus, this meteor shower bore witness to a blossoming love. Approximately 2 hours later, the brilliant meteors dwindled in number. Shen Yueying felt a pang of disappointment akin to the end of a beautiful performance. The more exquisite the experience, the shorter its duration. Yet, when she noticed Chu Yi still by her side, all negative emotions gradually faded away. On the return journey, Chu Yi took the wheel, while Shen Yueying sat in the passenger seat. In the dead of night, the roads were nearly deserted. Senior, Chu Yi called out, but received no reply. A glance to the side revealed that she had unknowingly fallen asleep. He unconsciously eased off the accelerator. Eventually, the red sports car returned to the bustling metropolis of Tianhai City, where the once clear roads began to reveal an array of traffic lights. Upon arriving at the two-story apartment, he observed the sleeping Shen Yueying, uncertain whether to rouse her. Chu Yi temporarily abandoned that thought, choosing instead to sit quietly in the car. The city's lights were too bright, obscuring the beautiful starry sky. These past few hours had been so dreamlike, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Slowly, Shen Yueying's beautiful eyes fluttered open. She had drifted off while watching Chu Yi's focused profile as he drove, finding an unusual sense of security in his presence that allowed her to relax and depend on him. Senior, we have arrived home. Her voice, still tinged with sleep and natural allure, was particularly melodious. She glanced at her phone, realizing it was the dead of night. It's too late for you to drive this car home. Chu Yi was taken aback by how unexpectedly generous Shen Yueying was towards him, allowing him to borrow a car worth millions without hesitation. No need. There are ride-hailing services available late at night. Upon witnessing his resolute refusal, Shen Yueying recalled the wisdom imparted by literature. In a relationship where the woman is dominant and the man is submissive, it is paramount to consider the male's sense of dignity. During dinner, her mother had deliberately broached the topic of their disparities. It was only natural for him to resist her material assistance. Hence, Shen Yueying chose to refrain from mentioning the matter further. Allowing Chu Yi to guide the car into the garage. I shall fetch your coat, she offered. The evening had unfolded with its share of twists and turns, encompassing both delightful and disheartening moments, beginning with Yang Feng and Lin Shuiyin, and culminating in a breathtaking meteor shower. Chu Yi nearly lost sight of the reason for his visit. Before long, the long-lost coat was returned to its rightful owner. How much longer until the ride-sharing vehicle arrives? Chu Yi inquired, her concern evident, for the bustling metropolis boasted an exceptionally advanced service industry, with ride-hailing options available around the clock. 2 minutes, came the reply. Senior, aren't you tired? You should return to rest. I can wait with you, he offered. Beneath the streetlights, their shadows intertwined in the solitude of the city. Chu Yi glanced at the paper bag in his hand, within which the coat lay neatly folded. A question surfaced in his mind. When Lu Hao traveled, did his girlfriend assist him in packing his suitcase and folding his clothes? As anticipated, the ride-hailing vehicle arrived punctually. A common electric car pulled up. The street now devoid of other people. The driver halted directly before them. Senior, I must take my leave. Send me a message when you arrive home, Chu Yi said, momentarily taken aback by the farewell. All right, he replied. Once in the car, he observed through the rearview mirror as Chu Yi receded into the distance. An inexplicable sensation stirring within him. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with your girlfriend? The late-night ride-hailing driver proved more talkative than during the day, for silence often invites drowsiness. Half an hour later, he finally returned home, where his parents were already asleep. He tiptoed upstairs and promptly messaged Chu Yi. Home now. Good night. His urgency stemmed from a desire to ensure she was not left waiting, as it was already 1:30 in the morning. Surely she must be asleep by now, having dozed off in the car. Yet, the anticipated 2 words arrived nonetheless. Good night. For reasons unknown. Chu Yi felt an overwhelming urge to respond, yet ultimately opted against it. Instead, he opened his photo album to peruse the images of the meteor shower. Having captured numerous shots during those 2 hours, he selected the most striking one to share on social media, commemorating this unforgettable evening. At 7:30 the following morning, Chu Yi rose early, for she was to return home. The crimson sports car glided into the prestigious Jiaoshan Villa district, where the security personnel offered no hindrance. Inside the expansive villa, she found no sign of her father. Lin Shuyan awaited her return for breakfast. Mom, she greeted. Shall you sit beside me? A variety of exquisite pastries were served by the maids. Once seated, Chu Yi remarked, Shall you, haven't you always dreamed of studying abroad at a prestigious business school? Yesterday, your father and I had a conversation regarding this matter. Chapter 59. Something more important whether it is I or your father. We will ultimately entrust our lifelong efforts into your hands. If you aspire to attend a prestigious university, we wholeheartedly support you. The arrangements for studying abroad are nearly complete. Now, there remains only a graduation ceremony, which is somewhat superfluous. Why not acclimatize yourself to the overseas environment sooner? Since receiving her mother's message to return home last night, Chu Yi knew she would inevitably confront this issue. Mother, I have other considerations regarding this matter. Xiaoya, do you intend to forsake your dreams for the sake of a so-called love? Lin Shuyan's face revealed disappointment. I confess, during your childhood, I, as your mother, did not fulfill my responsibilities, often preoccupied with company affairs and neglecting companionship. However, in pivotal choices, I have an obligation to oversee. I see no reason for you to remain in the country. Studying abroad is your aspiration and our expectation, a situation that all 3 parties welcome. As for the interests of outsiders, I do not concern myself with them. Moreover, love is often transient. Yet, the realization of your ideals will benefit you for a lifetime. You must adhere to the arrangements. This is my intent as well as your father's. There is no room for negotiation. Lin Shuyan recalled certain past events. During her university years, she had developed a fondness for someone by chance, yet that person was already in a relationship. She held her pride, and thus it came to nothing. However, after graduation, that individual contacted her, seeking to meet under the guise of friendship, hoping to leverage the Lin family's projects. Lin Shuyan could never forget that sycophantic demeanor. She couldn't help but wonder why she had ever been enamored with such a person. It was truly laughable. It turned out that what was called a heart flutter or love was merely that. Money would tear away its deceptive fade. Now, her daughter was treading the same path. Naturally, Lin Shuyan would not sit idly by. If necessary, she would employ certain measures. Once her daughter encountered a broader world and better individuals, she would surely relinquish her obsessions. Indeed, in Lin Shuyan's eyes, Chu Yi's family background was entirely unworthy of her daughter. Before meeting Chu Yi, Chu Yi's life plans had indeed been thus. Yet, it seemed she had discovered something more significant. Mother, I wish to stay. Xiaoya, what remarkable qualities does he possess that justify such a tremendous sacrifice on your part? I do not agree, nor would your father. The mother-daughter conversation ended on a discordant note. Before Shen Yueying departed, Lin Shuiyin imparted a final remark. If you do not consider yourself, at least think of him. I am uncertain how your father will react upon learning of this decision. Last night's turmoil extended into the early hours, and Chu Yi nearly missed his 8 a.m. class. The cicadas in the trees on campus added a layer of irritation to the sweltering summer. The classes missed during the holidays seemed endless, one after another. Some dormitories have taken to collectively indulging in afternoon naps, especially with exams looming next week. The joy that university students experienced during their holidays now translates into profound anguish. After finishing his lunch in the cafeteria, Chu Yi received a message from Ning Mingyao. Junior, could you please assist in organizing books in the club activity room? I can't manage it alone. Sure. In truth, even without her request, he intended to go to the activity room. Upon arriving, he found Shen Yueying was also present, though she seemed preoccupied, gazing blankly out the window. After witnessing the dazzling meteor shower last night, shouldn't she be filled with joy? Why, then, did she appear more sorrowful? It was peculiar that in recent days, the two often encountered each other outside the club. Senior, which books need organizing? He inquired. As he worked, Chu Yi realized that Ning was likely trying to gather the club members. He settled into his spot, relishing the tranquility of the afternoon, accompanied by the persistent sound of cicadas outside. The graduation ceremony for the seniors seemed just around the corner, and once they left campus, such scenes would never recur. He took out his phone, wishing to capture this afternoon. Junior, are you taking a picture of me? Ning Mingyao noticed his subtle action. No worries. I'll be staying here for my graduate studies. We'll still see each other. But you, Senior Shen, will soon be studying abroad. It might be difficult for you to see her again. Would you like to take a few photos with her? Perhaps. Staying in the country isn't such a bad option. At that moment, the silent Shen Yueying spoke up. Yet Ning Mingyao seemed to have heard something astonishing. Hadn't her close friend planned for this journey for quite some time? Why the sudden change of heart? And at such a crucial moment? Was it still possible to backtrack? Wasn't all prior preparation in vain? Chu Yi had an inkling that Shen's words were somehow directed at him. The lunch break was brief, and he left with this lingering question. Little did he know, someone would soon provide him with an answer, albeit a heavy truth. At 6 in the evening, Lin Shuiyin called, identifying herself and inviting him to meet at a CAF near Tianhai University. After much deliberation, Chu Yi decided to accept the invitation. Upon arriving at the CAF, he spotted Lin Shuiyin immediately. The beauty of both mother and daughter was striking. Hello, Auntie. The two sat across from one another as Chu Yi ordered a latte. Lin Shuiyin took a sip of her coffee and then asked, Do you believe love makes one better or worse? Chu Yi was puzzled by her question. He found her more enigmatic than Xin Juanhao. At least the business legend was straightforward when they met. Lin Shuiyin's intentions were inscrutable. Better, I suppose, he offered optimistically. Yet, I believe that the love between you and my daughter is not as you describe. Chu Yi maintained his composure, but Lin Shuiyin's subsequent words shattered his calm. Yuing, for your sake, relinquished her original life plans and forsook the opportunity for further studies abroad. What could be a more eloquent expression of this sacrifice? Chapter 60. The moon's thoughts. As you aptly stated, love has the power to elevate one's essence. Yet, at this moment, you stand as the most formidable stumbling block on the path of Yu Ying's life. Truly, as a meticulous businessman, your very first utterance to Chu Yi was a calculated trap. Spare my daughter, and release yourself as well. You exist in entirely different realms. Your lives merely intersected due to Tianhai University. Observe, when the traffic light outside turns red, tens of thousands of vehicles come to a halt alongside millions of luxury sports cars. After the 30 seconds of the red light elapse, one set heads towards the urban village, while another departs for the upscale villa district. Lin Shuiyin seems intent on utterly dismantling Chu Yi's self-esteem. If you are determined to retain Yu Ying in the name of love, obstructing her pursuit of a brighter future and her aspirations, then your feelings cannot be deemed love at all. They are merely the selfish clutches of possessiveness. To my mind, true love is unconditional and selfless. Of course, I shall offer you compensation. Feel free to express any demands you may have. Lin Shuiyin gazed at Chu Yi, patiently awaiting his terms. She believed he would not let this opportunity slip away. When something is lost, one must act swiftly to mitigate the damage, an unmistakable merchant's mindset. However, after an extended silence, Chu Yi remained mute, seemingly ensnared in a tumult of emotions. Observing his demeanor, Lin Shuiyin rose to depart. She was confident that Chu Yi's ensuing self-doubt would ultimately defeat him, leaving him devoid of the courage to keep her daughter. Moreover, her assertions were not without merit. Love is a catalyst for a beautiful life, not a hindrance that obstructs one from pursuing their dreams. Surely, this silence is indicative of his internal struggle. Inside the CAF, patrons came and went. Chu Yi lingered in his seat for an extended period. "Sir, it is now 9:50. In 10 minutes, we shall close." A staff member cautiously approached to inform him. While serving coffee, he had caught fragments of Lin Shuyan's discourse and paid close attention. Thus, a narrative of a poor young man enamored with a wealthy woman began to unfold before him. In truth, the woman's attire revealed her affluent background. She barely sipped her coffee before losing interest, likely unaccustomed to such an establishment. After quietly absorbing the conversation, the staff member felt a pang of sorrow for the stranger before him. The disparity between their families, the pressure exerted by the young woman's mother, and the prospect of her studying abroad all pointed towards a complete severance from each other's lives. The once cherished memories would be relegated to mere dreams. Sigh. The staff member even wondered if urging him to leave was excessively cruel. Yet, he too had to close for the day. The world is rife with such unavoidable circumstances. "Forgive me. I shall take my leave now," Chu Yi murmured, awakening from his reverie. He settled the bill and rose to depart. The staff member watched as his solitary figure faded into the street. At 10 o'clock, a steady flow of traffic still occupied the roads, while the pedestrians on the streets had thinned considerably. Chu Yi was taken aback that his senior would forego the opportunity to pursue further studies at a prestigious business school for his sake. Throughout the 6 months in the club, he had often heard Ning Mingyao lamenting how soon she would no longer see her dear friend. Typically, at such moments, Shen Yueying would reassure her, stating that she would always return to China. Chu Yi was well aware of the time and effort his senior had dedicated to preparing for studying abroad. Who could have anticipated that she would sacrifice her aspirations for him? When had she begun to harbor feelings for him? Was it when she felt vulnerable in the infusion hall? Or during those late-night moments when he heard her calling, urging him to administer her medication? Who wouldn't he desire to keep that glimmer of salvation close? Chu Yi was no exception. Yet, he found himself unable to feel joy. Why must this love come at the expense of another's dreams? In his heart, Shen Yueying had always epitomized nobility and elegance, akin to the moon in the sky, unbound by any constraints. Could he truly allow his selfish desires to keep her by his side? Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to familiar streets. Upon opening the door to his home, he was greeted by the warm glow of lights. Lu Wei sat on the living room sofa, watching television, seemingly waiting for him. "Xiaoyi, have you had dinner outside?" "No." Chu Yi found himself incapable of lying to his mother. "Then let me heat up some food for you." Moments later, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, steamed ribs, and minced eggplant was laid out on the dining table. This was his family, relatively ordinary yet beautiful. "Mom, is there something on your mind?" "It's nothing." He forced himself to eat a few bites before clearing the table and heading upstairs. Lu Wei watched her son retreating with an air of deep contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. Chu Yi stood before the window in his room, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, partially obscured by clouds. His phone buzzed in his pocket. As he glanced at the caller ID, a mix of excitement and melancholy surged within him. Yet, his subconscious compelled him to answer the call. "Hello, senior. It's so late. Are you still awake?" Just moments ago, Shen Juanhao and Lin Shuyan had taken turns speaking with her, delivering their final ultimatum. Burdened by immense pressure, Shen Yueying longed to hear Chu Yi's voice, leading to this late-night phone call. "I can't sleep because of some thoughts weighing on my mind." At that moment, both of them inadvertently gazed at the same moon in the sky. The line was quiet, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Reminiscent of that night, when the ailing Shen Yueying lay in bed. Although she couldn't see Chu Yi sleeping on the floor, she felt an unusual sense of security. Perhaps one day in the future, they would not only long for each other's company, but even the simple act of sharing their thoughts through the moonlight would seem like a distant luxury. On the other side of the ocean, where day and night were reversed, Chu Yi gazed at the moon above, resolute in his decision. "Senior," his words, just beginning to take form, were interrupted by Shen Yueying. "Chu Yi, I owe you a journey. I had intended to repay you in the future, but now it seems I do not have much time left. Let us depart. We shall set off tomorrow." Chu Yi understood that she wished to repay what she owed him, yet he had never felt that Shen Yueying owed him anything at all. "Senior, have you changed your mind? That is quite well. I wish you a future that flourishes." Chu Yi found it difficult to articulate his current emotions, Perhaps he felt a tinge of happiness. If he could sever the ties that bound Xin Yuany's heart, allowing her to pursue her dreams without a care, he would gladly accompany her on this journey. Very well. I shall take a leave of absence now. Where to? To the South Island. The call fell into a silence once more, yet neither party wished to hang up. They quietly listened to each other's breathing, as if the other were right beside them. Occasionally, her voice would call his name, to which Chu Yi would respond softly. When he addressed her as senior, Xin Yuanying would likewise reply. Who can fathom the moon's thoughts? Perhaps it too yearns to be embraced by a lover's warm arms, rather than hanging lonely in the cold night sky. Chapter 61. The final journey. In the early morning, with a heart full of thoughts, Chu Yi awoke early. His phone had run out of battery and shut down. He could not recall when he had ended the call last night. Perhaps he had never truly hung up. A multitude of memories flooded his mind, ensnaring him in the vast web of life. He felt an unwillingness to move. However, he and Xin Yuanying had made plans the previous evening and purchased tickets. A flight from Tianhai City to Nandao was scheduled for 10 o'clock. Chu Yi charged his phone, and shortly after it powered on, he received a message from Xin Yuanying. Are you awake? Please come pick me up once you've packed your bags. I'll be waiting at home. By the way, there's no need to ring the doorbell. Remember the key I gave you last time. Looking at the brief messages, he replied simply, okay. He promptly proceeded to wash up and pack his belongings. A man's luggage typically consists of clothing and identification, requiring little time to prepare. A single backpack would suffice. As he opened the drawer, he discovered a beautiful satin hair tie and an album. Resting on the album was a key tied with a red string. He held the key for a long moment before pocketing it. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he set off. Arriving at the two-story apartment, Chu Yi recalled Xin Yuanying's instructions. He refrained from ringing the doorbell and instead retrieved the key, inserting it into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door swung open with a soft click. It was a peculiar sensation, as if the door led into someone else's world, granting him the privilege to enter. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the familiar sight of a dining table, a refrigerator, the kitchen, and a sofa. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he pondered whether, after his senior's departure abroad, she would sell this house. The new owner would undoubtedly erase all traces of its current layout, rendering their shared moments confined to memory. Ascending the staircase, he effortlessly arrived at the master bedroom. A delightful figure was busy within. Today, Xin Yuanying appeared different. Her long hair was casually tied up, showcasing her innate elegance in full bloom. Yet, her attire diverged from her usual sophisticated style, consisting of everyday loungewear that radiated maturity and intellect. The soft fabric accentuated her graceful curves, lending her an air of authenticity. She seemed less like the daughter of the Shen family and more like a university student preparing for a trip with her boyfriend. Need any help? He inquired. I'm almost finished packing. Xin Yuanying shut her suitcase and turned to look at Chu Yi. Is that all your luggage? Just that one backpack? Aside from 2 outfits, you have little else to take. Well, we can buy whatever we need when we get there. Mr. Chu, please pay attention to your collar, she added. Stepping closer, with her flawless, delicate hands, she carefully adjusted his collar, her tone reminiscent of a couple in love. The young woman, unable to chastise her careless boyfriend, opted instead for a tone laced with affection as she gently reminded him. The proximity between them allowed Chu Yi to catch a whiff of her distinct and enchanting fragrance. During their first encounter when Xin Yuanying adjusted his collar, he had felt little. Yet now, her delicate hands, imbued with infinite tenderness, brushed against his heart. The senior before him seemed transformed from the person he had spoken to on the phone the previous night. She appeared genuinely eager for this journey, which lent it a sense of significance. A satisfied glimmer danced in Xin Yuanying's captivating eyes. They closed the apartment windows and conducted a thorough check of the utilities before setting off. Chu Yi assisted her with the luggage, which she accepted without hesitation. Upon arriving at Tianhai Airport, they navigated through the processes of obtaining boarding passes, security checks, and baggage handling. Once the necessary procedures were completed, Xin Yuanying and Chu Yi found themselves seated in the waiting area, gazing out through the glass at the colossal aircraft outside. Among them was a blue-painted plane, part of the Southern Island tourism route. Chu Yi couldn't help but feel the capriciousness of fate. He had aspired to visit Spring City but had been unable to do so, only to embark on a journey to the Southern Island instead, a path entirely different from what he had envisioned. Nevertheless, their emotions mirrored one another. We are going on a vacation, so let's try to be a bit more cheerful, shall we? A melodious voice chimed in his ear. It was said that the waters of the southern island were far clearer than those of Tianhai City. Sun Yueying was aware that her mother had approached Chu Yi the night before, and she could easily guess the nature of their conversation. Yet, she wished to avoid bringing up such matters during their trip, hoping instead to create beautiful memories in the time that remained. She had her own plans, and she hoped they would come to fruition. Chu Yi set aside all his worries as the boarding time approached. Travelers began to board through the jet bridge. Their tickets, booked together by Sun Yueying, placed them in the cramped economy class. Concerned that she might find it uncomfortable, Chu Yi asked, "Senior, would you like to upgrade to first class?" However, Sun Yueying merely shook her head. "Flying in economy is sufficient to reach our destination. Chu Yi, I am not overly concerned about such matters." As the plane taxied down the runway and increased speed, the noise of the engines subtly drowned out her last words. Chu Yi failed to catch them. The powerful thrust propelled the aircraft into the sky, enveloped in clouds, allowing them to leave behind their troubles in Tianhai City. Once the flight stabilized, Chu Yi felt a familiar sensation on his shoulder as Sun Yueying nestled against him, her beautiful eyes closed. Before long, amidst the loud roar of the engines, she drifted into slumber. Chu Yi sensed that the young woman beside him was leaning on him with a dependency reminiscent of her illness. Was this due to it being their final journey together? The flight attendant made her rounds, inquiring about the passengers' meal preferences. When she reached Chu Yi, he gestured for silence. The attendant understood and even brought a thin blanket. Chu Yi gently draped the blanket over Sun Yueying. Throughout the flight, his gaze often returned to her, with occasional glances out at the clouds beyond the window. The flight attendant passed by once more, asking the passengers if they desired any beverages. With a faint sigh, one cannot help but admire how stunning Chu Yi's girlfriend is. It is well known that the aviation industry is never devoid of beauty. A 3-hour flight, for those in slumber, passes in the blink of an eye. Upon awakening, Sun Yueying found herself enveloped in a blanket, beside the one she had longed for. She wished fervently that time could freeze in this very moment. Chapter 62. The Summer Queen. The air of the southern island was imbued with the scent of the sea. Beneath the azure sky and cotton-white clouds, the beach and ocean sprawled before them, framed by the shadows of swaying palm trees. The resort hotel, booked by Chu Yi, was conveniently situated not far from the shoreline. Upon disembarking from their flight, they promptly hailed a taxi to their destination. As they drew back the curtains of their room's floor-to-ceiling windows, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The sea and sky exhibited an exquisite clarity of blue, while the beach glimmered like golden satin under the sun's warm embrace. The sight was utterly refreshing to the spirit. After a moment of appreciation, Chu Yi resolved to visit the adjacent room to find Sun Yueying. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered her. Both had missed the in-flight meal and felt a pang of hunger. However, they were not inclined to dine at the hotel. To travel without seeking out local delicacies and experiencing the culture would be akin to merely changing one's sleeping quarters. Chu Yi and Sun Yueying ventured to a nearby bustling street. "Senior, what would you like to eat?" he inquired. "Anything except spicy," she replied, effortlessly linking her arm with his. The street was teeming with tourists, a vibrant throng, and many couples were seen ambling about. To onlookers, Chu Yi and Sun Yueying appeared as just another pair among the legion of love-struck couples. As they strolled, the enticing aroma wafting from a quaint noodle shop captivated Sun Yueying. "Shall we try this place?" she suggested. "Certainly," he agreed. The establishment's decor was somewhat antiquated, yet cleanliness was evidently prioritized. Sun Yueying's discerning eye proved accurate. The noodles were firm and the broth rich without being overwhelming. Remarkably, a single bowl alleviated the fatigue brought on by their journey. While settling the bill, the proprietress engaged Chu Yi in conversation. "Young man, your girlfriend is truly lovely. Nowadays, most girls flock to that upscale restaurant down the street. It's rare to find one who would enjoy a bowl of ramen that costs just a few dollars. Cherish her well," she advised earnestly. Nodding in acknowledgement, he paid 30 yuan. Turning back, he noticed Sun Yueying patiently awaiting him. Her presence oddly mismatched with the slightly worn eatery, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming amidst a field of yellowed grass. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He ought to have taken her to that high-end restaurant instead. "Shall we go?" he suggested. What did the proprietress say? Sun Yueying quietly relinked her arm with his, her affectionate gesture eliciting envy from passers-by. "Do you want the truth or a lie?" he teased. "Of course. I want the truth," she replied with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Summarizing the proprietress's words, Chu Yi remarked, "She told me to bring you back next year." He anticipated a silent response from Sun Yueying, yet was taken aback by the radiant smile that illuminated her face. "That sounds wonderful," she exclaimed, her enthusiastic reply leaving Chu Yi pondering the true nature of their journey. Was this a final farewell, or merely a date? All he knew was that the enchanting woman linking arms with him was Qingmei. Following this, they began to procure some vacation essentials, such as swimwear and sunscreen. Purchasing sunscreen was a straightforward affair, but when it came time to select swimwear, as Chu Yi gazed at the men seated on the bench by the entrance, he realized that although the women's swimwear boutique bore no sign, there must be an unspoken rule permitting only female entry. With a charming smile, Shun Yueying leaned closer to him, whispering softly in his ear, "Junior, would you like to see your senior in a swimsuit?" Chu Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. Her alluring whisper sent a shiver coursing through him, as if an electric current had surged throughout his body. It suddenly dawned on him that it had been quite a while since Shun Yueying had referred to him as junior. The intentional mention amidst such ambiguous words evoked a feeling that was difficult to articulate. He had witnessed Shun Yueying's most vulnerable moments, as well as her gentle side. And now he was discovering yet another facet of her allure, her beguiling femininity. Each aspect of her was irresistibly captivating, leaving him utterly defenseless. Was this how mature and sophisticated seniors skillfully handled their younger juniors? Perhaps there was a hint of expectation. Noticing Chu Yi's body tense with anticipation, Shun Yueying, in a buoyant mood, released his arm and stepped into the boutique. Chu Yi found a seat, observing the other men eagerly awaiting their girlfriends or wives. The echoes of Shun Yueying's words lingered in his ears. He had thought that Ning Jie, who often teased him, had desensitized him to such matters. Yet Shun Yueying's words were of an entirely different caliber. They floated in his mind like a delicate feather, playfully teasing his thoughts. Shun Yueying returned in about 5 minutes, not wanting him to wait too long, and handed him 2 paper bags. The dynamic between a senior and junior was indeed a striking contrast. In the end, she accompanied Chu Yi to purchase a pair of swim trunks, ensuring he had everything he needed for their hotel stay as they prepared to enjoy the beach. In their hotel room, Chu Yi gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the ocean and beach. This was undoubtedly the finest beach on the southern island. Yet, even in the face of such breathtaking beauty, his heart was already stirred by a certain captivating woman. His phone vibrated with a message, "Junior, come here." Those 6 short words sparked a flurry of imagination. Chu Yi approached the adjacent room, discovering the door unlocked. As he turned the doorknob, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure gazing out the window. Upon hearing the sound, Shun Yueying turned around and, with poise, inquired, "Is it beautiful?" Before him stood a stunning beauty, her swimsuit modest yet alluring. Her enchanting visage and swan-like neck were enough to mesmerize anyone. Furthermore, her originally noble and charming demeanor was accentuated by a hint of sensuality. Her skin glowed like fresh snow, and her tall, perfect curves resembled distant springtime mountains. The long legs, previously concealed beneath a flowing dress, appeared like flawless works of art. Feeling a warmth rise in his cheeks, Chu Yi, somewhat flustered, replied, "Senior, perhaps you should change into another outfit. Is it that you do not wish for others to see me in this swimsuit?" She teased. "Very well, I shall change." Shun Yueying smiled, seemingly quite pleased with Chu Yi's demeanor. Who among women does not wish for their beauty to captivate the heart of their beloved? Chu Yi let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps, as his senior had suggested, he truly did not want others to behold her exquisite and alluring form. When Shun Yueying emerged once more, she had donned a more modest swimsuit, concealing even her jade-like, beautiful back. Yet, her beauty remained unassailable. It dawned on Chu Yi, albeit belatedly, that the previous swimsuit had been chosen specifically for his eyes, while this was the attire she had intended to wear in public. On the beach, families were enjoying their outings, parents accompanying children as they built sandcastles, and couples basking in sweet affection. Those who chose to visit during this time were largely from affluent families, their appearances strikingly appealing. However, upon Shun Yueying's arrival, she became the undeniable focal point of the beach, radiating an aura akin to a summer queen, noble and sensuous. Her snow-white skin, kissed by the sun, bore no blemish. After selecting an ideal spot, Chu Yi ventured to the rental shop to procure a sunshade and beach chairs, along with some refreshments. However, just as he completed his transaction, he noticed Shun Yueying seemed to be in a bit of a predicament. A man had approached her, exhibiting a rather insistent demeanor. Despite Shun Yueying's already frosty expression, he hurried over. "Hey, you forgot your things." The shopkeeper called after him, but he paid no mind. Upon seeing Chu Yi approach, Shun Yueying's beautiful eyes sparkled. If you wish for my contact information, you may ask my boyfriend. The man, noticing Chu Yi's taller stature, greater handsomeness, and well-defined abs, wore a dejected expression. My apologies for the interruption, he muttered, retreating hastily. Height, it seems, served as a natural deterrent. Are you all right, senior? Chu Yi inquired. I'm fine, Shen Yuing replied, relishing the sensation of being protected. Chu Yi resolved that from this moment forth, Shen Yuing should not stray a step from his side. Such a stunning beauty was not suited for public venues. He grasped her wrist and led her back to the rental shop to collect their belongings. Shen Yuing offered no resistance, remaining by his side like a couple deeply in love. Their footprints marked the sand, a testament to their togetherness. They first set up the sunshade and then unfolded the beach chairs, placing chilled coconut juice on the small table. Facing the sea, the azure waters mirrored the sky. Just this moment alone was worth a 3-hour flight. Shall we not swim? Shen Yuing queried, noticing how closely Chu Yi adhered to her side, despite his evident desire to dive into the waves. Do not worry about me. If anyone else approaches, I shall inform them that I already have a boyfriend. If they persist, I will call your name, and you can come to my rescue. Let us go together, Chu Yi urged. Shen Yuing, sensing his concern, indulgently replied. Very well. The cool, crystal-clear waters exuded a refreshing chill, making the summer heat merely a background accompaniment. Chu Yi felt as though Shen Yuing resembled the legendary mermaid queen. In the shimmering expanse of the ocean lies the most exquisite scenery. They arrived late today, and after a day of revelry, the sun began its descent. Yet, the number of people on the beach only seemed to increase. The setting sun, like molten gold, cast a resplendent glow upon the cerulean waves. At this moment, the beauty of heaven and earth reached its zenith, enchanting everyone present. Chu Yi, Shen Yuing turned her head, and coincidentally, Chu Yi did the same. The distance that once separated them vanished, their gazes intertwining, enveloping the atmosphere in an inexplicable allure. The sudden hint of intimacy quickened Chu Yi's heartbeat, and Shen Yuing felt the same. The sunset and the sea faded from their minds, leaving only the two of them in focus. Chu Yi, unable to resist, inched closer, so near that they could feel each other's breath. Shen Yuing's breath became erratic, and the delicate blush on her enchanting face rivaled the most beautiful hues of the sunset. As the space between them dwindled, she gently closed her captivating eyes, opening her heart to Chu Yi. Chapter 63. Flowers falling in the wind. The setting sun cast a golden glow over everything on the beach, enveloping the atmosphere in a romantic ambience as the couple approached an inevitable moment. With her eyes closed, Shen Yuing felt completely surrounded by Chu Yi's presence. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, a kiss would descend upon her. Suddenly, an innocent voice of a young girl shattered the perfect moment. The little girl, wielding a toy shovel to build a sandcastle, pointed at them and exclaimed, "Mommy, look at those brother and sister over there. Are they kissing? Are they the ones who made a promise to be together forever?" "Hush!" The young mother quickly signaled for the girl to be quiet. Shen Yuing attempted to turn her head, but inadvertently miscalculated, accidentally kissing the corner of Chu Yi's mouth. This unexpected kiss, like petals gently falling from a branch onto the water's surface, created ripples that spread outward. After they parted, both reached for the now warm coconut juice, their gazes wandering. The sensation of their lips seemed to have left an indelible mark upon their hearts, fiery in its intensity. Even the typically poised and graceful Shen Yuing felt a tinge of shyness. Regrettably, Chu Yi did not turn to admire the allure of his senior, which rivaled even the resplendent sea. After witnessing the sunset over the ocean, the crowd on the beach began to disperse. After dinner, Shen Yuing suggested they venture to the next scenic spot to hike and witness the sunrise. Chu Yi did not decline. The tourism industry on the southern island was thriving, with tour buses still departing on schedule even at night. As Chu Yi sat on the bus, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside the window, he felt as though he and Shen Yuing were akin to a pair of lovers afflicted by a terminal illness, unaccepted by the world and racing against time. His senior seemed determined to accompany him through what felt like a lifetime in just a few days, witnessing the sunset and then the sunrise. This urgent itinerary made him feel as if Shen Yuing could vanish from his life at any moment. The bus, shrouded in darkness, did not illuminate the interior, relying solely on the fleeting shadows of lights outside. Was this journey a date or a farewell before the end? In the pitch-black cabin, Shen Yuing seemed to sense Chu Yi's thoughts. Ever so faithfully, she nestled against his shoulder, as if to say, "I will always be by your side." Chu Yi inhaled her unique fragrance, which possessed an inexplicable power that soothed his restless heart. Upon arriving at the new scenic area, only one suite remained available at the hotel at the foot of the mountain. There were no options left. There existed a palpable sense of wariness between men and women. Yet, Shen Yueying harbored complete trust in him. If Chu Yi had wished to take advantage of the situation, he could easily have discarded his pretense during the 3 days of her illness and acted upon his desires. She felt utterly powerless to resist. Yet, Chu Yi committed no wrongful deeds. Thus, they found themselves residing in this suite together. The soft fabric of her nightgown accentuated Shen Yueying's exquisite figure. A woman who is bathed is at her most beautiful. Generally, men do not have the privilege of witnessing them in such a state. Akin to a lotus flower blooming untainted by dust. Chu Yi also took a shower, and the two shared tea on the balcony. As I must rise early tomorrow to ascend the mountain and catch the sunrise, I have brewed a floral tea known for its soothing properties. The orientation of the balcony renders the moon invisible, yet it is more than sufficient. I have meticulously planned this journey. Travelers who have ventured to the South Island unanimously declare that the sunrise at Jiang Mountain is not to be missed. With this cup consumed, I may retire for the night. Shen Yueying gracefully prepares another cup of tea for Chu Yi. Her elegant movements are truly a delight to behold. More significantly, they embody a tender sentiment. Perhaps the sunrise at Jiang Mountain is not as breathtaking as anticipated. It is merely the journey of climbing that lends it an ethereal filter. Senior, this trip will last several days. Whenever you decide to return to Tianhai, we shall return then. What? Are you already weary of my company after just 1 day? Not at all, Chu Yi vehemently denied. Shen Yueying took a delicate sip of her floral tea. The two once again fell into a comfortable silence, devoid of awkwardness. It is a manner of companionship that harmonizes presence with freedom. Such beautiful moments are always fleeting. At 4 in the morning, I must rise to join the throngs on the mountain. Jiang Mountain is relatively forgiving. Some taller peaks demand an ascent in the dead of night. After exchanging goodnights, Chu Yi and Shen Yueying retreated to their respective rooms. Shen Yueying's words, "Whenever you choose to return, we shall return then," completely alleviated his anxiety. Yet, new images danced in his mind. The sensation of that kiss lingered, as if it were still imprinted. It was not the kind of kiss portrayed in films, suffocating and passionate. Rather, it resembled petals swept away by the wind, falling upon the water's surface, creating subtle ripples, yet it remains unforgettable. Chapter 64. A harmonious balance in a long-awaited sense of happiness. Chu Yi succumbed to slumber without the aid of any alcohol, achieving a tranquil sleep. At approximately 3:30 in the morning, the alarm clock roused Shen Yueying and Chu Yi from their dreams. They gathered their essential climbing gear. The matching jackets they had purchased the previous night bore an uncanny resemblance to couples' attire. Upon exiting the hotel, they made their way to the ticket counter, where a throng of travelers awaited, all eager to ascend the mountain and witness the sunrise. Though Jiang Mountain may not boast the fame of other renowned peaks, its imposing form is undeniably striking. The ascent from the base to the summit would take 2 hours. Before them lay an endless expanse of steps. Along the route, some scenic spots had installed solar-powered street lamps, and Chu Yi and his companion had also brought their own headlamps. As was customary, the initial climbers were lively and jovial. But as the journey progressed, their chatter dwindled. In the dimly lit night, Chu Yi and Shen Yueying walked side by side, with someone by his side. The seemingly endless steps became less daunting. While other travelers' enthusiasm transformed into complaints about the distance yet to be covered, they remained serene, even beginning to envision the beauty of the sunrise from the mountain's peak, filled with hope. Unbeknownst to them, their hands intertwined at some point, perhaps when Shen Yueying nearly missed a step, or when Chu Yi slowed down, having initially walked too fast. Regardless, it mattered not. What was significant was their unwavering support for one another, devoid of any blame. Despite fatigue and the countless steps still ahead, they continued to press onward resolutely. After more than an hour of climbing, when they reached the halfway point, Chu Yi noticed Shen Yueying's pace had markedly slowed, her brow furrowed in concern. Initially, he assumed she was simply tired, but her gait suggested a more complex issue. "Senior, what's the matter?" he inquired. "I'm fine. Let us keep moving." "We can't miss the sunrise," she replied. "Let me see your right foot." A man must assert himself when the situation demands it, and Chu Yi executed this well. He crouched down and lifted the hem of Shen Yueying's trousers. Her delicate and slender ankle shimmered under the glow of the headlamp, reminiscent of spring snow. Upon inspection, he discovered that her hiking boots had caused abrasions on her heel, the area stained with flecks of crimson. It remained uncertain whether the shoes were simply too tight or if there was an issue with the material. Continuing on would only exacerbate the wound. Each step would bring pain. "Senior, we just passed the second section of the cable car station. Perhaps we should call it a day, wait for an hour. Watch the sunrise from here, and then take the cable car down. No, she replied resolutely. Chu Yi, I refuse to give up. I made a commitment before coming to climb this mountain. Whether it be wind or rain, I intend to reach the summit. Will you accompany me? In her voice, infused with determination, there was no hint of the pain that had caused her to slow her pace moments before. Chu Yi sighed softly. Having arrived, what else could be done? He bent down, presenting his back to Shen Yueying. Senior, come aboard. I shall carry you. He urged her to ascend slowly, lest they miss the sunrise. Shen Yueying chose not to challenge his excuse. Since her beloved was concerned for her, she would seize the opportunity. Taking 2 steps forward, she wrapped her delicate arms around his neck. Chu Yi felt a wave of fragrant warmth emanating from behind. He quickly steadied his focus and began to walk. Junior, am I heavy? She teased. Heavens, she's calling me Junior again. Not at all. However, Senior, could you refrain from whispering in my ear? At this rate, I shall truly run out of strength. As the saying goes, a good woman does not weigh more than 100. Her slender, graceful form appeared hardly burdensome. Observing the flush on Chu Yi's ears, Shen Yueying's playful spirit was ignited. Yet, being a woman of discernment, she decided to relent. If you tire, simply set me down. Understood? She spoke softly. The fellow travelers witnessed this scene, finding Chu Yi's display of boyfriend prowess commendable as he carried his girlfriend up the mountain. Gradually, Shen Yueying noticed the perspiration glistening on Chu Yi's neck. Chu Yi, let me down. I can walk on my own. She could still manage. After traversing a further stretch, she began to hear his labored breaths. Resolutely, she insisted on descending. However, on the steps, movement was precarious. A misstep could send them both tumbling down. Do not push yourself. My foot is merely a minor issue. I can endure. Her heart ached for Chu Yi, and her tone softened considerably. Senior, I do not understand your determination to reach the summit. Yet, the moment I lifted you onto my back, I felt as if something awaited me at the peak. Soon, we shall arrive. I do not wish to give up now. Trust in me. Chu Yi, accustomed to night runs, regularly tested his limits, circling again and again. In the most arduous moments, his heart raced, and his body felt as if laden with lead. Surrender was but a fleeting thought. Persistence demanded immense willpower. Moreover, they had yet to reach that critical juncture. Chu Yi's resolve resonated authentically within Shen Yueying's heart. At this moment, words felt futile. Perhaps what Chu Yi needed was her support, rather than understanding. Shen Yueying fell silent, resting quietly against his broad back, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She lost track of how many steps they had ascended. Finally, Chu Yi brought Shen Yueying to the mountain summit. She retrieved a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow and offered him a bottle of water, unscrewing the cap. Chu Yi accepted it, gulping it down eagerly. Senior, the horizon is tinged with a pearly white. The sun is about to rise. He was fatigued, yet his voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement. Akin to every traveler who had reached the peak, all feeling a sense of pride in their perseverance. Shen Yueying tucked a few strands of hair, tousled by the mountain breeze, behind her ear. From the moment Chu Yi lifted her into his arms, the purpose of their journey had been fulfilled. The sunrise at Jiao Mountain is undeniably beautiful, yet the essence lies in the company of the one who shares that moment with you. Before long, the first rays of dawn emerged like a sword unsheathed, illuminating the world. From this vantage point, the sea remains visible, distinct from the horizon's sunrise. A breathtaking spectacle of sky and sea harmonizes before one's eyes. After a while, the rosy glow surged forth, and the sun rose majestically from the ocean. In that instant, Chu Yi grasped the distinction between Spring City and South Island. Spring City is a gentle haven, ideal for long-term dwelling, offering solace and healing. In contrast, South Island bestows unforgettable memories that linger for a lifetime. Atop the mountain, some are gazing at the sunrise, while others are admiring those who are captivated by it. Both experiences coexist harmoniously. Chapter 65. What is love? Chu Yi and Shen Yueying gazed at the sunrise for nearly half an hour. The morning sun invariably offers a glimmer of hope, overshadowing the sunset. Their lives were enriched by an unforgettable experience. Within the span of just 24 hours, they had ventured into the sea and ascended mountains, witnessing both dawn and dusk, as if there were no regrets left in this lifetime. On their return journey, there was no need to descend step by step. The cable car would transport the weary travelers to the mountain's base. In the cable car, which held only the two of them, Shen Yueying showed no disdain for the perspiration-soaked Chu Yi, tightly linking her arm with his as they sat down. Let us take a photograph. One must leave a mark after such a journey, she suggested, raising her phone to immortalize the moment with the front camera. In the photograph, the couple donned matching jackets, their striking appearances harmonizing beautifully. If shared online, it would undoubtedly garner a wave of blessings. Chu Yi's gaze wandered slightly, feeling that his senior seemed a touch too close. He sensed emotions he ought not to feel. Once they returned to the hotel suite, the first task was to remove their hiking shoes and jackets, eager to indulge in a refreshing shower. After Chu Yi finished bathing, he noticed that Qingmei had yet to emerge from her room. He ventured outside to procure some antiseptic iodine and band-aids. "Senior," he knocked on the door. "It's not locked. You may come in," a melodious voice floated from within. Receiving her permission, he entered, unaware of the trust she had placed in him. Qingmei was examining her photo album, believing that Chu Yi had climbed the latter part of the mountain without her knowledge. Given that they had risen at 3 in the morning, she thought he should be resting by now. "Aren't you tired?" she inquired. Chu Yi shook his head. "I bought iodine and band-aids. It's best to tend to the blister on my heel. Even if it's minor, it can be uncomfortable while walking." Qingmei felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing his words. Chu Yi tore open the cotton swab packaging, dipped it in iodine, and awaited the lovely figure in her nightgown to extend her foot toward him. It is said that a woman's feet are quite a private part. While on the mountain, Qingmei had given it little thought, but now, in the solitude of a room with a lone man, the circumstances had changed. Nevertheless, she extended her delicate foot, its alabaster arch exquisitely beautiful, a veritable work of art marred only by an injury. Gently, Chu Yi applied the iodine-soaked swab to her wound, opting for the mildest solution among hydrogen peroxide, alcohol, and iodine. Qingmei felt only a slight sting. After disinfecting, he opened the band-aid and carefully covered the wound, his fingers brushing against her skin, causing her to shiver slightly. Once finished, she swiftly withdrew her dainty foot beneath her nightgown, a blush adorning her elegant visage. Chu Yi stifled a yawn, tears welling in his eyes. Carrying someone up a mountain is a purely physical endeavor. Realizing his fatigue, he decided it was best to return to their room for a restful slumber. "Remember to wear looser shoes." "Good night, senior." Chu Yi came to his senses. What a strange thing to say good night so early in the morning. He coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, and didn't he forget to close the door behind him. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a habit of exchanging good nights. Qingmei did not respond. Her face flushed as if she were burning with fever, for reasons unknown. When Chu Yi's fingertips brushed against her foot, an unprecedented sensation swirled within his heart. Chu Yi fell asleep until 4 in the afternoon. Yet this time, he did not experience the loneliness typically brought on by a prolonged nap. He awoke feeling invigorated and stretched languidly. Perhaps, subconsciously, he had already considered Qingmei as a partner. With a partner, one does not feel lonely. After refreshing himself, he emerged from his room, only to find the entire suite enveloped in silence. He knocked on Qingmei's door once more. They had returned from their mountain hike, without having eaten. "Senior?" Still, there was no response. A sense of unease began to stir within him. After knocking 3 times with no reply, he turned the doorknob, only to discover that Qingmei was not in her room at all. He glanced towards the balcony, but the elegant figure he sought was absent from the rattan chair as well. Hastily, he took out his phone to call Qingmei. However, it seemed she was unable to answer at that moment and only replied with a text. "I'm meeting a friend and will return before dark. No need to worry." Chu Yi furrowed his brow at the message. The senior had mentioned that it was her first time visiting the southern island. Furthermore, this sudden change in her behavior did not align with her usual demeanor. If she were indeed meeting a friend, why hadn't she mentioned it in the morning? An instinctive feeling told him that Qingmei was concealing something. After much contemplation, various details began to connect. The senior had taken him to numerous scenic spots, seemingly in a hurry. The unexpected appearance of this friend had prompted her to disregard the blisters on her heels from their hike. She was hiding it from him. If this friend were her parents, everything began to make sense. With this uncertain truth deduced, Chu Yi's heart grew heavy. Whether it was Shen Juanhao or Lin Shuyan, he had engaged in discussions with both. Neither would likely approve of his traveling with Qingmei. He stared at the message on his phone, typing and deleting in the input box, uncertain of what to say. If his suspicions were indeed correct, the senior would undoubtedly be facing immense pressure, and he would be the cause of it all. He typed and deleted again. Ultimately, he sent a simple message: "Where are you now?" Qingmei did not provide an answer, only reiterating that she would return before dark. The vast suite seemed terrifyingly quiet. Yearning and anxiety surged within him like a tidal wave, as if he were frying in hot oil. There were still at least 3 hours until darkness fell. Those 3 hours felt excruciatingly long to Chu Yi. Unable to remain any longer, he took his room card and left the hotel. The streets were abuzz with activity. There were many people, yet none of them were her. Chu Yi was unaware of when Shun Yueying had departed. He contemplated visiting the vicinity of Nandao Airport. Yet he was apprehensive that if he went, his senior would coincidentally return. The notion of missing each other, of waiting, was so exasperating. Exhausted from wandering the streets, he found solace in a dessert shop. This particular seat still afforded him a view of the bustling street outside. "This is from table No. 2. Hurry and take it over," came the hurried instruction. "Stop urging me. I'm as busy as a spinning top. Had I known that following you would lead to such toil, I would never have married you. You're so reluctant to hire another server." The proprietress lamented to her husband. Initially distracted by the scene outside, Chu Yi found himself drawn into the couple's conversation, sparking a cascade of thoughts. What if he had boldly persuaded his senior to stay? After the initial sparks of love faded, if they were to quarrel, would she, like the proprietress before him, come to regret her choices? Would she lament abandoning the dream of studying abroad? And when that time came, how could he possibly atone for the distortion of her life? It seemed that no remedy existed, compared to the uncertainty and instability of being with him. Pursuing her aspirations and attending a prestigious business school was undoubtedly a more favorable path. Chu Yi pondered, what is love, after all? Is it the selfish desire to prevent the one we cherish from becoming better? Perhaps love is about selflessness. In that moment, Chu Yi yearned for Shun Yueying to return, yet simultaneously wished she would not. The dessert the proprietress served him, despite the addition of honey, tasted inexplicably bitter. Chapter 66. A life of ordinary tranquility with you. After a brief respite, Chu Yi emerged from the dessert shop, continuing his aimless stroll along the streets. The once vibrant city now felt hollow, rendered so by the absence of a single individual. As the clock struck 5, then 6, it seemed that Chu Yi had lost his way. He retrieved his phone to activate the navigation system, hastily retracing his steps back to the hotel. She had promised to return before nightfall. Yet, upon arriving breathless and fumbling for his room key, the suite remained as silent as it had been prior to his departure. There was no one inside. Chu Yi stepped onto the balcony, where the sun had begun its descent into twilight. A breathtaking panorama unfurled before him, with clouds dancing in the sky. He wished for time to slow, just a little longer. The grand golden orb sank languidly, an event irretrievable. The world is often filled with facts that exist independently of one's desires, be it matters or people. As seconds ticked away, his phone lay motionless upon the coffee table. No sound of the suite's door creaking open reached his ears. Chu Yi remained there, quietly observing the sun's descent. From its exquisite brilliance to the final glimmers of twilight, and then into complete darkness, the hope within him gradually flickered out. Every situation must reach a conclusion, including this journey. Chu Yi picked up his phone, which had not been silenced, and dialed Shun Yueying's number. Yet, as before, no one answered. A plane soared across the night sky, its navigation lights aglow. Perhaps the senior had already boarded a flight back to Tianhai. This notion surged uncontrollably within him. It turned out he was not as carefree as he had envisioned. The inevitable conclusion, foreseen countless times in his mind, echoed. The senior studying abroad was indeed a splendid choice, enhancing her life. Why, then, did sorrowful waves incessantly crash against his reason? "Sorry. The number you have dialed." He set down the phone, now burdened with the robotic voice. Unbeknownst to him, since that night when Lu Hao had invited him out for drinks, he had refrained from alcohol. Yet now, he found himself yearning for that sensation. After calling the front desk, a hotel attendant delivered a bottle of red wine. Chu Yi eschewed the use of a wine glass, uncorking the bottle and taking a hearty swig directly from it. It seemed that only through such a crude manner could he release some pent-up emotions. The wine's potency was deceptive. While consuming it, he felt no repercussions. As the night breeze swept through, when Chu Yi rose unsteadily from the rattan chair, it felt as if the world had tilted. He stumbled towards his room, clinging to the last remnants of clarity, and dialed Shun Yueying's number once more. Whether anyone answered was now lost to his memory. The embrace of sleep, aided by alcohol, soon enveloped him. An hour later, the doorknob of the suite turned. A woman, adorned with a mask and hat yet unable to conceal her noble demeanor, stepped through the threshold. Shun Yueying had returned. She searched the suite and discovered Chu Yi, reeking of alcohol, sprawled on the bed with his phone clutched in hand. In truth, the final call had connected. Chu Yi was correct. Shun Yueying had gone to meet Lin Shuyan, who had come to Nan Island. The tone of the mother had transcended mere severity. It had transformed into an imperious command. Tonight marked the final opportunity she had fought to secure. Qin Yueying had an abundance of sentiments to share with Chu Yi, her heartfelt intentions, the visions she harbored for their future together. Yet, at this moment, Chu Yi was inebriated. Rushing back, Qin Yueying bore no trace of reproach. Instead, her heart ached with empathy. She understood that it was her failure to uphold her promise to return before nightfall that led Chu Yi to believe he had been forsaken. Her delicate hand caressed the face of her beloved, as if 1,000 unspoken words coalesced within this tender gesture. Chu Yi, in a drunken stupor, murmured, "Senior." At that instant, Qin Yueying's heart fluttered. In truth, during their excursion to witness the meteor shower, she had hinted quite overtly. However, Chu Yi had refrained from confessing, opting instead to say, "I hope you are always happy." This was the first time Qin Yueying had found herself enamored with another. Her understanding of love was little more than hearsay. Yet, Chu Yi's subconscious call, born from his intoxication, finally bestowed upon her the genuine affirmation she sought. He harbored feelings for her, just as she did for him. What reason was there for two mutually affectionate souls to remain apart? Each individual in this vast world is irreplaceable. Among billions, there exists but one Chu Yi, just as there is only one Qin Yueying. Even if their names were to overlap, he would never be another. Once missed, the opportunity could well slip into eternity. Qin Yueying yearned for a life intertwined with Chu Yi's essence. She leaned down and bestowed a kiss upon his soft lips. In contrast to that unexpected kiss on the beach, this kiss was undeniably imbued with longing and love. Qin Yueying tucked the blanket around Chu Yi and sat by his side, vigilantly watching over her slumbering beloved, utterly captivated. Life, indeed, has those serendipitous moments that evoke profound satisfaction. Morning dawned. Chu Yi stirred from a hazy slumber, his head throbbing. He lay in silence for several minutes, as if still ensnared within a dream. The previous night, he had dreamt of Qin Yueying returning to him, asking, "Shall we be together forever?" It was only upon waking that he realized it had been but a dream. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he sat up. Thirsty and parched, he sought water, only to discover a glass resting on the bedside table. Beneath the glass lay a piece of paper. Indeed, the senior had truly returned. He hastily extracted the note and read its elegant script, as though the words themselves brought her presence to life. Chu Yi, last night I kept watch over the inebriated you. I heard you call for me twice. When we viewed the meteor shower that evening, I mentioned wanting to grant you a wish. In truth, I longed for you to confess your feelings. Yet you replied, wishing for my eternal happiness. I felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Joy, because your wish was for me. Sorrow, for the fact that you could not grasp such an obvious hint. I pondered whether you truly did not understand or simply chose not to. Last night, I finally discovered the answer. It seems you harbor a rather pessimistic view of love, to the extent that I have retreated into a state of dullness. By the time you read this letter, I will likely have boarded a plane with my mother, departing from the southern island. This does not signify an end. Do you recall that I once entrusted you with a key? You appreciated my words. So come find me with it. I shall be waiting for you in that room. As long as you arrive, I will muster the courage to share a simple, unremarkable life with you. If you choose not to come, then take a moment to enjoy the sea on the southern island. Perhaps you might cast that key into the ocean, forgetting that a woman named Qin Yueying once loved you. I hope you will come to find me. Chapter 67. The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. As Chu Yi perused the letter, the melodious voice of Qin Yueying reverberated in his ears. Through the sparse sentences, he perceived the silhouette of a woman patiently awaiting his arrival. Though it was merely a thin sheet of paper, it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Love and aspiration. The responsibility of choice now lay firmly in his hands. To go or not to go, two starkly contrasting outcomes. There are certain things and individuals that one cannot afford to forsake. Much like a meteor shower, missing it would mean a lifetime of regret. Chu Yi found himself standing at the crossroads of existence. One path led left, the other right. The inner voice surged like tumultuous waves, urging him to seek out the woman who had once redeemed him. Upon finding her, he yearned to utter the words, "I love you." Even if the entire world insisted that their union promised no favorable conclusion, love is a matter solely between two individuals, unaffected by the opinions of others. How could one ascertain their inability to bring her happiness without attempting it first, regardless of the outcome? It pales in comparison to the regret of loving yet missing one another. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yi came to understand many truths and found the courage to defy the world. All of this was bestowed upon him by Qin Yueying. Both love and aspiration are splendid entities. Why must one forsake one for the other? Love can serve as a resolute support for an individual in pursuit of their ideals, while aspirations can render the blossoming of love all the more exquisite. Likewise, Chu Yi was prepared to wait to pursue his dreams alongside Qingmei. All that was needed was a promise. He recalled the hardships endured while carrying her up the mountain. This time, he was confident that he would witness the dawn piercing through the darkness from the summit. No longer hesitating, he took the key and that most beautiful love letter, leaving behind his belongings in the room without a second thought. Chu Yi was uncertain how long Qingmei would wait for him, but he sensed that time was of the essence. Upon spotting a taxi outside the hotel, he swiftly hopped in as if propelled by the wind. "Driver, to South Island Airport, please hurry." The driver, taken aback by the suddenness, barely registered the request. Initially intending to change the taxi sign from occupied to vacant, he realized there was no need to do so now. All right then. The taxi roared to life, departing from the scenic area. Without the aid of a navigation system, it adeptly merged onto the expressway. South Island had already entered the peak tourist season, just when misfortune seemed to compound. Traffic ahead ground to a halt due to an accident. An endless stream of vehicles lay before him, countless red taillights flickering like flames, igniting a fire in Chu Yi's heart. The taxi driver, who had confidently promised a 30-minute arrival, found himself sharply humbled. It was a struggle to continue the fare meter. Life is full of surprises. Young man, do not fret. I will inquire about the situation ahead in the group chat. In truth, images of the accident had begun to trickle in on the navigation map, grim and catastrophic. It would likely take a considerable amount of time to clear the scene. No one could fathom the torment that churned within Chu Yi at that moment. Time ticked away, minute by minute. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. That feeling is akin to inflicting wounds upon oneself with a blade. Chu Yi, who has never placed his hopes upon ethereal illusions, now finds himself fantasizing about a helicopter swooping down to rescue him, casting down a rope. He gazes intently at the vehicles ahead, as if anticipating that the traffic jam on the highway will miraculously dissolve at any moment. The navigation map is a dark shade of red. The taxi driver, bored, flicks ash from his cigarette out the window. Had he not taken the highway, he would have reached South Island Airport by now. He sighs in resignation. Through the rearview mirror, the driver perceives Chu Yi's anxious demeanor and feels a pang of sympathy for him. This young man is likely contemplating a change of his flight. Chu Yi remains silent. He cannot fathom why it is so arduous merely to meet someone. Is even fate conspiring against him? After more than 20 minutes, the traffic finally begins to inch forward. The staff clear 2 lanes for alternating passage. One by one, the snails of stalled vehicles transform into gallant steeds, racing freely. Once liberated from the congestion, the taxi driver drives with the agility of a fish in water, overtaking car after car. Just as Chu Yi's heart races with longing, the taxi driver speaks truthfully. As long as there are no further delays, they will reach South Island Airport within half an hour. Yet, the scheduled flight has already been missed. He must now wait for another hour. The airport's waiting lounge is filled with returning passengers. Some express reluctance. Others complain about exorbitant hotel prices, and some declare their intent to return someday. Without exception, these travelers have someone to share their thoughts with. Yet, Chu Yi sits in solitude. He has scaled mountains and plunged into oceans with Qingmei, witnessed sunrises and admired sunsets. His experiences are on par with any present. Yet, the heroine of his story is absent. To whom can Chu Yi confide his feelings? If only his senior were beside him. Would she rest her head on his shoulder now? Surely, she would. In that case, he wouldn't have to envy others. At long last, boarding is announced. Fate is ever capricious. He traveled in economy class on the way there, but due to late booking, he now possesses a first-class ticket for the return journey. The plane taxis down the runway and descends into the sky, resembling a colossal azure bird. For the first time, Chu Yi perceives the aircraft's nearly 1,000-kilometer-per-hour speed as painfully slow, overshadowed by the yearning in his heart. By the time he returns to Tianhai Airport, it is already 4 in the afternoon. He hails a taxi to the 2-story apartment, clutching the key tied with a red cord in his palm, praying that when he opens that door, happiness awaits him, rather than the tragedy of what could have been. In that 2-story apartment, a noble woman clad in a purple dress gazes longingly, as if awaiting someone. "Xiao Yu, the time has come. Let us go," Shun Juanhao urges. A luxurious stretch limousine has long been waiting outside. Yet the figure she longs for has yet to appear. She feels a twinge of despair, tears blurring her vision. "Chu Yi, why have you not arrived yet?" Suddenly, the The window was filled with the sound of raindrops pattering against the glass. It had begun to rain. Shen Yueying's last flicker of hope was extinguished. Just as despair enveloped her, a series of delicate sounds emerged from outside the door. Moments later, a drenched figure pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 68. A man's responsibility upon the arrival of the visitor. The two individuals within the room exhibited starkly contrasting expressions. Shen Juanhao's demeanor grew heavy, his brow instinctively furrowing. Outside, the rain continued to fall. Yet the oppressive clouds in Shen Yueying's heart had been utterly dispelled. He had indeed come. Despite being drenched and bearing no resemblance to the elegant prince from a fairy tale, she felt a surge of relief. Senior. Chu Yi's gaze was entirely fixated on Shen Yueying, oblivious to the presence of another. With glistening tears welling in her beautiful eyes, she stepped beside Chu Yi in front of Shen Juanhao. She took his hand, a gesture of her unwavering determination. Father, I wish to remain in the country. He is the reason for my decision. If this were a matter of business, I would heed your advice. However, in matters of the heart, I desire to make my own choices. It seems you and mother are not truly in love, and I do not wish to repeat your mistakes. Any father witnessing his daughter grasp another man's hand before him would find it difficult to remain composed. A flicker of ire crossed Shen Juanhao's deep-set eyes. In that moment, he contemplated sending someone to cast Chu Yi into the depths of the sea. What does he possess that warrants you sacrificing your aspirations? I fail to comprehend. This legendary figure of commerce found himself at a loss for the first time. In this moment, he was not Shindong, but merely a father. Father, Chu Yi has given me what I desire most, not wealth. During my most challenging times, he stood by my side, day and night. That is sufficient. Shen Juanhao could scarcely believe that his daughter had been swayed by such an insignificant notion. He found himself reflecting. Had his commercial marriage with Lin Shuyan rendered his daughter materially affluent, yet spiritually impoverished? He could not refute this thought and let out a deep sigh. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his disapproval of his daughter being with this unremarkable man. Fathers often aspire to select a partner for their daughters who is at least their equal, entrusting them to such a man, rather than abruptly marrying them off to an unknown impoverished youth. His daughter was destined to steer the Shen Group, a massive commercial vessel, through countless turbulent waters. What assistance could this man possibly provide her? Chu Yi had never been one to hide behind a woman's skirts. Shen Yueying had already done all she could. It was now his turn to strive. The first words he uttered shattered Shen Juanhao's preconceived notions of him, leaving even Shen Yueying, who held his hand, perplexed. Uncle Shen, I did not come here in the name of love to persuade Yueying to stay. On the contrary, I share your support for her pursuit of a superior business education and her aspirations. To love someone should not become a constraint. However, sending Yueying abroad at this juncture seems somewhat premature. I understand that you do not approve of our relationship. Forcing us apart will only create a rift in the bond between you and Yueying. Consider this. Is it truly worthwhile for you to allow your relationship with your daughter to become strained for the sake of an outsider? The answer is unequivocally no. I have stated that I will not impede her pursuit of studying abroad. If our love cannot withstand the test of time and distance, then it was never genuine to begin with. Such circumstances would inevitably sever our bond. In this way, you would achieve your objective without any effort, preserving the father-daughter relationship that you cherish. It is a scenario that offers only benefits and no drawbacks. Or do you believe that we can endure a long-distance relationship for several years? If that is indeed the case, what harm would it be to grant us this opportunity? While I cannot claim to reach the heights you have attained, I am certain I can provide her with a joyful and fulfilling life. My desires are modest. I implore you to allow us these final 2 months together. Let time bear witness to the rest. Shen Juanhao fell silent, recognizing the weight of responsibility in Chu Yi's demeanor. He was even somewhat taken aback by the support for his daughter's aspirations. The crux of the matter was that Chu Yi's words were entirely from his perspective. Was it worth it to foster resentment in his daughter for the sake of an outsider? Absolutely not. Moreover, as he stated, he needed to do nothing to achieve his goals. The words had begun to resonate with him. Seeing Shen Juanhao's silence, Chu Yi felt an urgent anxiety. He had placed all his cards on the table, yet the scales showed no sign of tipping. The atmosphere in the room was oppressively tense, with only the sound of rain outside breaking the silence. After a long pause, Shen Juanhao finally spoke. I have one more condition. Speak. Before marriage. We must not cross that line. Without hesitation, Chu Yi nodded in agreement. For true love is not born of desire, but rather of selfless giving. The consequences of breaking promises can be dire. Remember the words you have spoken. In order to prevent any rift between father and daughter, he chose to take a step back. However, this concession was a sacrifice made by Chu Yi, one that reflected his sense of responsibility as a man. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Chu Yi instinctively grasped Shen Yueying's delicate hand. The weight that had pressed upon him dissipated at last. Shen Yueying reciprocated, their hands intertwined. Shen Juanhao stayed to share a dinner with his daughter, though his demeanor remained cool towards Chu Yi. Yet, these details seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Shen Yueying held an umbrella to escort Shen Juanhao to his car. This simple action brought joy to the old father. Once he departed, only Chu Yi and Shen Yueying remained in the house. Both felt a multitude of words to exchange, but as their gazes met, their thoughts intertwined in silence. A silence more expressive than words. Unfortunately, this beautiful moment was abruptly interrupted by a sudden sneeze. Chu Yi had arrived in haste, unconcerned about the rain, and now stood in damp clothing, engaging in a battle of wits with Shen Juanhao, all while feeling a sense of apprehension. Although he had managed to avoid a cold, he did feel a chill. Shen Yueying's expression reflected her concern. Hasten to take a shower, lest you catch a chill. Senior, I left my clothes at the hotel and didn't have time to retrieve them. I have some here. Shen Yueying ascended the stairs and unexpectedly produced a set of men's loungewear for him. It appeared to be quite new, complete with a towel as well. Such thoughtfulness was remarkable. He accepted it and proceeded into the bathroom. When did the senior acquire these items? As he removed his drenched clothing, his mind wandered. After much contemplation, he arrived at no answer. The warm water enveloped him, allowing both body and spirit to unwind. After finishing, Chu Yi recalled an important matter. That piece of paper had also been soaked. Upon retrieving it, he discovered the writing was illegible. He hurried to find a hairdryer. Junior, the person is right beside you. Yet you still concern yourself with that piece of paper? Would you assist me in drying my hair? Once done, I shall write you another. Shen Yueying had also finished her shower in the upstairs bathroom. Now she radiated a beauty akin to the luminous moon on the horizon. Drying hair, typically a necessary interaction between intimate couples. Chu Yi pondered a pressing question. What is the nature of his relationship with the senior at this moment? They were mutually fond of one another, rushing towards each other, yet they had not yet engaged in a proper ceremony. Chu Yi carefully held the hairdryer, gently drying Shen Yueying's long hair that cascaded down to her waist. She reveled in his tender ministrations. Mr. Chu, in what capacity have you returned this time? As my junior, or? Shen Yueying's melodious voice trailed off, the implication unmistakable. Chu Yi switched off the hairdryer in his hand. What capacity had he returned in? The answer was evident. It stemmed from his awareness of the content of that paper, particularly the line, "As long as you come, I shall have the courage to live a simple life with you." Such unwavering love could not be forsaken. Thus, he had rushed back from the distant South Island to Tianhai in a frenzy. Yet, when Chu Yi discovers that he has inadvertently betrayed an even deeper and weightier love than this, what would his heart feel then? Chapter 69. Confession. Shen Yueying turned around, eagerly anticipating his response. Chu Yi understood that the senior was inquiring about the capacity in which he had returned, subtly providing him with an opportunity to confess his feelings. It was reminiscent of that day when they gazed at the resplendent meteor shower together. She had said, Chu Yi, make a wish. If the meteor cannot grant your desire, then I shall assist you. At that moment, he had failed to grasp the underlying meaning of her words, thereby missing a precious opportunity. Perhaps he had been wounded too deeply, fostering a deep-seated disbelief that love could ever come to him. If, many years later, he were to suddenly comprehend the significance of her words during a solitary midnight reflection, would he be consumed by regret? To have passed by someone so significant is not a trivial matter, for what one forfeits is a life intertwined with hers. Fortunately, the senior had not given up. Using the pretext of owing him a trip, she took him to the southern island, where they beheld the mountains and seas, witnessing the sunrise and sunset together. It was only through these experiences that they had arrived at this juncture. Now, Chu Yi had come to realize that the senior had taken 100 steps towards him. What reason did he have to refrain from seizing this opportunity? Did he truly wish to wait for her to confess her feelings first? In the letter she had left behind, she had already expressed her affection once. Now it was his turn to take action. He inhaled deeply, feeling both earnest and slightly anxious, and said, Senior, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? When Chu Yi had carried Shen Yueying up the mountain, he had been breathless, yet his voice had not trembled in the slightest. Now, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Upon hearing that the dense-hearted boy had finally awakened, A radiant smile blossomed on Chu Yi's exquisite face. She placed her pristine hand into Chu Yi's warm palm. He gently clasped her hand, and at that moment of her agreement, he felt an extraordinary sensation, as if something significant had been added to his life. The person before him had transformed into his girlfriend, and an overwhelming sense of happiness engulfed him. Their entwined hands and exchanged gazes became the bridge connecting their hearts. The atmosphere in the room thickened with a palpable tension. Though he had never experienced such intimacy, he understood that at this pivotal moment, mere words would not suffice. Action was essential to render the moment truly perfect. Chu Yi's gaze lingered on Qingmei's alluring lips. He longed to kiss her. Reflecting on the fact that this enchanting woman was now his girlfriend, he cast aside his reservations and found the courage within him. His strong arm gently encircled her delicate waist. Slowly, Chu Yi leaned down and kissed the beautiful woman in his arms. Both were inexperienced in the art of kissing. Yet fortunately, the instincts of a man seemed to be ingrained in his very being. Chu Yi quickly became adept, parting her lips to discover her nimble tongue. Qingmei, usually composed, found herself passively led by him. Gradually, she began to respond shyly to Chu Yi's advances, her body melting into a soft, yielding form. I'm a bit out of breath. Qingmei gently pushed against Chu Yi's chest. Kissing someone you adore is indeed intoxicating. However, her lack of experience prevented her from fully savoring the moment. This prolonged kiss was on an entirely different level compared to that fleeting peck on the beach. Chu Yi gazed at the noble and elegant figure in his embrace, a blush creeping onto his face. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, accompanied by a hint of shyness. Was this truly the same goddess he admired daily? To be honest, the kiss was exquisite, yet it felt all too brief. Even someone as astute as Chu Yi found himself at a loss, having just discovered the secret before it abruptly ended. It was akin to playing a video game, selecting a hero, and securing the first blood, only to have the internet cut out. He forcefully suppressed the restlessness within. Senior, I just remembered something. Wait a moment, I shall return shortly. The boyfriend, newly established, had hurriedly left her side. Once a woman falls in love, no matter how composed she typically is, her mind tends to drift into fanciful thoughts in such circumstances. Qingmei pondered deeply. Could it be that her halting of the kiss had displeased Chu Yi? Kissing certainly fell within the realm of a girlfriend's responsibilities, and she felt she should fulfill this duty earnestly. In truth, Qingmei was overthinking it. The interruption of such a sweet kiss had indeed left Chu Yi yearning for more. It was inconceivable that he would be angry over something so trivial. If he couldn't kiss her tonight, there was always tomorrow. Such was the capriciousness of having a girlfriend. His hurried departure was prompted by the notion that declarations of love often came with a bouquet of flowers. Although it was likely that the senior would not mind such gestures, Chu Yi hoped that one day, should she witness someone confessing with flowers, she would recall that she too had once received a bouquet from him. There was no need for envy. It was simply a blessing. Chu Yi could have ordered flowers through a delivery service via his phone, but he believed that personally purchasing the flowers would be far more sincere. He rushed to the nearest flower shop and bought the most expensive bouquet of roses. Then he hurriedly made his way back, feeling even more anxious than he had that morning when returning to Tianhai. In the bedroom, Qingmei was worried at Chu Yi's prolonged absence. Suddenly, he burst in, presenting a bouquet of resplendent roses. Senior, these are for you. Qingmei accepted the flowers and gently inhaled their fragrance, which lingered sweetly in her nostrils. Throughout her life, many boys had offered her flowers, all of which she had declined. It seemed to affirm the saying, everyone loves flowers, unless they are given by someone they do not cherish. A wave of sweetness surged within Qingmei's heart. Thank you, she replied, placing the vibrant roses into a vase in the living room. Without water, they would wilt by noon the next day, and she could not bear that fate. After carefully arranging the flowers, the atmosphere between the two shifted, infused with a hint of romantic tension. It was the kind of electricity that sparked during their glances, leading to shy evasions. To alleviate the delightful awkwardness, Chu Yi suggested they watch a movie together. Qingmei readily agreed. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to a cherished time of their past. In the dimly lit room, the curtain on the wall descended, casting the projector as the sole source of illumination. Qingmei nestled comfortably against Chu Yi's shoulder. Undeniably, she harbored a profound sense of dependence on him. Occasionally, she would adopt the persona of a mature, knowledgeable senior to tease the younger student with playful flirtation. Meanwhile, Chu Yi gently took her delicate, fair hand in his own. The sensation exquisite and tender, prompting an irresistible desire to linger in that moment. Shen Yueying indulged his subtle gestures without uttering a word. Time slipped away quietly. As the night deepened, it was time to rest. Chu Yi couldn't help but recall the time Shen Yueying had urged him to bed, coupled with the fact that his girlfriend lay nestled against him, allowing him to catch the faint fragrance of her essence. The youthful vigor within him conjured inappropriate images. Clearing his throat, he nervously touched his nose, realizing that remaining there might lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, he was no paragon of virtue. The hour was late. He decided to return to the adjacent room. Chu Yi hesitated, feeling the need to adopt a new term of endearment. My girlfriend, good night. The words felt somewhat sentimental, yet love demanded an earnest declaration. After all, the enchanting woman beside him was indeed his girlfriend. Shen Yueying felt her cheeks flush. Wait. Before Chu Yi could inquire further, her soft, red lips had already pressed against his. In the dim ambience, their senses heightened. Chu Yi silently exclaimed, Senior, you are playing with fire. Chapter 70. Who is it? It is well known that the psychological experience of being kissed by one's own girlfriend is entirely different from that of taking the initiative to kiss her. In essence, it is the distinction between love and being loved. In the dimly lit room, only the projector emitted a soft glow. Chu Yi transformed from passive to active, guiding the evening's kiss. The two entwined figures gradually sank onto the soft bed. In the stillness of the room, one could hear the faint rustle of clothing. This kiss lingered far longer than the previous one. Shen Yueying seemed to have discovered the technique of breathing through her nose while kissing. Nevertheless, when their lips parted, she was slightly breathless. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's breathing grew heavy and fervent. As they lay on the plush bed, Shen Yueying's enchanting eyes sparkled with light. In return, Chu Yi gazed at her, feeling as if gasoline flowed through his veins, ready to ignite. Shen Yueying finally realized she was playing with fire. Initially, she merely wished to compensate her boyfriend for the kiss that she had interrupted during her confession. Little did she know that it would escalate into this scenario. Chu Yi. Shen Yueying's voice carried a hint of vulnerability. Yet, such a melodious tone sounded like acquiescence. Chu Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. Before him lay the most exquisite sight imaginable, a visage adorned with captivating beauty and a graceful swan-like neck. He felt himself transforming into a ravenous wolf. Fortunately, the last thread of rationality held firm. Shen Yueying sensed the heated breath retreat from her. After the fervor, a sense of loss inevitably settled in, even beyond the promise. She had only just begun her relationship with her senior. Why the haste? Although, in that moment, he could indeed have used sweet words and gentle gestures to achieve his desires. Would the senior be willing to relinquish her most precious treasure so soon? Love is a mutual sentiment. He turned off the projector, leaving only a bedside lamp aglow, and bid Shen Yueying good night before departing. The faint light subtly outlined the graceful curve of the woman lying sideways on the bed. Shen Yueying's heart had yet to steady. The intensity of Chu Yi's gaze had been strikingly aggressive, different from his usual demeanor. She felt as though she might unintentionally surrender herself. To be frank, she was not entirely prepared for that aspect yet, feeling somewhat anxious. Thus, she gently called out his name. As a result, he resolutely suppressed his desires, granting her reprieve. At that moment, Shen Yueying recalled the saying, love is restraint and endurance. This lesson, Chu Yi had already demonstrated to her. After taking a cold shower, Chu Yi returned to his guest room. Once in bed, he tossed and turned. The thought of his senior, now being his girlfriend, stirred his emotions. Yet, rationality reminded him that their journey of love had only just begun. Countless challenges and tribulations awaited them ahead. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, dark currents swirled, threatening to dash their small boat against the rocks and sink it at any moment. Love brings both joy and troubles to Chu Yi. He firmly believes that he will ultimately be with his senior. As Chu Yi and Shen Yueying drift into slumber, they ponder whether they will become lost in the sea of people or steadfastly hold on until the end. No one can provide an answer. However, one thing is unequivocally certain. At this moment, their hearts are genuinely entwined in love. In the early morning, as Chu Yi slowly opens his eyes, he is greeted by the sight of an elegant and enchanting woman before him. Shen Yueying is adorned in a mysterious and graceful black dress today. Her hair elegantly pinned up, enhancing her intellectual beauty. It takes Chu Yi several moments to fully comprehend the scene before him. Good morning, senior, he finally manages to say. We should get up. Didn't you only take a 3-day leave? Shen Yueying has truly transformed into a considerate girlfriend, gently reminding her boyfriend of forgotten matters. Suddenly, a realization strikes Chu Yi. So much has transpired during their trip. Right, I almost forgot. He exclaims as he hastily throws off the light blanket and gets out of bed to wash up. Curse that early class. Once he finishes his morning routine and steps into the living room, he discovers that breakfast has already been prepared for both of them. Millet porridge, warm milk, and eggs. His heart swells with happiness and warmth. As Chu Yi reaches for a bowl, he momentarily hesitates. This sensation feels oddly familiar. He racks his brain to recall. Yet it escapes him like dew on a lotus flower, vanishing without a trace. Just as her love does, silent, selfless, and without expectation. Chu Yi, Chu Yi. A voice echoes in his mind. Do you not remember that rainy evening when a gentle and virtuous woman prepared a dinner far more sumptuous than this breakfast for you? After enjoying the breakfast lovingly made by his girlfriend, Chu Yi willingly takes on the task of washing the dishes. You cook, and I'll wash, he says, finding warmth in their mundane exchange. I need to go home to grab my textbooks for my major. I'll drive you, Jiang Wanqing replies, raising the keys in her hand, clearly well prepared. It's no wonder so many are drawn to dating her. She exudes maturity and thoughtfulness. Who wouldn't he love that? The red sports car carries them into the bustling flow of traffic. Chu Yi finds himself momentarily entranced by his girlfriend. The driving Jiang Wanqing notices the gaze coming from the passenger seat. Though it carries no aggression, the steady attention makes her feel a bit bashful. She maintains her composure on the surface, yet her ears flush slightly. Today, Jiang Wanqing has indeed put extra thought into her appearance. The way she has styled her hair complements her noble aura beautifully. From Chu Yi's perspective, even her profile is breathtaking. At a red light, he cannot help but express his admiration. Senior, you are so beautiful. He voices the thoughts that linger in his heart. Their time to be close is fleeting. So Chu Yi feels compelled to be candid, seizing the moment to share his affection. After all, how can one's feelings be known if they remain unspoken? As she heard those words, Jiang Wanqing feigned calmness, yet the flush on her cheeks betrayed her. She had not yet had her fill. Sweetly and helplessly, Jiang Wanqing indulged him. Half an hour later, the crimson sports car came to a halt on that familiar street. Chu Yi was genuinely intimidated by the prospect of meeting the parents. Therefore, he empathized with Jiang Wanqing, refraining from rushing her into an encounter with his mother and father. Should she be willing, he intended to reserve a private room at the Nanju Hotel, formally introducing her to his parents. While waiting, Jiang Wanqing exited the vehicle, surveying the abode of Chu Yi's family. Suddenly, she noticed someone in the distance observing her. The figure was somewhat far off, preventing her from distinguishing the woman in the white gown. Judging solely from her aloof demeanor, it was evident that the woman's beauty was not to be underestimated. Clad in a flowing white dress and another in a dark black gown, they had become the most exquisite sights along this street. Thus, the two women, inescapable presences in Chu Yi's life, encountered one another. Chapter 71. The enchantment of love. Love possesses a magical allure. Even amidst a vast sea of humanity, one can effortlessly recognize their beloved. In the throng of a bustling crowd, even in a fleeting moment of passing by, one's heart instinctively knows, there she is. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chu Yi has lost this remarkable ability to discern Jiang Wanqing. Perhaps it was 6 months prior, or perhaps on that dim, rainy night. In a hurried flurry, he stuffed the textbooks required for his courses into his backpack, closed the door behind him, and simply said to Jiang Wanqing, "Let us go." He then slipped into the passenger seat, oblivious to the gaze of someone watching from afar. The woman's intuition whispered to Jiang Wanqing that the lady in the white dress shared a significant connection with her boyfriend. However, she refrained from inquiring immediately. In their solitude, she wished not to broach the subject of another woman. Perhaps due to familial influences, Jiang Wanqing's possessiveness surpassed that of an ordinary girlfriend. Chu Yi remained unaware of this fact. Yet, how would she feel upon discovering that her boyfriend had a childhood sweetheart he had loved for an extended period? Chu Yi's home was not far from Tianhai University. A brief drive would suffice. Truth be told, his family was rather fortunate. Alas, the Shun family was too extensive. As they exited the university parking lot, Chu Yi discreetly took Jiang Wanqing's delicate hand, eliciting envy from passers-by. Such jealousy. A girlfriend of this caliber was beyond the wildest dreams of many. Jiang Wanqing accompanied Chu Yi to the foot of the teaching building. "I'll wait for you in the clubroom at noon." "All right." Chu Yi longed to wrap his strong arm around her slender waist, yet Jiang Wanqing gracefully evaded his embrace. She was well aware of his intentions. "Focus on your studies. We shall talk tonight," she chided gently, her long, fair fingers lightly tapping his forehead. Her alluring voice carried a hint of playful reproach, resembling a flirtatious banter. How infuriating it was. To endure early morning classes was already a challenge. Now, They must also endure the sweetness of their romance. They were not even openly affectionate in a public setting, leaving no grounds for complaint. Such a simple gesture was imbued with the fragrance of young love. Yet, the sweetness of their affection was undeniably delightful. Chu Yi felt a mix of happiness and helplessness. The sole downside to dating an older female student was her ability to read him with ease. See you at noon. The gazes of those around them converged. If looks could kill, Chu Yi would have perished 100 times over. He bid farewell to his girlfriend and made his way to the designated classroom. Qingmei remained in place until his figure vanished from sight before she finally allowed herself to leave. The morning's full schedule was anything but tedious for Chu Yi, a scholarship student and academic achiever. In fact, he found it quite engaging. A profound love indeed imbues life with vigor. As noon approached, Ning Mingyao arrived at the club activity room, surprised to find her long-lost best friend present. She approached with affection. How was Nen Island? Qingmei, with a sigh, closed her book. The scenery is splendid. Why didn't you call me when you left? Clearly, you were about to study abroad. How could you embark on this journey alone? Don't you wish to meet my boyfriend? I can have him come. Ning Mingyao noticed that her best friend was acting strangely today. Last week, she discovered a gentleman's coat at Qingmei's home, and her dear friend only admitted to having a boyfriend, but remained tight-lipped about his identity. This left Ning Mingyao questioning whether she might be dealing with a false friendship. Wanqing, are you finally willing to reveal who he is? You will find out shortly. Keep your mystery alive. Ning Mingyao replied with a hint of annoyance as she returned to her desk. Not long after class, Chu Yi received a message on his phone. Dear, when you come to the activity room later, please bring a light afternoon tea for your senior Ning. Chu Yi paused for a moment, bewildered by the mention of 3 individuals in a single message, himself, his senior, and Ning. It was all rather confusing. Though puzzled, he responded with an approving emoji. After all, having enjoyed Ning's cookies last time, it seemed only fitting to bring her a treat. Chu Yi arrived at the shop and packed 3 portions before heading towards the club activity room. However, the moment he pushed open the door, he was met with Ning Mingyao's incredulous gaze. Ning, what is the matter? Chu Yi inquired. Chapter 72. The moon and the blue star. Ning Mingyao disregarded Chu Yi's remarks and turned to her close friend, inquiring, Is your boyfriend a junior? Qingmei nodded nonchalantly. Ning Mingyao was taken aback. How could they, a trio, secretly engage in a romance behind her back? Furthermore, it was she, as the club president, who had approved Chu Yi's membership application. It felt as though something precious had been taken from her. In that moment, Ning Mingyao sensed she had lost both her dear friend and the junior, Chu Yi. Chu Yi retrieved the pastries and tea from the paper bag. Naturally, his girlfriend took precedence, followed by Ning, the senior. Ning Mingyao sipped her tea, reluctantly accepting the harsh truth. Suddenly, a question struck her. Since you two are in a relationship, Wanqing, are you still going abroad for your studies? Senior, love and ambition are not mutually exclusive, Qingmei replied. I will merely be studying abroad. I can return during breaks, or he can come to visit. This period of separation, let us consider it a test. Chu Yi interjected, eager to shield Qingmei from this challenging dilemma. Ning Mingyao regarded him seriously. Though I lack romantic experience, I have witnessed countless cautionary tales. Even the moon, should it stray too far from the blue star, will deviate from its established orbit. How much more so for humans? The senior had offered the most insightful perspective to an observer. Those in love should always be together, akin to the stars and planets in the vast universe, drawn to one another as they navigate the uncharted darkness. Chu Yi acknowledged her wisdom, yet those within the relationship often pondered more profoundly. What if the senior were to rebel against her family for his sake, forfeiting her dreams and the prosperous life she was destined for? Could such a love still be deemed love? She loved him enough to sacrifice numerous things. He too must consider her well-being. Even in the worst-case scenario, their love might not withstand the trials of time and distance. Her aspirations would still come to fruition, and she would not end up with nothing. This was the fundamental logic that Chu Yi clung to. The ideal outcome, of course, would be the harmonious union of love and ambition. Suddenly, Chu Yi's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Ning Mingyao. Your senior Shun is quite soft-hearted. With enough persuasion, she might just stay. I'll speak on your behalf, yet I foolishly contradict myself. In love, a bit of selfishness is not a crime. She is far too exceptional, though I remain on campus for my master's. Should your senior Shun find a better match abroad and leave you, don't come crying to me. After all, you didn't heed my advice. Chu Yi could sense the deep concern woven into her words. He replied with a poetic sentiment to convey his stance. If love between two is truly enduring, Does it matter whether it is day or night? Go tell your girlfriend, he added. For reasons unknown, Chu Yi felt a wave of irritation from Ning Mingyao. The lunch break was brief. He had classes to attend in the afternoon, and upon finishing, he discovered that his girlfriend had been whisked away by Senior Ning. Qingmei called to inform him, "Today, your Senior Ning will be staying at my house." Chu Yi felt a twinge of regret, realizing that the cherished moments of solitude had slipped away. However, he merely sighed softly. The two shared a deep friendship, and outings together were inevitable. Ultimately, as long as Yueying was happy, that was what mattered. Love was but a fragment of life, overshadowed by the significance of family, friendship, career, and dreams, among other things. Chu Yi would never confine the one he loved. On the phone, when Shun Yueying affectionately referred to him as dear, it significantly alleviated his sense of loss. As night fell, in a quaint two-story apartment, two enchanting women, each remarkable in their own right, had just bathed, adorned in elegant and delicate nightgowns. They sat at the edge of the bed. Ning Mingyao persistently inquired how her best friend had come to be with Chu Yi. Shun Yueying, at a loss for words, briefly recounted the story. After listening, Ning Mingyao nodded in understanding. It was indeed a destined union. How strong-willed the junior was. Having lived together for an extended period and even traveled as a couple, yet still managing to maintain his composure. Suddenly, Ning Mingyao's conversation took a leap. I can guarantee that if he were to taste the sweetness of love, he would never let you go so easily. She admired her best friend's exquisite figure, filled with envy. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but marvel. The junior would surely be captivated in no time. What stage are you two at? Chu Yi had a light dinner, as he planned to go for a night run shortly. After climbing the mountain on South Island with Shun Yueying, he was drenched in sweat and felt the need to further strengthen his body. It wasn't that his physique was lacking. Rather, Chu Yi held himself to high standards. While others would consider it a success to reach the summit alone, he was not easily satisfied even after carrying someone with him to the top. Half an hour later, he donned his running shoes and athletic shorts and set off. The route was familiar, a complete circuit of 3 kilometers. He had cultivated the habit of night running long ago, initially to improve his health and safeguard someone special. The night was tranquil, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. The sights along the street were overwhelmingly familiar, each corner steeped in memories. Chu Yi quickened his pace, striving to keep his mind occupied. Yet, what was meant to come could not be avoided. As he completed 2 laps, under the glow of a street lamp ahead stood a solitary, breathtakingly beautiful woman, waiting. Chapter 73. Childhood Sweethearts. Chu Yi's footsteps gradually came to a halt. The two individuals, once inseparable in each other's lives, stood face to face on this familiar street, now gazing at one another like strangers, enveloped in silence. The distance between the 2 streetlights was minimal, merely a few steps apart, yet this pair, regarded by the world as childhood sweethearts, could no longer draw near. The nighttime breeze carried the essence of their 2 decades of beautiful memories, intangible yet undeniably present. Jiang Wanqing longed to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Even the simple act of softly calling his name, as she used to, seemed an insurmountable challenge. Chu Yi moved forward in silence. Just as they were about to part ways, he heard a familiar voice break the stillness. Chu Yi, who was the girl you came back with today? Jiang Wanqing could not help but feel a pang of concern. Every interaction between Chu Yi and Shun Yueying was imbued with a distinct atmosphere, reminiscent of days gone by, akin to the moment she once shared with him. In the fleeting breaths while awaiting Chu Yi's response, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. She feared the revelation of irrevocable news. Yet, some losses are simply irretrievable, no matter how beautiful the past may have been. Then she heard the words she dreaded most. She is my girlfriend. We started dating yesterday. If time could rewind a decade, neither Chu Yi nor Jiang Wanqing would have believed they would find themselves at this juncture. 2 decades of childhood companionship. How many 20-year spans does a lifetime encompass? The finest moments of their lives were meant to be shared. They were destined, as the world suggested, to bask in the glow of love and eventually step into the sacred realm of marriage. Yet reality stood in stark contrast. Jiang Wanqing, usually as serene as snow, suddenly found it difficult to see Chu Yi clearly. Tears flowed uncontrollably, blurring her vision. Those 2 sentences struck her like the sharpest blades, piercing through her heart. The feeling of losing the most significant person in one's life was excruciatingly profound. Chu Yi averted his gaze, turning towards the path ahead, taking steps forward. After a short distance, the wind carried her choked words to him. Chu Yi, the you of the past, was the love of my life. Wasn't he? Jiang Wanqing did not doubt the beauty of their shared history. She resembled someone unable to accept reality, desperately seeking answers from the past. What purpose does it serve to speak of such things now? Chu Yi replied softly, without looking back. Just like the bouquet of roses from that birthday banquet. It had long since withered. Jiang Wanqing might never comprehend what she missed that night. It was not merely a vibrant bouquet of roses, nor solely Chu Yi's birthday celebration. It was a life intertwined with Chu Yi. Yet, he found no desire to revisit these old memories. He could tell Jiang Wanqing, "I once loved you." The truth remained. Chu Yi had genuinely loved a girl in a school uniform for many years. But now, he had someone truly deserving of his devotion. The word love could only be uttered to her, for otherwise, this love could not be deemed perfect and pure. Chu Yi no longer lingered and proceeded towards home. At the corner by the roadside stood a stone bench, a steadfast presence since Chu Yi's earliest memories. During his nocturnal runs, a girl with a high ponytail would often sit there, patiently awaiting his return, observing as he persevered lap after lap. She would carry with her a blue water bottle, and upon the completion of his run, she would extend the bottle towards him, gently wiping the sweat from his brow with a tissue. Yet, alas, somewhere along the way, they drifted apart, leaving only the stone bench to remain, steadfast in its solitude. Chapter 74. Gentle as water upon returning home. Chu Yi settled into the living room, where Lu Wei remarked, "Xiao Qing came looking for you earlier. I told her you went for a night run. Did you see her?" "Yes." Though Lu Wei mused that no one knows a child better than their mother, her son's terse reply left her guessing. Just as she was about to inquire further, Chu Yi had already ascended to the second floor. He shed his athletic wear, allowing warm water to wash away the sweat from his body. After emerging from the bathroom, he dried his hair and picked up his phone, only to find no messages from his senior. Contemplating a call to her, he reflected on how they had spent every moment together on Nen Island, even sharing a suite. Now, the brief separation had stirred a wave of longing within him. Perhaps his yearning had reached Qingmei. Just as he was about to dial her number, a video call interface appeared, displaying, "Senior." Their relationship had blossomed into a romantic one in less than 24 hours, and he hadn't yet updated the contact. However, the label Qingmei had assigned him was certainly not junior. With determination, he answered the call. A graceful and elegant woman filled the screen. Qingmei, clad in a silk nightgown, exuded both modesty and allure. The modesty lay in the revealing of her fair neck, while the sensuous fabric could not conceal her long, perfect curves. "Senior, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to reach out first. It seems we have a connection. Actually, I missed you." Chu Yi adhered to his principle of honesty, expressing whatever came to mind. The woman on the other end was not just his senior, but also his girlfriend. What sweet nothings could he not share? Cherishing the present moment was of utmost importance. "How much did you miss me?" Qingmei's face lit up with a captivating smile, eagerly awaiting his response. Chu Yi found himself at a loss for words. For once spoken, his feelings would be set in stone. Qingmei, sensing his hesitation, decided to ease the pressure. "Let me see your room. There's not much to see." Chu Yi warned her, knowing his bedroom was quite plain, just a bed, a bookshelf, a computer desk, and a wardrobe. It could be seen through at a glance. Yet its simplicity was its charm. As he switched the camera to the rear, his room was unveiled to Qingmei without reservation. Before she could fully explore, another melodious voice emerged from the phone. "Yueying, what are you doing standing alone on the balcony?" Without needing to confirm, Chu Yi recognized it was Ning, his senior. "Dear, let's talk more when we meet tomorrow." Qingmei's voice carried a hint of reluctance. "Okay." The call was abruptly ended, and Chu Yi sighed. "Ning, if only you had come a few minutes later." He hadn't even had the chance to discuss anything meaningful with his girlfriend. Ding dong. His phone vibrated slightly, signaling a message. It was only then that Chu Yi noticed Qingmei's profile picture had changed, now featuring her silhouette against the backdrop of a sunrise. He clicked to check the message. The succinct phrase "I miss you too" echoed in Chu Yi's mind as he recalled the first time he encountered Qingmei. Her innate noble demeanor and impeccable beauty rendered her an object of distant admiration, exuding elegance and composure. Yet now, she unveiled a different facet of herself, mature and insightful. Embodying the essence of an ordinary woman in love, relishing sweet nothings and harboring thoughts of her beloved. This version of Qingmei belonged solely to him. And it was a delightful revelation. Chu Yi found no embarrassment in expressing straightforwardly what might seem overly sentimental. He believed that only by revealing one's true feelings could love flourish and endure. Shortly thereafter, a second message arrived, this time from Lu Hao. They shared an unspoken agreement to gather on weekends, a tradition that persisted despite one attending Tianhai University and the other Tianhai Normal University. The previous weekend had seen a cancellation due to Chu Yi's absence on Nan Island. What have you been busy with lately? More than I am with my romance? Chu Yi replied, dating. Lu Hao responded with a dismissive emoji, don't be a parrot. He then sent a close-up selfie with Lin Yali from their travels together. Flipping through his own photo album, Chu Yi sought a retort but found himself disheartened. His trip to Nan Island had yielded no joint photograph with Shen Yueying. It felt like a failure. Lu Hao insisted, tomorrow at the usual place, don't cancel again. I want to even bring my girlfriend. I'm coming to drink with you. What could Chu Yi possibly say? He could not prioritize romance over friendship. All right. The fatigue from his evening run washed over him, and weariness began to set in. He sent a good-night message to his girlfriend. Good night, sweet dreams. Shen Yueying replied promptly, affirming the notion that only those unwilling to respond fail to do so. Chu Yi drifted peacefully into slumber and seemed to inhabit a lengthy dream, the details of which eluded him upon waking. The following day, an alarm clock roused Chu Yi, heralding a day filled with classes. He anticipated a brief encounter with Shen Yueying in the activity room at noon, followed by another round of lessons in the afternoon. In the evening, he had already committed to meeting Lu Hao. As the sunset cast a golden glow, Chu Yi strolled through the campus, holding Shen Yueying's delicate hand. He hesitated, feeling an unspoken weight. What is on your mind? She inquired, sensing his unease. I'm meeting up with a close friend later. I want to be able to accompany you tonight. It was disheartening to utter such words after finally finding time together, especially in the presence of Senior Ning, where they could not openly express their affection. That is all right. Enjoy yourself, she replied. Senior, do you know what I'm thinking right now? What? I'm pondering how my girlfriend is so perceptive and too understanding. Unable to resist, Chu Yi leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her flawless cheek. I'll try to return early. MHM, Shen Yueying replied softly. The two individuals cherished the remaining moments together, admiring the picturesque scenery of the campus. At 7 o'clock, Chu Yi hurried to their usual haunt, an open-air barbecue restaurant. It was not that he did not wish to bring Shen Yueying along. Rather, he feared she might struggle to adapt to the environment. Lu Hao had already ordered the dishes and chilled beers awaited his arrival. As soon as he took his seat, a freshly opened beer was placed before him. What have you been busy with these days? You hardly respond to my messages. I took a trip to the South Island. Chu Yi took a sip of the beer, finding it quite bitter. Those who are truly happy cannot savor alcohol. What was the purpose of your visit to the South Island? Lu Hao inquired, perplexed. It's not even a holiday. What else could it be? I was making up for the trip I couldn't take previously. Chu Yi paused, swallowing the bitter beer, and continued, I have a girlfriend now. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Hao, who was in the midst of drinking, was caught off guard by this revelation, causing beer to spew from his nose. What did you just say? I said, I have a girlfriend now. Lu Hao was taken aback, his mind racing, eager to inquire further, but his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, he sensed something amiss. Chu Yi followed Lu Hao's gaze and noticed a gentle figure, as graceful as water, not far away. Chapter 75. A series of twists and turns. Lu Hao was uncertain whether his sister had heard the words spoken by Chu Yi moments ago. His heart was filled with trepidation. After waiting for over a decade, he had finally glimpsed hope, only to see it extinguished in an instant. Lu Hao could scarcely fathom the consequences of such despair. Lu Xin, wait for me. Lin Yali soon entered the establishment, her gaze immediately falling upon her boyfriend. And she courteously greeted Chu Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Don't just stand there. Take a seat, Lin Yali said to Lu Xin. Weren't you quite cheerful when you arrived? Why the sudden silence? Lu Xin replied softly, her beautiful, serene visage betraying no emotion. There was neither joy nor sorrow. It was as if she had donned a mask. She settled into a seat opposite Chu Yi, her gaze cast downward. Chu Yi was not at all surprised by Lu Xin's presence. In the past, when he and his brother gathered on weekends, she had rarely been absent. Initially, he had thought Lu Xin would not frequent such outings, considering that the chosen venue was not an upscale restaurant brimming with atmosphere, but rather a lively and unpretentious place filled with the aroma of good food. Furthermore, he understood that two grown men boasting over drinks would hardly captivate her interest. He knew his sister's disposition, gentle and fond of tranquility, rendering her presence in such a setting rather incongruous. Yet, Lu Xin had almost always attended, citing her purpose as watching over them to prevent excessive drinking. Over time, Chu Yi had grown accustomed to her company. Are we playing ball tomorrow? The barbecue is ready. Let's eat. Lu Hao thought desperately to silence his good friend, hoping he would refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. A strange fire burned within him, the cause of which he could not discern. Perhaps it was for his sister's sake. Chu Yi was puzzled. The boisterous individual from earlier had suddenly become evasive. And Lu Exqian, seated across from him, was also enveloped in silence. Could it be that the siblings were at odds? That seemed unlikely. Lin Yali too felt the atmosphere was stifling. Despite the revelry surrounding them, with clinking glasses and laughter, she shot a glance at her boyfriend, only to find him utterly oblivious to her presence. Lu Hao was racking his brain for excuses to disperse this gathering. Had he known it would devolve into such a scenario, he would have sworn never to invite Chu Yi. The strange tension continued to spread. Chu Yi was baffled, particularly when he observed Lu Exqian pouring beer into her glass. He realized that he and his brother had neglected to order a drink for Lu Exqian. He gestured for the waiter to bring a bottle of orange juice, twisting it open and pouring a glass to replace the beer before her. "Drink this." "Don't have the alcohol," he said, his tone reminiscent of an older brother looking after his sister. Yet, this seemingly trivial act of concern shattered Lu Exqian's composure. She had indeed heard Chu Yi's words. "I have a girlfriend now." People possess their own mechanisms of self-protection, postponing unbearable sorrow. Upon hearing that statement, Lu Exqian felt a profound numbness, as if she had been severed from reality. Like a soulless puppet, he was led to his seat by Lin Yali, unable to escape. She had thought she could endure until the end, without revealing even a hint of her emotions before Chu Yi. Thus, tomorrow they would still be siblings, still friends. Yet, despite her unwavering strength, it crumbled under a mere gesture of concern. Years of concealed affection transformed into tears. Her eyes reddened, and two streams of clear tears cascaded down. In that moment, this gentle woman appeared profoundly sorrowful. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yi felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. What was the matter? He instinctively reached out to wipe away Lu Exqian's tears before frantically searching for a tissue. Before he could retrieve one, an infuriated Lu Hao seized his collar. "How dare you even ask what's wrong?" "Chu Yi, I cannot tell if you are genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. It is evident to anyone with eyes that she harbors feelings for you. I said nothing when it was Jiang Wanqing, but now, you've fallen out with her. And it should be Lu Exqian's turn, yet you go and find a girlfriend from who knows where. What of Lu Exqian's years of waiting? Tell me." The sight of his sister's tears greatly affected Lu Hao's reason, for he understood just how deeply his sister had loved this scoundrel all these years. In a fit of rage, Lu Hao struck Chu Yi, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. However, compared to the physical pain, Chu Yi was more shocked by the realization of Lu Exqian's affection for him. The force of the punch had left him somewhat dizzy, yet it brought clarity. The memories of that rainy night, the simple meal shared, the gentle pillow of her lap on the grassy slope, and that time he gifted her a mere trinket. Yet she had been so delighted. Back then, he had thought she was easy to please. Everything suddenly made sense. This love, veiled under the guise of siblinghood, finally surfaced. It turned out that what he truly desired had always been by his side. The sudden blow drew the attention of those around them. Lu Exqian, disregarding everything else, hurried to Chu Yi's side, wanting to help him up. "Brother, my feelings for him are my own affair. You need not seek revenge on my behalf. Love is just like this." Watching his sister protect Chu Yi, Lu Hao's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of regret. No matter the circumstances, he should not have resorted to violence. "Chu Yi, are you all right?" "Don't worry, it's just a cut on my lip," he replied as he rose from the ground, supported by Lu Exqian, who then took a tissue to clean the blood from his mouth. Chu Yi gazed at her reddened eyes, his heart a tumultuous mess. The shop owner rushed over, declaring his intention to call the police. Yet, Chu Yi merely explained it was a playful tussle among friends, that he had simply miscalculated the force. There was no need to escalate the matter. The owner relented. The splendid gathering concluded with an air of finality. Lu Hao asked his girlfriend to accompany his sister home first. Chu Yi stood on the street, his gaze vacant as he watched the vehicles pass by. Lu Hao approached and handed him a bag from the pharmacy. "This is from Lu Exqian." The two men stood there on the bustling street, observing the incessant flow of traffic. "Do you blame me? If you do, feel free to throw a couple of punches. I assure you, I won't retaliate," Lu Hao remarked. Chu Yi shook his head. "Our bond of brotherhood forged over more than a decade cannot be shattered by a mere blow. Sometimes I ponder whether predetermined fate truly exists. If it does, how ironic it is. Once, you stood up for Lu Exqian and saved her. She fell in love with you, yet you did not reciprocate. You devoted your heart to Jiang Wanqing, but she failed to cherish you. Look, everyone is left in a tangled web of emotions. Chu Yi, just if, Lu Xian had not called you brother, would you have regarded her merely as a sister? In that case, you would have had two childhood sweethearts. Even if Jiang Wanqing did not appreciate you, Lu Xian would have loved you. Lu Hao seemed to seek solace, engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. How could it have ended differently? Chu Yi remained silent. Throughout their lives, he had always protected Lu Xian like an older brother. Ironically, it was he who had caused her the most pain. How absurd. Looking back now, the memories Lu Xian brought him were countless. Concerned for his sister, Lu Hao departed swiftly. As Chu Yi had stated, their brotherly bond, cultivated over many years, could not be dismantled by a single punch. Alone, Chu Yi wandered through the bustling metropolis, unknowingly arriving at the location of his first date with Sun Yueying. The shimmering neon lights still reflected upon the waters of the bund. He took out his phone to capture the moment, only to discover a plethora of unread messages. The most recent was from Lu Xian. Brother Chu Yi, please do not feel troubled by my affection. Your happiness is my happiness. Time slipped away, and eventually, he glanced at the next message, which was from Sun Yueying, inquiring when he would return and offering to pick him up if he had been drinking. Informing her that he was at the bund, he slipped his phone back into his pocket. Approximately 20 minutes later, a figure of grace and elegance appeared at the bund. Chu Yi forced a disheveled smile as he embraced his girlfriend. Noticing the bruised corner of his mouth, Sun Yueying's brow furrowed in concern. What happened? He had inadvertently harmed someone he should not have. I deserve this, he replied. Observing the bag of medicine in his hand, Sun Yueying took it from him. Gently pouring the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder onto a piece of medical cotton, she carefully applied it to his wound, her every movement cautious. As if fearful of inflicting pain upon Chu Yi, Sun Yueying was particularly concerned about the person he had mentioned, who should not have been harmed. Unbidden, certain memories surfaced in her mind. The application of the medicine was complete. Sun Yueying entwined her arm with Chu Yi's, both gazing at the shimmering surface of the river. This morning, as I was escorting you home, a woman clad in a white dress was observing me from a distance. Do you know her? Chu Yi was taken aback by Sun Yueying's inquiry. In love, there is no room for deception. Once lies take root, parting becomes inevitable. Her name is Jiang Wanqing. We grew up together on that very street. Sun Yueying fully comprehended the implication behind her boyfriend's words. There exists a term that aptly describes such a bond, childhood sweethearts. Driven by a woman's intuition, she sensed that their connection ran deeper than mere friendship. Did you ever harbor feelings for her? Sun Yueying posed a piercing question as she fixed her gaze upon the gently flowing river. Chu Yi stood at a crossroads, faced with two options, to lie and deny, or to be forthright and confess. Despite the unknown dread that lingered in his heart, he opted for honesty with his girlfriend. He nodded slightly, yes. As those words escaped his lips, he remained uncertain of Sun Yueying's emotional response. Would a flawless woman be able to accept an imperfect love? Last night, Jiang Wanqing had asked herself if she had ever loved him, yet she had refrained from answering. Now, however, before his girlfriend, he had provided a definitive response. Fate has a peculiar way of intervening. This night was indeed fraught with tumult, leaving one feeling utterly exhausted. Chapter 76. Insights on Love. Sun Yueying recalled the day when a piece of drawing paper fell at the edge of her skirt. The woman depicted on it was rendered with remarkable finesse. It turned out that she had already encountered her in such a manner long ago. Yet, reflecting on it now, her state of mind was entirely different. Any girlfriend would inevitably feel a twinge of concern upon learning that her boyfriend had once loved someone else. Unless the two were merely indulging in a fleeting romance without intentions for the future, they would naturally remain indifferent to each other's pasts. For the first time, Sun Yueying experienced the bittersweet pangs of jealousy, or a heart resembling a tangled ball of yarn. Love was imbued with an emotional essence that often clouds rational judgment. Chu Yi gazed at his silent girlfriend beside him, yet he did not release his arm. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly. With his other hand, he gently tucked a few strands of hair, blown awry by the wind, behind Sun Yueying's ear. He understood that her subdued demeanor stemmed from her feelings for him. If she did not care, she would not be affected at all. Moreover, love possesses an inherent exclusivity. Yueying, I know these responses may not be what you wish to hear. However, since you have posed the question, I feel obligated to answer. Only with mutual honesty can love truly flourish. A relationship riddled with deceit cannot be deemed love. Cherishing the present moment is paramount for everyone. In the afternoon, did we not agree to go on a date? Come, It is now 9 o'clock. We still have time. Chu Yi's voice was deliberately softened, seeking to soothe his girlfriend. Where are you taking me for our date, Mr. Chu? Shun Yuang returned to her usual self, her flirtatious tone laced with intimacy typical of couples. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly managed to dissipate her mood with just a couple of sentences? Happiness arrived too swiftly. Indeed. When he heard about her past with that woman, he felt a genuine discomfort. However, upon reflection, the fact that they could walk hand in hand, standing by each other's side, was a rare blessing. It would be unwise to let past events taint their relationship. To argue with her would inadvertently push her closer to the other. It was far better to love her even more. Shen Yuang recalled the scene from yesterday. The woman in the white dress undoubtedly still harbored feelings for Chu Yi. Otherwise, why would she gaze from afar for so long? Mr. Chu, do you think I am right? The enchanting depths of her eyes held a tenderness unique to him. Her words were profoundly moving. In that moment, Shun Yuang embodied the epitome of an ideal girlfriend in Chu Yi's heart. Her understanding of love had transcended his own. Indeed, Chu Yi replied with unwavering conviction. Senior, I must have done an immense good deed in my past life for the heavens to have allowed me to meet you. Yet Shen Yuang disagreed. Chu Yi, you need not belittle yourself. In this relationship, you have contributed far more than I have. Sometimes I ponder what you truly gain from being with me. Is it wealth? During the time we have spent together, I have scarcely had the opportunity to spend money on you. Yet, you have encouraged me to pursue my dreams abroad. It is through you that I have come to understand the essence of pure love. You claim that meeting me has been your greatest fortune. However, I perceive it quite the opposite. The revelations of the past have not fostered any barriers between us. Chu Yi gently extricated his arm from its previous hold and took the immaculate hand of Shun Yuang in his own, their fingers entwined. As long as there are those in this world who love you, it cannot be all that bad. Chu Yi wished to select a gift for Shen Yuang. Surrounded as they were by a plethora of luxury boutiques. Though he could afford them, she was reluctant to allow her boyfriend to squander his money. My dear, I lack for nothing in these regards. If you truly wish to give me a gift, then play a piece of music for me. On the first floor of the large shopping mall stood a piano, elegantly adorned to enhance the ambience, inviting passers-by to express themselves. All right, what would you like to hear? Chu Yi felt invigorated at once. Music is indeed a splendid gift. As you wish. He took his place at the piano, briefly testing the keys before commencing a formal performance. The enchanting melody captivated the attention of wandering tourists, drawing them in with its romantic allure. Shun Yuang was familiar with this piece as well, aware of its background story, which expresses the longings of love and happiness, rendering every note profoundly beautiful. Yet, within Chu Yi's performance lingered a hint of melancholy, as if a person grounded on earth yearned to reach out and touch the moon above. Words may deceive, but music speaks the truth. As the other half of this love, Shen Yuang could perceive the emotions conveyed in the music more acutely than anyone else present. Indeed, the journey between herself and Chu Yi was far from smooth. Countless challenges awaited them ahead. She resolved to embrace this love with unwavering confidence, providing him with greater assurance. As the final notes faded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. They say that a serious man is the most handsome, and a touch of elegance is simply irresistible. A bold young woman, emboldened by courage, sought to acquire Chu Yi's contact information. However, when Shun Yuang approached him, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Truly, good men are a rarity. The couple departed from the bustling commercial district and wandered into a quaint, picturesque street. The cobblestone path beneath their feet was illuminated by warm-toned streetlights, casting a gentle and inviting glow. Flower shops and coffee houses adorned the area. Chu Yi held Shun Yuang's hand as they entered a flower shop, where she requested a single, beautifully wrapped crimson rose. On this charming street, a scene unfolded, a graceful woman entwined with her beloved's arm. Though passers-by could not overhear their conversation, they could infer the sweetness of their bond from their affectionate demeanor. Whenever that seemingly unattainable woman glanced at her companion, an involuntary smile of happiness would grace her lips. As their stroll came to a close, they found themselves in front of a pet shop, frequented by many couples. Chu Yi proposed they venture inside, and Shun Yuang readily acquiesced. The shop boasts a myriad of cat breeds, ragdolls, short hairs, tabbies, and more. The fluffy kittens are utterly adorable. Senior, when you return, let us adopt a cat. Chu Yi pondered, unaware of the origin of this thought. Shun Yuang gently shook her head. As a sense of disappointment washed over him, she spoke softly, Chu Yi, my heart is rather small. Once you arrive, there will be no space left for even a single kitten. In my solitary days, I too envisioned having a cat. On sunlit afternoons, it would quietly lie by my feet, keeping me company. But now, I yearn to share those radiant afternoons with you, seated closely on the balcony's wicker chair, close enough to lean against your shoulder. Chu Yi, our future is not an ephemeral dream. It does not require numerous promises. The essence of love itself is our finest vow. A gentle warmth blossomed within Chu Yi's heart, akin to the soft, nurturing spring rain that alleviates worry and anxiety. Yet as steadfast as a rock, the source of this newfound strength was none other than Qingmei. Indeed, I believe we shall have a splendid future. Chu Yi set aside his myriad concerns and savored this long-awaited date with his girlfriend. Joyful moments always seem fleeting. Before they knew it, it was already 10:30. They reluctantly bid farewell to the charming, antiquated street. Chu Yi took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat, driving Shun Yueying home. Their journey was a series of stops and starts, with the city's traffic lights symbolizing the unforeseen setbacks of life. Although numerous, they ultimately guide one to their desired destination. After approximately half an hour, the familiar two-story apartment came into view. As the garage door lifted, Chu Yi gently parked the car inside. He observed Qingmei as she unfastened her seatbelt, internally sighing as the moment of parting approached. Typically, couples in a newly established relationship swiftly enter a passionate phase, inseparable and glued to each other. Yet, their love faced numerous obstacles. Chu Yi often struggled to find a sense of reality in Shun Yueying, akin to the moon reflected on water, which dissipates with the slightest ripple. A sense of reluctance brewed within him, momentarily causing him to forget the injury at the corner of his mouth, longing to kiss the moon. In the cramped, dimly lit interior of the car, as Shun Yueying released her seatbelt, a strong hand encircled her slender waist. "Senior, do you recall what you said yesterday morning?" In the charged atmosphere, Shun Yueying's heart raced uncontrollably, a charming blush blooming upon her delicate face. Chapter 77. 3 Words of Course. Shun Yueying remembered the words she had spoken. Yesterday morning, Chu Yi had wished to kiss her on campus, but she had gracefully evaded him. Focused on her studies, she had decided to postpone their intimate moment until the evening. This verbal promise should have been fulfilled long ago. However, unforeseen circumstances had delayed it until tonight. Now, the car had come to a stop, and they were alone in the confined space. There was no possibility of interruption. The timing, the setting, and the harmony between them were all perfect. He gazed at his exquisite and dignified girlfriend, captivated by her beauty. Unadorned yet enchanting, she was a vision to behold. Just a step closer, and he could taste the sweetness of her lips. Strangely compelled, Chu Yi reached out to caress her graceful neck, akin to that of a swan. Shun Yueying shivered slightly, but remained silent, allowing him to indulge in his whims. Just as he leaned in for a kiss, a delicate finger rose to his lips, halting him. "Your lips are still injured." The delightful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this reality. Chu Yi felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, and let out a deep sigh. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, a reminder of the dinner he had missed amidst a series of unforeseen events. He had even accompanied Shun Yueying for shopping afterward. Hunger was only natural. "All right, once you're healed, you can kiss to your heart's content. Darling, your stomach is protesting," Shun Yueying remarked with a blend of affection and exasperation. Having noticed his forlorn expression, it seemed to be yearning for the heartfelt late-night snack prepared by the senior. Their conversation flowed with a harmonious cadence, reminiscent of a couple in sync. The car was permeated with the sweet scent of romance. "Yes, let us get out of the car," Shun Yueying agreed with enthusiasm. As they stepped out, Chu Yi took her hand and said, "If kissing isn't an option, how about a hug?" Shun Yueying responded with action, stepping into his embrace. To hold the one you love is a beautiful experience, akin to possessing the entire world. Chu Yi held her for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly releasing her. Half an hour later, he savored the meat porridge that Shun Yueying had prepared, feeling utterly content. "It's getting late. Will you stay tonight?" Faced with his girlfriend's kind offer, Chu Yi had no intention of disappointing her. Unbeknownst to him, his clothes and toiletries had mysteriously appeared here, along with a new razor. He stood frozen for several seconds upon seeing it, as it hinted at so much more. After showering, he entered the master bedroom, where Shun Yueying patted the space beside her, inviting him to sit. He assumed she had something to discuss, but instead, she simply nestled against him quietly. In that moment, it was a scene that many could only dream of. Perhaps an unspoken line of taboo lay between them, intensifying their desire to be close. The beauty, fragrant and soft after her bath, was intoxicating. Just before returning to the adjacent room, Shen Yueying performed a gesture he had longed for, gently kissing the corner of his right mouth, a tender goodnight kiss. Darling, I wish you sweet dreams tonight. The allure of a mature and insightful woman was truly remarkable in this moment, expressing one's affection candidly. The following day, after breakfast, the two ventured to Tianhai University together. The examination period had arrived, and Chu Yi found himself exceedingly busy, only able to rendezvous with his girlfriend in the club activity room during lunch. Shen Yueying was delicately applying medicinal powder onto a medical sponge, gently dabbing it onto the corner of Chu Yi's mouth with tender care. He had been oblivious to the pain the night before, but now even the slightest utterance elicited discomfort, akin to the torment of an oral ulcer. When Shen Yueying's slender, fair fingers inadvertently brushed against his lips, it sent a tingling sensation coursing through him. Suddenly, the door to the activity room swung open, revealing none other than Ning Mingyao. Junior, what happened to your mouth? Before Chu Yi could respond, Ning Mingyao remarked with a peculiar expression, you two are rather fervent, aren't you? Kissing to the point of splitting lips? Chu Yi. Shen Yueying. Ning Mingyao approached to inspect the slightly discolored wound where the ointment was applied. She pondered, asking if it hurt. Yet the words remained unspoken. Chu Yi and Shen Yueying adhered to their unspoken agreement of refraining from displaying affection in her presence, and the trio interacted just as they typically would. Suddenly, Chu Yi's phone buzzed, revealing a message from his senior, Ning. She inquired whether he had persuaded Shen Yueying to remain in the country, cautioning against future regrets. Chu Yi's heart sank, momentarily detached from the sweetness of love, as it seemed even Ning did not hold high hopes for their relationship. Yet he had come to understand a profound truth. Those destined to part ways would inevitably do so, regardless of how often they met. Shen Yueying, engrossed in her studies, sensed the weight of Chu Yi's gaze upon her, filled with intricate emotions. The exam week was hectic, and Shen Yueying had refrained from disturbing Chu Yi during these days. Once the examination period concluded, the sweltering summer vacation approached. Chu Yi's mouth had nearly healed. Shen Yueying found herself breathless after his kisses. Each day, their time together dwindled, a juxtaposition of passionate fervor and tranquil simplicity. They would occasionally visit the aquarium or amusement parks, the quintessential dating spots, while at other times, they relished quiet afternoons at home, nestled close to one another. Occasionally, he would play the piano, with Shen Yueying quietly listening beside him. Chu Yi perused the books on his girlfriend's shelf, most of which pertained to business, with a portion dedicated to philosophy. When he encountered something unfamiliar, Shen Yueying would elucidate with patience, their interactions imbued with sweetness and tenderness. The advantages of having an older girlfriend were indeed numerous. Time flew by in this blissful interlude. The day of Shen Yueying's departure abroad loomed near. The two sat closely together on a rattan chair on the balcony, with Shen Yueying comfortably resting her head on his shoulder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chu Yi sensed her reluctance to part ways. He felt a pang of sorrow at the impending farewell, yet simultaneously rejoiced for Shen Yueying's pursuit of her aspirations. A bird soared through the sky, embodying freedom. Shen Yueying remained silent, and while Chu Yi perceived her as the ideal girlfriend, he wondered how such perfection could exist in this world. As their separation drew near, she began to grapple with her insecurities. The woman in the white dress is Chu Yi's childhood sweetheart. They reside on the same street. Moreover, she still harbors feelings for Chu Yi. After being away for such a long time, could there truly have been no changes? Influenced by her family background, Shen Yueying is, in truth, a person starved of love. While it is often said that she redeemed Chu Yi, is it not also true that he redeemed her? The essence of pure love is precisely what she yearns for most. Shen Yueying's affection for Chu Yi surpasses his imagination, accompanied by an overwhelming possessiveness. Once, she dreamed of a simple life with him, yet her furious father possesses countless ways to ruin Chu Yi's future. After much contemplation, on this splendid evening, she made a resolute decision. Before departing for abroad, she entrusted her most precious possession to Chu Yi. I long to hear you say those 3 words. Shen Yueying whispered. Chu Yi assumed that his girlfriend was anxious about their uncertain future. Without hesitation, he took Shen Yueying's hand. I love you. Chapter 78. An unexpected encounter. The gentle breeze bears witness to this tumultuous yet sincere love. Life is indeed capricious. Will time and distance gradually erode their bond, leading them to return to the vast sea of humanity, Or will they persevere until the clouds part and the moonlight shines through? No one can guarantee what the future holds. At least, in this moment, Chu Yi and Shun Yuang are in love. They share a kiss in the warm glow of the setting sun. Time flows like a river. Shun Yuang's departure for abroad is set for this weekend. Recently, she has been preoccupied with various trivial matters. It has been a while since she last went on a date with Chu Yi. The afternoon is neither too hot nor too cool, making it perfect for an outing. Shun Yuang meticulously prepares herself, her long hair elegantly styled, adorned in a graceful gown, and donning high heels, exuding charm. With their farewell imminent, she wishes to present her most beautiful self to her beloved. Darling, let us not drive this time. Let us take the subway, she suggests. Chu Yi nods, acquiescing to her wishes during their dwindling time together. He is well aware that Shun Yuang is making an effort to create beautiful memories. For the foreseeable future, they will have to live off these cherished recollections. After locking the door, Chu Yi plants a tender kiss on his elegantly dressed girlfriend before they set off to the subway station, just a few hundred meters away. The subway station during summer vacation is bustling with university couples. With Shun Yuang linked to his arm, Chu Yi becomes the envy of many, particularly with the natural intimacy that radiates from their conversation. Onlookers feel a pang of envy but are primarily filled with admiration and well wishes. The subway is not overly crowded, and Chu Yi effortlessly finds a seat for them. Shun Yuang gazes at the glass opposite, reflecting their intertwined hands and the closeness they share. Chu Yi notices numerous eyes directed their way. After all, his girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful, especially today with her thoughtful attire that cannot conceal her noble and elegant aura. He releases her hand and discreetly wraps his arm around her waist, as if to assert his claim. This little gesture does not escape Shun Yuang's notice. The notion that her beloved feels a twinge of jealousy brings her a unique sense of happiness, prompting her to snuggle closer. Being with the right person makes even a subway ride delightful. Upon disembarking, they arrive at the Tianjin City Commercial District. Junior, I never realized you were so easily envious. Shun Yuang remarks, addressing Chu Yi with a variety of affectionate titles. Mr. Chu, Chu Yi, Darling, Junior. Each name corresponds to a particular context. Chu Yi does not deny his moment of jealousy, acknowledging, how could I not, when my senior is so stunning? Shun Yuang had expected him to maintain his pride and offer some feeble defense, but instead, he admits it outright, his tone imbued with a sense of pride. Suddenly, Chu Yi senses a soft touch on his profile, fleeting and ephemeral. Please, do not be jealous, my dear. Those who are favored have nothing to fear. With a reluctant sigh, Chu Yi acquiesced, though the corners of his mouth betrayed him, unable to suppress a hint of a smile. The playful banter between couples was hardly more than this, delightfully sweet. As they passed the long-established Xiaodai dessert shop, Shun Yuang expressed a desire to browse inside. Chu Yi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He had visited this dessert shop countless times and was thoroughly familiar with its layout and the variety of confections it offered. The automatic glass doors slid open, and the female staff member who had distributed flyers outside during his last visit recognized the familiar face of a long-absent patron. She was about to extend a warm welcome when her gaze fell upon Shun Yuang, who was elegantly linked to Chu Yi's arm. Initially taken aback by her grace and beauty, the staff member's expression shifted to one of curiosity as her eyes darted to another corner of the shop. Chapter 79. An irresistible reason from the perspective of the female shop assistant. Chu Yi had frequently visited the store accompanied by a strikingly beautiful yet aloof girl. Their chemistry was palpable, creating an impression of perfect compatibility. However, the enchanting girl seemed to have vanished, leaving Chu Yi to come alone to collect sweet pastries. He still selected the chestnut cake, her favorite treat. Later, while distributing flyers, she unexpectedly encountered this regular customer. She wished to recommend some new offerings or inquire why he and his girlfriend had ceased their weekly visits. Yet, before she could pose her questions, Chu Yi departed. Today, the elusive beauty returned after a long absence, and they entered the store almost simultaneously. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Were they not a couple? Had they parted ways? The shop assistant glanced at Chu Yi and then at Shun Yuang, mustering the courage to utter a simple welcome. The shop's spacious interior was adorned with countless dessert displays, causing Chu Yi to momentarily overlook the white dress in his line of sight. The world is indeed small, for he encountered someone he ought not to have seen during what was meant to be a romantic outing, since she became aware of her surroundings. Jiang Wanqing had spent every summer with Chu Yi by her side. However, this year, as the cicadas began to sing, they had already drifted apart. unable to maintain their once inseparable bond. There is a saying that resonates deeply. One often realizes the value of what they had only after it is lost. The boy who had accompanied her through her formative years had departed from her life, casting a shadow over her world. She returned to familiar places, seeking to gather the scattered fragments of her memories, akin to a solitary figure in a frigid landscape desperately searching for kindling and sparks. Yet, what solace lay in uncovering branches concealed beneath layers of snow? Just as a pure white gardenia cannot bloom in a desolate desert, damp wood cannot ignite a flame. Chu Yi stepped into the shop he had not visited in ages, finding everything arranged as it had been before, evoking a nostalgic sigh as if leafing through an old photo album. "Have you been to this shop?" Sun Yueying observed as he adeptly selected a plate and tongs for his pastries. "Yes," he replied. "Then, Mr. Chu, please do recommend something," she suggested, as they perused the selections together. As they turned a corner, a figure of chilling elegance and breathtaking beauty caught his eye. The childhood companions had finally reunited in this familiar setting. Jiang Wanqing watched as Sun Yueying took her place beside Chu Yi. Hearing about their relationship was one thing, but witnessing it was an entirely different experience. That night, when Chu Yi confided that he was now with Sun Yueying, her heart ached, though not as intensely as it did now. It felt as though her heart were being cleaved. Jiang Wanqing's eyes reddened, yet no tears fell. Perhaps they had long dried up during countless sleepless nights. The person she had yearned for was now so close, yet it was too late to utter a word. Chu Yi remained silent. What could he say? Much like the protagonists of a film who, after a breakup, encounter each other and feign nonchalance by saying, "What a coincidence." He took Sun Yueying's hand and headed toward the cash register. "Chu Yi," a voice resonated from behind, etched in memory, yet he did not turn back. Jiang Wanqing felt that this was undoubtedly a punishment from the heavens for her failure to cherish what she had. What could be more agonizing than losing the one you love most? There wasn't even a chance for redemption. After leaving the dessert shop, Chu Yi awaited an inquiry from Sun Yueying. Yet, what he received was not his girlfriend's relentless questioning or a display of emotional turmoil, but rather an array of gifts. As they passed a men's fashion boutique, Sun Yueying selected several summer outfits for him. With summer nearing its end, autumn attire had also begun to appear, prompting her to purchase a few more ensembles. Although the feeling of having his girlfriend choose clothes for him was delightful, it was evident that she had gone a bit overboard. "Senior, just 2 sets would suffice." Sun Yueying provided a reason that Chu Yi could not possibly refuse. "In the days when I am not by your side, let these accompany you. I hope that every time you open your wardrobe, you will think of me." Chapter 80. Wishing to marry you. In a renowned men's clothing boutique, customers were plentiful. Chu Yi garnered the envy of every man present, despite their own girlfriends or wives standing by their sides. Sun Yueying personally selected outfits, and after coordinating them, encouraged him to try them on in the fitting room. Upon his return, she would instinctively adjust his collar, her movements imbued with a gentle tenderness. It seemed she was embodying a promise of ever-deepening affection. Chu Yi felt his heart nearly melt under the weight of her thoughtfulness, and he couldn't help but begin to envision their life together after marriage, imagining the day when Sun Yueying would become his wife. He understood that upon returning home, his girlfriend would only grow busier, as the vast Shin group awaited her capable hands to take the reins. Such blissful moments were undeniably rare. Chu Yi had never yearned for success more fervently, even though he had yet to graduate from university. Responsibility and a profound love served as guiding lights on a man's path to maturity, fueling the drive to overcome challenges and failures. What was he pondering so intently? Sun Yueying noticed him lost in thought and teased, "I want to marry you." Chu Yi snapped back to reality, the words slipping from his lips instinctively. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Sun Yueying paused slightly, her noble and enchanting visage tinged with a faint blush. A woman's blush is the most exquisite of cosmetics. Occasionally, she would playfully refer to him as Junior, but now she found herself charmed by her younger boyfriend. Indeed, sincerity is the most potent weapon. Only later did Chu Yi fully comprehend the magnitude of his statement, yet he stood unashamed, taking ownership of his words. He felt no embarrassment. Onlookers nearby were taken aback by Chu Yi's unabashed directness. "No wonder you have such a beautiful girlfriend. Handsome and sweet-tongued. How could that woman not be completely enchanted?" A senior remarked, "You've bought so many clothes. I could change outfits daily for a week without repetition. That is more than enough." Sun Yueying's heart was stirred like a tranquil lake ruffled by the wind, making it difficult for her to concentrate on choosing clothes. After scanning to pay, she provided the cashier with her delivery time and address. With nothing to carry, Chu Yi naturally took her pristine, delicate hand in his, as if holding a piece of soft jade. Shen Weiying's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. If the person you cherished were lost in thought, you might ask what occupied their mind. She would instinctively reply, I was wondering when this clueless man would finally marry me. Such sweet words are unparalleled. It's time for me to present you with a gift, Chu Yi smiled. Love is mutual, not merely a one-sided offering. They arrived at a jewelry store, where Chu Yi purchased an exquisite necklace for Shen Weiying with his royalties. She declined the shop assistant's offer to wrap it. Darling, please help me put it on. Chu Yi stepped behind her, gently gathering her silky hair. With both hands, he swiftly adorned her, the delicate necklace harmonizing beautifully with Shen Weiying's slender, elegant neck, enhancing her grace. She gently caressed the pendant in front of the mirror. Mr. Chu, I truly cherish this gift. I am glad you like it. Chu Yi turned his gaze towards another glass cabinet. There, instead of a necklace, lay a ring. Yet, the concept of marriage felt too distant for both of them. Presently, a formidable conundrum loomed before him. Countless couples have succumbed to the trials of time and distance. Chu Yi remained uncertain about what the future held. He could only trust that one day, amidst the witnesses of family, friends, and esteemed guests, he would place the wedding band upon his girlfriend's ring finger, thus becoming the most significant person in each other's lives. Chapter 81. Dreamlike romance in the blink of an eye, the two had spent over 2 hours wandering the streets. Darling, let us pause here for a moment and indulge in some dessert, Shen Weiying suggested, stopping beside a wooden bench. As he settled down, he noticed the elegant and enchanting high heels adorning her feet. They symbolized beauty, yet also imposed a certain constraint. Strolling for so long in them inevitably brought discomfort. Senior, if you're tired, we can head home, he offered. Shen Weiying linked her arm with his, saying, just a brief rest. It's still early to return. I wouldn't want to create the impression that our date is abruptly ending. She was reluctant to entertain such a thought. Senior, you are equally beautiful without high heels, Shen Weiying remarked, realizing how attentive the man beside her was, always perceptive of her state. There was no way to conceal her feelings from him. Do you not like them? I do. My girlfriend, when adorned in high heels, resembles a princess attending a grand soiree. Yet, beyond vanity, I am more concerned about your comfort. The high heels vividly illustrated the love shared between Chu Yi and Shen Weiying. She wished to leave her most beautiful image etched in his heart, which was why she wore them. However, Chu Yi felt a pang of sympathy for the exhaustion her choice brought her. My dear Mr. Chu, you are increasingly attentive to your girlfriend, she teased, an obvious sentiment. After resting for a while, Chu Yi took Shen Weiying to a shoe store, where he purchased her a pair of comfortable athletic shoes. Shen Weiying was taken aback when he personally knelt to assist her in removing her high heels. He gently lifted her skirt slightly and grasped her delicate ankle. The warmth of his hands was unmistakable. Engaging in such intimacy within the store, even the typically composed and mature woman felt a tinge of shyness. The saleswoman watched with envious eyes. Chu Yi, however, was unfazed, recalling how his girlfriend had just helped him select clothes and adjust his collar. Helping her with her shoes seemed trivial in comparison. He thought it was absurd not to cherish such a girlfriend. Mutual affection is a profound connection. I can manage it myself, Shen Weiying said, pulling her dainty feet back under her skirt as she noticed her boyfriend's intent to help her put on the shoes. Chu Yi watched his bashful girlfriend with great interest, surprised to discover that even a poised woman could exhibit shyness, a rare sight indeed. Once she donned the athletic shoes, a sense of unparalleled comfort enveloped her. They then ventured to a cinema to enjoy a film together. The evening had grown late, and the streetlights began to illuminate the paths. Chu Yi had initially planned to dine out at a restaurant to conclude their date on a perfect note. However, Shen Weiying expressed a desire for a candlelit dinner at home instead. Neither mentioned the impending deadline, yet both were earnestly striving to create more beautiful memories together. This candlelit dinner was destined to be imbued with a poignant sense of impending farewell, akin to petals dancing in the wind. Upon returning home after shopping at the supermarket, Chu Yi and Shen Weiying divided their tasks. Shen Weiying was responsible for setting the scene for the candlelit dinner, while Chu Yi took charge of preparing the meal. After the steak was perfectly cooked and cut into pieces, it was artfully arranged, accompanied by aromatic pasta and a fresh fruit salad. As he emerged from the kitchen, the living room's lighting had dimmed slightly. The dining table was adorned with a lovely tablecloth, while a copper candlestick bore 3 lit candles, casting a gentle, warm glow that enhanced the atmosphere. Nearby, 2 bouquets of decorative roses were placed, one white and the other pink. A bottle of red wine was poured into a decanter, and the crystal-clear goblets reflected the flickering candlelight. This scene was enchantingly romantic. Shen Yueying chose not to sit directly opposite, but rather remained close to him. As the wine was poured, the two goblets lightly clinked together. With the red wine, Shen Yueying appeared even more captivating, her allure profound and irresistible. The beauty under the soft light exuded an intoxicating charm, and her enticing red lips glistened with the wine's sheen. "Junior, merely gazing at me won't satisfy your hunger," she teased, her words laced with a hint of mischief. Chu Yi found his senior particularly alluring that night, igniting within him an impulsive desire for mischief. The flickering candlelight mirrored his heart, caressed by an unseen hand. A third of the wine had been consumed by Shen Yueying, with the remainder destined for Chu Yi. Both felt a gentle intoxication settling in. As dinner concluded, Chu Yi tidied the dishes and eagerly sought to embrace his girlfriend, only to discover that Shen Yueying was already bathing in the upstairs bathroom. Having inevitably gathered the scent of cooking, he seized the moment to wash up in a different bathroom. Upon returning to the bedroom, a slender and graceful silhouette caught his eye. Chu Yi initially intended to draw the enchanting figure into his embrace, but to his surprise, she initiated a kiss. The prolonged kiss was intoxicating, drawing him into an inescapable trance. Over the past 2 months, they had shared many kisses, yet none had felt as profoundly intimate as this one. Perhaps it was the wine that had emboldened her, as Chu Yi sensed a heightened assertiveness from his girlfriend, leaving him a little dazed. "Senior," he murmured, using the last vestiges of his rationality to break the fervent kiss. Shen Yueying's beautiful eyes shimmered like autumn waters. "Chu Yi, take me," she whispered. Chapter 82. No regrets. Chu Yi's heart skipped a beat. In his arms lay a woman of extraordinary beauty, her enchanting visage flushed with a delicate crimson hue. Perhaps the lingering effects of the red wine had emboldened her, allowing her to cast aside all modesty on the eve of their parting. Chu Yi had pledged not to cross any boundaries, yet the line seemed to shift ever closer towards him. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. The waves of impulse crashed against the cliffs of reason, scattering countless fragments. The situation was precarious. Who could resist the allure of embracing a beloved when feelings were mutual? At this very moment, all it would take was for Chu Yi to take the initiative, and he could completely possess the one he yearned for. To refuse? The very notion was swiftly dismissed. His girlfriend had mustered her courage through wine, shedding her reservations to offer him her most treasured gift. To decline would be akin to shattering her heartfelt intentions upon the ground. He sensed the insecurity that enveloped her, perhaps due to the impending separation that would place vast oceans between them, or perhaps for other reasons. Only 2 seconds had elapsed. Yet Shen Yueying felt as though she had waited an eternity. Having witnessed Jiang Wanqing's demeanor at the dessert shop named Summer Butterfly, Shen Yueying was increasingly convinced that she still harbored feelings for Chu Yi. Childhood friends, innocent and untainted, coupled with the reality that she would be absent from Chu Yi's life for an extended period. Even the most rational of women, once ensnared by love, often grappled with insecurities. Thus, before departing, she wished to solidify their bond, leaving no room for regret. Shen Yueying understood that Chu Yi was a responsible man. Had he not been, he would not have declined her invitation that fateful night, choosing instead to sleep on the ground. In this pivotal moment, however, the fire in Chu Yi's eyes had dimmed somewhat, even as the blood coursing through his veins felt like gasoline, igniting a fervor that threatened to incinerate his reason. He was young, vigorous, and devoted to his fitness. Facing the one he adored, it was impossible for him to remain composed. Chu Yi reached out, caressing her flawless face, his voice gravelly with desire. His breath grew heavy. "Senior, are you certain?" The alluring scent of her body lingered at the tip of his nose, and he felt himself on the brink of losing control. No regrets? No regrets. Chu Yi needed no further inquiry. The question hung in the air, redundant. He gently pressed his lips against his girlfriend's tempting crimson ones, his warm hand relinquishing all restraint. The passionate Shen Yueying seemed a sublime incarnation of grace and allure, as if she were the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens. As he descended, he kissed her elegant, slender neck. Shen Yueying melted into a puddle of spring mud, yielding to his every touch. Gradually, their fingers intertwined tightly, while the moon shyly retreated behind a veil of clouds. The following morning, soft sunlight streamed through the window. Chu Yi slowly awakened, and upon turning to see the person beside him, he was reassured that the events of the previous night had indeed been real, a dreamlike experience. Though he had retired late the previous night, Chu Yi felt no fatigue. Rather, He was invigorated. He gazed for an extended period at the slumbering Shen Wanqing, who appeared breathtakingly enchanting from any angle. A hint of allure graced her brow, lending her an air of maturity and intellect, while her innate nobility remained unblemished. A few errant strands of hair danced around her ears, adding to her unique beauty. Unable to resist, Chu Yi tenderly placed a kiss on his girlfriend's pristine forehead. The bed was no longer its usual neat self. The sheets lay crumpled, accompanied by a tattered nightgown. The source of this disarray was evident, requiring no further elaboration. Chu Yi carefully extricated himself from the bed, striving to minimize any disturbance to Shen Wanqing as he tidied up. Subsequently, he proceeded to wash up and prepare breakfast. This morning's repast was exceptionally lavish, fit to serve as a dinner, thus demanding considerable time and effort. He also remembered Shen Wanqing's preference for milk with her breakfast. As he busied himself in the kitchen, he felt an exquisitely soft sensation behind him. A pair of delicate arms encircled his waist. Why not indulge in a little more sleep? Chapter 83. Love Across the Seas. Chu Yi grasped Shen Wanqing's hand and offered a gentle smile. Previously, an invisible barrier had existed between them, a forbidden line that halted their emotions at their peak, as if an unseen wall stood tall. However, all of that dissipated last night, leaving no trace of estrangement. Their gestures now exuded an effortless intimacy. Shen Wanqing's dependence on Chu Yi had intensified. She yearned to remain by his side. She approached him from behind, and the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. When one encounters the right person, even the simplest ingredients can transform into bliss. Chu Yi gazed at his girlfriend, confident that her beauty was not merely a figment of infatuation. Today, she radiated a charm that surpassed yesterday's allure. Though her hair was styled the same way, elegantly coiled, it possessed an elusive grace that was difficult to articulate. Wanqing. Chu Yi pointed to his own face, unabashedly requesting a kiss. Upon seeing this, Shen Wanqing's smile blossomed, a vision of irresistible charm. Chu Yi waited patiently. Yet the anticipated kiss did not come, leaving him slightly disheartened. Just then, a touch more gentle than spring's breeze graced him. Shen Wanqing fulfilled his wish, causing his heart to leap with joy. The dynamic between an elder sister and a younger brother is always a delightful imbalance. Mr. Chu, aren't you going to give your girlfriend a good morning kiss? Shen Wanqing's tone was alluring, revealing the beguiling nature of her playful demeanor. I already have, came the unexpected reply from Shen Wanqing. When was that? I just woke up and kissed my girlfriend's fair forehead. But no need to feel regret. Who says a good morning kiss can only be given once? Chu Yi casually turned off the stove and wrapped his arms around Shen Wanqing's delicate waist. Behind her stood the refrigerator door. He leaned down for a kiss, lingering as the moment unfolded. Any hint of disappointment Shen Wanqing felt was quietly resolved. Their playful exchange concluded as they began to indulge in a bountiful breakfast. Shen Wanqing consumed more than usual, perhaps due to the exertion from the previous day. After washing the dishes, Chu Yi returned to find his girlfriend arranging the roses that had adorned their candlelit dinner the night before. She trimmed the stems and placed them in a vase filled with water, ensuring they would last longer. The scene before him brimmed with beauty. Chu Yi took out his phone and captured several photographs, convinced that even these images would stand out in a competition. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not due to exceptional photography skills, but simply because the flowers were beautiful and the person even more so. In a fleeting moment, Chu Yi felt as though the bouquet of roses he had intended to give blossomed within his heart. Their time together was dwindling, as Shen Wanqing's departure abroad was imminent. With only a few days remaining, due to her physical limitations, they chose to stay indoors, enjoying each other's company in the simplicity of home. They nestled together on the sofa in the living room, the television's content becoming irrelevant. What truly mattered was that they were together. With a mere outstretch of the hand, one can reach out and touch it. As they take that final step, the reluctance between the two intensifies, akin to the ominous clouds gathering before a tempest. My dear, while gazing at the meteor shower from the mountain's peak, I made a wish. That wish has now been partially fulfilled. The future may present numerous trials and tribulations, yet our love shall undoubtedly bear fruit one day. As long as we both refuse to yield, there is nothing to fear. These words seemed to be spoken by Shen Wanqing to Chu Yi, yet they also resonated as a self-affirmation. Indeed, Chu Yi responded with unwavering certainty. His girlfriend had entrusted him with her most cherished possession, signifying her resolve. How could he not be steadfast in return? Wanqing, there exists a bird capable of soaring across vast oceans, known as the albatross. I believe our love mirrors that of the albatross. rather than that of a butterfly unable to traverse the seas. Chu Yi's words, imbued with conviction, brought comfort to Shen Yueying. She nestled against his shoulder, quietly savoring the fleeting moments that remained. Almost a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of Shen Yueying's departure for abroad had arrived. Chapter 84. A Better Self. The final evening as the lights dimmed, Chu Yi and Shen Yueying lay together in bed. Contrary to the anticipated fervor, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Chu Yi embraced Shen Yueying, yearning to etch her essence into his memory, a mark that time could never erase. Shen Yueying, too, rested quietly in the arms of her beloved, each aware of the thoughts occupying the other's heart. Yueying. Her delicate hands cradled Chu Yi's face with tender gentleness. The soft glow of the nightlight cast a hazy illumination, allowing only a blurred view of one another at such close proximity. Chu Yi felt an exquisitely soft sensation upon his lips. It was the kiss of his senior, which momentarily alleviated the unease in his heart, a bittersweet entanglement. In the lonely nights to come, he would remember that across the vast ocean, a woman silently cherished him. He would not forget. Shen Yueying's words evoked in Chu Yi the ancient lines, "If only your heart were as mine, surely it would not betray the longing." All he could do was steadfastly await her return. He reciprocated with a kiss placed gently on Shen Yueying's fair forehead. Since that night, understanding her physical discomfort, Chu Yi refrained from further intimacy. Their physical closeness became a testament to their love, rather than mere impulse. Shen Yueying lingered in her beloved's embrace, quietly absorbing the warmth it provided. As the night deepened, Chu Yi found himself unable to sleep. Eventually, lulled by Shen Yueying's unique fragrance, he drifted into slumber, only to be beset by unsettling dreams. He envisioned himself traversing a road, running with a heart-wrenching intensity, yet unable to draw near to Shen Yueying. Gradually, she receded further away until she vanished from sight. Startled awake, Chu Yi sighed in relief upon realizing his girlfriend was still beside him. Shen Yueying seemed to have just fallen asleep, her brow furrowed even in dreams. The dawn was beginning to break with a pale light. Chu Yi longed to hold her close, but hesitated, unwilling to disturb her rest. In just a few hours, she would depart for a distant land. Every fleeting moment was precious. As the day broke, Shen Yueying gradually awakened after a short slumber in her lover's arms. They shared breakfast as usual, around 9 o'clock. A luxurious, extended business vehicle pulled up outside the house. Shen Juanhao had arrived. The scene from 2 months prior played out once more. Yet Chu Yi found himself unable to retain her this time. On such a sunlit morning, the ambience became a backdrop for parting. Chu Yi intended to see Shen Yueying off, and Shen Juanhao made no objections. After all, every chapter must reach its conclusion. He doubted that after experiencing a broader world, his daughter would return to favor this impoverished young man. After years of a transnational romance, a breakup was inevitable. The multi-million-dollar vehicle glided along the road, with other cars maintaining a respectful distance. Tianhai Airport loomed ever closer, its outline visible from afar, and the Shen family's private jet was likely prepared for departure. The journey proceeded smoothly, with no traffic aside from minor delays at traffic lights. The car came to a steady halt outside the airport. The security checkpoint is just a few steps away. "Father, I wish to speak with Chu Yi for a moment. Please grant us a few minutes." Shen Juanhao, reluctant to appear as the villain before his daughter, acquiesced and proceeded through the security passage. Shen Yueying held Chu Yi's hand, her heart brimming with unspoken words. Yet she found herself at a loss for what to say. Time was indeed short. "Senior, although I cannot accompany you from here on, a better version of yourself awaits. Who could possibly feel sorrow while pursuing their dreams? Cheer up." Chapter 85. The woman who brings you happiness. In the depths of Chu Yi's heart, a profound sorrow lingered. His forced smile epitomized his current state of being, an amalgamation of joy and sadness. He felt melancholic due to the parting, yet simultaneously elated for his beloved as she pursued her dreams. Chu Yi had always held an unwavering belief that Shen Yueying would surpass even the legendary figure of Shen Juanhao in the business realm. Merely going abroad, particularly in this age of advanced transportation, felt trivial. With the possibility of video calls and the prospect of longer holidays, they could certainly meet again. As he recounted his thoughts, it seemed as though Shen Yueying was merely venturing to a nearby city, with no vast ocean separating them. Chu Yi's voice softened. "Do not worry. I will think of you every day." He disregarded the bustling crowd in the hall, embracing his girlfriend tightly. Not all farewells culminate in reunions, and not every flower bears fruit. Before such moments, one must endure a series of torrential rains. Yet, Chu Yi remained steadfast in his belief that Tianhai Airport, having witnessed their parting, would also bear witness to their reunion. At this moment of departure, he had nothing left to offer his beloved but this fleeting embrace. The words "I love you" had long been spoken, and his heart would sail across the ocean alongside Shen Yueying. From this point onward, Chu Yi could no longer be considered whole in the truest sense. Even as he walked through the most vibrant streets, amidst the cacophony of voices and the bustle of traffic, he would still feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Shen Yueying's voice echoed in his ears, melodious yet tinged with reluctance. "My dear, when I first met you, I sensed that you were a soul burdened by sorrow. Over time, I fell in love with you. I wanted to bring you joy. But it seems I am not the woman who can make you truly happy. Will you wait for me to return? I will spend my life healing the pain and loneliness you have endured." Chu Yi pressed a gentle kiss to her nearly perfect profile, holding her a little tighter. "All right." Before long, Shen Yueying's phone rang, and Chu Yi recognized the caller. He reluctantly released her from their embrace. At that moment, he noticed the glimmer of tears in her enchanting eyes, the corners tinged with a hint of red. She reached out, tenderly caressing Chu Yi's face, and in the end, all her unspoken words distilled into a single phrase: "I am leaving." As she turned to look back one last time before passing through security, tears glistened in her eyes. Chu Yi stood rooted to the spot, watching her beautiful silhouette grow distant, swallowed by the sea of people, and eventually fading from his sight. He felt as though he had become an empty shell. The sensation of their embrace and the fragrance of her hair lingered, reminding him that his beloved had just been by his side. A tremendous sense of loss surged within him, rendering him unaware of how he left Tianhai Airport. As he walked along the roadside, a gust of wind swept by, dislodging a few leaves. Chu Yi caught one in his hand, contemplating the tumultuous journey of his love with the senior, a romance rich with dreams and sweetness. It is precisely for this reason that the journey appears fraught with challenges. Much like ascending a mountain to witness the sunrise, one must first rise in the dead of night and traverse countless steps before being graced with the most exquisite vistas. The moment the dawn breaks, all the prior efforts seem worthwhile. Chu Yi returned to the two-story apartment to bring closure. It was a place filled with countless memories shared with Shen Yueying. Only as the sun dipped below the horizon did he finally muster the resolve to depart. After an arduous journey of over 10 hours, Shen Yueying arrived on the other side of the ocean. A luxurious convoy awaited to escort the father and daughter to their villa. Here, the overseas division of the Shun Group had already prepared all necessary arrangements. Once settled, Shen Yueying stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and dialed an international call. In this sunlit afternoon, Chu Yi found himself in the depths of a midnight hour. Yet, she knew. Chu Yi had not yet succumbed to slumber, eagerly anticipating her call. Chu Yi's phone lay silently on the table. He attempted to immerse himself in a book to pass the time, only to find it an impossible feat. Even playing games held no allure for him. Having barely slept the previous night, plagued by unsettling dreams, he now felt overwhelmingly fatigued in the early hours. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, dispelling all traces of drowsiness. He hurriedly answered. A melodious voice greeted him from the other end. "My dear, have you missed me?" Despite their separation lasting less than 12 hours, Chu Yi felt as though an entire summer had passed. He refrained from feigning indifference and replied honestly, "Yes." Simple and direct. Considering the issue of time difference, Shen Yueying curbed her inclination for prolonged conversation. "You hardly slept last night, so make sure to rest early tonight. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. I will call you again tomorrow. I long to hear your voice." Chu Yi responded, "It seems you anticipated this situation. My dear, there is a photograph in the drawer of my bedroom desk. You can place it on your nightstand, so you can see me first thing every morning. As for good morning and good night kisses, Mr. Chu, may I defer those for now? That is acceptable, but I shall charge interest. Each day of delay will double the debt," Chu Yi jested. "Then I suppose I must offer myself in return," she replied. Chapter 86, Intoxication. All right, it's time to rest. Good night. Chu Yi wished to bid good night to his girlfriend just as he usually did. However, he remembered that it was daytime for Shen Yueying. Reluctantly, he replied, "Mm." After hanging up the phone, the room fell into silence. Following a delightful exchange of playful banter, his spirits had lifted considerably. Fatigue soon enveloped him, and he sank into a deep slumber. Not long after Shen Yueying went abroad, Chu Yi concluded his summer break and returned to campus. Liu Xin had also returned from the picturesque Jiangnan waterside. On the surface, his life appeared unchanged, attending classes, then leaving them. 6 months prior, there was no woman named Chu Yi in his life. 6 months later, she existed solely in his heart. After his classes, Chu Yi made his way to the club activity room. It was impeccably clean, clearly having been tidied up. The seat by the window was empty, and the curtains fluttered in the breeze. Memories surfaced in his mind like a montage. Chu Yi sat down in his designated spot, lost in thought. Gradually, he rested his head on the table and fell asleep. Due to the time difference, he often found himself awake in the middle of the night, messaging his girlfriend across the ocean, which had occasionally irked Chu Yi, who scolded him for not taking better care of himself. Consequently, apart from specific time frames, Chu Yi refrained from contacting his beloved. He dozed off in the club activity room for quite some time, and when he awoke, it was already dusk. Drowsily, Chu Yi lifted his head and opened his eyes, only to discover a woman seated by the window. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon her, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of an old acquaintance. "Junior, have you awakened?" Her voice was melodious, yet it was not hers. Chu Yi focused and realized it was Ning Mengyao. "Sister Ning, long time no see. You were clearly thinking of your Shin sister just now," she teased, a knowing glint in her eyes. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chu Yi absent-mindedly touched his nose, surprised to have been so easily discerned. "You must be experiencing the bittersweet pangs of a long-distance relationship now, huh? I warned you repeatedly, yet here you are, suffering the consequences," Ning Mengyao remarked, propping her delicate chin on her hand, her tone tinged with exasperation. Her best friend is off chasing her dreams, and surely her life will be filled with happiness. But therein lies the conundrum: when one basks in the warm embrace of the sun, do they ever reminisce about the tiny fire that once warmed them amidst the icy cold? People tend to reflect on the past only when times are tough, just as one learns to cherish what they have only after it is lost. Even if the junior is not that tiny fire, he is nonetheless the sun in his good friend's life. Gazing up at the night sky, countless stars twinkled above, some 1,000 or even 10,000 times larger than the sun. Yet with the dawn, they would be eclipsed. Such is the power of distance, sighed Ning Mengyao. Given the current trajectory of events, she harbored doubts about this romance, hoping that in the end, both parties would find a fulfilling resolution. "Junior, I leave the club recruitment for the new semester in your capable hands. I have been rather pressed for time lately." "All right, I will do my best. However, Senior Ning, do not harbor excessively high expectations of me. Rest assured, the moment you take a seat, I guarantee that beautiful junior girls will seek you out. Remember to entice a few back, or else when Senior Shin departs, it will only be the two of us left in the club to rely on each other." Chu Yi felt a peculiar unease at this thought. Could it truly be so desolate? It seems that indeed, new recruits must be sought after tomorrow. "Come. Allow me to treat you to a meal at the cafeteria as a reward for the new members. Senior Ning, you may go ahead. I wish to linger here for a while longer." "What is this? Now that you have a girlfriend, you must maintain distance even from me?" "Fear not. Your girlfriend messaged me yesterday, requesting that I look after you a bit. You appear as disheveled and distracted as you did when you first joined the club." Chu Yi was reluctant to dwell on the past, and hastily redirected his thoughts. The following day, Chu Yi arrived at the designated location, unfurled the sunshade, and set up tables and chairs along with the literature club sign. As expected, he received several membership applications from junior girls. Chu Yi handed these documents over to Ning Mengyao, the club president, and then heartily enjoyed a meal at her expense. Last night, Shen Yueying had declared, "Your senior Ning is treating you to dinner, so do not hold back. Enjoy the delicious food." Clearly, she held great trust in her dear friend. Time, indifferent to human desires, continued to flow inexorably. Each moment slipped away. Chu Yi welcomed the first holiday of the latter half of the year. Initially, it spanned 3 days, but alas, it coincided with the weekend, effectively reducing it to a single day. He longed to traverse the seas to meet Shen Yueying. Yet, she advised him to remain patient and stay in the country for a while longer. Shen Yueying had her own considerations. For Chu Yi to visit her, and for her to return home, posed entirely different challenges. Setting aside the cumbersome paperwork, consider the simplest of issues. Traveling from Tianhai City to country typically necessitates layovers, requiring at least a dozen hours of flight, while she could rest in a private jet or first-class cabin. Chu Yi would likely endure a prolonged journey in a cramped economy class, which pained her. The price of a first-class ticket approached 100,000, and a round trip would nearly amount to 200,000. Even families with an annual income of 1 million would find it burdensome. It seemed more prudent for her to go to him. With his girlfriend's gentle reminders, Chu Yi could only suppress his impatience and obediently remain in Tianhai City. Initially, he had dismissed Lu Hao's punch. After the semester commenced, the two continued to meet weekly. As soon as the holidays arrived, Lu Hao called. They indulged in drinks and idle chatter. Lu Hao noticed the increasing number of bottles at their feet. What difference was there between his romantic endeavor and being single? There was no joy to be found. A long-distance relationship? In Lu Hao's eyes, Chu Yi's heartbreak seemed inevitable. His bias was not unfounded. Just 2 days prior, a friend in his dorm, standing at 6 feet tall, faced a breakup from a long-distance relationship, weeping into his drink. It was a dismal sight. The cautionary tale loomed before him. Hey, stop drinking. If you get drunk, I cannot dare to take you home. In their childhood, it was he who brought Lu Xin to invite Chu Yi out to play. The outcome was an attack by a stray dog, leaving Lu Hao with an innate apprehension towards Chu Yi's parents. Otherwise, why would they always choose to gather outside? If he were to escort his inebriated close friend home tonight, he would indeed become the kind of dubious companion that parents warn against. It seemed as though Chu Yi's mind was akin to a lagging computer, taking a few moments to respond. This is bad. Time was already slipping away, and Lu Hao hurriedly settled the bill. He assisted his swaying friend into a ride-sharing vehicle, intending to take Chu Yi back to his home for the night. After all, his sister and parents had gone to their grandmother's house, leaving him to enjoy a romantic evening in Tianhai City with his girlfriend. Upon disembarking, the sleeping Chu Yi was jolted awake. The moon was full. Chapter 87. Unable to let go how unfortunate it is that you have a chance at a far better love yet choose to endure this torment. Is the lesson from Jiang Wanqing not sufficient? Enough. I shall rest once I reach my room. Lu Hao spoke with a hint of irritation, revealing a flicker of frustration and pity for his friend's plight. After assisting his good brother out of the car, he retrieved the keys and unlocked the door to his home. Exhausted, he muttered about the weight of inebriated individuals. With great effort, Lu Hao managed to bring Chu Yi to the guest room on the first floor, unceremoniously tossing him onto the bed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he made his way to the living room for a drink of water. Just as he grasped the cup, he heard footsteps descending the stairs. At that moment, a figure, gentle and graceful as flowing water, appeared around the corner of the staircase. She resembled a woman who had stepped out from an inkwash painting, her long hair cascading to her waist, captivatingly beautiful. Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced toward the guest room. Sister, did you not return to Grandma's house? He inquired. Lu Xin slightly shook her head, but refrained from elaborating on her reasons. Brother, have you been drinking? Yes. I gathered with Chu Yi. Lu Hao stumbled over his words, feeling flustered. Had he known his sister was home, he would never have brought Chu Yi back. Ever since that day when she heard her good friend confess to having a girlfriend, she had been unusually quiet. During the summer holiday, she spent nearly 2 months at their grandmother's house. Previously, he could decipher her thoughts, but now she was an enigma. The only certainty was that she had not moved on, nor could she. This was entirely understandable. Their mother had married their father without regard for family disapproval, demonstrating a resolute spirit. Inheriting both their mother's beauty and tenacity, Lu Xin was likely even more stubborn. Moreover, she had grown up alongside Chu Yi, and the depth of her affection had long since permeated her very being, accompanying her through the most beautiful moments of her life. From the moment Chu Yi had stepped forward to protect her, it was clear that in Lu Xin's heart, her own brother could scarcely measure up to him. For Chu Yi had accomplished what Lu Hao could not. Lost in thought, Lu Hao remained silent, pouring water into his cup. He drank deeply, finding it bitter. A sudden thought of Jiang Wanqing crossed his mind. If only the positions of his sister and Jiang Wanqing and Chu Yi's heart could be exchanged, how many regrets would be alleviated? Jiang Wanqing, you must be filled with regret now. Simply drinking water is of no use. I shall prepare a hangover soup for you. Fine. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. When had he earned such treatment? However, feeling the weight of his own discomfort, he did not dwell on it, merely hoping his sister would finish her tasks and ascend the stairs, allowing him to navigate the night in peace. At dawn, he would ensure that Chu Yi departed. Would he vomit due to his drunkenness? Lu Hao anxiously paced, feigning nonchalance as he sat on the sofa, distractedly scrolling through his phone. Lin Yali inquired if he had arrived home, to which he replied affirmatively. He considered confiding in his girlfriend about the situation, but given the seemingly close relationship between his sister and her, he feared revealing too much. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to hold his tongue. Meanwhile, a message illuminated the screen of Chu Yi's phone, sent by Qingmei. However, In his inebriated state, he was unable to check. Preparing a hangover remedy would not take long, so Lu Xian prepared a bowl for him. Lu Hao reflected, in his heart, that the sister who had once clung to him in their childhood had returned. Yet, Lu Xian chose to remain seated on the living room sofa, showing no desire to ascend the stairs. Since they were staying in Tianhai, should she accompany Yali for a stroll tomorrow? Lu Hao tugged at his thoughts, but to no avail. It suddenly dawned on him that his astute sister had likely sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. With a sigh, he announced his intention to take a shower. As for his good friend, there would be others to look after him. After ascending the staircase to the third floor, Lu Xian rose from the sofa and walked toward the guest room that her brother had glanced at several times. She had an instinct that the person she longed to see was within that very room. With her delicate hand, she turned the doorknob. The light in the room was still on, revealing the figure she had been yearning for. Chapter 88. True love. Chu Yi possessed an admirable tolerance for alcohol. Even inebriated, he neither retched nor clamored for more. Lu Hao gently laid him upon the bed, and he succumbed to slumber in tranquil silence. Brother Chu Yi, the one lost in dreams, remained oblivious to this profoundly tender call. Lu Xian dampened a towel, wrung it out, and tenderly wiped Chu Yi's face. Her actions imbued with remarkable thoughtfulness. She devoted additional moments to removing his jacket and shoes, ensuring his comfort in sleep. After completing these tasks, Lu Xian took the basin and towel away, only to return shortly thereafter. In the quiet room, they were left alone together. She sat at the edge of the bed, gazing intently at Chu Yi, her bright eyes brimming with affection. Though they were so close, an insurmountable distance lay between them. It seemed that Lu Xian recalled something from the past. Her delicate hand gently lifted the sleeve of Chu Yi's right arm, sliding down to the crook of his elbow. She examined it closely, as if searching for something. At last, a scar came into view, faint yet undeniably present. A testament to a past wound that had once been severe. Rationality told Lu Xian that after so many years, the touch would no longer evoke pain for Chu Yi. Yet, her fingertips lacked the courage to make contact. When she learned of Chu Yi's girlfriend, her heart was pierced with anguish. After waiting for so long, the glimmer of hope had been shattered in an instant. Subsequently, she concocted a rationale to numb her feelings. As long as he was happy, that sufficed. But could someone truly content drink such harsh liquor, becoming as intoxicated as he was now? She lacked any rightful place to offer solace, forced to watch him drown his sorrows in drink. If only she had been a bit bolder in conveying her long-buried affections. Perhaps she could have stood proudly by his side. Such a life would undoubtedly be dreamily beautiful. Suddenly, Chu Yi's phone rang, shattering her reverie. Across the ocean, in a villa, a noble and graceful woman awaited a response that did not come. Her brow furrowed slightly. At this hour, her beloved should not yet be asleep. Or perhaps he was merely in the shower. Surely, it should not take an hour. Shen Yueying dialed, harboring such questions, but the call went unanswered. An inexplicable turmoil stirred within her heart. Could it be that her previous admonition against late-night messages had irked him? Shen Yueying understood the longing in Chu Yi's heart, just as she felt it herself. Yet, sacrificing her health over such matters would be fruitless. After a moment's contemplation, she dialed his number once more. In a long-distance relationship, even the slightest discord could not be afforded. Across thousands of kilometers, even trivial matters could be magnified infinitely. At the right moment, these minor grievances could transform into explosive issues, threatening to rend their bond asunder. Shen Yueying was determined to avoid any lingering vulnerabilities. Lu Xian had initially assumed the call was from her aunt or uncle. Upon picking up her phone, she discovered that the screen displayed the name, Senior Sister. Through Lu Hao, she had gleaned some insights. Moreover, if they were not lovers, what senior would call at such an hour? This call, she could not answer. Once she did, it would sow seeds of endless suspicion in their relationship. Imagine, in the stillness of night, you call your beloved, only to have your call answered not by them, but by a woman. She informs you, Chu Yi is intoxicated and resting at my home tonight. How might one feel on the other end of that line? The roots of doubt would take hold. A once pristine love would immediately enter a countdown. Some might assert that answering this call would bring her nothing but benefits. Perhaps, this is the essence of Lu Xian's love for Chu Yi. Once again, an opportunity lay before her, yet she willingly chose to forego it. Lu Xian understood that Chu Yi could not withstand a second wound. The phone rang incessantly. Her bright eyes dimmed somewhat, revealing the depth of their mutual affection. Thus, Brother Chu Yi, go forth and embrace the happiness that is rightfully yours. Meanwhile, Shen Yueying listened to the robotic voice prompt, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. She yearned to return to Tianhai at once. Chapter 89. No One Answers Brother Chu Yi. A melodious voice accompanied the beautiful morning. Chu Yi gradually awakened from his slumber, first becoming aware of a throbbing headache and a parched throat. The figure before him transitioned from a blur to clarity, gentle and serene. Upon recognizing Lu Xian, fragmented memories began to surface. It seemed he had indulged in drink the previous night, and Lu Hao had brought him home. Are you not visiting Grandma during this holiday? Chu Yi instinctively inquired, recalling that in previous vacations, he could never find time to play with his good friends. Later, he learned that the siblings often accompanied and back to their maternal home, occasionally remaining in Tianhai, which was also quite pleasant. Brother Chu Yi, have some water. Lu Xian offered a glass, which he promptly drained in one go. Would you like more? Chu Yi shook his head as the drowsiness and remnants of alcohol began to dissipate, ushering in clarity. Breakfast is ready, you should get up. As Chu Yi threw off the covers and rose, he noticed his outer garments had been removed. Given his understanding of his good friend, he was too indifferent to concern himself with such trivialities. At most, he would toss them on the bed and check for any signs of sickness. It wasn't he that he lacked care. Rather, such meticulous attentiveness could only have been orchestrated by Lu Xian. I'll handle the quilt, Lu Xian said, taking the two corners from Chu Yi's hands and folding it with practiced ease. Watching her back, he recalled the moment she had shed tears, when he feared he might lose a cherished relationship that had spanned many years. However, since the end of the summer holiday, Lu Xian had not avoided him. Their meetings had become frequent, and she still addressed him as Brother Chu Yi, as if that poignant night had never occurred. She harbored only sibling affection for him, devoid of romantic sentiments. Yet, some truths are inescapable. For instance, her act of folding the quilt for him now hinted at deeper emotions. What is the matter? Lu Xian had finished folding the quilt and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, turning to find Chu Yi lost in thought. Has Lu Hao gotten up? Yes, he is having breakfast, she replied. Chu Yi entered the living room to find his good friend leisurely sipping congee. The table was adorned with an assortment of breakfast items, including steamed dumplings, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. Oh, you're awake. Hurry and wash up. Today's breakfast is quite delightful, Lu Hao mumbled with a mouthful of dumpling. Although Chu Yi didn't visit Lu Hao's home frequently, he could easily locate the bathroom. His infrequent visits were certainly not due to distance. On the contrary, their homes were quite close. Whenever Chu Yi came over, Lu Xian's mother, and Yui, treated him exceptionally well, often surpassing the warmth he received from Xiao Siyun, to the extent that Lu Hao felt like a bonus gift with a top-up. Aware of this, Chu Yi understood that his good friend often felt jealousy over his sister's frequent affection for him. To prevent further escalation, he thus chose to visit less often. A fresh set of toiletries awaited on the sink. After completing his grooming, Chu Yi took a seat at the dining table. He was inclined to serve himself, relishing the satisfaction of self-sufficiency. However, Lu Xian had already prepared a bowl of millet porridge for him. After consuming it, his alcohol-ravaged stomach felt warm and comforting, and the headache had considerably subsided. What are your plans for today? He inquired. None. I wish to stay at home, she replied. In that case, since you are here, accompany me for some gaming later, followed by a game of basketball. It has been ages since the two of us engaged in such collective activities. All right. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yi instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. Brother Chu Yi, I placed your phone on the bedside table in the room. Last night, someone called you numerous times. Observing his anxious demeanor, Lu Xian lowered her gaze. Chu Yi hurried back to the room, picked up his phone, and was greeted by a screen filled with missed calls. He promptly returned the call, only to be met with silence on the other end. Considering the time difference, it was only 8 in the evening there. Although his senior often retired early, it was unlikely she would be asleep by 8. Is she upset? Chu Yi mused, hastily sending a message to summarize the events of the previous night, clarifying that he had been intoxicated and had not intentionally ignored her calls. After a few more attempts, he still encountered silence. Unbeknownst to him, Qingmei was already on her way back. Chapter 90. The great artist Lu Hao left Chu Yi at home to indulge in video games while simultaneously calling his girlfriend to accompany his sister on a shopping excursion. Upon hearing that she was to visit her boyfriend's residence, Lin Yali's tone shifted to one of palpable tension. After all, not everyone is as bold as Chu Yi, who had met his partner's parents even before their relationship was fully defined. Had it been someone more timid, they would have likely succumbed to the pressure and concocted an excuse to flee. Lu Hao reassured her, saying, "My parents are not at home, so you need not worry about coming over. Besides, every beautiful bride must eventually meet her in-laws." With a repertoire of sweet words, Lin Yali found it impossible to decline. These two brothers were clearly not meant to remain single. One had a way with words, while the other was unabashedly direct. After hanging up, Lu Hao casually sent a red envelope as a token for transportation. Chu Yi, waiting in vain for any news or a call from Jiang Wanqing, found it difficult to concentrate on the game, with Lu Hao's complaints echoing through the living room. After approximately half an hour, the doorbell rang. Lu Xing rose to open the door, ushering Lin Yali inside. Upon seeing Chu Yi's somewhat peculiar expression in the living room, Lin Yali pondered whether Lu Xing would still wish to go shopping with him present. Her boyfriend's efforts seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Lu Xing had little interest in shopping. Without any makeup, she remained stunningly beautiful, occasionally stirring feelings of envy within Lin Yali. Thus, Lin Yali decided to stay and engage in conversation with Lu Xing. Lu Hao cleverly took a moment between gaming sessions to check in on his girlfriend, who, rather than being upset, acted as an enthusiastic spectator. Lin Yali was the type of girl who could enjoy gaming alongside her boyfriend, while Lu Xing was a companion for a lifetime. The ongoing debate about whether gaming or romantic relationships hold greater importance was non-existent in this context. It underscores the significance of finding the right person when it comes to romance. In the afternoon, Chu Yi still had not received any calls or messages from Jiang Wanqing. Considering the time difference, it was already the early hours of the morning there. She should have long since retired for the night. Lu Hao urged him to join a game of basketball. Aware that Lu Xing was reluctant to part with someone, Lin Yali also suggested joining them. In the expansive indoor gym, they became the most radiant sight. Lu Xing's gaze remained fixed on Chu Yi, extinguishing the hopes of many. After all, he already had someone special, so approaching him for contact details would be an exercise in futility. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such endeavors. After a spirited match, a breathless opponent patted Chu Yi on the shoulder, expressing envy. "I truly admire you. You shine on both the court and in romance." Upon exiting the gym, the sun had begun its descent. Lu Hao had reclaimed a sense of nostalgia from days gone by. Once, he and Chu Yi roamed the streets together, with his quiet yet affectionate sister trailing behind like a charming accessory. Memories flooded back, prompting him to muse, "How about a meal at my place before you leave?" Having stayed out late the previous night, Chu Yi felt it was time to return home early today. Tossing the ball to his good friend, he addressed the siblings. "I'm heading out." Lu Xing wished to bid Chu Yi farewell with a simple, "Goodbye, brother Chu Yi," but the words eluded her. As his figure receded into the distance, Lu Hao interjected, "Stop staring. He.s. already gone." The wind rustles the emerald leaves and the silky hair of Lu Xing, both silently whispering untold stories. As night falls, Chu Yi dials a number, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a switched-off phone. Has something befallen the senior? Yet she had mentioned the presence of a female bodyguard during her travels. Or could it be that her numerous calls last night, unanswered by him, have incited her ire? A flurry of speculation swirls within his mind. He begins to ponder excuses to request leave from his advisor, airline tickets, the intricacies of processing international travel, and so forth. Having expended considerable energy playing basketball, he finds himself restless throughout the night, unable to find solace in sleep. Even in slumber, he stirs awake, checking his phone for any new messages. The following day, he arrives at school in a daze. After enduring the morning classes, he yearns to speak with his advisor, only to receive a call from Ning Mingyao. "Junior, there is an urgent matter. Hurry to the activity room. You must come." Before he can inquire about the nature of the urgency, the call abruptly ends. Is this frantic demeanor typical of Senior Ning? With a resigned sigh, he alters his course towards the club activity room. Inside, Ning Mingyao hangs up the phone and turns to a woman of noble elegance. "I understand now. If you wish to return, he is the only one. How is life abroad?" "Well," she replies, "the junior comes to the club daily, lost in thoughts of you. Do not forget, he is still waiting for you with unwavering hope." Ning Mingyao speaks of this matter with an air of nonchalance. "Check the drawer of your desk." Following her suggestion, Jiang Wanqing opens it to reveal numerous sketches. At the very top lies one that unmistakably depicts herself. While the technique may not be exemplary, it is evident that the artist poured their heart into it. Once your transnational romance concludes, he may very well transform into a great artist, Ning Mingyao jests, though the humor carries a poignant undertone. Before long, Chu Yi rushes in, pushing the door open. Chapter 91 Reunion. Some say that time can flow backward. Chu Yi has never subscribed to unproven fallacies, yet he now finds himself ensnared by such an illusion. The moment he pushed open the door, it felt as if he had been transported back 6 months. There, seated in that familiar spot, was a woman of breathtaking beauty and noble demeanor. The curtains fluttered gently, and her radiant smile eclipsed the entirety of autumn. Can one truly fathom the sensation of having someone they have long yearned for suddenly materialize before them? Joy surged within him like a tidal wave. Ning Mingyao, upon witnessing the stunned Chu Yi at the doorway, sighed softly and chose to retreat, leaving space for this long-separated couple to reunite. She even sent a message in their group chat, announcing that the activity room was being cleaned today and would remain closed. For ordinary long-distance couples, the maximum interval between meetings could be once a month, with weekends often providing opportunities for heartfelt reunions. However, for Chu Yi and Qingmei, who were entangled in a cross-border romance, the mere time spent at the airport, traversing oceans, was sufficient to consume an entire weekend. Not to mention the myriad of other complex procedures involved. It had been over 2 months, almost 3, since they had last seen each other up close. Although they maintained contact through messages, phone calls, and transoceanic video chats, they remained akin to the cowherd and weaver girl, gazing longingly across the vast celestial river. Chu Yi felt as though the reality before him was a dream. She appeared even more enchanting and graceful than before, evidently thriving during her time abroad. Love brings forth happiness, while the pursuit of dreams transforms one, elevating them to excellence. Oblivious to the presence of others around them, Chu Yi hastened forward, taking 2 strides for every one, enveloping Qingmei in a fervent embrace. The familiar fragrance and soft touch reassured him that this was no mere figment of his imagination. Qingmei returned his embrace. "My dear, it's been too long." Her melodious voice resonated with tenderness and happiness. "Why did you come back so suddenly without a word of warning?" Chu Yi was reluctant to relinquish his hold, fearful that she might vanish. "Do you not cherish such surprises, Mr. Chu? Besides, we have been apart long enough. It was time for us to meet. I have missed you dearly." Those words rendered all the waiting worthwhile for Chu Yi. "Promise me to drink less in the future, all right? After all, I am not by your side to take care of you. I shall heed your advice." Finally, Chu Yi released the embrace, his hand finding hers, delicate and unblemished. Together, they exited the activity room, strolling through the campus, savoring the proximity of one another. With the arrival of a new semester, Tianhai University welcomed a wave of fresh faces. The youth of the students painted the campus with vibrant colors. Groups of boys ambled together, engaged in animated discussions, while girls in plaid skirts exuded grace and innocence, reminiscent of butterflies dancing amidst blossoms. In this moment, they were blissfully unaware of the extraordinary happiness that enveloped them, a realization that would only dawn upon them when they stepped into the world, observing their former selves from the vantage of an outsider. One day, while on a business trip, I coincidentally encountered the bustling back-to-school season. A college student seated next to me was lamenting to a companion about the dreadfulness of early morning classes, the arduousness of exam weeks, and the difficulty of earning credits. In that moment, I realized how beautiful university life truly is, yet it was a time I could never return to. A couple was quarreling by the roadside. The reason was unknown, but I watched as the girl walked away in a huff. The boy chased after her, and amidst their exchange, I could faintly hear endearments like "baby." The girl's anger rendered her impervious to his words, while he appeared helpless. I thought he might give up. But in the next instant, he gently kissed her cheek. "Are you insane? There are people everywhere," she exclaimed, her face quickly flushing red, her anger dissipating in an instant. Observing this conflict, I felt fortunate that my girlfriend had always been so forgiving. Meanwhile, Qingmei felt increasingly indebted to me. The scene before me was more aptly described as playful banter between lovers, a common sight for couples. Yet, I could not offer Qingmei even this. More often than not, I found myself wandering the campus alone, peering into the happiness of others. I need not envy them, yet I chose to wait for my own moment. Just as I thought Qingmei might request a kiss, I was met with silence. After such a prolonged separation, even holding hands felt like a blissful indulgence. In the afternoon, I had 2 calculus classes to attend. For the first time, the thought of skipping class crossed my mind. As Qingmei was destined not to linger long in Tianhai. Perhaps it would be tonight, tomorrow, or the day after, she would return across the ocean. I dared not ask, nor did I wish to know. "Junior, shall we attend class together?" Shen Weiying linked her arm with mine. Together? Are you suggesting we skip class? Are you willing to forfeit your scholarship? I know you want to accompany me, but I can be there for you too. Some matters need not be an either-or choice. If we are willing to invest our hearts, we shall find a way to achieve the best of both worlds. It is common for students to occasionally attend classes unregistered. Teachers rarely object. On the contrary, they often welcome the presence of additional students. Indeed, in a large lecture hall, it is difficult for professors to notice students from other departments. However, for someone like Yueying, remaining unnoticed would be quite a challenge. But it mattered little. As my girlfriend said, instructors typically do not make life difficult for those who audit classes. With a playful tone, I remarked, "You traveled a great distance just to ensure I study, didn't you? If I perform well, there will be rewards." Shen Weiying made a tantalizing promise. Upon entering the lecture hall, despite sitting in the back row, our presence attracted considerable attention. The esteemed professor on stage adhered to the tradition of writing on the board. Yet he soon noticed Shen Yueying, the unfamiliar student auditing the class, and posed a question for her to solve. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Weiying ascended the podium, effortlessly composing a complete process in merely 2 minutes. Her beauty and talent appeared impeccable, a true embodiment of perfection. During the intermission, onlookers observed Chu Yi and Shen Weiying engaging in conversation, their hearts tinged with envy. Although their gestures were devoid of overt affection, the glances they exchanged and the tones of their voices radiated intimacy and sweetness. It became evident that the adage held true. Even the most aloof of women often reveal a tender side when in love. Such a noble and graceful beauty would involuntarily smile while conversing with the man seated beside her, exuding both gentleness and allure, qualities that belonged solely to Chu Yi. With Shen Weiying's company, Chu Yi felt that time in class passed swiftly. After 2 substantial calculus lectures, evening had descended upon them. They returned to their 2-story apartment, cooking together, chatting, and snuggling as they watched a film. Their love no longer required the embellishment of a bustling city. They had experienced passion, twists of fate, and separation. What Chu Yi and Shen Yueying yearned for was simply the mundane tranquility that many couples find unbearable. The room, dimmed due to the projector, illuminated a youthful campus romance film. Shen Weiying relaxed against Chu Yi's shoulder, a side of her that even Ning Mingyao would not have anticipated from her close friend. She felt a twinge of regret for graduating too early, missing the chance to experience a campus romance with Chu Yi. Yet, their minds were more engaged in conversation than the film, eager to hear each other recount how the past 2 or 3 months had unfolded. At that moment, the film's heroine received a love letter, prompting the male lead to shatter the final barrier of hesitation. Chu Yi felt a pang of urgency. The senior was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented and captivating. "My dear, what are you lost in thought about?" Shen Yueying could always sense the subtle shifts in Chu Yi's emotions. "In this vast world, no one could claim to be the best, but to me, you are unparalleled. You must have faith in me, and also in yourself. We shall not be defeated by the limitations of distance and time." At that moment, Chu Yi felt no envy towards the male protagonist of the film, for his girlfriend was undoubtedly 1,000 times superior to the character on screen. However, before he could revel in this thought, Shen Weiying abruptly shifted the topic. "I heard, dear, that you've invited 2 lovely junior sisters into the club?" A chill ran down Chu Yi's spine. How careless of him. Ahem, Senior Ning was too busy to recruit new members, so she asked me to handle it. "I assure you, my intentions are pure." Chu Yi attempted to reassure Shen Yueying, the first time he had ever tried to provoke her jealousy without any ulterior motives. "Well, I trust you," she replied, recalling the thoughtful drawing tucked away in her drawer. As the film's ending theme played, signaling that it was getting late, Chu Yi suddenly remembered something. "Senior, the good night kiss you owe me. Isn't it time to be repaid? 86 days, 1 for each day. Including interest, it amounts to 100. Chu Yi embraced her delicate, willowy waist, inhaling her unique fragrance. "Hurry up and repay your debt, Senior Shen. Otherwise, I might transform into a fierce wolf." Chu Yi exerted great effort to coax a kiss from his girlfriend. Before he could finish his words, Shen Weiying tilted her graceful, elongated neck and bestowed a kiss upon him. The two gradually sank onto the bed. As they concluded this protracted kiss, both found themselves slightly breathless. Chu Yi gazed at his enamored girlfriend, her enchanting face blushing, her eyes shimmering like water. Compared to her usual dignified elegance, she exuded an indescribable charm. Chapter 92. As long as you look back, I shall always be there. The raven tresses cascaded gently, adorning the bed like a silken tapestry. The exquisite beauty of the noble maiden was breathtaking. captivating the very essence of one's soul. Shen Yueying willingly surrendered her body and heart to Chu Yi, with not a hint of resistance. Observing the enchanting allure of his beloved, Chu Yi could no longer contain himself. He placed a tender kiss upon Shen Yueying's delicate earlobe, softly whispering the longings he had harbored in these days past. Their foreheads brushed against each other, and the connection between them felt as natural and harmonious as water flowing effortlessly. It is often said that a brief separation enhances the sweetness of reunion. The night had quietly deepened into its most profound embrace. Shen Yueying had succumbed to a serene slumber in Chu Yi's arms. A few strands of her hair dampened by fragrant perspiration, radiating an intellectual beauty. Though Chu Yi felt the pull of sleep, he could not bear to surrender to slumber just yet. The moments spent with her were far too precious. As he gazed upon her, he found himself unable to resist bestowing another gentle kiss before finally closing his eyes, content. In this slumber, Chu Yi found blissful dreams, devoid of any disturbances. Shen Yueying, however, awoke before him. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his girlfriend. Her gaze filled with tenderness, and happiness blossomed silently within him. He yearned to linger in bed, to continue their intimate exchanges, yet the thought of Shen Yueying's hunger prompted him to rise, wash up, and prepare breakfast. After they had finished their meal, Shen Yueying took a shower, and Chu Yi assisted her in drying her hair. The mirror before them reflected a pair of remarkably well-matched companions. Her beautiful hair flowed like satin, imbued with a barely perceptible fragrance. Shen Yueying relished this moment, appreciating Chu Yi's thoughtfulness and care. Although his skills in styling her hair were lacking, she bore no disdain. "Darling, what is it?" Chu Yi was diligently exerting himself to craft a graceful hairstyle for his girlfriend, yet his lack of practical experience proved challenging. "I have to leave today. My flight is at 11. The happiness and joy that had enveloped his heart were shattered by the impending farewell, transforming into sharp, glass-like fragments that pierced through the soul. Their brief gathering felt akin to a beautiful dream, elusive and difficult to grasp. Nevertheless, Chu Yi wished to conceal any sorrow from his beloved. Since they could meet joyfully, they could also part with smiles. He understood that his emotions would inevitably affect her, only adding to the sadness. 11. There is still time. Next time, it will be my turn to visit you. We shall see each other again soon." Chu Yi offered comfort to Shen Yueying, as well as to himself. Shen Yueying gazed at him through the mirror. "Darling, hold me once more." It was as if, in her yearning, she had learned to express her feelings more openly. Perhaps the infinite longing had allowed her to shed her modesty. On the eve of their separation, she undeniably yearned for the warmth of her lover's embrace. Chu Yi enveloped Shen Yueying from behind, inhaling her unique and delicate fragrance. How he wished for time to stand still, to transform this moment into eternity. Yet time, as it always does, would not pause for anyone. The hands they had held so tightly would ultimately have to part. The Haikou airport bore witness once again to the bittersweet farewell between Chu Yi and Shen Yueying. A colossal aircraft ascended from the runway into the azure sky. The lingering imprint of a lover's kiss remained upon Chu Yi's lips. It appeared that the parting of those destined to be separated was an exquisite torment. The sorrow outweighed the joy by a considerable margin. Chu Yi wandered aimlessly outside the airport for an extended period before returning to his apartment in search of remnants left by Shen Yueying, seeking a modicum of solace. As autumn faded into winter, the air grew colder, visible breath materializing in the frigid atmosphere. Yet, the arrival of the winter break was still some time away. Classes must continue. After a modest breakfast, Chu Yi slung his bag filled with books and a laptop over his shoulder and stepped outside. On the streets, chilled by the winter breeze, he was accompanied by another woman, dressed in a minimalist winter ensemble that exuded layers of sophistication. Her exquisite beauty and aloof demeanor added a splash of color to the otherwise drab street. Once, she had been the irreplaceable figure in Chu Yi's heart. Now, only silence lingered between them. As he walked alone, he was unaware of when their paths aligned to walk side by side. Jiang Wanqing felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of days long past. A flood of cherished memories surged forth. "Chu Yi, must we truly become the most familiar strangers to one another?" Chu Yi offered no reply. The more precious a relationship, the more irretrievable it becomes upon fracture. Friends? How could those who have genuinely loved each other ever revert to mere acquaintances? As they approached an intersection, a 30-second red light halted their progress. Jiang Wanqing's gaze fell upon the scarf Chu Yi hastily donned, its fabric creased. Instinctively, she reached out to smooth it. It was an instinct cultivated over many years. Yet, just as her fingertips were about to graze it, Chu Yi stepped back slightly to the left. "I can manage myself," he stated. Such a slight distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The boy who had accompanied her throughout her childhood was no longer hers. During their high school years, the cold had felt just as bitter. Chu Yi had once draped a warm scarf around her neck, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you still cold?" Those moments were irrevocably lost. As the green light illuminated their path, ahead lay Tianhai Affiliated High School, a place filled with countless beautiful memories. Further on was Tianhai University, the journey reflecting their lives as childhood sweethearts. Chu Yi people often say that acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is a noble virtue. Yet, it seems that fate has not granted me this opportunity. Jiang Wanqing's scalding tears finally fell upon the cold winter day. Now, I no longer yearn for anything. However, if one day you find yourself unhappy, just know that whenever you look back, I shall always be there. Chapter 93. Time flies. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, 2 decades. How many 2-decade spans does life encompass? This affection has reached a sorrowful conclusion. 3 girls passing by observed the tearful Jiang Wanqing and the taciturn Chu Yi, sensing the profound narrative entwined between them. Chu Yi sighed, poised to speak. But Jiang Wanqing preemptively interjected, fearful that even the last flicker of hope might be extinguished. "I have a class. I must leave," she stated, her gaze lingering on Chu Yi for a brief moment before she departed towards the art department classroom. Chu Yi, too, did not linger, embarking on his solitary path. The figure of Qingmei emerging in his mind. Calculating the time, his girlfriend should still be awake. He impulsively made an international call. "Darling, do you miss me?" he inquired. "It's a bit chilly on campus. It must be snowing on your side. Dress warmly. The concern of a beloved transcended the vast ocean. Listening to Qingmei's voice felt as though she were by his side, rendering even the biting wind less frigid. Upon reaching the classroom, he reluctantly ended the call. Preparing for class. A winter without a beloved is particularly arduous. As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, day after day, Qingmei welcomed her holiday. This couple, separated by great distances, enjoyed a brief reunion. Each time Chu Yi beheld his girlfriend, he found her increasingly radiant and accomplished. He felt fortunate not to have hindered Qingmei from pursuing her dreams in the name of love. A love that redeems one another is a rare treasure. They continuously journeyed towards each other. Not even the most expansive ocean could thwart their meetings. The path of pursuing ideals, however, was fraught with challenges. In her moments of struggle and solitude, Qingmei would often seek emotional solace from her beloved. Chu Yi consistently appeared on the other side of the ocean whenever she needed him most. This love, amidst its hardships, concealed profound happiness. At no point did either party entertain the thought of surrender. A year later, Chu Yi completed his studies. A prestigious university offers not only esteemed faculty, but also invaluable connections and networks. Lu Peng, a like-minded classmate from 4 years, invited him to embark on an entrepreneurial venture in Wuching. The love between Chu Yi and Qingmei foretold that he could not lead a tranquil life. After discussing his aspirations with his parents, Lu Wei expressed her disapproval, reluctant to let her only son venture far, even though Wuching was merely adjacent to Tianhai City. Yet she did not oppose the idea, acknowledging that fledglings must eventually leave the nest to soar. His father, Chu Ting, upon hearing the plan, nodded in affirmation, stating, "It is good for the youth to venture out." That evening, he handed his son a card containing a significant sum, sufficient to kickstart his entrepreneurial endeavors. Comparisons can be detrimental. The disparity between the Chu family and the Shun family was stark, yet it did not imply that his family was lacking. Thus, Chu Yi's life entered a new phase, culminating in the registration and birth of a new company in Wuching. Despite the company's research and development software meeting user demands and showcasing technological innovation, the process of promotion remained arduous, fraught with competition and constraints. During the most challenging times, the entrepreneurial team nearly disbanded, but it was Chu Yi who stepped forward to rally their spirits. Over the subsequent 2 years, the company encountered numerous obstacles. Yet its software became widely adopted, seamlessly integrating into people's daily lives with remarkable stickiness. As the company finally gained recognition, it was also the time for the person Chu Yi cherished to return. This summer was as sweltering as the one 3 years prior. Qingmei had informed him of her flight details well in advance, yet there was still some time before her arrival. In the office, Chu Yi found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Mr. Chu, their SA meeting this afternoon. He dismissed, having endured various hardships. Chu Yi had developed a calm demeanor, yet his secretary now witnessed his anxious side. He decided to forego the driver and drove to Tianhai Airport alone. Perhaps it was true what they say, good things come with trials, as he encountered unexpected traffic. Fortunately, he arrived in time. There, he met someone both unexpected and yet entirely predictable, Shen Juanhao. Chu Yi greeted him politely, suddenly understanding the deeper significance of his girlfriend's request for him to pick her up. Beyond mere longing, it was a declaration to her parents, after 3 years. We are still together, and we shall be together forever. A noble and graceful woman appeared in the crowd, radiant in her beauty, causing Chu Yi's heart to skip a beat. If the 1,000+ days and nights of waiting were akin to the dull and acrid scent of gunpowder, then Shen Yueying's return ignited it, blossoming into the most splendid fireworks. Dad, Shen Yueying greeted her father first. It's good to be back. Mom is on her way. I directed her to the hotel, he replied. Let us get in the car. However, Shen Yueying approached Chu Yi, taking his hand. Dad, may I bring my boyfriend to the welcome dinner? Everything seemed to revert to the starting point. 3 years had indeed been a long span. He had thought that sending his daughter abroad would naturally lead to their separation, requiring no intervention on his part. Yet here they were, hand in hand, just as they had been before. Even Shen Juanhao felt a twinge of sentiment. If they could not be separated despite everything, then any further attempts would be futile. He understood that his daughter was expressing her determination. Reluctantly, he accepted this reality, feeling a sense of obligation towards Shen Yueying. Any further interference might only worsen their father-daughter relationship. In front of your mother, I want to speak on his behalf. Prepare yourself, Shen Juanhao stated calmly, without refusal. Chu Yi felt no fear. In times of utter helplessness, he had never shied away. Now, he possessed the means to provide the life his beloved woman aspired to and could shoulder the responsibilities expected of a man. What was there left to fear? Shen Yueying cast a reassuring glance at Chu Yi. Chapter 94. Family dinner. Chu Yi quietly drove, trailing behind Shen Juanhao's convoy. A blend of joy resembling a sky full of fireworks tempered by a hint of gravity. If all went according to plan, this would be the final hurdle separating him from his girlfriend. Once they successfully crossed this threshold, they could be together forever. Many things seemed to echo in a cycle. The dining venue was once again the illustrious Nanzhou Grand Hotel. Shen Yueying lagged a step behind her father, moving in tandem with Chu Yi. Their eyes met, reflecting both delight and confidence. The reason she returned with her boyfriend to meet her parents so soon was due to her assurance. Furthermore, both Shen Yueying and Chu Yi had waited far too long for this moment. The trio was ushered into a private room by a beautiful waitress clad in a cheongsam. Although the surroundings exuded opulence, Chu Yi was no longer the same person he had been years ago. He appeared at ease. When Lin Shuyan spotted Chu Yi's arrival, her surprise rendered her momentarily speechless, creating a tense atmosphere. Mom, 3 years have passed. Allow me to reintroduce him. This is my boyfriend, Chu Yi. Shen Yueying's approach was markedly different from her mother's. She released Chu Yi's hand and intertwined her arm with Lin Shuyan's. After such a long absence, her mother, having just returned from abroad, would likely soften a bit, ensuring the situation did not become awkward. 3 years prior, she had pressured the young man before her and facilitated her daughter's departure overseas. Now, even after her return, they had not succumbed to the trials of time and distance like many couples. In her businesslike union, she had witnessed love through her daughter. The formidable woman found herself unexpectedly reflective. Auntie, Chu Yi greeted politely. Please, take a seat. Lin Shuyan eventually relented. The tension dissipated, and their hearts, once weighed down, felt lighter. The apparent ease with which Shen Juanhao and Lin Shuyan's attitudes shifted belied the 3 years of torment that had preceded it. Emigrating had been a test, and now Shen Yueying and Chu Yi had achieved a perfect score. As the four settled at the table, Shen Yueying endeavored to enliven the atmosphere. Unfortunately, the relationship between Shen Juanhao and his wife was far from harmonious. Perhaps sensing her daughter's efforts to keep the mood light, Lin Shuyan took the initiative to speak, surprisingly directing her attention not to Shen Juanhao, but to Chu Yi. I heard you started a company in witching? Chu Yi nodded, responding with measured humility. A man must possess a sense of ambition. His words seemed to echo Lin Shuyan's past counsel in a CAF. Lin Shuyan discerned the underlying significance but chose not to dwell on it, whether she acknowledged it or not. The young man before her exuded a blend of composure and sharpness, He was no longer the naive boy who had faced her pressure, merely spouting dreams of the future and love. Very good, she remarked, her praise affirming that Chu Yi's company indeed held promising prospects. There was no need for her to utter any falsehoods. A mother's scrutiny of her son-in-law is invariably less stringent than that of a father. Subsequently, Lin Shuyan encouraged Chu Yi not to be overly formal and to enjoy the meal, leaving him feeling both honored and pleasantly surprised. Chu Yi glanced at the stern-faced Shen Juanhao and took the initiative to pour him a drink. There was no shame in such an act. If he wished to marry the man's daughter, it was only fitting to adopt a more humble demeanor. He did not wish for Shen Yuang to find herself caught in a dilemma between love and familial duty. Shen Juanhao, for his part, refrained from creating an awkward atmosphere. Once poured, the drink was consumed. The dinner gathering inexplicably grew harmonious. After a few toasts, Shen Juanhao surprisingly inquired if Lin Shuyan would consider moving back in. Chu Yi silently continued to eat, rendering himself nearly invisible. Shen Yuang understood that both her father and mother were strong-willed individuals who met force with force. Yet now, one of them had quietly yielded. Perhaps they were influenced by intangible values that money could not procure. After a moment, Lin Shuyan responded, suggesting they discuss it later. Shen Juanhao recognized that his wife's lack of immediate refusal was tantamount to acquiescence. She merely required a more discreet approach in the presence of others. Shen Juanhao gestured for Chu Yi to pour another drink, to which Chu Yi complied without complaint. There was no alternative. Two grown men continued to drink. Eventually, Lin Shuyan set down her chopsticks and advised Chu Yi, "Young man, do not indulge excessively in alcohol. It is detrimental to your health." Acknowledging her words, Chu Yi dutifully placed his glass down while casting a glance at Shen Juanhao. The individuals present were astute enough to discern to whom her admonition was truly directed. Shen Juanhao also set down his glass in response. Chapter 95. The Flow of the River, Unchanging Love with a Single Phrase. Lin Shuyan managed to command the attention of two formidable men, infusing the atmosphere with a touch of warmth. From this moment forward, the family gathering transformed into a genuine celebration. The meal extended over a considerable duration, during which Shen Juanhao imparted several invaluable insights regarding business management, truly worth their weight in gold. Countless individuals outside yearned for this business legend's guidance. Chu Yi, with humility, absorbed the wisdom shared, demonstrating that success had not rendered him arrogant. Indeed, experience comes with age. As the family dinner concluded, they bid farewell to Lin Shuyan and Shen Juanhao. Shen Yuang watched the two cars heading in the same direction, her heart swelling with joy. The relationship between her parents had finally turned a corner, and they had tacitly accepted her union with Chu Yi. It was a double blessing. The couple did not rush to depart. Instead, they indulged in a luxurious activity for long-distance lovers, taking a leisurely stroll. With no concern for the passage of time, the one they loved was right beside them. They ambled through the bustling streets, and quite by chance, found themselves once again at the Bund, the site of their first date 3 years prior. Back then, they were filled with uncertainty and worry about the future. Now, after having traversed numerous experiences, they returned to this cherished locale, their hearts brimming with love for one another. The moon shone bright and full that night, casting reflections upon the water that echoed the city's brilliance, akin to a vibrant tapestry unfurling before them. As the river flowed, their love remained steadfast. Suddenly, Chu Yi sighed deeply, berating himself for squandering such a splendid opportunity. Had he prepared a ring earlier, he could have knelt before her in this very moment to propose. Alas, the perfect timing seemed to slip away. "Dear, why the sigh?" she asked, sensing an unfulfilled intention lurking behind his words and smile. "There's no need to rush. From this moment onward, I shall remain by your side. There is much time ahead of us, so do not lament. Happiness awaits us." She gently linked her arm with his, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the man beside her. Chu Yi had waited for her for 3 years. Now it was her turn to love him in return. "Indeed," he replied, shifting his focus from the dazzling nightscape to his beloved. The torment of the past had faded. A new life had begun. No longer would they be separated by vast distances, and he need not dwell in anxiety. He should embrace the moment more freely. They admired the river view for quite some time before returning to the 2-story apartment. Having enjoyed a drink, Chu Yi could not drive, and Shen Yuang took the keys, sliding into the driver's seat. When she had left, she had bequeathed this stand-alone apartment and the red sports car to Chu Yi. Yet he had stubbornly refused to live off her. The apartment was well maintained, and the car regularly serviced, even if it remained unused. Under the pressure of Shen Juanhao and Lin Shuiyan, he had held his ground. Now, the garage boasted a sleek black coupe alongside the red sports car, a perfect pair, both symbolizing their shared journey. Shen Yueying finally returned to the place she had longed for. The layout of the house remained unchanged. After a refreshing bath, Shen Yueying nestled against Chu Yi, sharing amusing anecdotes from her time abroad. As the conversation shifted, she broached the subject of the present. Father has advised me to report to the company in a few days. My dear, the forthcoming days may not unfold as you envision. We may not be able to cling to each other daily. I have long been mentally prepared for this, as my senior sister is destined to become the female president of the Shin Group. By day, I will dedicate myself to my work, and by night, return to the embrace of my beloved. Such a life is profoundly meaningful. To attain happiness, one must balance love and career. Meeting once every 2 months has transformed into evening encounters. I am already quite content. Upon hearing Chu Yi's understanding words, Shen Yueying lifted her graceful, elongated neck and bestowed a kiss upon him, which evolved from a mere brush of lips into an extraordinarily lingering and passionate kiss. After parting, her face bloomed like a peach blossom, her enticing red lips glistening with a noble allure that was utterly captivating. My love, not today, I am sorry. May I make it up to you another day? Shen Yueying's delicate hands cradled Chu Yi's face, her enchanting eyes filled with remorse. She felt she had put this loving man through undue hardship. I am keeping track of the days, Chu Yi replied lightly, devoid of any irritation. His warm palm rested on her smooth, flat abdomen, gently caressing it. This small gesture encompassed everything. The emotional resonance far outweighed any physical discomfort. During this special period, Shen Yueying did not succumb to irritability, embodying the essence of an ideal girlfriend. Gradually, she drifted into slumber in Chu Yi's tender embrace. Yueying? Chu Yi called tentatively several times, but received no response. Quietly, he slipped out of bed and retrieved a soft measuring tape from the drawer. Stealthily, he measured the ring and middle fingers of her flawless jade-like hand, his heart racing as though preparing for a proposal. Chapter 96. The engagement ring. In a moment of trepidation, Chu Yi meticulously captured a photograph of the ring size on his phone, ensuring absolute precision. After surreptitiously completing this task, a flicker of hope for the future ignited within him. Gently encircling his delicate girlfriend's slender waist, he inhaled her subtle fragrance. 1,000 nights of solitary anticipation, loneliness, and vigil dissipated into nothingness. He began to envision potential proposal locations: the southern island, where they could ascend mountains and plunge into the sea, the dazzling nightscape of the Bund, or perhaps the intersection within Tianhai University. Each location brought forth a flood of cherished memories, causing a faint smile to grace Chu Yi's lips. He then softly pressed a kiss to the slumbering Shen Yueying. Such bliss enveloped him, rendering all other desires obsolete. Worries had become strangers to Chu Yi, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Shen Yueying donned a pristine white wedding gown, exuding elegance and beauty as she awaited him to place the ring upon her finger. Alas, his mind lacked the necessary inspiration, and the delightful reverie could not continue. Awakening to the tender light of dawn, it was not his beloved who roused Shen Yueying, for he could never bear to do so, but rather the ringing of a call from Shen Juanhao, summoning her to the Shin Group that very day. Though they had yet to indulge in each other's presence sufficiently, each had their own affairs to attend to. However, after sunset, they would return to their 2-story apartment. Before departing, Chu Yi received a special treat that morning, one that would become a cherished routine. Shen Yueying, with her flawless hands, deftly tied his tie and adjusted his collar. This tenderness threatened to melt Chu Yi's heart. Unable to resist, he pressed his lips against his beloved's alluring mouth. Lingering in the moment, Shen Yueying instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, reciprocating his affection until they both gasped for breath, bringing their passionate kiss to an end. Despite 2 vehicles being present in the garage, Chu Yi insisted on escorting Shen Yueying to the headquarters of the Shin Group. My dear, see you tonight, he said. MHM. She replied, unfastening her seatbelt and planting a kiss on his cheek before stepping out of the car. Chu Yi watched her graceful silhouette disappear into the building before driving away. Although numerous responsibilities awaited him at the company, Chu Yi did not rush to attend to them. Instead, he lingered in Tianhai City, seeking out a premier designer to create a custom engagement ring. His requirements were simple, understated elegance. After all, his girlfriend's hands were already exquisite, needing no embellishment. Having completed this task, he departed Tianhai, setting his sights on the neighboring Wuqing. The expansive office was bright and airy, with a panoramic view of the bustling heart of Wuqing visible through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. A knock echoed through the room. "Come in." Before Xin Yueying, Chu Yi was forever gentle and considerate. Yet, in the realm of work, he transformed into a figure of composure and authority. A strikingly beautiful woman entered, commanding attention with her long, elegant legs clad in black stockings, undoubtedly captivating many a gaze. Yuan Ying, responsible for the operations department, entered with a document in hand, prepared to explain the matter at hand. Chu Yi meticulously perused the document and, finding no issues, proceeded to affix his signature. Yuan Ying observed his undivided attention, his gaze scarcely lingering upon her. Was it truly the case that she lacked allure? Every detail, her hairstyle, attire, fragrance, lip gloss, stockings, and high-heeled shoes, had been meticulously curated. When she gazed into the mirror, she found herself flawless. As she traversed the company, she attracted numerous admiring glances. Yet, in the presence of the president, all her efforts seemed futile. Chu Yi was youthful, handsome, and affluent, embodying the ideal characteristics sought by most beautiful women. It was no surprise he drew attention. However, his patience in waiting for Xin Yueying for 3 years spoke volumes. Unbeknownst to Yuan Ying, setting emotions aside, her proud legs would falter before the true object of her affections. "Is there anything else?" Chu Yi inquired as he noticed the hesitation in his subordinate. "Nothing." Yuan Ying, confronted by her authoritative superior, dared not reveal her myriad thoughts. A foreboding intuition whispered to her that she was destined to fail. A wave of desolation washed over her, not the kind one relishes, but rather the kind that accompanies a significant financial loss. At noon, Chu Yi received a message from his girlfriend. "Darling, have you eaten yet? No matter how busy work gets, you must remember to eat on time. Do not jeopardize your health." Without hesitation, he captured a photo of his lunch and sent it back. In response, he received a similar image, showcasing a meal that was equally sumptuous. "Is Uncle Shun preparing for you to take over Shin's group?" "Yes. My father intends to keep me close for observation and learning. It seems I will soon have the honor of a female president as my wife." Perhaps it was the term wife that struck a chord, for Chu Yi found himself waiting a considerable time for Xin Yueying's reply. The concern of a beloved transformed the monotony and exhaustion of work into something more bearable. A week later, the engagement ring was finally crafted. Having completed his work, Chu Yi could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly went to retrieve it himself. Chapter 97. Love and Obligation. The exquisite and elegant engagement ring lay quietly in its custom-made box. Chu Yi opened it for inspection, feeling quite satisfied. He began to envision the moment he would place it on his senior's hand. After securing the ring, Chu Yi hurried back, but unfortunately, the evening rush hour was upon him. The car's speed remained frustratingly slow, a sense of helplessness gnawing at him. Today, Xin Yueying was also busy. Upon returning to the standalone apartment, he found no sign of her enchanting presence. He picked up his phone and sent a message, inquiring, "Senior, are you nearing the end of your work today?" Even after 3 years, Chu Yi occasionally referred to her as Senior, just as Xin Yueying often called him Chu. "My dear Junior." It was a fond reminiscence of their beautiful past, as well as a playful flirtation between lovers. Within half a minute, Chu Yi's phone lit up with a response. "I'm almost done. I'll be back soon." Upon seeing this, a smile unconsciously spread across his face as he began to prepare dinner. Setting aside Xin Yueying, given Chu Yi's financial capabilities, owning a grand villa, a butler, and a maid were mere trifles. Yet, the two of them cherished their simple, warm life together. Only after enduring prolonged separations did they realize that such a life was not easily attained. The aroma of the meal began to waft from the kitchen into the living room. The doorknob turned quietly, and Xin Yueying returned, dressed in professional attire. She exuded the aura of a female CEO, beautiful yet composed, a paragon of grace. Such a noble and accomplished woman could easily make others feel inadequate. However, in the presence of Chu Yi, she was always the embodiment of tenderness and charm. "Why are you later than usual today?" he asked, pulling her into an embrace. "I had a meeting. I apologize for the wait. This is my compensation," she replied, planting a fragrant kiss on his lips. Chu Yi did not linger too long, mindful that the meal would grow cold. "My dear, has your company been facing financial strains lately?" he inquired, somewhat surprised, yet soon comprehending. "I can manage," she assured him. Chu Yi served her a piece of delectable steamed fish. "A good company may lack funds, but there are plenty willing to invest. It's not as if we're in crisis. On the contrary, The company is continually expanding its market and developing new ventures. Shen Yueying set down her chopsticks. Darling, sometimes when I bring up a matter, it's because I wish to help you resolve it. Since we established our relationship, no, even before that, you have been quite clear about material divisions. But tell me, is there truly such a thing as love without obligations in this world? Do you understand? Before long, Shen Yueying finished her meal and ascended the stairs. Typically, she would assist Chu Yi in tidying up the remaining chores. After washing the dishes, he settled onto the sofa, staring at the unturned television. Indeed, he had previously been very particular about material delineations. Shen Yueying would give him clothes, and he would reciprocate with necklaces. Due to their disparate statuses, entrepreneurship is also an endeavor to demonstrate to Shen Juanhao that he is capable of providing a good life for his girlfriend, that he is worthy of her. After Shen Yueying went abroad, she left her sports car and apartment for him, yet he did not make use of them. Chu Yi gazed at his reflection on the television screen and suddenly came to a realization. All these actions are a tangible manifestation of his girlfriend's love for him. No one can withstand constant rejection, even if it stems from benevolence. Now that he has passed the scrutiny of his uncle and aunt, could he not set aside his pride? It may be time to allow himself to owe his senior some debts, while also letting her owe him a little in return. However, they have come this far. The notions of debt and obligation between them have long since faded. Taking a step back, instead of allowing others to invest, to take shares, and to reap profits, it would be far more advantageous to benefit his own family. As Chu Yi ascended the stairs to the second floor, he discovered his girlfriend bathing in the bathroom. He too took a shower on the first floor. After finishing, he entered the master bedroom where Shen Yueying, clad in her pajamas, was reviewing some documents on her laptop. Yet, upon his arrival, she set aside her work, silently closing the laptop. Chu Yi embraced his senior from behind, feeling the soft and fragrant warmth of her body even through her nightwear. Were you angry just now? No. I merely wish to love you a little more, but you continually reject me. It is my fault. My pride has been too great. Yueying, there is something I had intended to ponder over for a while longer, but to make amends for the hurt I have caused you. Perhaps it is better to let it happen sooner. After all, we have waited long enough. Chu Yi reached into his pocket to grasp the small box containing the engagement ring. Chapter 98. Meeting the parents since the inception of his company after graduation. Chu Yi has faced numerous challenges and setbacks. He has long since mastered the art of handling affairs with composure. However, as he produced a small box from his pocket and knelt before Shen Yueying, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yueying, the 3-year separation has come to an end. Our love has weathered many storms. It is time for us to flourish. Will you marry me? I promise to make you happy. Shen Yueying was taken aback by Chu Yi's unexpected proposal on this rather unimpressive evening. Suddenly, she understood what he had meant that day on the bond when he mentioned recalling something he should have done but hadn't. Perhaps this man before her had initially intended to orchestrate a grand ceremony, but a minor disagreement that evening had disrupted his plans. In a bid to quell his own apprehensions, he had resolutely proposed. In truth, the essence of a proposal does not lie in roses, an audience, or ambience. It resides in the mutual love shared between two individuals. This proposal was both simple and abrupt, yet Shen Yueying's heart swelled with happiness. Her smile was so breathtaking that it dimmed the surroundings. With her flawless hand extended, she awaited her beloved to adorn her with the engagement ring. Chu Yi's heartbeat thundered in his chest. As he grasped the exquisite ring from the small box, his hand trembled slightly from a mix of nerves and excitement. The ring glided past his fingertips and gracefully encircled Shen Yueying's delicate, fair middle finger. In a brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, a multitude of events crystallized. Unable to contain his emotions, Chu Yi enveloped Shen Yueying in a warm embrace, their fingers entwined. Seated on a chair, he held her close, basking in their intimacy. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, he said, "Yueying, I have something I need your help with, and only you can assist me." Shen Yueying's tone was gentle. This was the first time Chu Yi had asked for her assistance. Once we are married, let us have a boy and a girl. That would indeed make for a truly fulfilling life. Chu Yi began to envision their future together. After years of trials, they were on the cusp of a sweet conclusion. As the only children from 2 families, having just one child could potentially lead to disputes. What if the children are too mischievous? Rest assured, I will steadfastly stand by your side. In simple exchanges, a picture of a harmonious family was painted. Shen Yueying's enchanting gaze fell upon the ring adorning her finger. It fits perfectly. Mr. Chu, when did you secretly measure my ring size? It's a secret. I will tell you after we are married. All right, it's time for bed. Chu Yi lifted Shun Yueying in a princess carry, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The ring on her delicate hand reflected a dazzling light, utterly captivating. The following day, they parted ways in the morning, only to reunite in the evening. Chu Yi had made a special trip to the headquarters of Shin's group to pick her up after work, bearing a bouquet of roses. Shin Juanhao, upon learning this, refrained from expressing any opinion. Consequently, the news of the board member's daughter having a boyfriend swiftly circulated among the employees. Perhaps it was Shun Yueying's decisive demeanor and commanding presence at work that made it difficult to fathom that such an unattainable woman could develop feelings for another. Countless hearts were left shattered. As Shin Yueying settled into the passenger seat and beheld the bouquet of roses, she couldn't help but reminisce about her previous long-distance romance. Each time Chu Yi visited, he would bring her a similar bouquet. The car merged onto the main road. "Senior, shall we have dinner at home today?" "Sure." Occasionally, the two would dine at a restaurant, making this statement seem rather mundane to Shin Yueying. However, upon catching sight of the smile at the corner of Chu Yi's lips, realization dawned on her. "Which home are we returning to?" "Mine." "Senior, I have reached the age where I should introduce my girlfriend to my parents." As the traffic light turned red, Chu Yi chuckled. At this moment, it was Shun Yueying who felt a surge of anxiety. No matter how composed she usually was, meeting the parents of the one she cherished was an entirely different matter. The stakes were high, and thus, her nerves were frayed. "I haven't prepared anything. Darling, let's stop at a shopping center. I need to buy a few gifts. By the way, what do Uncle and Auntie enjoy?" Faced with the unexpected prospect of meeting the parents, Shin Yueying didn't consider evasion or postponement. Instead, she was eager to procure some gifts. Chu Yi had no intention of putting his girlfriend in a difficult position. Lu Wei had just called to inquire if they would be home for dinner that night. He had immediately agreed, thinking of Shun Yueying first. "No need. Gifts are not what matters. What truly counts is you. I assure you, my parents will be quite pleased with you," Chu Yi reassured her. Nevertheless, Shin Yueying insisted on making a detour. Time was of the essence, leaving little room for choice. She purchased a few bottles of fine wine for Chu Ting and some exquisite jewelry for Lu Wei. Shun Yueying's upbringing dictated that she could not arrive empty-handed for such an important meeting. After a minor disagreement the previous night, Chu Yi did not hinder her. He allowed her to shop to her heart's content. Lu Wei had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Sometimes, the maturity of children is not necessarily a blessing. In the past, that little boy would call for his mother countless times a day. The house was anything but quiet. However, since graduating and starting his venture in Wu City, the frequency of his visits home had significantly diminished. "Didn't you just say you'd be back soon?" Chu Ting, seated on the sofa, feigned indifference while inquiring. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, unlocked by someone outside. Both Lu Wei and Chu Ting's attention was immediately captured. They had just finished their respective work. Chu Yi, clad in a suit, and Shun Yueying, dressed in professional attire, made for an unexpected pairing. "Father, mother, this is my girlfriend, Shin Yueying." Chu Yi held her hand, offering a gesture of support. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Shin Yueying exuded poise and confidence. Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts seemingly adrift. Chu Ting mirrored her astonishment. The arrival of their son's girlfriend was utterly unexpected, and the choice itself was equally surprising. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Lu Wei gently invited Shin Yueying. "Mom, this is a gift from Yueying," Chu Yi said, handing over several exquisite paper bags to Lu Wei. "It's unnecessary for you to go to such lengths on your first visit. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. Please accept it." Lu Wei thought of the many questions she had for her son but chose to suppress them for the moment. The dinner spread was lavish. Chu Yi poured the white wine his girlfriend had brought for his father. Although the family had no shortage of fine wines after his entrepreneurial success, the sentiment behind it held greater significance. He also served Shin Yueying food, while Lu Wei refrained from interrogating her. Instead, she encouraged her to eat more and inquired about her work without any sense of pressure, making Shin Yueying feel as though she were in the presence of a kind elder. There was no need for inquiries. A person of such grace naturally carried themselves with poise even during a meal, a quality not easily cultivated in ordinary households. After dinner, Lu Wei thoughtfully prepared some fruit and said to Shin Yueying, "It's getting late. Why not stay over tonight?" Chu Yi thought to use the excuse of a date to alleviate his girlfriend's potential discomfort, as he was well aware of the pressure that comes with meeting parents. To his surprise, Shin Yueying readily agreed. Lu Wei arranged a room for her on the second floor, complete with toiletries and clothing, everything one could need. At that moment, Lu Wei's father, seated on the sofa, finally spoke. Do Xiao Yu's parents approve of your relationship? They disapproved before, but now they agree. Dad, do you remember a few years ago when you asked who brought me back? I said it was a senior from my club. Now you see for yourself. Chu Ting nodded. He wished to ask more, but to avoid complicating matters, he decided against it. Ultimately, questioning would serve no purpose. Reality was laid bare before them. Chapter 99. Wedding photos. After conversing with her father, Chu Yi immediately sought out his mother. Mom, what is your first impression of my future daughter-in-law? Are you satisfied? Lu Wei, noticing her son's beaming smile, responded with a mix of helplessness and affection. Very good, quite satisfactory. By the way, have you met Xiao Yu's parents? The couple shared a mutual concern. I have, and Mooning has accepted my proposal. Rest assured, Mom. Upon hearing her son's reassuring words, Lu Wei swallowed the words that had been on her lips. Mooning has bought you several pieces of jewelry. Remember to wear them when you have the chance. All right, since it's Xiao Yu's first visit, she must be quite bored upstairs. You should go keep her company. That won't do. I wouldn't want you thinking I've forgotten my mother now that I have a fiancé. Chu Yi thought to himself. He first unwrapped the gifts his girlfriend had brought for his mother. Then, as he used to do, he helped Lu Wei with a shoulder massage before heading upstairs. Having finished her bath, Xin Yuing donned the nightgown Lu Wei had prepared for her, which exuded elegance while adding a touch of homeliness. Poised and graceful, she appeared even more radiant after their reunion, nourished by love. Chu Yi took his girlfriend's hand and led her to his room, where he used a hairdryer to dry her long hair that cascaded down to her waist. Xin Yuing examined every detail of the bedroom. When one falls in love, there is an irresistible urge to explore everything associated with that person. Senior, before coming upstairs, I asked my mother for her impression of you. What did Annie say? Xin Yuying's tone was laced with anxiety. She expressed her satisfaction with you, finding no faults at all. Chu Yi's response was intended to reassure his girlfriend, seeking peace of mind. She also mentioned that she is eager for grandchildren. Lu Wei had indeed uttered those words. Xin Yuing, upon hearing Chu Yi bring up the subject of children again, showed no signs of shyness. The more one yearns for something, the more one seems to lack it. Perhaps Chu Yi did not desire a multitude of children. They were merely a symbol of love's fruition, representing a blissful and harmonious family. Ultimately, it was he who had waited too long, and he felt a profound sense of indebtedness. Chu Yi casually remarked that the matter of having children was not destined to occur anytime soon, as his girlfriend had to inherit the vast family business, becoming the captain of the Shun Group's commercial vessel. After drying her luscious hair, Chu Yi exercised the privileges of a boyfriend, sitting beside Xin Yuing and gently caressing her silky tresses, completely enamored. His beloved senior was nothing short of perfection, devoid of any flaws. Having returned to the country for some time now, both Chu Yi and Xin Yuing felt that this tranquil and warm life was akin to a dream, something they wished to hold on to tightly, hoping for a lifetime of companionship. As night deepened, Chu Yi stubbornly insisted on keeping Xin Yuing in the master bedroom, refusing to let her go to the guest room. I promise, no one will come upstairs tonight. Sister, I cannot find solace without you. Chu Yi embraced Xin Yuing from behind, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, employing a mix of softness and firmness. Xin Yuing was fully aware that his pitiable tone was merely a fade. Yet, her heart softened, and she chose to indulge him. The smile that danced on Chu Yi's lips was uncontainable. With the lights extinguished, they shared a bed, enveloped in the warmth and fragrance of each other. The feeble glow of the night light barely illuminated their features. Yuing, we have both met each other's parents. Should we not consider engagement? He inquired. Do you feel anxious about it? It is I who have kept you waiting too long. You cannot be blamed, she replied. Chu Yi felt a gentle hand caressing his face in the dimly lit room. The melodious voice continued to resonate. Tomorrow, I will discuss this matter with my father. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi's heart soared with joy, akin to a seed that, after enduring the desolation of autumn winds and the bitterness of winter snows, finally welcomed the arrival of spring. He grasped his girlfriend's hand and placed a tender kiss upon her fair forehead. Good night. After receiving the sweet good-night kiss from her beloved, Xin Yuing fell asleep shortly thereafter. Chu Yi, filled with anticipation, held her close as they drifted into dreams. The following day, after breakfast, the couple departed from their home. However, the matter of engagement did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Shen Juanhao had only just come to terms with the fact that his daughter had a boyfriend. It was soon after that he mentioned the topic of engagement. Typically, Once an engagement occurs, the couple would choose an auspicious date for marriage within a year, without undue delay. Shen Juanhao was not yet psychologically prepared to part with his daughter. Engagement? My dear, you have only just returned from abroad. There is no need to rush. You can wait until you have fully taken over the Shen group. Father, these two matters are not mutually exclusive. Just as the anxious father sought another excuse, the secretary entered to announce a meeting, breaking the stalemate. I will attend the meeting first. It is still a bit early for engagement, Shen Juanhao concluded before departing. As midday approached, the eagerly awaited call from Chu Yi came through. Has your father expressed his stance on the engagement? Shen Yueying could discern the eager anticipation from the other end of the line. Father said to consider this matter only after I have completely taken over the Shen group. Chu Yi fell silent for a moment, unwilling to place his girlfriend in a position of conflict between familial duty and romantic love. He reassured himself that their current situation was far better than when they were in a long-distance relationship. They could meet every evening. Indeed. Chu Yi shifted the topic. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. My dear, I shall come to find you now, and then we will visit my mother together. She will assist us. Hope rekindled within Chu Yi's heart. Yueying, you need not come. Just wait for me at the apartment. I will be there soon. After ending the call, Chu Yi arranged the necessary details and drove from the neighboring Wu city, taking the highway back to Tianhai. Upon receiving news that her daughter intended to introduce her boyfriend, Lin Shuyan promptly canceled her appointments. In the coveted Autumn Mountain Villa area, Villa No. 1 serves as the marital abode of Shen Juanhao and Lin Shuyan, as well as the cherished home of Shen Weiing since her childhood. Hello, Mom, Auntie. Lin Shuyan greeted the two upon their arrival, instructing the housekeeper to serve the meal. The sumptuous lunch, a feast for the senses, was visually enticing. Yet the troubled Chu Yi lacked an appetite. Having come this far, he felt it imperative to broach the subject of their engagement himself. Auntie, I brought Yueying home to meet my parents yesterday. We are of the age to marry and wish to formalize our intentions. What do you think? Lin Shuyan had already noticed the engagement ring adorning her daughter's finger, and the purpose of their visit was all too apparent. She merely awaited either her daughter or Chu Yi to speak first. If Chu Yi were to let Shen Weiing initiate this discussion, it would reveal a lack of resolve on his part. Yes, it's time for the engagement. It's only right that Xiaoya has a proper title while with you. Chu Yi was taken aback by his future mother-in-law's unhesitating agreement, devoid of any hesitation. In truth, it was his remark about their age that had awakened Lin Shuyan to the reality of the situation. Time flows swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Her daughter had grown into a woman, returning from her studies abroad at the age of 25. Delaying any further would squander her prime years. With a beloved partner who could shoulder familial responsibilities, there was no valid reason to postpone marriage. Mom, about Dad. Shen Yueying began. It's only natural he is reluctant to see you married. I will discuss it with him tonight. Now let us eat. With Lin Shuyan's promise. The couple felt a wave of relief. Be sure to bring Chu Yi home for dinner more often, at least once a week. Lin Shuyan seemed to be gradually accepting Chu Yi, gently advising Shen Yueying in his presence. Understood. It became evident that Chu Yi's prospective mother-in-law was indeed quite dependable. In the evening, when Shen Juanhao returned home, Lin Shuyan broached the topic of the engagement. The two children came to see me today at noon. Initially, we thought time and distance would separate them, but we failed, causing our daughter much hardship. Now that she is nearing 27, it is time for her to marry. Juanhao, you should agree to this, lest we delay Xiaoya's happiness. From another perspective, you gain a son, and in time, you will have grandchildren. Shen Juanhao sighed, feeling that it was all happening too quickly. As you say, let it be. Their separation had stemmed from the clash of their temperaments, with neither willing to yield. Perhaps that day at the gathering, Shen Juanhao had been swayed by the unwavering affection of Chu Yi and his daughter. After a few glasses of wine, he finally lowered his guard. Lin Shuyan had also found a way to ease the tension, having learned to empathize with one another. The couple realized they had wasted too much time and were grateful for this turning point. Shall we take an evening stroll? Shen Juanhao proposed. Certainly, Lin Shuyan nodded, aware of her husband's troubled demeanor. Chu Yi and Shen Yueying expressed that they did not require any extravagant arrangements for the engagement ceremony. It is never too late to host a grand wedding celebration. Thus, a propitious date was chosen, and both families gathered for a dinner, symbolically exchanging gifts. This engagement was thus solidified. Shen Weiing officially became Chu Yi's fiancée, and Chu Yi, in turn, became Shen Weiing's fiancée. The very sound of these titles is enchanting. With the engagement now set, the countdown to the wedding had begun. After consulting with professionals, they selected an auspicious day in early October, approximately 4 months away. By day, the couple toiled for their careers, and by night, they found solace in each other's embrace. As days passed, even with the best wedding planning team at their disposal, certain tasks required the couple's personal touch, such as the wedding photo shoot. On the day of the shoot, the weather was splendid. Dressed in a formal suit, Chu Yi patiently awaited the moment. Suddenly, the intricately carved wooden door slowly opened, revealing the most beautiful woman in the world. Dressed in her wedding gown, Qingmei appeared like a celestial being, noble and pure, flawless and dreamlike, her flowing train reminiscent of drifting clouds. Chu Yi was momentarily entranced. "Am I beautiful?" she asked. Without a doubt. The moment Qingmei linked her arm with Chu Yi's, the photographer could no longer contain the impulse to click the shutter. The process of capturing their wedding photos was remarkably smooth, requiring no guidance whatsoever. The profound love reflected in their gazes surpassed everything else. At one point, the photographer instructed Chu Yi to lift his fiancée Yi in a princess carry, creating an exquisitely beautiful scene. With a snap of the shutter, that moment of happiness became eternal. After several sets of photos, this segment concluded. The female photographer remarked, "You two are the most perfectly matched and beautiful couple I have encountered in my years of work. I wish you a lasting happiness." Even before stepping into the sanctity of marriage, they received heartfelt blessings. "Thank you," both Chu Yi and Qingmei responded, their joy palpable. Upon returning indoors, Qingmei released her fiancé's arm. "Darling, I will go change. Please wait here for a moment. Let me have another look," Chu Yi replied, promptly taking hold of her hand to prevent her from leaving. "Be good. Save it for the wedding day. I fear you might grow tired of it." "How could that be? Even if I were to look at it for a lifetime, I would never grow weary," Qingmei whispered into his ear. "After we marry, if you wish to see it, I shall wear it every day." She then bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. "Is Mr. Chu satisfied now?" With another kiss and promises exchanged, Chu Yi found himself conceding. He realized that even after several years, his senior still had a firm grasp on him, her junior. The day after their wedding photo shoot, Chu Yi and Qingmei met with Ning Mingyao at a CAF within a shopping center. "Yueying, you are truly becoming more and more beautiful. Is this the magic of love?" Ning Mingyao remarked as she took a sip of her coffee, finding it slightly bitter. She added sugar, gently stirring with a spoon. It was evident to anyone that Qingmei was undeniably a happy woman, radiating joy. She appeared even more stunningly beautiful. "Junior, you've taken good care of the flowers," she remarked. "What about the wedding photos? Hurry and show me." Chu Yi sent the pictures to Ning Mingyao on his phone, particularly the one featuring the princess carry. Upon seeing it, she murmured, "How enviable. Congratulations on your love finally blossoming. Mingyao, would you be my bridesmaid?" Qingmei inquired. "That is precisely what I intended," she replied, "but you must accompany me for a delightful shopping spree this afternoon." "No problem. Let us go." Chu Yi followed behind, observing the scene of Qingmei and Ning Mingyao engaged in animated conversation. It momentarily transported him back to the days spent in the literature club. Now that all three had graduated, he wondered what the club's activity room looked like these days. As they strolled, Qingmei purchased many items for him, including ties, shirts, and even a watch. Thanks to Ning Mingyao, he also caught a glimpse of his fiancée Yi in a qipao while passing by a renowned qipao shop. Knowing well her best friend's exquisite figure, Ning Mingyao suggested they step inside. Qingmei was not particularly interested in qipaos, but her dear friend remarked, "The junior will surely be captivated by you." The age-old adage, "A woman adorns herself for the one she loves," rang true. Upon hearing this, Qingmei felt a flicker of excitement. Upon entering the shop, the scent of a bygone era enveloped them. A seamstress, around 50 with strands of silver in her hair, approached them. By her demeanor and bone structure, it was clear she had been a beauty in her youth. After assessing Qingmei with satisfaction, she inquired about their needs without discussing prices, instead suggesting a particular qipao for Qingmei to try on. When she emerged from the fitting room, not only Chu Yi but even Ning Mingyao was momentarily entranced. The woman before them exuded nobility and grace, her every step radiating elegance and charm. Imbued with an endless allure, her captivating gaze alone could ensnare the soul. She was indeed a paragon of beauty. Within a mere 3 days, Chu Yi had witnessed 2 distinct yet equally perfect facets of his fiancée's charm. Noticing Chu Yi's admiration for her in the qipao, Qingmei ordered 2 custom-made qipaos from the venerable shop and gifted Ning Mingyao 2 as well. As time slipped away, The trio enjoyed a meal together before parting ways. In the past, Ning Mingyao would have surely stayed over at Shen Yueying's place, sharing heartfelt conversations and late-night chats. However, now that both were on the brink of marriage, their closeness inevitably brought certain complications. She felt reluctant to impose as a third wheel and preferred not to linger. In the apartment, Shen Yueying nestled in Chu Yi's embrace. Her spirits lifted after meeting her cherished friend. "Darling, have you chosen your best man?" Chu Yi's mind instantly conjured the name Lu Hao. Even after graduating and venturing into entrepreneurship in Wu City, their bond remained strong. They met for gatherings and shared drinks, especially during the entrepreneurial phase when he frequently called to check if Chu Yi needed financial assistance. Yet, it seemed Lu Hao was reluctant to take on the role of best man. The reasons are manifold, yet Chu Yi does not impose. The list has been finalized. Upon hearing this, Shen Yueying felt a sense of reassurance. The wedding day draws ever closer, and she eagerly anticipates the moment she becomes Chu Yi's wife. In the ensuing days, Chu Yi's career flourished remarkably, as the company relentlessly captured substantial market shares. It was an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, Shen Yueying gradually assumed greater responsibilities from her father. After a day filled with busyness, the two found their own light amidst the myriad of lamps, akin to a drifting vessel returning to the tranquility of its harbor. Chapter 100. The day of the grand wedding. If marrying the woman one cherishes is akin to winning a great victory, then today marks the day of Chu Yi's expedition and subsequent triumph. The day of the wedding has arrived. Rising early, Chu Yi awoke with a heart full of excitement. He had only managed to doze off briefly in the deep of night. Yet, he was radiant, for joy begets vitality, especially on one of life's three grand occasions. The man in the mirror stood tall and dignified, youthful yet exuding a sense of gravitas. Clad in a sharply tailored groom's suit, the batani ri at his lapel stood out conspicuously, and his shoes gleamed with polish. However, his attempts at tying the tie appeared somewhat awkward, a skill honed by the bride. Typically, in the mornings, Shen Yueying would assist Chu Yi with his tie, just as he would help her dry her long hair after her shower. But now, the bride awaited his arrival to take her home. Chu Yi scrutinized his reflection once more, anxious to ensure every detail was in order. The remaining formalities were adeptly managed by their parents. The luxurious motorcade was fully prepared, adorned with flowers and red ribbons, creating an atmosphere of celebration. As for the wedding residence, Chu Yi and Shen Yueying had their hearts set on a modest two-story apartment. But both sets of parents vehemently opposed this choice. Shen Juanhao offered to gift them a place, but Chu Yi graciously declined. Having purchased a villa in one of Tianhai's premier neighborhoods, descending the stairs, Lu Wei meticulously reminded her son of various matters, while Chu Ting occasionally chimed in. The wisdom of experience was invaluable. She had prepared numerous red envelopes for Chu Yi, a crucial tool for the day ahead. As the appointed hour arrived, the eye-catching procession of cars moved in perfect harmony, gracefully making its way toward the designated location. It was an auspicious day, coinciding with one of the few holidays in the latter half of the year. As onlookers beheld the grand wedding procession, they seemed to absorb a fraction of the joy, silently offering their blessings. Along the route, many vehicles willingly yielded, creating a passage, for people are often particularly generous toward beautiful happenings. The previous day, Chu Yi had anxiously examined the weather forecast, fearing a torrential downpour might dampen the festivities. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. After 3 years of yearning, watchfulness, and waiting, the day dawned bright and breezy, making all the anticipation worthwhile. The wedding procession arrived smoothly at the Shun residence, which was equally infused with a spirit of jubilation. The groomsmen stood ready to face any trials ahead. They were well aware of the arduous journey the couple had traversed to find love, especially through the challenges of a long-distance relationship, compounded by the complexities of being in a cross-national romance. In today's fast-paced society, such love stories are rare, affirming the existence of true love. Such a couple deserves to grow old together. Chu Yi stepped forward into the house, with the groomsmen prepared to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. They had attended other weddings and understood that the bride's family would not easily permit the groom to take their beloved away. However, they were soon taken aback. The atmosphere was amicable, devoid of the expected trials. After completing the formalities, Chu Yi ascended the stairs with ease, making his way toward the bride's chamber, until he encountered a few bridesmaids at the door, including Ning Mingyao. The groom must answer the questions before entering. Chu Yi recalled Lu Wei's advice. Do not be stingy with the bridesmaids. The red envelopes are to be generously distributed. Thus, he pulled out a substantial stack of envelopes, brazenly bribing the bridesmaids. "Senior Ning, could you perhaps simplify the difficulty?" "Don't worry, it's quite simple, just one question," Ning Mingyao responded nonchalantly. Despite her ease, a bead of sweat formed on Chu Yi's brow. He had experienced Senior Ning's whimsical nature during their time in the club. Listen carefully. Chu Yi braced himself, more serious than when tackling the final math problem in his college entrance examination at 18. "What is the bride's zodiac sign?" Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback. And so was the groomsmen group. The final question had turned into an easy one. Could they not even ask for a birthday, as if fearing the groom might not carry off the bride? Libra, Chu Yi ventured cautiously, the simplicity making him doubt his own confidence. Correct. Someone had repeatedly instructed him not to make things difficult for him. However, in this love, he had already endured enough hardships. It was time to reap happiness. "Open the door, groom." Ning Mingyao stepped aside. Once he opened the door before him, he would bring the bride home. In truth, apart from Shun Yueying's instructions, Ning Mingyao would also assist Chu Yi. After all, she had taken considerable care of this junior when he first joined the club. On such a joyous occasion, how could she bear to make things difficult for him, the protagonist? Chu Yi turned the handle and pushed the door open. What met his eyes was his bride. Today, Shun Yueying appeared like a celestial being, noble and pure, a beauty that could captivate a nation. Their gazes locked, and everything was conveyed without words. Chu Yi suppressed his surging emotions. There remained one final hurdle: finding the wedding shoes. Before the groomsmen could even check the corners of the room, following the bride's gaze, Chu Yi effortlessly discovered the beautiful and exquisite wedding shoes hidden beneath the cabinet. He gently bent down, taking his beloved's delicate foot in his hand, and carefully assisted her in putting on the shoes. Subsequently, in a princess carry, he lifted Shun Yueying before the eyes of all present and placed her in the wedding car. Whether by the groom's suggestion or not, the convoy returned at a swifter pace. Inside the wedding car, their fingers intertwined. Just as he had lifted her into the car, Chu Yi personally carried Shun Yueying into the beautifully arranged bridal chamber upon exiting. The tea ceremony, the vows, the playful antics of children rolling on the bed, though numerous. Neither Chu Yi nor Shun Yueying felt fatigued. In the afternoon, a grand convoy set off towards the five-star hotel under the Shin Group, where the wedding ceremony would take place. The opulent decorations, with floors laid in finely polished marble reflecting the light of the crystal chandeliers, resembled a castle where a princess and prince wed in a fairy tale. A multitude of guests awaited the bride's appearance. The intricately carved wooden doors were slowly pushed open, revealing Shun Yueying in a pure white wedding gown, stepping onto the red carpet toward him. Undoubtedly, at that moment, she was the most beautiful woman in Chu Yi's heart. Flawless in her splendor, the lavish decorations seemed to pale in comparison to her radiant entrance. Once, two souls were separated by an endless ocean, requiring a long and arduous journey to meet. Yet today, merely traversing 20 steps across a soft red carpet allows them to unite as husband and wife amidst the blessings of all. The two hearts, attuned to each other, instinctively understand each other's thoughts. Chu Yi strides forward with both speed and confidence, arriving at his beloved's side. The vows need not be recited, nor are they scripted in advance. Each word flows from the depths of his heart. The guests can feel the profound affection hidden within his words. The adorable flower girl presents the wedding rings. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chu Yi gently places the ring, a symbol of love and happiness, onto his wife's left ring finger. Shun Yueying tenderly adorns her husband's finger with his ring as well. After exchanging their rings, Chu Yi embraces Shun Yueying, sharing a deep kiss. The venue erupts in enthusiastic applause, showering them with blessings. Shun Yueying's bouquet is seized by one of the bridesmaids. The guests revel in the festivities, toasting and celebrating. As night descends, the meticulously arranged bridal chamber is awash in joyous red. Chu Yi holds his wife, freshly bathed and clad in her nightgown, reluctant to let go. "Yueying, today feels like a dream. Could you kiss me to confirm I am not dreaming?" On their wedding night. "Dear, is a kiss all you desire?" Shun Yueying nestles against his broad chest. "Of course not. I wish for all your tomorrows." The heartfelt declarations elevate the already enchanting atmosphere. Their gazes converge, drawing closer, and they share a passionate kiss. Shun Yueying, unable to restrain herself, wraps her arms around Chu Yi's neck. They gradually collapse onto the crimson wedding bed. The moonlight tonight is stunning, but the beauty of the couple surpasses it all.